Overwatch World Cup 2026 group stage coming to you live from the beautiful city Busan. I am Zoe, and joining me for the first part of the day are my good friends Matt and Mitch. We're in Busan. It's hot. The players are ready. We're ready.
It is hot, for sure.
It is very hot and very humid, but I love it. I thrive in this environment. I hope our players do as well, because they have to come to play to make it to BlizzCon.
And I mean, this is like the best, right? We've been in World Cup since the start. I know, with the first time we've ever done BlizzCon there, and just a really awesome program, getting to see so many different players from all over the world kind of come here and be able to compete on LAN.
And we're here at the Busan Esports Arena, which honestly is a purpose-built facility for these guys to not only prepare, practice, but also compete out there on the stage behind us. They look like they've had a great time. Everyone looks like they're pretty prepped, and obviously the stakes are high because a spot at BlizzCon is not open to everybody. That's why we're here to cut the wheat from the chaff.
That's right. We'll get into the nitty-gritty of it. But first, we are treated to a message from some special guests. Check this out.
Hi Overwatch family, we are the Seraphim. We're so excited that Overwatch is kicking off World Cup hype in Busan. Sakura, which teams will you be cheering for? Oh, that's hard, but we will be cheering for everyone.
Yeah, and hopefully beat the lucky teams in BlizzCon this September.
Oh, and did you guys see Dima?
Yeah, it's so cool, and we can't wait to see her make an impact at the World Cup.
In the meantime, everyone please stay safe and cool, enjoy the beautiful beaches in Busan, and play Overwatch. We will be back with many more exciting announcements, so stay tuned.
Heroes, game on!
Game on indeed. That's what our players are here to do in Busan for the group stage. Of course, they are playing for the coveted spots at the finals in Anaheim at BlizzCon.
I mean, this year has been lit. We have BlizzCon, and then also we're going to Guangzhou at the end of the year. I mean,
finally
World
announcing
Finals.
the location in China.
Yeah,
that's amazing.
Guangzhou, that's going to be awesome. I know, I've never been to China. That'll be an awesome trip. Mitch has been there a few times, so he'll be our expert.
He's basically a local. He's basically a local.
He'll be our on-the-ground local.
I haven't been back there since the Overwatch APAC premiere in 2017, so it's been a little while, and that was in a different city. So I'm super excited because our Chinese fans really turn up. A great example is expect to see many of them in attendance in Anaheim, especially trying to make it through this group stage. They're our loudest and proudest fans. We can't wait to rub shoulders with them and meet them face-to-face in Guangzhou.
Yeah, and I mean, they really want it, right? Because they've basically been the bridesmaid for the past 4 renditions of the Overwatch World Cup. They came second last time against Saudi, then against the USA, and the first time against the USA. So, yes, that's... they want to get that number one. They want to get the number one. Can they do it? Well, we'll find out how they fare in the group stages first. We, of course, have 16 teams participating. We split them into 4 groups of 4 teams each, and the top 2 teams will be making it to BlizzCon. But some of those groups they're tough. They're really tough to come out on top with. But again, like matches in the first 2-3, there's a lot of opportunities to work with the balance and the map selections.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially with the map pool, same as mid-season championship, but with some changes, right? The reworks on a number of those maps are actually in game now, and that really changes the complexion actually of how some of those play out at this level. But again, if you win 2 games, you're probably going to be able to qualify through. There are sort of some scenarios where tiebreakers will have to be considered here. We have a pretty extensive I guess, methodology for making sure that we resolve those tiebreakers.
Yeah, I mean, you need a deep tiebreaker kind of methodology when you have round-robin groups, because there is a chance you get like a 3-way tie, or we're getting the calculators out. We're kind of all like freaking out who's going to make it, but You see kind of like all the tiebreakers on your screen. Most likely the scenario is like a head-to-head between two teams, right? Two teams tie at like a 2-1 or something along those lines.
We won't probably get past
head-to-head.
number 4 on this list, but if we need to, we will play a tiebreaker match.
We have in the past. We have gotten past that in the past.
It's been done. It's been done.
Never know.
But yeah, we covered all our bases, so we will figure out who makes it to BlizzCon eventually. We'll get there. And here are the teams that will be participating. As I said, 16 teams have qualified to get to the group stage, and here they are in full glory. Group A looking a bit like the group of death. So sorry about that, Japan. That was me actually. That's
you had the hot hand pulling that one.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. But yeah, I feel like Group C, Group D. There's a lot of potential, really close matches there.
You could tell me that the Group A would be like, you know, for like half of the field at BlizzCon, and I would believe you. I mean, that's how like strong Group A is. I'm excited for Group D as well. I think that's going to be pretty good. We casted a few games in Denmark, in the online qualifiers, and they were pretty impressive.
I mean, that's kind of why we don't see Finland here, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Finland, who are like a top 3 competitor in 2023, they actually won that 3rd place game against South Korea. They didn't get through their group because Denmark is looking better than ever. Germany also topped their initial qualifier group, which really impressed us. So we're seeing a number of nations, especially in Europe, that are playing at a higher level than we've ever seen before, with many players that you also see a part of the OWCS and EMEA.
I think we're seeing higher level Overwatch across the globe than we've really ever seen before,
Absolutely.
right? As we take a look at the map pool, like Mitch mentioned, right? We saw this map pool at EWC. A lot of map reworks come through, right? Busan gets some adjustments recently. You also have Paraiso and Eichenwald. Both get like some serious, Paraiso map adjustments. So excited to see how these kind of play out here in person.
Especially because if you think back to the mid-season championship, it was basically Neon Junction constantly for hybrid now. But you've got some options here, and I imagine some teams are going to look to take advantage of some of these fantastic new looks on Eichenwalder and Paraiso, especially insofar as for attackers, they make it a little less painful to try and get position on those maps. Second stage Paraiso, historically difficult for attackers. Eichenwald first as well.
Paraiso is like a whole new map.
Yes.
I mean,
I mean, all the coverage that's been added there, like it's going to go a long way. So I actually expect to see a lot more of those kind of maps.
And hope we get a Lucio dropping the beat in the last phase of the map, because there's a really fun interaction there. But even Eichenwalder, right? That first point for attackers, you've got access to the high ground now a bit more naturally, as opposed to having to really fight for it. And that's why we did see a lot of defensive holds on that map. So attackers favored across a couple of these moves.
If I were to take a guess, like, we'll probably see Route 66 played like the most. Like, I think out of the escort map pool, I think that is one that teams probably feel the most comfortable with. It's been in the game forever at this point, right? And you can play a lot of different play styles on it. So that would be one, if you're watching the whole weekend, you're probably going to see a ton of Route 66.
I think it's definitely helpful for a lot of these teams that the map pool is the same that we just recently saw at the mid-season championships, albeit with some reworked maps, of course. But that gave those players who have been splitting their times between the Overwatch World Cup and the OWCS LAN events, and of course the regular season, they had to split those times. So for them not to have to prepare for like an additional map pool, I think that goes a long way for many of these teams.
But I do think that like the game is going to play out a little bit differently here, because not only do we have these reworks on the maps, but there have been a couple of balance changes that came with the Demon patch that might shake up some of the more powerful compositions, especially some perks that are being changed. Like a lot of heroes are having their major perks changed, or like some are moved to minor. So there's been a lot of tweaks, like for Orisa, even Echo is looking better with the addition of a new minor perk there as well. Jetpack Cat also gets a little bit of a tune down, just the high mobility. Also importantly, the self-heal for Jetpack Cat has been reduced a bit. So that sort of super aggressive solo play from the Jetpack Cat, you might see a little bit less of now.
Do we expect a big shift in the meta though?
I don't. No. I think we're going to be pretty much
Same-ish,
around where we were. I think there's an opportunity, like, look, like when you have tournaments like this, teams will come in with some different strategies. Like, you know, Great Britain, for instance, right? I think they could play a ton of Wrecking Ball. Probably a lot of teams in the field have not had a ton of time playing against Wrecking Ball comps, right? You can really just kind of throw a wrench into it. I expect to see like a lot of like, you know, Diva, Sigma base kind of looks throughout the tournament. And I mean, it'd be fun to see Demon. Demon's like pretty powerful after some of the hot fixes on live. it just doesn't feel like at maybe the pro level she has like a real strong advantage against any other tank.
I think like her identity is still being teased out a little bit, and like Matt mentioned, it's a bit of a jack of all trades, king of none problem. That's actually something that Ramatra on release kind of had, but then a lot more strength was shifted into his perks, right? He had that innate sustain and also a very powerful ultimate. So we saw every tank in Paris, right? There was a lot of diversity, and at a competition like this, like at a World Cup, you really do get to see those regional styles shine through a little bit more than just like a generally accepted way that the game should be played. So do expect to see quite a lot of variety in terms of comps.
I think the hard part is that like Demon is really good at like getting into the backline, getting rid of those like supports, and then getting out. When one of your supports is really high in the sky, flying around, and then the other is Kiri, who can just TP, get away, there's really nobody for her to access at that point, right? Like on live, she's unbelievable because you got your, Ana player there at home who's kind of got like, maybe a video up on the other monitor, and you're able to just kind of get in there and
get rid of her. Okay.
No, that's how the people I play
against. Like that, bro, in my ranked games. She requires, I think, a great deal of skill. I think Shu is someone in Paris who showed us that like you can have fantastic Ana play, and it's also been a really important pick to punish the jetpack cats who want to float around a bunch, and you have like a quasi hit scan presence in your backline has been really important. But her immobility certainly hurts her, especially now when like jetpack cat just kind of breaks the mold in terms of mobility.
And I mean, Demon, they changed the gun, right, to have a little bit of a shorter cooldown, but still not going to be able to put pressure on jetpack cat up in the sky, right? So you're kind of out of luck there. I think in like some, like maybe like she's just not strong enough. Like, I was like, maybe like some type of like brawl setups, but then you think about how good Ramatra is, right? With like Nemesis form and the ability to kind of block and just sustain so much damage.
Also Vortex having that like hidden almost ability to drag people down is really important. Even against like Vendetta Comps or like anyone that's trying to like get some air and dive on in, just being able to intercept people is really important. So again, I don't think Demon is best in class at any sort of style quite yet.
Yeah, but we have so many teams that I would say fly under the radar, because some of them obviously have a lot of players that we know and love from OWCS, so we're familiar with this style. We have those pre-existing synergies. But then there's other teams, for example, like Team Mexico, right? Like we don't quite know what to expect from that team, from that put together. I mean, yes, like the majority of them have been picked up by Extinction, so we might be seeing more of that particular group very soon. But for now, like they can get away, they can sneak away maps if they have those kind of pocket picks and they have their own identity, and that's really important.
And Extinction, obviously, we were probably hoping to see them in OWCS NA, but they don't quite make it through the promo relegation tournament out of stage 2. They do really well in Master. I think they end up placing second behind Nightmare, but they do lose to DSG in the lower bracket of that promo relegation, so they will be in FACEIT Master for like another stage here. But I mean, having that time spent together, I think that translates really effectively into an environment like this where a lot of teams are kind of patchwork, kind of brought together from everywhere.
And I think like what you're alluding to is correct. It's like some of those teams can come out with some interesting strategies, maybe catch some people off guard. There's also the like, well, maybe we just feel like we have to play something safe. And then that's where I think we end up in like, Sigma, Diva.
The thing is, if you're playing something safe and basic, you better be better than the opposing team. So very often coming in with maybe your own identity and an element of surprise can really give you a leg up. I'm sure a lot of these players, they're also just, there's a lot of stories obviously in history between those players, between those teams going years and years and years back in the history of Overwatch. So I'm pretty sure everyone has maybe a nemesis or two. Let's hear who they are looking forward to play.
Honestly, I think my personal biggest rival is the whole of Great Britain, because I was actually born there.
My biggest rival is Crocs from Team France.
KG, even though he maybe don't know me, but let's say it's him because he play very good and funky stuff, kind of like me. It has to be Tread, and he's somebody that like really impacted me in good and bad ways.
I think as a team, it'd probably be Great Britain, just because I think they're the ones who are going to gatekeep us from moving on.
Probably Tread from Team UK. Probably some of my own teammates. They're more my competition half the time than half the World Cup, to be honest.
저희 조의 라이벌은 솔직히 없는 것 같아요. 다 그냥 맛있게 먹고 가겠습니다.
I guess my biggest rival would have to be Golden Pants, because that's like probably the most important matchup of our group.
My biggest rival, I think, is Fenesto. I don't know if he considers me as a rival right now, but
I really admire the guy, and right now I think he's better than me. But before, I think I was better than him.
Max was committed. I eat them all. Yeah. Okay.
I mean, if we feature macros, bro, you have my
That was Mitch last night at the KBBQ. He was like, I eat them all. And he just, we ran out of plates.
I love that Golden Pans made it on someone's target list, though.
Well, I mean, it's so funny. The Aussies are like very strategic about it. That's a team.
What do you think of Color Hex rocking the Australia jersey?
I mean, I do love our breakthrough player incentive. Obviously, for regions that can't field a full team necessarily, they have chances to be part of that same conference, right? Watching Color Hex wear the white stars instead of the red is rather amusing to me. But, I mean, Soggy's also on that team as well from Singapore, right? Which is awesome because he kind of brings that team secret synergy with Kappa. But they're so strategic about it because they do understand that in their group, they're not going to get past the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. It's very, very unlikely. Too well-resourced, too well-experienced, like obviously incredibly talented roster. But against Great Britain, you've generally got an angle there. And Australia do have a history of generally making the top 8. I think I was able to build a team in 2017. I think we managed to get through. They beat Japan and at like.
Wait, did you say you were on the team?
I built it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought he was trying to take credit, right? I was like, oh yeah, I was on the team.
No, and there was controversy because I didn't put Custer in that team. So it was a spicy one.
Let's take a look at our teams as they're taken to the stage to get ready for our first few matches today. And there they are, Team Australia. Well-loved, well-known. Mitch, what do we know about this team?
Yeah, listen, obviously it's got a lot of those faces that you know and love. This is not Kappa's first World Cup appearance. Aki, Bertlog, Hamster, all very experienced in their region. Obviously, Australia is part of the Pacific region for OWCS. There are limitations in terms of like latency, connection and stuff, but they've been competing with the best. Big shout out to Soggy, putting on the Australia jersey. Someone to look out for as a DPS player this tournament.
Next up, here they are, Team Canada, rocking up. Again, a lot of familiar names in that roster as well, Matt.
Yeah, Astro in the tank role we've seen in a few iterations of different teams across the OWCS. And then Cal as well. Awesome to see Cal back on the stage here in the Overwatch World Cup. Definitely a support to look out for.
And I have to point it out, I love the jerseys.
Yeah.
So team specific, everyone has their own flavor. Team China taken to the stage now. This is a really interesting one, obviously, because they did make some changes, right? We don't get our usual duos like the Shies and the Leaves of the world. Sun, so the breakthrough tank from the region is in the mix over Gushue as well. So they're an exciting team to watch out for.
I mean, look out for Pineapple and Kaneki as well. That's that JDG DPS duo who definitely showed some of their quality, in Paris and have been around for quite some time. Lexa, Recall, also from AGAL. So it's not the old faces for Team China, but there's potential.
Next up, Team Colombia. A few more question marks, I think. That's like one of those underdog teams where we don't quite know too much about the individual players.
Yeah, I mean, though, we've seen Super Gomez in the past, right? Temp as well, Mixv, so some pretty talented players across this roster.
Super Gomez comes back to Overwatch after being a pro player in other esports, and it has mentioned his teams really helped get him ready to play at this level again.
Next up, of course, we have Team Denmark with Shockwave, Kellex in the mix, Donovich and Joham as well, Sky Torso. They do have a lot of veteran players on that roster.
Yeah, and they were second in that EMEA A group. Really, honestly, impressive outfit. I think you should expect these guys to deliver. Kellex is a veteran. He is, obviously currently competing on GK, top team in the OWCS. I expect these guys to make an impact.
Next up, Lille Bleu, the Frenchmen are taken to the stage. Again, just so many familiar faces. FD God, always going to be part of that one. We have Dip and Crocs and Kyo. It is I don't want to say it's not the old guard, but it's like the mid guard because it's also not the new guard. Like
Crocs is one of the funnier players that we have.
He
if you've seen OWCS, just always awesome during interviews. And I'm expecting Dip to have a really breakout performance.
Yeah, I think Zerian is one of the best carries as well in Europe, so keep an eye out for him.
And next up, Germany. That's a team with some really promising players, especially looking at the Ice Gnome here, which I'm sure is going to be the center point and the focal point of this roster.
Ice had a really rough EWC midseason championship, right? So how can he bounce back in that tank role? And honestly, they need him to be unbelievable if Germany's going to have a really deep run.
Next, we're gonna see Team Japan, which, all right, they got a rough draw. Okay, they got a really rough draw, so they're gonna have to fight really hard. Don't point at me, man.
You did that draw.
I did not do that on purpose. I would never.
I think this team obviously has got 3 of the current Varrow players who are the best team in Japan, but they're the best, frankly, because they've got some really good Korean imports on that roster. But it's still Nico, Cloud, KSG. They've been competing at the top of Japan for a long time. This is not their first showing here for a World Cup. Japan have often suffered heartbreak in the group stage, so here they're looking to go a little further, but it is a rough group.
It is indeed. They do have a lot of pre-existing synergies, but the same can be said about the other teams in that group. Now taking the stage, we of course have Team Korea. Always got to be considered one of the favorites in Korean. Overwatch Esports just seems to be back on top this year.
I am so excited to see how Sunjin and Simple play into this roster. I mean, 2 extremely talented players who play in different regions now joining here on this Korean roster. They're going to be almost impossible to beat.
And now, taken to the stage, Team Spain, another one of those teams where a few players that we're familiar with, but overall, we don't know how this roster is coming together.
Yeah, look, I think Santi has been fantastic. Certainly someone worth keeping an eye on here. Exodial is one of the most accomplished hit scan players in EMEA. Really made a splash. Someone who I think is more of a Cassidy aficionado. We've seen him on the Sojourn as well. I think this team's got a lot to show, but Gala and Kanail are that stalwart support line that have been as part of the OWCS for quite some time. They're like the greedy backlines, the high skill expression Iliari Baptiste backline, so look out for that.
And now, of course, Team Sweden. I am excited to see what they can do in this group stage. Kevster, their DPS player. We all know him, we love him, and right now he's in top form. Like, this is peak Kevster.
He is all the way back. I mean, he probably never really left. I think everybody was just kind of dogging on him for that year, but also excited to see Willis play. Willis has had a really strong,
you're a big Willis fan.
last 2 years in OWCS EMEA. He's been quite good.
And there we got Team Thailand. They've always been one of those teams which just came in with so much personality into the Overwatch World Cup. Always an exciting team to follow.
High Vision, in my opinion, is the best hit scan player in Pacific. Keep an eye out for this guy. He and Yoshinori are on that team secret roster we got to see a little bit of in Paris. I really wish we could see more. Pale as well as one of the backliners here. These guys are always a dark horse, but they always manage to become crowd favorites sooner rather than later.
Absolutely. And then, of course, we also got Team USA. We know him, we love him. Infected, leading the charge for this squad. Of course, we have a lot of pre-existing synergy with 3 Team Liquid players on that roster.
I think there's a lot of pressure on this roster, quite frankly.
So
a lot of these players have really had, a lot of, hype kind of coming up, and then now they kind of all get together here, try to put together a really good performance in a very difficult Group A.
Now, Team Mexico, we talked a little bit about them just a few minutes ago, right? That 4 of these players have been picked up by Team Extinction just in July. We've seen 2 of them in the last Overwatch World Cup as well, namely Paulette and, of course, Angel Volado. So we know that they're capable, but how far can they take it in their group?
Santana, something to look out for.
Yep.
Puerto Rican player getting through their sort of breakthrough player mechanic. They are fantastic on tank. This team, again, it's a challenging group, but I really do think they have potential to sort of get out of this group intact. Their first opponent, obviously, is going to be the Great Britain.
Great Britain, the last team. We head on out to the stage. Funny Astro at the helm of it. Many familiar faces on this squad, and I'm sure expectations are therefore also very high.
Is it a Noel Fielding hairstyle? Big shout out to Golden Pants bringing that one back.
I'm so excited to see Golden Pants play on land potentially. No, his Wrecking Ball for, in OWCS EMEA for 1, 2, 3, 4, like almost actually kind of got them, into the playoffs just off of his strong performances on that hero. So excited to see if he gets some run here.
Yeah, I'm excited. We're seeing them, of course, facing off against Team Mexico in our first match of the day. Both of these teams in Group B. Let's chat about Team Mexico here first. We already said 2 of these players coming back here to the Overwatch World Cup. We've seen them last in 2023, and now 4 of those players playing for Extinction. What else do we know? Like, what kind of styles can we expect from these teams?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a really rough draw here early for Mexico. Just off of, I think, just kind of seeing up on the stage as we take a look at their roster, right? So I know you have Karma is there, in the DPS role that we've seen, and Santana as well. I think it's a rough draw because if I see correctly behind us, Golden Pants is going to be playing. For as much as Mexico has probably practiced and drilled coming into this, and obviously playing with Extinction, probably have not seen that much Wrecking Ball action. Not something NA plays a ton of. Not something EMEA plays a ton of, but Golden Pants. So could be a pretty rough draw here in game one.
Yeah, again, my eyes are on Santana. They got a really deep hero pool. I think they're going to be able to impress us. But for Mexico, if they see Noel Fielding across the stage there, they're probably expecting to have to play into a Wrecking Ball style. That's the thing. It's pretty telegraphed when Great Britain trot out with that lineup. You know what you're getting into. So I imagine they have prepared protocols for dealing with the ball.
We have seen Golden Pants also play like some Maga when we've actually seen the ball being banned. So like, it's always
and it
something.
Didn't look bad. It didn't look bad either. So like, it didn't look like, oh no, and now everything is in shambles. No, they're very drilled and practiced on that Wrecking Ball, and good thing because we do have, of course, a lot of the 1, 2, 3, 4 players in that roster, so they don't know exactly how to play around Golden Pants on that hero.
I also think they don't really want to play a ton of, Jetpack Cat, right? So. We'll see if this is the lineup here. This has no secondary support, so that would be interesting if we're going to see Funny Astro, Golden Pants, Tread, Kai, and Maimon. Potentially, you'll have one of those other players in the roster.
In the lineup
so,
alongside Funny Astro.
Yeah, so it looks like Golden Pants is on the stage, so potentially the tank. I also think playing the Wrecking Ball allows you to maybe not play as much Jetpack Cat if you don't want to play that, which Funny Astro doesn't love to play.
We were surprised to see this team actually lose their match to Germany through the group stage. They're not the #1 seed coming out of their conference qualifiers, which is a bit of a historic result. This team tends to look really good at their group stages and then flop as soon as they hit the quarterfinals. It was Finland that just executed them instantly in 2023 as they made it out there. They beat Canada 2-0 that year, Australia and Brazil. Just 2-0'd everybody, and we didn't really get to see much of them, and they didn't have a lot of time to show their quality out there in Anaheim.
It is just two of the returning players though, right? It's Kai and Maimon. Like, I don't believe... Was Funny Astro on the 2023 roster as well?
Yes.
He is returning as a World Cup player.
Okay.
He didn't play in the group stages, though. He didn't play in the group stages, so that was something that, he was obviously busy with TM during that time.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
He was, pretty... at that time, I think, obviously we're in 2023, right, which was an interesting year for Overwatch Esports, and he was tied up. But no, expect to see him. I've seen him obviously scrimming with them, and he's someone who we've seen on Twisted Minds. He's adopted the Jetpack Cat playstyle, right? But when you play alongside Simple, you do what you're told. I'm curious to see here if he just goes back and really sticks to that Lucio.
Do what you're told. I mean, again, for everyone watching, these matches are being played in the first 2-3, and we are, of course, playing in a round-robin group stage. But yeah, round-robin group stage, so each team will be playing against each team in their respective groups. So really, every match matters.
It also looks like Astro's not starting, I believe, as well. So really different lineup potentially for Great Britain. But like I mentioned, Astro didn't really play a ton for them during the group stages. Didn't play at all, if I remember correctly. So Nepal will be map #1 in the set.
Now,
see how that affects like potentially bans here.
Yeah, and remember, this is the kind of map where we've actually been seeing the more static poke-based tanks like Sigma start to get played a bit more. In the past, their relative immobility made them less than ideal options, but with Jetpack Cat and the way mobility creep affects the game now, you can get away with playing Sigma, which is obviously a bit more ponderous. It's a Tracer ban straight away here from Team Mexico. So they're already looking at Maimon's hero pool and just trying to eliminate the threat of going up against the Tracer here.
Yeah, and I mean, Tracer just a devastating hero, right? On the other side of things, you just allow Maimon to take over a game completely, just kind of run you over, potentially get that out. I will say this is an opportunity, though, for May to creep into the mix, right? Potentially here, it's a Demon ban that comes out. I mean, this is... Hey, come on, the fans don't want to see this right away. I mean, we want to see Demon get played, banned right away.
But maybe they expect her to not be played, so this is fan service, so we get Demon on the screen at least once today.
True.
Yeah, obviously, it's not a protect ban because it's not first, which is sort of quite interesting, right? So,
maybe they know something that we don't know. I don't know how cute and into Scrimbucks and rumors in the back door are
I
you
actually
guys?
didn't ask. I spoke to Tasmo sort of yesterday while he was the team was scrimming here in the PC1. They stayed back a lot longer than anybody else here in the practice facilities and just sort of were grinding out games. So that could be a good or bad thing depending on like what your perspective is. But I didn't get a chance to ask him about Demon, but I was not seeing it played as I peeked over shoulders.
Did the chat with Tasmo change the way you would predict this match? Let's take a look at our predictions. Let's discuss our predictions. Mitch, did you get influenced?
I don't know if I...
Did you get influenced?
No, not
He's
really.
Not sure.
Perceptive.
No, not really. I think that this team is looking good. He was very laid back about it. They practiced at Sunderland in the British Esports facility, like coming into this. So they have like they've had in-person boot camp experience before coming out to South Korea. No, I don't think so. I think this team is looking strong. I wonder about how they'll fare against Australia, who the Scrimbucks are pretty favourable for right now.
That's not what I'm asking, though. I'm asking how they fare against Mexico.
The Australians saying the Scrimbucks are good for Australia. I
think you have to consider Great Britain the favourite in this match, obviously. Yeah. So I did go with Great Britain, and we did so across the board. But I'm telling you what, though, like Mexico, they're in high spirits. They've been locked in. I've been watching them, like, around the venue, in the mall, close to the hotel.
Wait, what?
They seem
you were stalking Team Mexico.
They're by the pool, you know? Yeah, okay. So he just like, she's got a snorkel, she like pops
Where
up
else have you run into them? Yeah.
Well, I won't tell you, otherwise they know. That'd be like not
well, I mean, they have access to go watch this, so they'll know.
Also true, but I want them to know that I'm rooting for them. Also, they gave me stickers
You're also
and
watching
goodies,
them closely from a distance.
They're right there. They hear me. They hear me. But yeah, okay. So obviously Great Britain, the favorite. But in the first 2-3 with the bans, anything is possible. We don't want to count them out just yet.
It's loser pick as well. So that tends to lend towards closer series. We have a map pool here as well that actually has like some, like some more specialized options. Some of like the more polarizing maps or the ones that lend themselves to specific comps. So that's also an option. I expect to see like Neon Junction still lent on pretty heavily though, but even in that sense, like we see Malga, we've seen Sigma, we see a bunch of different like Ramatra comps on that map here. So, maps like that are a bit more general. Feels like it's almost taking the mantle of King's Row in some ways.
I think it's going to be tough. I mean, going against a team that can play ball comps at this high up level, it is such a nuisance to deal with.
Yeah, and even you know what to expect, you know it's coming, it's still difficult to deal with because that's not what you're running into every other day. Now, the two teams are ready and so are we, so gentlemen, please take it away.
Well, those ball comps come in and you have an idea of what we want to play. Hey, we want to play a lot of Diva, we want to play, Kiri Lucio. The other team just playing ball just ruins all of that, right? I mean, you kind of have to throw all your strategy out the window and really kind of come with something tailored to it, right? Are we starting to try and play Brig? Are we trying to play Mizuki? Like, what are we trying to do here against it?
Yeah, I mean, it puts you in one of two camps. Either you're going to try and play something that's similarly aggressive and try and dive faster. Now, Winston used to be the option to play against the ball comps if you didn't want to mirror them. You'd want to just try and dive down faster and like find impact. Now, he's gotten a little bit of a buff in terms of like the healing perk on his barrier now gives a little bit of extra heal per second, but I think it's pretty unlikely that that's going to be the way we lean. And some comps have to just sort of pay the piper and try and play like these anti-ball aspects, like they bring Brig in there. Mizuki, obviously, even though Binding Chain's a little bit harder to hit now as the projectile size has been reduced, is still a good option.
Still pretty.
Look, it's not a be-all and end-all in terms of the answer to the Wrecking Ball comp here, but we've talked about it a whole lot, and likely we're going to see it here from Team Great Britain. The Junker Queen for Santana would be legendary.
Yeah, and we talked a little bit about it when we saw the Great Britain roster coming in. Golden Pan starting in terms of tank. You don't have Bunny Astro in. It'll be Crispy and Kiwi here in the back line. Kick things off.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I guess if you don't really need to have Funny Astro in, more of like that Lucio aficionado. Obviously, plays a lot of Juno there as well. We'll see how it plays out now. It's going to be Golden Pants starting here on the Wrecking Ball. This should be telegraphed here. And we have the Jetpack Cat Bastion combination as Kamez is going to fly overhead.
So we'll see how Mexico kind of deals with it as an early first 2 kills there for Mexico. So Maimon and Kiwi end up falling there. Pretty good start.
Yeah, I mean, this is what you're looking for, obviously. The Jetpack Cat Bastion, I think, needs to be respected to some degree here. This is more what I expected, though, with Maimon's Tracer being banned out. Going over to the Xion is a pretty reasonable analog. Definitely Mei doesn't make a ton of sense here, as she's she's just completely outdone when it comes to mobility up against this composition. Here's Kames trying to dive on in. It's going to be a swift step for Kiwi, but he ends up being pretty close by still as, well, his target that he dashed to was right nearby. They're going to get picked off here, and at 20% and counting, Mexico are in great shape, and Golden Pants really hasn't been able to sow remotely enough disruption here.
I mean, this has been a fantastic start for Mexico, so see if they can kind of keep it going. Golden Pants over the top, nice slam, going to get a few players low, and they finally do find Lay there.
There's that self-healing penalty for the Jetpack Cat, not quite able to top himself back up after that encounter. And Kai's going to be called upon to do a lot of the heavy lifting here up against this Jetpack Cat Bastion composition. To say nothing, by the way, of the fact that we have a Junker Queen in the mix. So really, Mexico trying to play here on this point, force people to run up into this Queen composition and then find a lot of equity in the brawl.
It's just hard, like, Queen obviously wants to do a lot of like self-sustain, right? Like with like Shout and Axe, they're just not really great targets, right? Everybody's so slippery to catch.
Until they come to
Great Britain. Yeah, until they do eventually come to you. So we'll see here. Golden Pants gonna look for maybe a slam on the entry. Yeah, you're also gonna have a Deadeye here being kind of moved around the map. So they do get Santana, they fall here.
Yeah, most of the damage on Santana was from a Deadeye that was not fully channeled, but Kai realized that just getting a chunk of 400 damage against the Queen will be a great way to start. And this is the tough part here for Mexico. Their comp is obviously good at controlling their point, but if they don't have priority, now trying to push on in, you don't know where you're looking. High ground control is going to be kind of camped here by the Great Britain. Maimon could get in the back, obviously with a spree here very soon on this Xion. And Golden Pants can keep this point stalled out. There's a minefield now thrown down. Kitsune Rush deployed. Santana, again, not really sure where to put themselves. As most of Great Britain are going to just sit up on this high ground and try and play from there. But Kai has been brought down. Traded here for Elemental Guy, who had that blade. And now it's going to be a catnap here from Lay. Up to see if that eventuates into elimination or not. Kames is going to be dragged away from the heat there on the point.
Yeah, they do find Kai and Golden Pants there. It's going to be a catnap here from Crispy. Just going to get Santana off the side as they end up falling. Spree was available for Maimon. Ends up using it there in the fight as well. Karmez gets dangerously low, gets finishes off. That's huge. That's going to stop any kind of lingering pressure that would have came in from Mexico.
There was a flip there for Mexico that got them up to 70% midway through that fight. That serves them well as it ends up being a little dragged out. And a lot of ultimates being leveraged here by Great Britain. Now you've got a decent setup here. Your Rampage, you've also got a Dragon Blade to make use of now. Golden Pants trying to be disruptive. It's going to be a blade straight away. Looking at Kai, I'd imagine, but he's rather slippery right now. Those spurs are made for more than just walking, apparently. The Elemental Guys still able to find Kiwi. Kiriko being down means Great Britain certainly have to have the wits about them now. The lion's share of their healing throughput has been dealt with, and Kai lingers a little bit too long up here in this high ground. A deflect elimination there for Elemental Guy, and this could get out of hand for Great Britain.
Yeah, it was actually a really nice play from Crispy that got Kai out of harm's way, right? When that blade came in from Elemental Guy, but still, Mexico does a fantastic job, Mitch, cleaning it up. Gonna have a Queen ult here, and then probably a catnap as well. Potentially the chance for Mexico to take round one.
Golden Pants mostly being ignored here, as all they can do is threaten the cap. But
They've done a great job against the ball.
I do think that like a flyover Deadeye here for Kai could break the deadlock, but look at this, all of Team Mexico playing inside that building, so we need to see a bit of a change on angle. Ferris Guy not quite mindful of the fact that Cassidy was coming for them, still a Deadeye elimination. It's going to be a catnap though as well. Numbers favouring Great Britain for the time being. Santana here is in the mix, but Golden Pants is brought down, not a good sign at all. Maimon's going to be forced away from the point now. Team Mexico are confidently holding this ground. Crispy has fallen, Lay's able to push away, and Mexico find our first round.
A big surprise there. Mexico able to deal with the Wrecking Ball play that comes in from Great Britain. An excellent job playing the Junker Queen. A character we haven't really seen a hero much at all recently. I mean, we saw, obviously everybody played at OWWC in some aspect, but not really for an extended period as Santana. They make it look really good there.
I mean, and it looks flashy, but ultimately it's just a brawl comp. They want to play compact on the point. They want to get a ton of value from Genji dashing, and also Genji benefits from commanding Shout quite significantly, given that sort of speed boost, and you can perk into making that Shout a bit more support-oriented. I like that Lay is still there on the Jetpack Cat. There's some options. Kames might be looking to go for the Cassidy here and not the Bastion, but Golden Pants is off the Orisa. Off the ball.
And we've seen a decent amount of Orisa start to creep in to the professional level. From the mid-season championship on, right? Like, we saw Domina play it at, the MSC, and Orisa probably a lot more than anybody would have thought. Orisa can do a decent job against this Queen. You see Santana already trying to get him in the mix. Just the health pool is way stronger there for the Orisa as Elemental Guy falls early. But Great Britain, they will be able to flip the point. Take it just off of that.
It's going to be hard for Mexico to replicate the strategy we saw from Village on any of either Sanctum or Shrine. So they may have to lean into a little bit of a direction here. And I think Orisa probably still is the premier sort of brawl tank. The Charged Javelin has been removed as a perk, but the replacement is still pretty effective in terms of it empowering damage and wall impact. Golden Pants has that armor knock though, so they're going to be forced away. Remember, this is not high throughput healing composition, so it takes some time to get the Orisa ready to fight again.
And they do a great job, right? If you can get the cooldowns out of the Orisa and then get the armor gone, like, she just kind of falls over, right? So they do a good job forcing out the spear spin and fortify from Golden Pants, pushing him back, and that's how they flip the point. But they lose Elemental Guy here really early yet again, so losing the Genji, tough time here in round number 2. Lei ends up falling here as Kai pushes on forward. Nice shots there from Kai. That allows Great Britain to get control. Deadeye here, gonna be just kind of, they're probably gonna try and get aggressive here.
Kai waiting in the wings now. It's going to see all of Mexico on the approach. There's nowhere really to hide here. Nice little side line.
Surge as well.
Okay, Zarya bubble there for Santana, so able to shrug off that damage. And now the Cassie's been dumped in a bit of an awkward spot. All of Great Britain are going to have to commit to this to some degree. I'd say Santana's out of bubbles at this point now, and Crispy saw an opportunity to go after Elemental Guy, but is going to need to take a sidebar until they're chased down by the other cat. It's Lei with the elimination, and Golden Pants is in danger now. Great Britain have held the point this entire time, though, so this is just extra stall for them.
Yeah, no supports were left there for Great Britain at that time, and obviously going to end up on the losing battle of that. It'll be the Wrecking Ball now going into the Zarya. So the tanks battling each other. It's going to be a bubble here for Karmez. Is going to get the Deadeye up there on the high ground with the cat. Looks like there's also one player behind. It's probably Maimon who's trying to take the point.
Yeah, Maimon in spree. This is going to dissuade Elemental Guy chasing with the blade. He doesn't have a dash reset at the moment, so awkwardly, he just has to damage whoever comes to him. Not exactly the game-changing ultimate that you're hoping for there from Elemental Guy, but he's getting topped up. Yeah, down Santana. Crispy does get traded out here for that one. It's a 3 versus 3. Great Britain here are ready to flip back as they crucially have their tank still in play.
Oh, nice shot there from Elemental Guy, actually. Takes out Kai, and nice shots there from Kiwi. Elemental Guy almost able to kind of turn that. Now, had both supports there. Looks like actually a deflect into Kai and ends up taking him out. As we kind of look on from a distance there, but Golden Pants just getting a perch up on the high ground here, able to see exactly where Mexico trying to rotate to.
Lei, they're looking pretty aggressive at times, but it has had the effect of making Mexico look somewhat disjointed. Golden Pants here. Got to make use of that shielding now. We have a Kitsune Rush coming down from Kiwi and Ferrisky respectively, and Golden Pants can only operate on an off angle for the time being. Keep an eye on those health bars, folks. Lei is quite low. Elemental Guy has also seen better days here. Golden Pants close to a minefield inside this small room could be devastating, and the payload has been deployed. Trying to body block them inside, but nice rescue there by Lei to get the Cassidy out of the way, but there's Kai's Deadeye. That will silence both Karmez and Lei. Finds a moment where they're out in the open, and this Graviton Surge is all well and good. It gets that elimination here for Santana, but the trade favors Great Britain. They have both their DPS alive at the end of the round.
We saw Karmez getting brought up into the sky there with the Deadeye, goes right at Kai, but Kai was channeling his a little bit earlier, able to kind of deal with that Cassidy. Is 1-1. Honestly, I think this is probably good for Mexico, right? A little bit better performance than I think people would have expected potentially from them here early on. So again, I mean, this would be a huge map #1 win for Mexico, right?
Obviously here on Shrine, your opportunities for like your Jetpack Cat Cassidy abound like much more than maybe on Sanctum, right? So the Deadeye can be a real game changer, but I also do think this means you can bring the Bastion back into the mix. Controlling that high ground is going to be important. Maimon here, just a quick TP before coming back out on Xion. Obviously giving a great account of himself here, and Tracer will be available in the coming maps. So I have a pause for you guys, and we'll relay to you what the issue was. It looks like on the side of Mexico, but Thumbs Up went out straight away. So we may end up jumping back in the game pretty quickly. Still felt like pretty on rails here at the Busan Esports Arena. Obviously, players just trotted straight in, got sat down, and went to business.
Yeah, you know, we've only observed the players on the stage. Zoe is obviously doing reconnaissance work out there, now out in the field.
Yeah, seeing the coffee shops,
players, the malls, coffee shops,
cat cafes.
Yeah, evidently, as
I look at that's dedication to the craft. This is really like a journalistic endeavor. I think that it's at its core.
This is an awesome setup here in Busan as well. I mean, you would never guess. We're on like the 15th floor of a building, right? An awesome like mall underneath, like the crowd. Obviously, kind of packing in here over the next few days, but really awesome stage setup. I mean, the city's been awesome. I mean, hotel that we're at is unbelievable. So it's a little late to get here.
A little peek behind the curtain. That's right. It's not just a holiday in treatment for us this time, folks. Busan has been kind to us. I certainly recommend if you have the opportunity. Most people think Seoul is where it's at, but I must say that Busan deserves an honorable mention, and they've been a great host.
We may see the beach today, you and I.
Exactly. Get out early, you know what I mean? We do, of course, have a full broadcast team here as well, so you can expect to see sort of Jaws, Reinforced, Jake, Gotmoxy here will be on the cast as well.
Ash is here.
Ash has also joined us, so we are at capacity. Danny Lim, of course.
Gavin too. I mean, we got the whole squad out.
Gavin, Danny Lim will be getting us some insights from the sideline as the day goes on. So we've all turned up in numbers here. And like I said, despite South Korea being such a instrumental part of Overwatch, some would say it's beating heart, we don't often have opportunities to come out here. So it's kind of great to get down to, you know.
My first time. It's crazy that we've done Overwatch obviously so long. My first time. It's been great. Okay, so it looks like Golden Pants is our patient zero here. So it looks like
is it contagious?
Mexico, they obviously gave a big thumbs up on their side. Golden Pants, you guys can probably tell here from the feed at home, obviously is the one dealing with some issue.
It might be an audio issue from what we understand. We'll relay that once we find out. If you're just joining us, we had a really interesting first round here on Nepal in which, Team Mexico played like I guess like they just played a brawl comp really on the point of Village, and they're able to sort of deal with the Wrecking Ball pretty comfortably.
Yeah.
Junker Queen play from Santana is, I find it very inspirational. There was a switch to Zaya in the previous round. Obviously, that's still another close round on Sanctum, but Great Britain in it out.
I think it's more of the response to the Orisa, right? And then now we kind of get the ball back in play. For Golden Pants. So once we kind of get back into things, how this final round plays out. But I've been pretty impressed with what we've seen from Mexico. Obviously, though Genji Queen with like Cat Kiri has not been something we've seen really. Many other people play. With a Bastion in play. So definitely a little bit of an interesting look. Queen obviously has a really good self-sustain. Genji can benefit from the shout, in a huge fashion. So, pretty interesting comp that Mexico's kind of thrown together here.
And obviously, we are playing on the same map pool. We discussed this earlier, on the same map pools we had at our mid-season championship at the Esports World Cup. But a number of the maps inside the pool have, been altered. But obviously, some map reworks for Busan. All of the stages of Busan. Eichenwalde has gotten a facelift as well. Paraíso is also looking quite different at the moment. So looking forward to getting.
We got a few Great Britain on top signs out here in the crowd. We had a buff dive, get rid of Sim sign.
Yeah, I mean, Sim was obviously pretty ubiquitous at our mid-season championship. A lot of teams still playing that, but I don't think you are sort of married to playing those comps. It's not here anyways. There's definitely plenty of options for you. Junker Queen also one of the heroes that actually didn't really receive any balanced passes whatsoever in the latest patch. There were a number of tweaks and sorts of tanks, but obviously having an anti-heal is pretty important.
Yeah, I mean,
you can cleanse that obviously with this Kiriko composition that's kind of necessitating Kiwi to sort of stay on the Kiri here, even if I think that's pretty comfortable.
They've taken a few passes at like buffing Queen over the last few like balance patches, and like some subtle adjustments where I think Queen is probably one of the heroes who like fares off really well, probably in like lower to mid ranks, and then kind of like tapers off towards those high ranks. So I think there's always a fear of buffing characters like that, right? And then they end up those heroes being unbelievable at the absolute highest of level.
You're speaking of Sierra specifically, I imagine.
Yeah. Sierra is another one. Mei historically has been a character like that as well, right? Where Mei kind of is on the fence of like becomes a little bit too good, then all of a sudden it's like 100% playtime.
Still waiting on an update for you as to the specific issue.
Elemental guy, the Genji GOAT.
Genji GOAT? All right.
We're calling it early for Elemental guy already, the Genji GOAT.
It's been looking really good now. This is interesting. We are actually, we're back to lobby here in the game, so we don't have the ability to sort of roll back to play that sort of last round, but we'll keep you posted here. Not a bit of disconnect from Golden Pants. I can tell you that he is back in the lobby at the very least, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did have I got confirmation of the game disconnect there, so taking it back to lobby instead. Yeah, look, obviously, the fact that Junker Queen, if you take the perk, then like interesting commanding shout. Increasing reload speed is such an interesting, like perk you can go into, but obviously Rampage giving you unstoppable is probably a little bit more important. Also, like good cooldown reduction.
Yes, Rampage without unstoppable can be very stoppable.
See, like a lot of mutual knockdowns, like you can.
Although we don't have like, I mean, we don't have like Ana in the pool or like nobody playing Mizuki, right? So none of like the big, like something like a Maga Stomp or something along those lines, right?
But I think what was so crucial for the Junker Queen, you can get that major perk, especially what we saw in Village, is that you get that full lifesteal off your Carnage swing.
Yeah.
So if like you're multi-hitting with Carnage, obviously you get like a huge amount of that HP back, and you can usually buffer that ability while people sort of walk around the corner. Just like swing a corner, just as that ability sort of procs and the axe swings. It's a pretty easy infusion there of health. This is only our first game of the day. We are playing 6 first to 3 games every day.
A lot of games here. I mean, look, these teams kind of compete throughout the year to get this opportunity in the group stages to potentially go to BlizzCon, so you don't want to like take that opportunity away. I know, like, first to 2, or they only get 1 or 2 chances at it, right? Yep. So obviously the group's going to be a little bit longer than maybe what people are used to.
I mean, if you think back, I mean, we have generally had pretty robust competition rather in our group stages of the Overwatch World Cup. We had, back in 2016, we had that full opening week, right? God, how many teams did we have?
Oh yeah, that was I think that was like about 16 to 24 as well. Yeah,
a lot of teams for that, but that was obviously 10 years ago now.
That is wild. I mean,
we've been doing this a long time, Matthew.
You have 2 real people, like children. Yeah, you have like in the time span that we've started World Cup.
Oh no, my eldest is 5, bro.
Yeah, I got a dog and you have a 5-year-old.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, Hugo's what, 9 now?
9, yeah, big 9. We said we were gonna get him a pub cup for his birthday, and we completely forgot.
A pub cup?
Yeah, it's like a little, it's just whipped cream in the cup for dogs.
Oh, I see. Well, wait, are they supposed to be eating whipped cream too?
I don't know. He's fine. He's doing fine.
I'm assuming if it's something you can buy. It's like a baby chino, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, producer Ashley knows that. I don't know.
Buff Lucio, Nerf Bastion. I mean, these... Oh, what do we got here?
Funny Astro fans?
Hey, Funny Astro. Yeah, I mean... I think we'll see as... maybe the tournament goes on, Astro get worked in, but I think he's probably like, I don't want to play Cat. So if you guys got this on lock, bring me in when needed.
I do think Funny Astro's, honestly, for years now, has taken more of a mentorship approach to, working alongside Christopher on this Great Britain team.
Well, I mean, you could see somebody like Funny Astro becoming a coach one day, right? Like once his career, I feel like is still got really as much time as he wants left. Is but one of the smarter minds we have in Overwatch could definitely become like a coach one day.
Obviously, following this game, we have a first to 3 between China and the United States.
That's going to be a banger.
Oh my God.
That's going to be a banger.
Obviously, that's a matchup that's steeped in history, and something tells you the Chinese netizens are feeling like it's about time they brought home this World Cup trophy. So we alluded to it on the desk earlier on, but they have 3 silver medals. Obviously, the USA beat them to to end up winning a World Cup. China also knocked the USA out of sort of that top 8 bracket last time they encountered each other. So
definitely like a younger Team China team, right? In terms of like the players we're seeing on it, but
it is.
I was so impressed with Sunzo from the MSC that I think a real opportunity to be like the breakout player from the group stages this week. That's how good I think potentially he could be.
What I love about that matchup as well, coming up later, is that Sunzo has beaten 5 of the Team USA players very recently. He beat them a few weeks ago in Paris across different 2 different teams. So, yeah, he's got plenty of experience in that regard.
We've progressed to the stage where the players are trying to get on camera here by looking up and finding themselves in the venue.
Yeah.
So, get an idea what's going on here in just a bit. But sounds like we're actually, while we figure that out, going to go to a quick break. So we will be right back with the rest of this series and the final round in Nepal right after this.
Welcome back to our opening game of our Overwatch World Cup group stage here in Busan. Got Mexico versus Great Britain first up on the docket, and we've already seen a pretty lively exchange here on Nepal.
Yeah, really competitive map, right? 1-1 between these two teams going into that final round. Really, before we even got into it, ended up here in a pause situation, so getting this one sorted, but Great Britain probably a little bit caught off guard with Mexico being that competitive here early on. So I think that's a good sign for what we'll see with the rest of the groups, the rest of the games. I think that this is probably the best competition we've had. I think across some of the previous World Cups, right? Like you can look at some teams and they're just gonna be rough for them. I think this is probably the closest field overall that we've ever had.
And I also think this first match is pretty important because Group B at a glance might not seem like it's necessarily the closest.
Yeah.
But now seeing that, this Team Mexico able to put up quite a fight here early on Nepal's a promising sign for decent things about the Team Australia roster, even if they want you to think that they're spending all their time at the casino. I guarantee you that's not the case. But looming in this Group B is the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, our reigning World Cup champions. These guys obviously are terrifying. They are one of the best teams in the world. They basically, you put them in OWCS as the roster they are, and they would do some serious damage. So they will be waiting in the wings, and the expectation is that they will most likely come out of this group in first place. So that does leave that second qualifying spot up to either Great Britain or Mexico, as we see here, or Team Australia.
Which now is like, okay, who is going to be that team, right? I mean, obviously Mexico maybe putting together a pretty good performance, or better than what we had anticipated. Great Britain and Australia, you kind of look at those teams all fairly even. Is now the players are giving us some love over here. Is they're just looking for people to engage with us, so they're waving at us.
Somebody talk to us. Yeah, Kiwi giving us a wave there from this stage. This Mexico outfit we discussed it earlier on. We've got returning players. Angel Velado and Paulette were on the 2023 roster. They made it into groups in that year. But yeah, the standout player, and someone we've already sort of alluded to a little bit, and someone showing us really interesting approach, has been Santana so far. This is your Great Britain team. Golden Pants, obviously, of 1, 2, 3, 4 fame, carving it up in OWCS. But in general, you've got that existing core of Kai, Maimone, Crispy, and Golden Pants.
Golden Pants, the GOAT. Obviously, we got. I know we have fans here, then obviously team staff, friends, family that have traveled with a lot of these players. I have a pretty lively crowd, as Maimone finds himself, but he's on camera. Gonna show some love here.
Hailing from Wales, of course. And we've seen Maimone, I think, definitely put himself on the map over the last couple of years. Kai has been a household name.
Kai's going to give us nothing here.
No, not a damn thing. This guy is...
stone cold.
Yeah. Yeah, no. You're lucky if you get a smile out of this guy. Kai likes to save his energy for one thing, and that is clicking heads.
He's, if you've ever kind of met him, right, he's such a fun personality when you're kind of around him, and then you see him, like, just so lock in for the games. As Golden Pants, I know, really kind of the player a lot of people are excited about with Great Britain. Some tremendous tank play, like you mentioned, at home in the OWCS. Almost getting 1, 2, 3, 4 into the playoffs, which would have been a huge accomplishment. Ball a little bit short there, but showing us early that Wrecking Ball can be pretty difficult to deal with. Is I almost feel like we're at a point where Wrecking Ball is like one of the only specialist roles kind of left, right? It feels like everybody now is so versatile, can play a little bit of everything. It feels like Ball is still the one hero that a lot of people just kind of go with that exclusive kind of person for.
I think maybe the exception would be Symmetra. It's that's a kind of a... I mean, the fact is that Yubi, for example, of Lucid Minds, is not just playing Symmetra, right? But it definitely felt like there were only a couple players that were able to play at that certain level.
I think that's just Yubi, right? Everybody else is able to kind of play that Sim at a pretty high level, including people can play Sim, Tracer, right? Xion, right? I think Yubi's probably one of the ones that is really only just kind of locked in on the Sim.
Yeah, plenty of love here between Colombia and Mexico. I would say both those rosters. I mean, the Americas conference was really interesting. Mexico end up qualifying because they beat Chile in that group. It's a 3-1, but it's one of the closest 3-1s that I've sort of seen, especially in terms of these qualifiers where we had a lot of cut and dry, one-sided matchups. Mexico advanced out of their group with a 6-5 map differential. So that doesn't tell you everything you need to know about just how challenging it was for them to advance. I don't know what will. They played some really close series in order to get out. And obviously, Team USA did emerge unscathed from that conference. Looked pretty good. But I think that team has a lot of questions over their head going forward. They've got a pretty challenging group. China is certainly out for revenge. There's a new generation of Team China players that are really hungry to prove themselves, and also the expectation from the fans on Team China has never really let off, and it won't let off this year, even if it is like a roster that
until they
doesn't
win
have,
a World Cup.
But like the roster, obviously, Leaf, Shai, and Gushue are not representing China this year, which was a shock to many of us to find out. Citing personal reasons, that did obviously leave room for that next generation of Chinese talent to come through. Players that we've already seen, obviously, competing at the top level, like in OWCS China and also at international tournaments, because obviously rosters like HEAL, rosters like JDG, all are able to qualify and also put on a pretty decent showing. But it still feels like a region that is like highlighted by that Weibo Gaming team, of which only Sunzo is representing on the China roster this time around.
Yeah, but I think it's fun to give some of the younger talent a chance, right? Sunzo, like I mentioned, was so impressed with him at the mid-season championship. They were like almost undefeated in the maps that he played. They were like really good, up until the end. And then excited to see how kind of like Pineapple, Kaneki, and Alfari kind of work together as like a DPS trio, who they decide to play and in what situations. I think they're going to be very difficult yet again to kind of deal with for a lot of teams.
And if you've been watching the World Cup, I mean, obviously over the years, it's been 10 years since our inaugural year, but obviously we've had breaks, right? Between 2019 and 2023, we were on hiatus, and then since then. But in each of those years, China turned up in numbers. The crowd was there in force, and yeah, like those guys have certainly inherited some pretty serious expectations.
Let's go Australia. Oh, yeah, let's go Australia sign.
Yep.
At a USA. A small USA chant here.
Led by our Korean casters, which
led by the Korean casters leading a USA chant here.
Obviously, it's a distinct pleasure to be sharing the venue with our esteemed colleagues, our South Korean casters. We've had a chance to meet them on occasion. It's always a pleasure. We're going to be diving into the game in just a second, folks. I'm being told that our lobby is go, and we're going to be heading in onto Shrine. Now, you are going to see, when you get into game, the HUD indicate that no rounds have been scored. We're not rolling back the server so much as we're just starting a new Shrine game with the 0-0. So
yeah, we'll see. We're going to, looks like all the issues are resolved. We'll be kind of jumping into this one. We'll kind of get you like official comms from Comp Ops and everybody, kind of know what happened at probably a later time, as we're just going to get this series back on the rails, get it back going. It's very odd that you can have that like little bit of a 1-to-1 there, and then a slightly elongated break, and then now we get a final round here of control.
So my only concerns here, I think, for interesting. Okay, so I've seen us load into Village, which would be very interesting. So we will. Yeah, I'll give you guys an update at least on what happens when we jump into game. We've got a couple different like lobbies that are being shown to us here. So
right now, a player from Mexico,
Kames, is stepping aside to use a bathroom.
He just walked out. So we will not be starting as he has just left the stage. Look, I mean, it's been a while since I worked in Comp Ops, but
yes,
when you don't have all the players on the stage, typically the game can't begin.
Tough to start it.
Yeah. We will wait for him to come back.
All right. I think that there might be some other players that follow suit here. So
yeah.
When nature calls, we are charged to respond.
Player from Great Britain.
That's Crispy.
Crispy. Gonna go to the bathroom, I guess, as well here.
It's been a while since I've had a chance to do a proper podcast. I didn't really have enough downtime in Paris for my liking.
Yeah,
it feels like we didn't really have a chance to catch up properly.
What, me and you?
Yeah, because you just stay in your hotel room.
Yeah, I keep distance. I know this is the.
Yeah, over the 10 years I've worked with you, you've always had these, maintained some strong boundaries.
Yep.
I know.
Don't talk to me outside. Don't ask me where I'm going. Because most likely I'm actually just in my room watching movies.
Yeah, you're normally playing games.
Yeah, I'm normally just I actually am just a video game addict, quite frankly. Yeah, so gonna see when we gonna get this one. All right, who do you think comes back first? Think we get Karma's back in first, or
the purposeful walk there from Crispy makes me feel like he is beelining. He is absolutely going to take care of business. My concern is that he might not wash his hands.
Yeah, Crispy looked like he was getting out here pretty quick, so I wouldn't be surprised if we get him back in here a little bit earlier, maybe than Karma. Karma's like, you know, I think he's figured it out.
I'll say over under on Crispy. Crispy's just going to burst back through the door.
Karma's is like new tech. They actually can't start until I get back, so I'm going to take my time.
You know, it's funny. I wonder, when you go to the bathroom, obviously you take care of things, and you're sitting there wondering, how many people am I actually holding hostage right now?
So when I coached Call of Duty, we used to do this super fun thing. We thought it was hilarious.
I'm sure you did.
But when we would like really beat a team bad, like we would all get up and go to the bathroom.
Yeah, ice them.
And we would just stand in the bathroom and kind of like just talk and just waste time.
Okay.
Because we thought it was very, you know, like teams start to argue, right? Like when you beat a team really bad,
you let them stew
and then you let them stew in it for a while, and then they're like locked on stage. We're just like, you know, we washed our hands like 40 times back there. We're like laughing, and we come back on stage laughing. It just like elongates the tilt of the opposing team. We always found that a very viable strategy.
I'm just thinking like
to employ.
You are one of these players. You've gone to the bathroom. And you're thinking, oh, how many people are watching right now? Like, how many people are waiting for me to finish this?
Yeah, I
Is
mean,
that like a perverse power that you derive from that maybe?
The players are so locked in, they're not even thinking about that. I think they're probably just trying to get back out here, you know, as soon as possible. You're just tuning in. We have already played 2 rounds here on Nepal, just waiting to get that 3rd round locked in. Signed, sealed, delivered. 1-1 at the start. So round 1, Mexico was able to win. Santana, you know, playing some Queen, doing a nice job there. And then, you know, Queen, Genji, Bastion, you know, Kat Kiri. Then on the other side, Wrecking Ball for Great Britain. That's how they kind of get through. Round number 2 starts off with a Marisa and then over to the ball.
I told you.
Crispy was back first, man.
Yeah, I mean, like,
he was flying
he
out
walked
of
with
here.
purpose, the purpose of someone with a very full bladder.
And you see that as well. I mean, you guys don't see it at home, but he purposely walked behind the cameraman, which is always a great, maneuver. He's dialed in right now.
This guy's, he's been around the block a couple times.
All right, here comes Carmen.
Thanks for joining us, my friend.
Another player getting up to go to the bathroom here would just be epic. It would just be epic.
I do remember, I mean, GK did this in Paris during their game, and I remember watching Kellex saw his teammates get up to the bathroom. He set up
he was tilted.
He was not happy. Remember Ziad just like spreading his hands, be like, what do you want me to do? I've got to go to the toilet. Yeah, he was not pleased about that.
So it looks like now we have an admin by Crispy as well.
Okay. Yeah, Crispy obviously having left and coming back to sit down. We just need to make sure that everything is copacetic. I think it's sound settings. That's what I'm seeing being tweaked.
He wasn't here. How do you mess him up?
Maybe he got up too hard, you know?
Well, we did have
the purpose that comes with needing to go to the bathroom.
Who was it? Oh,
someone who kicked their PC.
KSG ripped the PC out of the socket.
The power cable,
yeah, at the MSC. So
how did he move the PC?
Yeah. Well, he sits so close that I think he actually kind of kicked it. Yeah, we got. You know, our players are inventing new ways to delay. I never thought we would, at OWC when they came into our headset, and they're like, he ripped the power out from the PC. I was like, that's a new one. Like, we haven't had that one.
Yeah. We've been doing this for a while, so when we ever get a new excuse for a game pause, it's pretty novel. Players are, but that doesn't answer the question of whether the game is ready to play. So, for those of you at home who are following along with us,
you won't get up and go to the bathroom right now. No, don't do that. You leave that headset on.
Low key, on the Lokes, I wouldn't say no to a quick aside. We've got 2 first 3s to cover here though first. Myself and Matthew will be bringing you this game, and then we'll be sticking around for China versus the United States of America, which promises to be pretty explosive because obviously, I was going to get into this early, but some questions over the USA team because obviously Infected is the tank player, but we haven't seen a lot of Infected this year. In fact,
you have Hawk too,
right? Exactly, yeah, exactly. So like, there's a question of like, you know, what that rotation looks like between Infected and Hawk. I think you've got all your bases covered. Hawk, obviously, I would say retirement. He came back out of retirement to sort of compete in OWCS, where it sort of made sense for him. Saw him on that SSG roster.
And I mean, he's great. He can play just about everything. You talk about somebody who, like, if they ever wanted to like be a coach or an analyst, right? I mean, I've you know, lots of times just kind of, you know, with Hawk, you can just kind of get into a conversation about just kind of the game and, you know, where it is, and, you know, hero health, and, you know, who's trending positively, what would have to change, and so a really bright mind in terms of the players we have in the scene.
Yeah, someone who has struck me as someone who like deeply cares, I think, and has always cared about like the Overwatch ecosystem.
Yeah, I think that's a great way to kind of put it. Okay. All right, so it sounds like just hearing from Comp Ops is it'll just some tech issues that we actually just gonna get a full restart. So all the stuff we talked about, 1-1. You know, what was the Men in Black get hit with the laser?
The
laser.
flashing thing.
Nobody saw a thing. So we'll start this one right off the rip, fresh.
Remember Will Smith releasing the album around that movie?
No.
He was yeah.
I do remember Wild Wild West.
You remember the song Black Suits Coming?
Oh, yeah. That was awesome. Those
I imagine that he kind of sort of wrote that. All right, we getting confirmation. We're getting a full reset.
Yep, no. Just a full reset. Yep, we'll get this one started from 0-0. Keep it moving. But and now both teams have a chance to like kind of see each other, a little bit of what they're playing, so a little bit of a feel out. So we'll obviously see if that kind of changed anything moving forward. But
I mean, it changes a lot because I do think that the Junker Queen comp is the kind of thing that you probably can't expose yet again. It's a little gimmicky.
Well, I mean, they look. You know, Great Britain was able to deal with it pretty easily by just going Orisa. That would have been a move that would have happened, right? So we'll see now. Once we get back into game, as we get a fresh look here at Nepal between Mexico and Great Britain, how things fare out. So Mexico looked really good here early. We'll see if they can kind of continue some of that strong play.
All right. We are getting gameplay, folks. Jumping into the match in just a moment. This obviously is your Overwatch World Cup group stages here in Busan, live from the Busan Esports Arena. Purpose-built for your viewing pleasure. We are moments away from getting in. So there's the question, right? We raised it. If Santana's going to be back on the Junker Queen, the same kind of composition here, it's one that can be read into, maybe can be answered over time. Team Great Britain certainly capable of making the required adaptations, I'd imagine. But outside of that, right, I think the highlights were Kai's Cassie looked pretty darn solid.
Yeah.
Lay very aggressive here on the Jetpack Cat, looking for a lot of those solo eliminations. Maimon on the Xion. So Kamez was playing, for the most part, the Bastion as part of that package.
And just to remind you guys, it was actually Mexico getting first ban here. No end map selection, right? So Nepal and then the Tracer ban. It was really targeted towards Maimon. Really forcing Maimon over to Xion. So get this one back underway.
Elemental Guy once more will be on the Genji. Golden Pants taking position early on, but straight away the Bastion flies overhead. Golden Pants is having a space from that, but it's much the same approach. So going to try and hit that backline. Golden Pants, though, this time is trying to pursue the Cat Bastion combination to limited success, I'd wager. Now up on that high ground, nice slam, though. Here's an opportunity to find a Bastion, but Blaze actually getting picked off first. So Maimon goes to work on the Xion, and now Kamez doesn't really have the ability to pivot away from this position.
Yeah, pretty difficult as you end up losing Lay, Elemental Guy, just going to get the benefits there of the shout from Santana, but it will be Great Britain getting in control of the point first. Is now, though, on the bounce back, Santana and co. You just kind of, like, you just surround the point, right? And you can't really fight there, stand there against the Queen and the Genji, battle them in that type of close corridor. So early control over to Great Britain and then flipped right back.
And what we saw there was the Great Britain team giving Mexico a lot of time. So much time to set up on the point. So much time also to stave off like the damage that they suffered on the approach from Great Britain. Because they're playing a ball comp, they do need things to line up. They need to wait for the slam to come through. That, again, just gives so much of a window. Elemental Guy, I don't know how he's able to get away there. He gets the health pack.
That's huge.
Maimon probably feels like he just pulled up short in that encounter. But, again, dealing with the Jetpack Cat is something that Cassidy could do pretty effectively. And Kai will be credited with both eliminations of that little 1-2 package.
Well, you know, Kai's job is obviously much easier if some of the other members on the team can really pressure out the Genji, right? It's difficult, though, because there's some times where he's got the Genji in his face, the Cat Bastion up on the high ground, like directly above him. That time, the Genji kind of forced out. We saw that Golden Pants and Maimon kind of chase Elemental Guy out around the corner, and that allows Kai to end up taking out the Cat and the Bastion.
Golden Pants with some really nice ball movement there, just able to get up on that platform.
He's sick.
Right, here comes a play. Kai aware of it here, but doesn't know where it's coming from quite yet. It's going to be Golden Pants suffering most of these slashes, but can shrug it off for the most part. It's a Deadeye here from Kai and a grenade that looked like it didn't quite catch on to Lei. Kiwi, though, was still able to find that elimination. Once again, the Jetpack Cat is down, and once again, Elemental Guy finds a kill amidst the fight, but converting that into a fight win is a completely different story, and he's not able to slip away from the ball.
Yeah, you still had both supports there alive with Elemental Guy. Santana, they're doing a great job staying alive, but eventually going to get whittled down. Another good fight here for Great Britain.
Here's the problem. For this Jungle Queen comp, it's not strong when they're not on the point. And getting there is a whole different story. It looks like they're trying to drop them on the high ground, above the point, and then slowly transition down from there. But in trying to get all your ducks in a row, that's where you open yourself up to be disrupted by Golden Pants and to have like your formation kind of spread apart. Just like this. Okay, we're going to have a Santana dive in there with a Rampage now. Anti-heal affecting Kai, and he couldn't pull himself out of that situation. Kiwi, the Suzu likely didn't quite find the purchase that he was looking for on as many players as he needed it to. But it was a pretty quick trade. Elemental Guy is felled by Maimon on this Xion. And Golden Pants is looking rather healthy, but there's a flip for Mexico now, and Maimon cannot beat the Cat Bastion solo, especially not with the Kiri getting involved.
Yeah, they do a nice job there with the Cat Bastion, just kind of finding a target, chasing it down. Golden Pants is not going to be the one that they consistently go after. That time they see Maimon has no cooldowns available. They go right after it. Oh, nice nade there from Karma. His long range takes out Kai.
This is the phase of the game where you really need to abuse your favorable positioning as Mexico. Get those free grenades on Great Britain as they try and approach. Put the Cat Bastion in a weird spot and try and make it hard for Golden Pants to set up with the rest of Great Britain. Minefield on the point now. This might be, allowing an early flip, but Golden Pants is trying to make sure he gets some connections off those mines. Kai can roll, but the way that those shots are being staggered out there by the Bastion ultimate means he's in danger. And that was already a Suzu used there by Ferrosky. So an easy pick off now, and getting rid of the Cat, obviously not an issue for someone like Kovacs Kai.
It was also a really nice play there. I mean, Kai, we see him use the roll when that artillery's coming through. Crispy able to move Kai out of the way from the next two coming on through. Now going to move him in here with a Deadeye.
Free Cat kill? No!
Nice Suzu, yeah.
Yeah, Suzu with the invulnerability frames was pretty crucial. Kyler's going to stay here, play a bit more aggressively now. We're at 99%. The catnap comes down and Santana has already fallen. Tough for Mexico having to run this back. They are not going to find success on this iteration of Village. As I posited, Matt, now that the Great British team have had a chance to read into this comp, they've found an answer for it.
Yeah, he also doing a much better job here now, Great Britain, dealing with the pressure that the Genji can apply to a hero and a player. I know Cassidy and then Kai playing it. While the Cat Bastion's up in the sky, they're doing a much better job giving Kai space to deal with a lot of the pressure coming at him.
We're heading over to Shrine this time. This is the map stage we did not see on our first iteration of this map. The Golden Pants is able to, have a pretty nice impact here, but for me, it's Maimon dying once on the Shield. Crispy dying 0 times. Very low deaths. Kai does get targeted.
Yeah, you just see they're just constantly just diving him with the Cat Bastion. Obviously Santana getting in his space on the Queen. But if he gets if he trades just 1-for-1, right? And the amount of HP as like a resource essentially you're giving up to get Kai, it's worth it.
Yep.
For Great Britain.
Because it almost always results in at least a trade, as far as we've seen. Maimon on the dealing end of many of those. Maimon has to be ready for this, but is able to use his evade cooldown to avoid the Bastion. Kames is looking for a fight, and he's not going to be given one, as Golden Pants also absconds very quickly. Kai's able to play a bit of a solo off angle here. Does need to be careful, as it's not impossible to poke the Cassidy down in this kind of position. Golden Pants is very disruptive right now. Look at the big damage getting put down on Santana. Where's the healing supposed to be? I guess Lei and Ferrosky were elsewhere, but Santana's able to be brought down. Maimon finds that execution. Now with a Joyride, reposition in a pinch.
Well, and you also can't fully commit onto Kai there when you see him in your choke, like as he kind of wraps all the way around. Because you have Crispy playing right over the top of him, right? So if you kind of use all your movement abilities, then you're just going to have the catch just to escort him out of the way. Santana going to play D.Va now. That will be where the response. I also like bringing in a Cassidy of your own here for Mexico, right? You need some deterrent to this ball in the Xion.
Yeah, I think at some point you have to respect Golden Pants' Wrecking Ball. He's getting chunked down a little bit here, but still has his adaptive barrier cooldown, so would always be able to find that extra durability if he needed it. It's like right now. Elemental Guy getting sort of pummeled down in terms of damage. And again, here's the minefield. A nice place for that one. Suzu going to be used. Gives Kame as the window to get away from those mines without triggering them. And Kiwi's brought down. Deadeye for Kai has eyes for the opposite Cassidy and does get caught out by Kames with a parting gift. Hits him with a hindrance grenade.
Lei just drops him. It's like, all right, well, I'm going to go live. Yeah. So see you later.
It's just too risky. Can't be sticking around there. Here's Kitsune Rush deployed here by FACEIT. He went low in that window. But it's now back to full health. Catnap here as well for Lei. So a window here not only for Mexico to increase their lead, but also prevent a retake.
We'll see if Great Britain can get back to the point. Does Golden Pants will get there? Santana just taking so much damage, Mitch. Going to be very hard to keep the D.Va up.
Yeah. Neutral catnaps here, but Lei gets caught out as Crispy goes on in. I think Crispy caught Santana, which is going to allow for a pretty easy D-Mech opportunity. And now without Santana's obstruction, should be, again, a pretty straightforward fight. Elemental Guy is usually getting elimination in each of these engagements, but again, converting it into a point flip is another story entirely.
I mean, another opportunity here, though, for Mexico, right? A whole suite of ultimates to work with. We'll see if they can get Elemental Guy in a good position with the blade to find anything. Crispy's done a great job of just kind of moving players around the map on that catch, avoiding some of these big ultimates coming on through. As Karma is here with a Deadeye, an opportunity to fly in this Deadeye.
See, Kiwi used the Suzu too early. This is dangerous. You've just got to break line of sight now. You can't afford
You can't bring him into the close quarter, though, can you?
Oh, dangerous! Okay, what's going to be traded? Elemental Guy comes in with a blade. This is a big commitment now for Mexico to try and get to within spitting distance of a round win. 2 eliminations here with the Dragon Blade. It will be enough for a fight win for Mexico. And now it's just the stall presence of Great Britain.
Yeah, and the stall presence is pretty strong, though. Here is Golden Pants will get on. Once you get the adaptive shield with that bubble, it is so difficult to deal with the ball. It's going to be Kiwi coming back up spawn here using a rush.
Yeah, we're going to have a Sasori spree here as well for Maimon. Save that for the time being. Self-destructive, got to respect everyone. Ducks and covers. Maimon's able to use the joyride though to get towards Omega, and here comes the spree. Early Suzu there for FACEIT. Can they swift step away? Look at the moves here. Straight back through that gap, Maimon appears. And FACEIT almost is brought down by the execute itself. Santana out of mech, and now Great Britain are on the home stretch.
Yeah, and it's brutal here because, Mexico doesn't control the point, right? So it's not like Santana can stand on the point and just force them to kill them, right? They have to jump off the side. So of course, a huge reset. They're actually going to go in quite aggressive. I love this from Great Britain.
There's a switch step. A lot of big cooldowns being used already. Oh, there's a window! Kai brings Kames down, and that's it. That's the map pretty much there and now, Matthew. 95% and counting, and Mexico missing 2 of their most important players. So it's a Doomfist rollout here for Santana. It's about trying to hold some space, but that is easier said than done. He'll get topped up and still, well, they'll get topped up rather. Another chance to get the touch here. But brought down. Golden Pants rides on in. Catnap here for Lei. Catches on to Kai. Mini FACEIT can find an easy pick off there, but it could be dangerous here for Great Britain now. Still have Golden Pants in the fray. Kiwi is very, very low though. I think it was actually given the adaptive barrier from Golden Pants, who's trying to do a FACEIT. 99% and counting. And the Great British presence was almost neutralized on the point, but Golden Pants is here. I think Maimon's working an off angle.
Yeah, few players coming back off the spawn here, though, as both Kyries are gone. Santana, they come back on Doom, and this is Mexico still holding in this.
Really hard to get rid of the Wrecking Ball here. Yeah. Santana trying to hold that space, but Lei's been brought down, and now the whole support architecture for this composition is beginning to crumble. Santana has to get off the point, give that ground, and Kai catches them out with the right click. Already into that major perk now, and it looks like Great Britain have done enough here to secure victory on Nepal.
Pretty strong performance there from Great Britain. They end up playing that Wrecking Ball composition, and they obviously look really strong. That is going to be a hero that is most certainly going to need to be banned at some point in this series from Mexico. Most likely in this next map.
Yes, I mean...
Well, unless, now it gives an opportunity for, Mexico's got to get rid of it, right?
Makes you wonder a little bit
sub here for Great Britain, but no.
As well, whether we returned to seeing the hero ban screen, and we're reminded that Demon was actually banned out by Great Britain in that first map. It says one of 2 things: either there's some scrim intel, that for whatever reason they're playing Demon. I still don't know how that would sort of warrant a ban, or it's a bit of a laissez-faire approach from Great Britain.
I would say here too is like, if you're Great Britain and they get rid of the balls, we take a look at some of the highlights. There's still like, you know, with the compositions that we've seen from Mexico, like you can play a restart, you can play Maga if you're Golden Pants, right? And just kind of, you're fine, right? Like, you know, if they play D.Va, you can clearly play like a Maga, potentially like Rush type of style into it. Like we've seen that have success. You know, D.Va, I think, can win against the Maga over time, but I think you'd have to play it at a really high level if you're Mexico. And then like the Queen, you know, you can just play like the Orisa or even Maga into.
Yeah. Worth bearing in mind that hero bans come after substitutions as well. So, you know, Mexico will be aware. They're not going to go and ban a ball map and then there'd be opportunity to rotate tread back into the lineup here.
I think that's why you keep Golden Pants in. Like, it forces them to have to do something about it, right? And I think you feel confident some of the other heroes potentially available that Golden Pants can go to, that you can still get a win.
Is there a lot of Genji play from Elemental Guy over the course of this map? Certainly seems like it's a comfort pick for them, right? Yeah. Genji, I feel like, is finding a bit more of a niche in compositions where you have like Isaiah, for example. Like Isaiah Bubble can be handed over. We talked about Command and Shout just having that sort of team-wide utility aspect to it, that extra overshield, that speed boost that, you know, Genji can certainly make use of pretty effectively. And it seemed like there were situations where like Elemental Guy is able to get into some of these fights, but maybe finds one elimination, but it usually comes a little bit too late in the day for Mexico.
It's also now like, if you're Mexico, what kind of map do you want to play? If you're thinking that you want to play, say, Queen, D.Va, things along those lines, like, you'd be looking at maybe like a, you know, are you talking like Suravasa? Are we talking like, but the issue is like a Suravasa is pretty good for ball. Atlas is really good for ball. So now you're looking at like what, you know, New Junk City, but you know, you even have to ban the ball in New Junk City. Like, you can probably, if there's one map, you can probably let the ball kind of go through. Like, maybe it's New Junk City, and then you kind of, you know, play, maybe it's like Ram, you can play some, you know, D.Va, things along those lines. It's a viable option.
The game plan tends to be either like ban the ball or invalidate him by map choice is kind of what you're getting at, right? So there are obviously a few maps where Wrecking Ball is not able to find that same level of success. What if we went to Route 66, for example?
We've seen teams play ball on Route 66 at, like, you know, and have success. I think just the last point is brutal for ball, right? But last point is, like, pretty strong for, like, if you wanted, like, Golden Pants can just play, like, Maga there at the end. And, you know, even if you want to try and play some D.Va, you could as well. It's not entirely, you know, out of the picture. There's something that could really bother them is, like, if you banned ball and let's say you played, like, Shambali, right? And for something that's really like Ramatra Sigma reliant, that could be something that definitely.
It's also a map where like
gives Great Britain some trouble.
Jetpack Cat Bastion combination could be very powerful.
Very strong. Yeah.
Just because you're able to pop over those high buildings. Also, Tracer is like available now, so you might see like Maimon just run out on that. It does look like, and this is kind of expected, like the Xion was the comfortable analog for Maimon, you know, in situations where Tracer was banned. But we saw, you know, proper play a bunch of Tracer on Kimbali Monastery, just get dropped into the back line. You know,
Tracer is always viable, like always viable, right? I mean, and I think obviously Tracer really good with the ball, like in combination. Where if like that's like something you're going to allow in, could be pretty rough. So obviously some time for the players to figure out where we are going here. As not exactly sure. I mean,
it's Atlas.
Okay, so. I would be shocked if they pick Atlas and don't ban the ball, right? Ball is like, even when ball's not very strong, this is like one of the better maps for ball there could be.
This is also, we saw Santana, they were playing some Doomfist there, mostly in junk time, right? But like, this is also the kind of map where it's been theorized that like, Doomfist can have decent run. We see a lot of Orisa like on this map. I think like you can try and play the Queen, right? There are certainly scenarios I think where like, especially first point, like you can control the high ground effectively with that Queen comp. That's fine.
Right, but I think we've seen what would happen though. It's like if Mexico were to play Queen, right? Great Britain will end up. Okay, so the ban is deferred here. It looks like.
Yes, because it would be a Mexico map pick and first ban.
Yes. So the ban looks like it's been deferred here. So they ban Zarya, that protects the ball, right? I mean, that is like as good as it can get. I'm curious why Mexico decides to do that. They will get rid of Chris. But, okay, so the getting rid of the Cassidy makes Bastion stronger. Maybe they feel like they're not as worried about the ball, potentially. But Kai can play... I mean, you could play Xion Tracer with the ball combined here, right?
You can.
You can do that.
You can go back to the Soj.
You can play Soj,
especially if you're worried about like Malga. Obviously, Overclock really important against Cage Fight.
Yeah.
Just to sort of blow that up. I also think that like, there's merit behind banning Zarya in general because we did see that on Sanctum. Santana had switched over towards Zarya, and even though Great Britain found success on that map in general,
I think
it was like a
pretty awesome for Great
Pants.
Britain, though. I mean, getting Atlas with ball in play, that's probably a pipe dream for them.
Yes. This does also mean that Mexico are leaving their ball ban until the last map of this series as a bit of a Hail Mary. But yeah, we talked about how selection of map can invalidate Wrecking Ball. We don't feel like that's what Atlas is.
You can play Cat Bash if you wanted here for Great Britain to match Cat Bash and then just play Ball Tracer, and that's like super strong.
Silly ban. Unless like for Kames it's just not.
Well, if you wanted to play Genji, right? And you wanted to play the Ket Bastion, Kai was very difficult for them to deal with. They were obviously putting a ton of pressure on him. He ends up with like 5 deaths after round 1.
Well, in those like hypermobile, the Cat Kiri backline comps, the Cassidy is the only valid dive target all the time.
Yeah, true.
Xion to some degree, but she has a tendency to be able to slip away, and Joyride is like pretty insane mobility for someone of her designation. So Cassie's relatively mobile, even though they changed his combat role perk now to actually give him that as a burst of movement speed.
Yeah, that is true.
On his combat role perk, which is interesting. That ability, obviously, like it's a lot. Look, they had like damage reduction on that. They had like it would heal you based on how much you reloaded, which is really interesting. Now it's movement speed.
I feel like this just gives so many opportunities for Great Britain, though, to like make comps that can work around this, right? Like, I feel like if you're going to pick Atlas, you need to get rid of the ball. I don't know where, because like this is a good map for the ball, right? Like if you didn't want to ban ball and you wanted to play Flashpoint and you were going to play something like, let's say Diva, you wanted to play something like a Queen, like just play New, or like Maga, just play New Junk City, right?
Instead, we're off to Atlas, and with the Cassidy ban, Sojourn is the next best thing for Kai. Another hitscan hero that he's certainly done more than just make a name for himself on. I mean, a guy might, okay, so the Reaper would be interesting. You do favor the vertical mobility that Genji offers you here, and it looks like Santana is legitimately going to be coming out on the Demon.
Oh, okay. So we didn't have this one. Thawed up, but maybe they, I mean, look, just going to kind of play constantly aggressive here with the Demon. They maybe expected the ball on the other side, but Orisa is a very difficult matchup for Demon as Maimon takes out Elemental Guy right away.
Yeah, I mean, that power barrier just does not last very long under the pressure of Orisa, right? It's kind of one of the reasons why she's so effective against the Reinhardt. So Santana obviously has decent mobility. Feels like much of a very bruisery role here for this Demon. Unfortunately,
it's just really easy to like get rid of the Demon in the sense that she uses her movement cooldowns, goes all in, right? The Orisa can fortify, stand there and fight with the Demon. You can also just kind of like, if she's trying to fly in, constantly pressure backwards with the spear spin, and yeah, you're going to be on the Maga right away.
Yeah, they had to switch off there. Obviously, it would have been fun to, see Limit Break in action with that damage amp effect on your opponents. It's pretty devastating. All right, we called for a pause here, and this is coming from the Team Mexico side of things.
Yeah, looks like one of the players for Mexico potentially issue here, so we'll figure out what's going on with that. But look, Orisa is a pretty awesome pick even into Maga, right? We saw that a little bit, at the mid-season championship at EWC.
It's important because you can prevent yourself from being knocked down by that stomp. Mauga essentially has to find a way to get past the Orisa. Obviously, he is also unstoppable during shoulder charge, so that's that is quite doable. But we're talking about a comp that features Sojourn's ability to slide away, Shion's Joyride, Swift Step from Kiriko, and the fact that Crispy will never need to touch ground for any space of time. So, where does your value from this stomp come from? You maybe wait for a window where the Sojourn's already power slide. Maybe the Genji's able to force it out of them. Hard to say. But then, obviously, the Orisa can just stave it off. She, with Fortify, is unaffected.
But like you ban Cassidy, you then give them Sojourn to then play Maga.
Which, as we discussed, Cage Fight is the exact thing that Kai just holds.
Feels like maybe they fumbled the ban phase a little bit here.
Well, I think we should start by asking why defer. Why defer?
Yeah.
Because you have an opportunity first ban. Like when you defer first ban, you actually defer the opportunity to protect ban.
Yes, I think that's like the logic there would be, let's pick a good wall map, let's defer the ban and force them to ban a tank that maybe we don't even want to play or care about, that then we can just kind of, basically essentially thinking that Great Britain doesn't get a ban here, right? Obviously not the case. We did see some Zarya, early on from Mexico. Probably not going to be playing it moving forward, but still, you've allowed the Great Britain to really, especially with Christopher Funny Astro, right? Like they know how to handle this. They're not gonna, screw it up. So saw both Chris and Funny Astro come out, for the map of the ban process. So two great minds there, being able to kind of read into this and how it was going to play out has looked out great for them so far.
It's like a combination of 20 years of competitive Overwatch experience there. It's their coaching team. So suffice to say, they've certainly got everything they need to lead this team, even up against some of the more complex, or weirder comps that we're seeing. Looks like our issue's been resolved, folks. So
thumbs up. We like that.
40% on our first flashpoint. Looks like we're ready to delve back into game. No more Demon here for Santana, switching over towards the Amalga. Let's see how it plays against a comp that, in theory, is pretty resilient to that disruption.
And you give Kai the ability here on Sojourn. His cart missile mentioned being able to just kind of farm these railgun shots as Santana, they get hit with a spear. Now going to decide to move on in. Golden Pan's able to just back up.
Oh, careful, Crispy. Going after the Genji there. Terra Surge. Kiwi getting caught out by a solar charge though, but Santana is very low, and Golden Pants was really hoping for a trade there. Kai's off angle gives that elimination though on the Malga, and that's going to make it pretty prohibitively difficult for Mexico to get a flip on this point now.
Somehow
Kai
they
is
keep
so
Golden
safe
Pants
here.
up. They keep Golden Pants up. Crispy, the only support I think for a while there for Great Britain.
That'll do
Spree
it.
coming in for Maimon, and that's going to be first point here in a second, heading over towards Great Britain.
I see Dun Kai with his second. It's a railgun headshot on Elemental Guy. And that's our first flashpoint here on Atlas picked up.
This is a great start here for Great Britain. You're going to have an OC here available with a Kitsune Rush. Kitsune Rush was invested by Mexico. Try and keep Santana up. They were so weak, pushed into a corner. Then eventually Golden Pants and Kai were able to deal with the Maga, so.
The issue for me here is just the big imbalance in Kiri ultimate charge between Kiwi and Ferrosky. So Catnap could be important here, but again, it's easy to top up the Catnap's target when you have that haste buff from Rush. Here's Kai with a slide on in. Kame spotted very low, just one tap would have done it, and Kai eventually is able to get the job done. That means that Great Britain are going to start in control at this point and have been able to hold onto their Kitsune Rush, which to me might be even more important.
Yeah, it's a nice spear from Golden Pants. It's taking the perk that allows Terror Surge to kind of heal the Orisa, right? Already has Fortify during the Terror Surge, so.
Pretty important against like a Sojourn Malga comp.
Yeah.
Like you are going to get battered in that.
Well, I also think it's pretty sick against Cage, right? If they cage, the tank, you can actually just kind of keep yourself alive on through it. Kitsune Rush here used by Kiwi.
There's a temptation to overstep if you're Great Britain to turn this rush into something more Terra Surge, though, going to be a little bit problematic there as Carmes gets caught out. It's the displacement aspect of Terra Surge that's far more important than the damage there, as Mimone is able to line up an easy kill.
A lot of ultimates, though, still available for Mexico. You don't have that rush now here for Great Britain, but one railgun here from Kai would be quite devastating. Elemental guy trying to make the cross. Deflector already used. Nice job getting rid of Kai.
Yeah, this is a great opening. Catnap here could be disruptive. Crispy, though, was a little bit low. Carmes gets caught up by the spree, though. Here's Mimone looking for more. Can he hunt any further down? It's Ferris guy picked off. And even though the fight is starting so well for Elemental guy, it's fallen apart.
Yeah, and they're not able to get a touch there. Crispy actually uses the catnap, just drags the player right over to Mimone, able to finish him off with a spree. And even with those ultimates invested there from Mexico, not able to get a touch and a flip, is 2-0 already here for Great Britain. Definitely probably a lot of discussion after this about picking this map and then deferring the ban.
Yeah.
The ball, obviously, no, not an issue, but allowing even something like the Arisa to walk on through, pretty rough.
Oh no, he had the rush. Oh, that was the opening.
You saw it being lined up, though. I mean, it's not, from the position that Kai is playing from, Ferris guy, the really easy target.
Their whole win condition was to abuse the Malga cooldown rotation with the Kitsune rush in that fight.
I mean, we've seen Tintena, they've had to hold on to this cage for like 3 fights now at this point.
The problem is they've given Kiwi the chance to lap Ferris guy.
Yeah, and you've also given a chance for Golden Pants to lap with a Terror Surge. Now let's say you decide to go in here, try and cage this Arisa. You're able to just kind of fortify, then into another, essentially another fortify with a Terror Surge. You're in a great spot.
Here's your match rushes. Kiwi is going to have his 2 used in the space of Ferris guy's 1. Kai's still looking for a decent sight line.
Oh, the cage gets interrupted there.
Yeah. Overclock now in play. Kai gets to use it not on a Malga ultimate, but on anybody who's silly enough to get in his way.
Oh, that is brutal. Santana, they move up onto the point. They try and end up going with the cage, and as soon as the animation comes out, it is a spear from Golden Pants that just interrupts that cage animation. And now, I mean, you're forced onto the SIG. I mean, this is brutal.
It is disastrous. I also don't favor this matchup all that much for the SIG either. Golden Pants have been very careful about their sort of resilience cooldowns. It's not wasting them at all, but Carmes gets forced out as they get pushed onto. And this is tough for the Sigma. How do you hold space against someone who can just shrug off the accretion?
Yes, I mean, Sig wants to play this battle with the Arisa kind of controlling space and distance. But in the situation we're in, not able to do that. Nice shot from Kai. Ripping lay out of the sky as Carmes will come in here with an OC, but that is a fast one as Atlas, a clean 3-0 for Great Britain.
Yeah, and this is kind of my concern, right? After we saw Nepal version 1, right? The first run where we saw Mexico able to take that first round. I'm like, okay, this seems fair. Like on Village, you're playing a Junker Queen comp, right? But it felt gimmicky. It felt very tailored for that map scenario. When we get out to like Atlas, for example, where you're playing a bit more of, I don't know, a bit more of an open brand of Overwatch where like the more standard meta comps really start to rise to the top, you realize it might be a little bit tough to handle this Great Britain team. Golden Pants also switches over towards the Arisa, which is really well apportioned against the Malga in general. Kai opens his fight up by finding like really nice off angles here, and Mimone ends up winning their first flashpoint just with a nice, really timed rush.
I just feel like Mexico never really even got into the game, right? Like they were never really able to kind of get into a flow, win fights, feel like very disjointed a lot of the times. Felt like a map that was just really, I mean, obviously you can tell by the scoreline, but just decisive from Great Britain. So now Mexico with one more chance to pick in this series. I mean, that is to give a shot for Kai, right? I mean, they would have been better off banning the Soj, right?
Sure. Hindsight is 50-50, but rather 20-20. But Kami's probably...
Well, if you were going to play Malga, you would have been better off banning the Sojourn.
I just don't know. People are not banning Sojourn just so they can play Malga, right? I do know what you mean about that railgun.
No, I'm saying, but you would have forced Kai into just basically just sticking on Cassidy the entire game. Like, they were never, like, Great Britain was probably not going to play Cat Bash, and they were not going to make any type of, like, huge wholesale adjustments to that. Like, I don't know.
I mean, my issue is more like how the macro is managed when we actually get into the game, right? I think, like, losing the chance to find a Kitsune rush, because obviously like Kiri Malga is very strong for a very good reason, right? That haste, buff is something you can like abuse quite maliciously with like multiple stomps in the fight, cardiac overdrive getting used. But coming into like a pivotal fight, and first of all, like you're behind an ult charge anyway. Like we noticed, like by the time Kiwi builds that first rush, they're at like 25%, right? It's just not remotely quick enough. And then like you can look into my mode here. Doesn't have to play Tracer. Looks like he's quite happy on the Xion. I don't know if like there's a really hard and fast answer to the Xion when you're like playing Soj in these kind of comps, right? You don't have the ability to lean back on, the mag grenade there to try and sort of like win that fight out. You're over on the Sojourn of your own. The Orisa is just really hard to shift. And I noticed something. Golden Pants is like he's not overusing that Fortify. Like when he sees Malga come in and charge at him, he's like jumps back. Yeah. Like, okay, I'm not going to get knocked down. I'm just going to get out of range here. The Javelin Spin gives that like extra burst of speed, so you can like reposition pretty quickly. We talked about this, like who's Malga stomping? Like what is the purpose of playing this tank in this comp? It's like, what are you're going after the Orisa? You can Fortify if she really needs to. Or you also being able to displace Malga through Javelin Spin or by throwing isn't pretty important.
Eichenwald is the pick, so maybe they feel like they don't need to ban like a ball on some of these map selections. We'll see what Mexico decided to do here in terms of their ban. So their final map selection here. This does open up the door, like, we didn't see it at all in EWC, but Junkertown, obviously a really good ball map. Potentially Esperanza as well, right? Can play a ton of ball. So this feels like a opportunity where, like, if Mexico were to come back in this series, right, every match from here on out would be a Great Britain selection and ban to kick things off, right? So this feels like if you were going to ban the ball, this feels like the moment to do it.
The problem is that Mexico have, played now against Great Britain on a map that you could easily play ball. It was Orisa. So, okay, so we are picking a map that, ball can be a little bit difficult to play on, but now just like banning it straight out.
But where does even Mexico feel like they get the advantage here now, right? Because like we just saw a map that could have been good for ball. They didn't ban it. Obviously, they deferred the ban. And like they just played Orisa. We're able to win it. And I think this is a rough one. Elemental Guy has really been putting a lot of pressure on Akai. Now with no Genji, that's brutal.
Yeah, I mean, we saw them flash the Reaper at the start of that previous round. Like, if they're going to stick to that or not sort of remains to be seen. I have just not felt like the Genji's given them really enough momentum in some of these fights, though. There was that one like fight where like it's like a 2K Dragon Blade, or Elemental Guy's able to get off to a great start, and the remainder of Great Britain still sort of mopped them up. Half-Life calls for Great Britain getting off to a great start here in this group stage. It's a group that features both Australia and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and Great Britain is certainly gunning for at least that second slot.
The last chance here for Mexico in this series. Obviously still a lot of time with the groups. They're just kicking off, so an opportunity for them to make some strategic adjustments, kind of bounce back as things go on. But Great Britain off to a fantastic start thus far. Eichenwald, it'll be fun to see how this plays with some of the, obviously the map reworks that come through with this last season. Eichenwald, one of the ones that got a lot of adjustments, right? So, some natural high ground here off the start for offense, right out of the spawn, at least giving them like another angle to fight from. The opportunity to kind of make it easier for more heroes to wrap around the whole flank.
For me, honestly, the one that I thought was the most interesting is now attackers get access to that first bridge.
Yeah.
You can make your way up the right-hand side, and because in the past, normally like it was just ignored. You normally just wanted to rush through that choke if you could. Like get enough good poke damage, rush through the choke. Now, and it was never really safe for defenders to perch up on that bridge anyway, they usually didn't, right? But now the attackers can actually make use of that space that normally was just prohibitively complicated to get set up on. And actually gives you a chance like for attack side, high ground, like heroes, like your hit scan to benefit. And playing up on that bridge gives you like sight lines on both the angles around that clock tower. So it's Mexico really need a dub here. With the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia looming in this group, it has to be either Great Britain or them that fall to their hand, and I feel like this is their best chance to try and pave a way to BlizzCon.
Yes, KSA going to be very difficult to beat in this group, as for Great Britain, nothing too different. You can play the Xion, you can play the Cassidy here with the Cat, so A lot of pretty good options. Curious what we see from Mexico. It'll be Mexico on offense first to kick things off. The Echo would be interesting. Echo obviously gets some major perk adjustments in our most recent update here as well.
Even their minor perk, like we said, that she has infinite ammo during flight is just nice. So that's kind of the idea with perks, right? That sort of smooth out that gameplay loop for you as much as possible.
Interesting.
The Echo, the fallback after the Genji is banned away from Elemental Guy. Is it going to be good enough? Crispy's going to get a lot of info here, so he's going to be able to spot this Echo cop out straight away. There's also an Ana here for FaceEIT. So Kai obviously, Cassidy has that reasonable damage fall off at some of these ranges, but still well apportioned in a fight against the Bastion. And Golden Pants here just been pretty careful about it. Backing up with a Javelin spin.
And the Echo can be pretty good here against the Orisa, because as we talked about, like Orisa, when you kind of lose the armor, becomes very much like a glass cannon. The Antenna, they're under a lot of pressure here. They
got Kai.
Yeah, but at what cost, right? I know the Diva end up losing the mech here.
Honestly, like with an attacker spawn advantage, that it kind of might be enough.
I don't know.
Here's the cap we're getting now. One tick for Mexico, very close to now as Great Britain start getting on defense. And Santana was just low.
And not in mech. So you're able to just kind of push right back out on the point. You don't have any staying power, especially to deal with something like an Orisa.
I think the Diva being desuited is a big part of what makes that virtually impossible to start a legitimate capture. Golden Pan's going to jockey back yet again. Kami's on that Shion, sends a motorbike their way. Again, attackers have access to higher ground a bit more on this part of the map, but still there's the risk of being spawn camped here in Eichenwalde.
They're going to get DMAC yet again, Mitch.
Yeah.
Obviously I think Kai is a target you want to get out. It's just not worth like a full team commit onto, though.
Look, and it's one thing to dive the Kai when your opponent's playing Wrecking Ball. It's a completely different story when they're on Orisa.
Yeah,
I mean, it's just too easy to get in between.
So now we're on here, on a cat, so a little bit of a Zeta Division-esque look.
Yep. They're very shoe violet coded. Again, some pressure down on Crispy, but you're able to play back on the safe side of this clock tower. Defenders have always really benefited from the line of sight breaking capacity of that building. Now, a guy with a copy of the Bastion. FaceEIT gets caught out, though. It's Golden Pants trading his life for it, though. Doesn't feel like a trade that favors Team Great Britain. However, with Kamez being picked off and Elemental Guy being so close to demise, I don't know if there's much to hang the hat on here for Mexico.
Yeah, and another really deep commitment there for Kai, as I thought Maimon was going to try and go with the joyride there. Take out the baby Diva, decides would have ended up dying to the self-destruct. Santana, they're going to get the Nano here as well.
There's a window here, yep, for an elimination. Kai is brought down. Now Santana has to be managed here by Great Britain, but the die fillet is also solid. Very good use of that Ana ultimate. We've got that first tick now of capture for Team Mexico. Here, Reaper.
Oh, it's going to be a Kitsune rush here for Kiwi. It looks like Great Britain wants to fight this under a minute to go.
Lay got away, though, just in time. Crispy was eventually brought down by the Ana. FaceEIT is in the perfect position. They've taken a long time to get set up there, and there's nothing Great Britain can really do about it.
All right, so Mexico, after a pretty rough offense at the start, they do finally get that first checkpoint, get that payload unlocked, and now obviously you'll see some more high ground, no access added for the offensive side here. They move into the second point, but look at this. Great Britain, they push up through the choke there for just a second, deny the doors opening. Then they have to get Golden Pants out of the way.
Tough job here for Santana, a lot of ground to cover. Kai is going to be getting pretty consistent attention here, though, from Crispy. So just getting this, consistent poke damage on the Cassidy's not enough. You've got to commit. I like that from Santana. Pop up right from below. Getting across that sight line, and now able to set up here with a mortar strike. Golden Pants, though, trying to push up. Kame's getting caught out now, and Elemental Guy's forced away. That's a good sign for Golden Pants. Means you can start to accost this backline a little bit more. Attempted rescue there for Lei. Trying to pull a FaceEIT out of the way. Look at the catnap there for Crispy, though, with a big knockdown. 2 players affected by that, and FaceEIT is eventually found. Golden Pants, if they need to get out of jail free card, there's always that free fortify of the Terror Surge, but the damage is more than done for the defenders.
This is going to be a really rough choke to kind of move that Orisa out of. see now a Terror Surge available. Kitsune Rush here too. Nano Bastion here over the top that we're looking at.
Probably, I'd rather Santana have it, but yeah, okay. Carmes is going to go for it. Kitsune Rush though in play. Susan was already used to give that moment of invulnerability, and so Carmes has lost the element of surprise.
Great job to dodge that from Great Britain.
I mean, this is such a mobile composition now. Kai is able to accost him up on the high ground, and I wouldn't be sticking around if I was Lei. The cat is in the bag now, and Kai gets to play from the parapets.
Yeah, Santana they're going to get demacked. Kind of left to live there is that is a really look when you're nanoing that Bastion and kind of going all in on that. I mean, you got to come up with a kill or two, and that is a rough one to not kind of come out with anything. So
tiny adjustment for Kai here, Matt, as well. He's not playing on that highest level all the time now because he wants to make sure he can see Santana coming.
Yes,
he's actually playing on that mid level of the castle. And Golden Pants also has probably just been told like, hey, don't let the D.Va get across for free here. Like, make sure that like you at least let me know. Back to the top level. Kai, Deadeye with the jetpack cat. The sidelines are bound. Do the kill opportunities. No, one of those guys have to get out of there. Nice little TP away, but I think they ran into someone pretty much straight away. Maimon's able to go in and get Ferris Guy, and Kai joins to help them get Maimon out safely. Evade is off cooldown now, so Maimon has some theoretical overshield available. And they do want to commit, but the Karma's cooldown was used and disrespected by Golden Pants, who just ran the Bastion down. 30 seconds are left here.
Hey, look how close Golden Pants is playing. I think kind of just trying to farm up towards a Terror Surge. Look to see they've done it a few times, like Catnap plus Terror Surge combination, right? Like knockdown in the Terror Surge, going for a crazy amount of damage.
You're not getting in here, I think. There's just so much disruption, Matt. Those
Another
two
nano here
for
for Ferris Guy as well. Pretty fast build-up.
Okay, Bastion comes in, so we're going to buy some time. Golden Pants able to get away. Here comes Kitsune Rush now. The Bastion, well, they've said, beam me up, Scotty, but where's Karma supposed to be going with this? What's the play? The Bastion just is not set up for success, and Santana can hold some space as Maimon dashes away, but you can guarantee Great Britain will be back to collect. The Cat and Bastion combo is down. Santana goes for a self-destruct and gets picked off in the meantime. A very strong showing here for Great Britain on the defense side of Eichenwalde.
And they were able to read that extremely well. A lot of times Great Britain whether it be with the nano, without, here comes the Cat Bastion over the top, trying to put pressure on the Kai. And, you know, they use, obviously, the movement cooldowns to get from the Cat to get the Bash in place. The Cassie's nowhere to be found, looking all different directions, trying to find targets. Everybody on Great Britain doing a nice job, you know, playing at a distance, also finding just natural cover with the way the map is. And then all of a sudden, you now have a Cat Bastion that's in way too deep without any cooldowns, right? The Ana can't really get through the choke because it's so much pressure from the Xion and the Orisa that you're just in no man's land there if you're Mexico.
Yeah, and if you find like 1 or 2 kills on the defensive side of the map, you're just going to push up for more. It's a pretty long open stretch back to spawn for the attackers, so it's pretty easy to punish that. Kai, despite all the focus on him, 3 deaths. Karmes on the Bastion, 8 times brought down. Elemental Guy also not being able to play the Genji here. Tried some Reaper. Tried a bit of Echo as well. Both pretty susceptible to Cassidy, especially when Kai was able to play in pretty comfortable positions for most of that defense side.
We're going to see Hanzo Echo here on defense. With a Cat Orisa, this is I mean, Hanzo's pretty good at like just putting a lot of just consistent pressure onto the Orisa, but I wonder if this is an opportunity to just play something else now. Like, do you just play Maga into this? You play D.Va, Zarya too. Yeah, the Zarya's not banned, right? The Zarya was the ban from Great Britain in the previous round, but this is a really good comp. Like, to just pressure out the D.Va, just constantly. You also have the bubbles here for the Tracer, right? Or Kai.
I think like Tracer's going to want to go after the Hanzo as well. Like, unless Karmas can lock the Tracer pretty quickly, it's a bit of a dangerous matchup for the Hanzo. Santana here with that flash. Yeah, can't quite get away. So much damage here, front loaded. Santana won't be offered an opportunity to remake either. Oh, Golden Pants, I thought, had the elimination there. Santana's still alive, but eventually the Bunny Blaster toting D.Va's going to be put down, and that is just a triple tap, pure and simple from Kai. This guy does not miss.
No, it's pushing on forward here. It's, oh, Kai.
I mean,
some 6 shots
you gotta
on
shoot
the
back at this guy, bro. Can't be letting Kai play like this. Lei trying to, break line of sight with the buildings, but Crispy can go after that enemy Cat. Lei hoping there'd be like a contest opportunity, but that just doesn't come. Santana pulls up short.
And this is brutal. You can't fight with the D.Va just kind of into the Zarya, and now you lose a lay. Oh, rough here for Mexico.
Fortunately, you're not playing a Bastion setup here, so like your DPS is not going to be immediately hamstrung.
Yeah, but
by
you're in a
absence.
brutal spot here, though, Mitch. The box of victory is not too far away here. You didn't put any pressure at the gate, so that's going to allow them to move on through.
Keep an eye on
and then this
Santana's
Deadeye.
Almost a free one there. Kami's able to slip away. Kai in a pretty aggressive spot there, maybe lingered just a little bit too long. A little bit of an Icarus moment from the lad.
Yeah, I thought they probably could have played that a little bit better, right? Because if you would have just kept this like hard pressure, if you would have just had the Deadeye with the cat up in the sky, deny some of these players kind of moving out, you could have easily have just dealt with Santana, them alone on the payload. And then it's just free after that, right? You didn't really need to kind of make a hero play kind of going inside.
So the Cassidy Gambit has been shut down. But Momona's now built a Pulse Bomb, and even more importantly, a Kitsune Arashi is ready for activation. Nintana's going to break line of sight as often and as early as possible, but Carmes has already been picked off. Crispy finds that one. And D.Va cannot mitigate this damage from Zarya. Not at all. Pulse Bomb will ensure that the baby D.Va is handled, and ultimately, it's a comfortable 3-0 victory here for Great Britain. An important first step in this Group B campaign.
Yeah, really strong performance. I thought Mexico got off to a pretty good start in this series, and then just kind of tapered off there towards the end, where Great Britain really able to show a lot of dominance, a lot of different compositions that they're able to play here as well, Mitch. I definitely think bodes well for them moving forward, right? Especially able to play Golden Pants on things other than the Wrecking Ball, right? Just the threat of him in the lobby. I think it's definitely something that they'll use and weaponize moving forward in the group.
Yeah, I think it's pretty easy to be blindsided by like a Wrecking Ball player, and the assumption is that that's kind of, it's a one trick, not a specialist moment, but we're in an era now of Overwatch where you can't really bank on that. And I think that Mexico understood this, like they saved that Wrecking Ball ban right towards the end. And trying to sort of choose a map where they felt like they'd be best set up for success.
They would have been better off getting rid of the ball on Atlas and dealing with it here on Icon Ball, I would still say, than kind of where we ended up.
I think so. I mean, I feel like they picked a map that was like not amazing for ball and also banned the ball at the same time. It's like you've kind of got to spread your Wrecking Ball invalidation across more of the series than maybe one map. But the problem is that very early on we realized that Golden Pants could just pick up the Orisa and just run it down.
Well, yeah, I mean, that was the thing. They don't even end up really having to play the ball on Atlas, right? So, really, interesting series all throughout. I think it's really good signs that you see Golden Pants really, we talk so much about Golden Pants, the Wrecking Ball player, but really showing the depth of the hero pool.
I also thought like a Crispy looks great here on the Jetpack Cat. A lot of like, that level of aggression that we sort of want to see from like accomplished Jetpack Cat teams. Kind of stuff that Funny Astro is also struggling to balance a little bit out in Paris.
That's right. So we didn't get Funny Astro in this series, but they made it work regardless. Great Britain getting their first victory on the board against Team Mexico. Of course, a rocky start here to the season with, some delays, some pauses and whatnot, maybe taking the wind out of the sails of Mexico a tiny little bit. Still feel like there were some bright spots, so there's definitely still a potential victory in their groups available to them.
Yeah, look, I thought the Genji play from Elemental Guy was quite good early on. It feels like, if they could revisit probably their ban process. I also think Atlas starting out with a Demon comp and then just going to get rolled there, it just snowballed the whole map there. So I definitely think Mexico will have some better performances as we move forward.
The option also to defer their ban in the second map is an interesting one as well, as it sort of means that you can't really protect any category. And we ended up seeing a Zarya ban, something that Santana had tried to play a little bit and found some degree of success with on Nepal. So that for me is obviously a little bit of a head scratcher. They end up taking out the Cassidy and Kai just plays Sojourn.
Yeah, I mean, on that second map, they couldn't find an answer altogether. But I feel like seeing them playing the Demon on that second map probably now makes more sense, or shed some light on that first ban from Great Britain when they banned it. No, okay, here, listen, maybe Jake was trolling me, but he was in the back and I was like, what do you make of that? And he told me, like, he can see the synergy between a Genji and a Demon. Like, he felt like if you're playing the Genji, which they will because they have Elemental Guy, that could be a potential very good combination for them.
It's a space that like Hazard occupies, I think, a little bit right now. That like mid-range dive, not full commit, but sort of with like heavy disruption. So I'd like to see more of it teased out over the course of this tournament, but against Orisa, it's horrific because you can't hold space with that short duration barrier.
Right, I mean, Hazard's not very good against Orisa either, but also leaving out the fact that Hazard has crazy survivability with like lifesteal compared to like a Demon, right? So
I want to believe. I'll leave that open. We'll believe that maybe there's some Demon.
If Jake Overwatch says it, I'll let it.
Yeah,
pass.
I'll take his word for gospel, always and forever. Now, Mexico, unfortunately, finding themselves at the bottom of the standings, but that's just the first of so many matches that will be played. We've got a good one coming up as well. Overall, if you're looking at the Group B, like I think most people would assume that Great Britain and KSA are probably the one to make it out, but for Australia, is there potential in somewhere based on what we've seen from Great Britain today?
He built the team. Let's ask him.
Not this year. No, it's been a long time since I've.
He's the president of Australia Esports or
take
whatever.
no credit for the team this year.
He doesn't even speak Aussie anymore.
And again, when I quote unquote built the team, I just took blank Esports and made them play. So like, I just want to be very clear that that's all I did back in that year.
That's the playbook for some other people out there.
He's still allowed to say we. He's still allowed to say we when he talks about them, though.
I think like one of the most dangerous players on Team Australia is a Singaporean. I think like Soggy is legitimately cracked. I think that team is great, but I think it would still be an upset win over Great Britain. We know it. They know it. I think that's the match of the group.
And KSA is still going to be extremely strong.
Yeah, I mean, they are the team to watch out for in that particular group. We will be heading into Group A, I believe, next. So that's going to be an interesting one as we do dub them the Group of Death. First, we're going to head into a quick break, and then we're going to break it all down for you after this.
The 2026 Overwatch World Cup is brought to you by DHL.
From premium landmark hotel to lifestyle boutique hotel, we offer you distinct brands worldwide. Rute Hotels and Resorts.
Let's go to Busan! Good eats just a taxi ride away. Tasty day. Different charm on every street. Snazzy day. A sea shining, a sea embracing. Breezy day. Taking emotions deeper and screams louder. Lively day. More days to come. Busan, every day, 재밌대.
Hello and welcome to the OWWC group stage happening here in Busan. So we're here joined by Matt and Mitch. We have one game down and so many more to go. Already heard the USA chant in the background.
We had the Korean casters doing a USA chant during the
game.
Yeah.
That sounded more like the Chinese fans, if I'm going to be honest with you.
Yeah, that was.
I mean, I'm already getting flashbacks to 2023 in the arena when they were popping off.
Oh, and they will be popping off again. This is going to be a good one. I'm actually really, really excited to see these two teams clash. So let's dig into it and talk a little bit about the two rosters. Starting with Team China. Obviously, like, they've had the reoccurring faces over the last couple of renditions of the Overwatch World Cup. This time around, we see a lot more of those young, up-and-coming Chinese talent that had a good run at the mid-season championship. I especially am looking at for Sunso here. Like, he's been one of the real standouts, I think, from the region as a whole.
He was unreal during the mid-season championship. I mean, they were just, Weibo was not losing any maps that he played, pretty much. And like they kind of went towards him a lot of the time, a little bit later in the tournament, where I feel like if he plays well, I think this team can start rolling, folks.
For me, this is a coming of age for the second string of pros out of China.
Right.
I think like these guys, they inherited the jersey, which means they inherited the expectations of the fans. And now they've got to make a World Cup campaign with that Li, Chai, and Gushui. Three of the most recognizable names in all of Overwatch.
Don't worry, Dia is still on the sub bench.
Yes, I mean, yeah, so
also, we see
Alpha
is missing here and Recall is doubled up, but Alpha is of course also on this roster.
Yep, and obviously I think Pineapple and Kaneki are going to be the go-to DPS duo, right? They bring that existing synergy over from JDG. Lengsa obviously has been around for a very long time now. I'd actually consider him more part of that sort of first generation. But this team, I think, have to prove to us that, like, you know, because I just think in China there's like, you know, Weibo Gaming and everyone else, they've really got to prove that their respective teams and they individually are up for the task.
You're talking about the team needing to prove themselves. I feel like all these individual players on Team USA have the same kind of weight on their back. I think them as a region, the NA region itself, they want to be up there again. And this is a great opportunity for these players that we all know so well. It's like this up-and-coming youngsters joined by more veteran players such as Hog and Landon, who are putting together this Team USA.
It feels like, for me though, like there is so much like, would it be like cautious excitement for this roster, right? It's like, I think people are excited for this team, and I think they should be. I am. But I also think that like everybody is just in the mindset of like, oh, things could go bad. Also, like Lucamino doubled up on this one. It's going to be infected on this roster as well. I just think there is a lot of pressure on them, especially going up against China here first.
I mean, it's a brutal group to be in, right? Because you've got Japan and Sweden, right? Who, like, Sweden could be a really quality team. Japan's always an outside chance. But like for me, I'm wondering, like, you got every reason to be excited because it's like this. It's the young generation of America.
Right.
It's Tree and Zera. For me, obviously, like they were on that Liquid team with Infected. Attack's getting most of the game time for that roster here. Hawk has done well. He's been a mainstay for me, but I don't think he's really taken the world by storm. I don't think he's taken over. He's been around for a long time and is a really sort of consistent and stable player. But the fireworks has to come from that DPS line.
This is a group as well. No, we were joking. We were doing the pre-show, going through that whole list of tiebreakers. This is a group that could have some crazy, like the loser of this, then obviously those like next two games, Sweden, Japan, both of those are going to be like really close. Like you could have multiple teams in this group. Like I don't think there's a clear cut, you know, when you look at like Group B, right? Like KSA seems like they're going to, they could finish 3-0, right? Just kind of walk on through. This group could be like a 2-1, like everybody's beating everybody. Like there's no like clear dominant force in this group. It could get really messy.
I was about to say, we might get really deep into the tiebreakers here. I love to see the players in good spirits, smiles across the board for both of these teams, which again, it's a difficult task for both of these teams. I think they will be equally excited and nervous to take on the opposition. Also, since we just talked about Hawk and how he's been a mainstay, it's kind of crazy that he's never represented Team USA. In the past, it's been, you know, Super and Collusion, Muma, literally everyone except from Hawk. So it's great for him to have finally the opportunity in the year 2026.
Yeah, that is wild. Considering like even like when we were 6v6, he was like clearly one of the best off tanks that we had.
Yes, but I think it was maybe partially that as well, because there was a time where like it was a bit more desirable to try and, you know, get a main tank player in previous metas in World Cups, right? Somebody who's like going to be able to play Winston for you, especially. That's kind of why Hawk maybe didn't get those opportunities. I think now that he's obviously risen to the cream of the crop in NA, a region that's also using import slots on tank players, right? Yeah. Talon and Attack are both from Korea. So now like maybe the stock of USA bred tank players is a little bit lower. So it's a great opportunity for Hawk to raise that up a little bit. And his own profile as well. As someone who's always been in the mix, but not someone who's garnered that like international attention, was always a part of a machine, but never one.
It does feel like he should have a little bit more like street cred excitement about him than like what he does, right? Because like he's had great results on like all the teams that he's played on historically.
Yeah. He's just not that flashy like, player, you know? And then the teams never had like phenomenal results. They were like up there, but not
well, what I mean, Atlanta Reign, right? Back in the day, they make the finals like that year, right? Like,
but we got to address the elephant in the room, and that is that globally, NA in OWCS is not respected as it was, and that carries over not only to this competition, but also like individual NA tank players, right? Like Liquid was built around Infected, like he was the build around for that team, and they've clearly started to go in a different direction with Attack on that roster and Kivas, right? So the question is like, okay, this guy was supposed to be the promising prospect, and now maybe he's being set aside for now. Hawk is maybe stepping up in his place to represent on this team. But
I want to see some Infected as well. We're playing the first 2-3 series here, so there's plenty of opportunities to bring out Infected and lighten the mood in the arena for sure. Now, if we're looking at predictions for this one, I went with Team China just based on the recent performances of those individuals. Like, again, I'm a mega stan for Sansu. I think the way he played and the depth that some of these players have on that team, I think they have the firepower, I think they have flexibility. I can see them going really far in the World Cup.
I made my prediction for this, and then now I'm like,
did
I actually pick the right side of this?
What did you pick?
I'm pretty sure I have, Team USA in this one. As
you don't say that with confidence.
I made that one before I got on my flight, and I'll stay by it. Although I do feel like at least what was since I've got here, I think just kind of everybody talking has been pretty high on China, and I think obviously they have a great roster.
I went with China in this one. I think they probably got a lot more pressure on their shoulders. It feels like they've got like a lot to play for. And I think that it's time to see like the Pineapple Kaneki duo really sort of pop off. I do think I'm underselling the support line of the USA with this prediction though, because I do think Luke Mino and Landon combo is kind of crazy, but I do feel like China probably approach this much more seriously because they know they've got big shoes to fill.
I do have a question for you guys. Do you think these are the two teams that make it out of this group?
Yes. Yeah, to check who else is in the group, or what are we doing?
I do think a loss here for either team has the ability to kind of like
I think
torpedo it. But
if
you were to like ask me today, I think these two teams are the teams that make it out.
Had Sweden looked a little bit better in their conference, I might speak differently. I don't know if that roster is as strong as in previous years. So yeah, USA gets out alongside China.
Right, and now that we sorted that, proof is in the pudding. Let's see how both of these teams perform in their opening match here at the Overwatch World Cup in Busan. Guys, please take it away.
Thank you very much. We've talked at length about what the fans want from this team, and what they want is gold. They want a gold medal. They do not want another one. There's a lot of history between United States and China at the World Cup. China have made 3 World Cup finals, 2018, 2019, and 2023. They have won 0 of those matches. 3 silver medals. And in 2019, it was the USA that beat China 3-0 in order to become world champions. So I'm quite sure that plays in the background here as China have chosen Busan to start.
It is such a like crazy expectations though, right? That like, okay, especially like we haven't seen China obviously have the greatest performances like in the OWCS. To now expect them to come to the World Cup and like anything less than first is basically unacceptable. It's a really high bar, obviously, to meet.
Bastion's the first band here coming into this game. It's a USA band. It's funny. It feels like the expectations of the fans in China, they always expected Weibo Gaming to win, not because they were Weibo Gaming, but because they were the Chinese team. Yeah, that is a country that is so in love with Overwatch as a game. They put a lot of resources into it, a lot of time, and honestly, the fandom puts a lot of their emotional energy into it. It always feels emotional when it's China. It always feels like it means more with this team. United States, they've tasted success before. We do have a little bit of an issue being just ironed out on the stage here. Looks like Luke Mino is pushed back from his PC, having that addressed at the moment. And then, look, for the USA, I mean, this was a team in the early days of Overwatch that, much like South Korea, were just considered to be like very strong, like dominant.
Yeah. How many players can you name from, because it looks like we got some people working on Luke Mino. The first Overwatch World Cup, how many players from Team USA can you...
Honestly, that is...
We had the great Seagull.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Who is the tank?
Pike player, no?
You remember Messer?
Oh, yeah, Messer, yeah. Adam was on that team?
Adam was on that team?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
You know, obviously the Overwatch World Cup looked much different in the first iteration, right? Each team had like a content creator type of vibe, right? So like Huck played for Canada with Surefour at that time. You know, Seagull, Messer, Adam, all represented USA during that event. That was Zunba. You know, boosting himself through the top
on Zion.
On Eichenwald. They've had some tremendous Overwatch World Cup moments.
All the way, yeah, that was 2016.
Yeah.
Going back. It wasn't long before we'd spun up a World Cup circuit. It's like, honestly, even before we really had a serious competitive Overwatch esports circuit. But like the World Cup almost sort of came first. 2016 was quite a year. China did top their group back in 2016, and then ended up getting eliminated by Sweden in the quarterfinals. Those were best of 3 games in those quarters. So a lot has changed since then. The United States back then were Seagull, Stir, Tailspin,
yes,
Tailspin, Gods, and Meza.
Wow.
China, ready for this?
Throwback, yeah.
Jamli, Lincoln, Pow Pow, Naiba, Meng Mao, Pange.
I mean, dude, yeah, Overwatch World Cup has been like, I feel like the program that has jump-started more players' careers than like almost any other program I think we have in Overwatch. Really, it gives players just from all regions an opportunity to kind of compete at a high level. Then you know, players have a good performance here, they go on and like join a different team, something along those lines. What do you gotta look like? We're getting Luke Mino getting set up here in a few. So
South Korea's team that year.
Tyrong.
Yeah, Tyrong.
Zunba.
Yeah.
Miro. Ryu Jae Hong.
Yeah. I think Flash Lux. I think Tracer. Very handsome.
Why is the name like? Because Tyrong played support with Jaehong.
I think Lunatic High.
Lunatic
High team. Eska.
Eska.
Yeah. I don't know why I said Flash Lux. That's
He played some May at that event. If you remember,
Flash Lux
the
was
first,
Flatter, not Eska.
Yeah, first Overwatch World Cup May was like dominant.
Yeah, she was very good.
Looks like Luke is all getting set up, good to go.
The big jersey.
Yeah, like fans have kind of started to flood in here for this game. This is
wait, is that a mono? Was that a mono jersey in NYXL?
I think so, yeah.
That's classic.
Danny caught up with Mono a little bit. It's always good to...
Yes, they had dinner that first night. Didn't quite make it. We were getting back from the airport, so couldn't catch up with them.
See a lot of the fans showing up with signs. This is one that a lot of people did not want to miss. This game is so much on the line. Here is Team USA sign Stadium in 6v6
at the same time. Simultaneously. So remember, a reminder, Busan is our first map selection in this series. We had a Bastion ban.
That was from Team USA.
Mm-hmm. I'll find a bit of Diva ban.
And you know, Wendy, who's great, she's with Team China and been with us at a bunch of different events, right? Translation. She was saying that because we're still doing those 1v1s that we did during the group stages to determine the map selection and things like that. And it was actually Lengsa getting some tips on how to play Genji, as it was Lengsa, I believe, versus Luke Mino on the Genji to decide decide who got first
Why do I feel like
bad.
Why do I feel like Lukemino Genji rings a bell for me? Did we ever see him play that?
Yeah, you know,
ironically,
could have been in time at some point, but that one I don't.
I mean, it's been almost.
I don't
been
recall.
like a third of my life doing this.
Yeah,
those memories are locked away. We're going to be jumping in just a moment. Team United States. Obviously, it's always serious business with this roster.
Yeah.
They're obviously Chronic, Sugar-Free, and Vega were also listed as subs for this team.
And I'd love to actually take a look at it, you know, probably after, you know, when I get out to the back of like, how many Overwatch World Cups, like where Sweden, USA, and China haven't made top 8? It has to be all of them. They've been in the top 8, where it's, you know, wild that, obviously with the random group draw, and then I think just the strength of like Japan and, you know, I feel like the globe at Overwatch becoming, you know, more closer in terms of skill than it's ever been. You know, a chance for either of these teams to not make it a BlizzCon would be wild if you said it a few years ago. But now, obviously, the competition has just gotten that much better.
It feels like it's tough to see Group A resolve in any way that doesn't make you feel like something's been lost, right? Japan had never really had the chance to play on that kind of stage, right? Always been heartbreak for them in group stages. Sweden have really waxed and waned in strength over the years. And I mean, one thing to notice now is that one team conspicuously absent from this competition is Team Finland.
Yeah, they've always been great. I mean, what, did they got third the last, they beat South Korea to get third in the last Overwatch World Cup.
And Sweden had always sort of stood in their shadow. Denmark wasn't even part of the conversation. But that's how much the tides have shifted now. Denmark is going to be a force to be reckoned with here. Sweden's an outside chance qualifying through this group. But yes, they'll be waiting with bated breath to see the conclusion of this game. This is going to be a first to 3 in China and the USA. A lot of history.
Yeah, I mean, a lot on the line here for both of these teams, as we've talked about, where both in Group A with Japan and Sweden. Both of those teams extremely good. So
the last time these two teams met as well, it wasn't close. China were so much better than the United States. They 3-0'd them in 2023, and then went on to beat South Korea that year, right? But for all of us, they were.
It felt like that was the time.
They were expected to win.
Yeah.
We did not expect Saudi Arabia to turn around and reverse sweep them in the grand final.
But we've seen Saudi Arabia from that point on
just growing leaps and bounds.
Yeah, and I mean those the Saudi players, you know, when you kind of look across the teams sprinkled across EMEA, like Twisted Minds, you know, last year it was Katsia, now GK. Really kind of like setting the bar, right? Like they're like world champions, right? Constant finals at events. It's you know, not a one-time occurrence. It really kind of like jump-started with that Overwatch World Cup final.
All right, heading into Busan, folks. Our first map in this series. I think the band's pretty telling to see the Bastion band out coming into this one. We have two teams that might dabble with a couple of different looks, especially in terms of their backlines. Lynx and Recall will be up against Landon and Lukemino. Obviously, Landon playing his trade in Europe for the longest time, right? Obviously, American-born support player that was playing alongside the very best in EMEA. Lukemino doing very much the same thing from home. Is that Demon? The matchup would be
mirrored
ridiculous.
Here would be something unexpected, but so we're gonna get Demon with Tracer here. It's Tree gonna play the Emre here into Pineapple playing the Freya, so I think Emre in a pretty good spot as we're gonna see Hawk look like there for a second, maybe kind of threatening some high ground with that cat.
Great start for Pineapple. He does foul. Lukemino, the Freya here, of course, is going to be able to stay sort of loose away from the pressure from these tanks. Sunzo and Hawk trading blows over towards that Mega side room. Still no attempt at a cap, though, as Tree's playing ultra safe back here on this Emra. Now we have a point take straight away. China are in position. USA, not so much, but they are going to dive on Pineapple. Not easy to catch the Freya. That is a very high value pick to find.
Yeah, it doesn't look like that Pineapple was in a position to really kind of defend himself. Took some shots there from Tree, and then Hawk gets right in his face with the help of the Jetpack Cat. Although Pineapple gets Lukemino early on, They do get control. It is not going to result in much there for China as USA flips it right back.
Hawk trying to make himself as hard as possible to shift from this position. They're looking to try and challenge for this space, but it'll be tough to make any real inroads here. They're hoping to maybe tease Hawk in. Over to Mega Room. It's a real focus point for these teams, especially Demon with a very high effective health pool. Certainly benefit. Pineapple, you're getting chunked down a little bit. You got to watch out for Hawk here, just peppering away at the fray, and with limited support, Pineapple has to drop down. Lexa is very, very low. 40% already here for Team USA. And Hawk controlling this space more than adequately, turning this shield health here into a bit of extra time out in the open.
Yeah, Zera putting some pressure here up on the high ground. Can't exactly access it just yet. Recall drops down, ends up using the rush.
Zera's going to recall out of the explosive bolt that was stuck with him. His override protocol now, Tree in a pretty uncontested position. Kaneki got caught out. I don't even know if he intended to find that boulder shot. That's going to be the exchange for Pineapple. He's in a commanding position over the point now as Hawk gets forced back into that alcove. But do not get too close to Demon. Limit break at the ready for Hawk. And it's really just clean up now. The USA feel unassailable in this position, but a Katsuna Rush is still deployed now. Recalling the fight. Landon threw down one of his own. And where are Team China supposed to come from? Pineapple just dangling out in the open is taking a lot of free damage, but Sunzo gets landed.
Yeah, Sunzo used to the limit break there as Hawk ends up using his. Catnap used here as well from Lucamino, as it is an all-out brawl here. The Hawk able to just live a little bit longer here than Sunzo. Recall in a really dangerous spot here, Mitch. Will end up getting taken out, and this should be the first point for Team USA.
Starts to make you think a little bit about how we justified our predictions earlier. China look a little bit disjointed at the moment. Could just be like how they feel in the Demon comp. I think Zera's been running riot for much of this round, and Tree's been hard to contest in so many of these positions. Sunzo demeched here, and it will simply be clean up for Team USA. Once things began to become a little bit disjointed for China, they struggled to actually get their ducks back in a row, constantly staggered out for much of the round.
And we've seen teams have varying opinions in terms of the hit scan, right? We've seen Cassidy from teams, we've seen Sojourn from teams, thinking back to MSC as well, right? Emre, it seems to be pretty strong, right? I believe we saw Knife play it a lot. Obviously getting a win there at EWC. Just the consistent damage output from Emre, like nothing too flashy, right? But you see Tree there able to pump out a lot of damage there early on.
I love that Hawk is his nickname's
franchise player. Yeah,
honestly,
great.
That's what he was to the Atlanta Reign for many of those early years. Yeah, I like that you want to bring up this sort of hit scan conversation, right? Because I think Tree, more than most, has been gravitating towards Emra.
Yeah.
In a lot of scenarios like this. Again, I think like Siphon Blaster is so good at busting these tanks up. Got good mobility, and it feels nice just to be able to use that plasma grenade quite frequently.
Well, there was a while where Emra was like a must pick all the time. As Pineapple and Zera end up trading out themselves there. Nice Suzu there. Actually dropped down onto Lexa from Recall, able to keep him alive as this is looking much better from China.
I feel like Hawk spent so much of that fight just sort of swinging aimlessly over at Lexa. The Demon, her ability to traverse vertically, not always so simple. Sonso just wants to try and hold this position now, just be a little bit more of a bruisery Reinhardt analog. Hawk here playing back towards the edge of the map. Mindful, of course, of this fray. Pineapple's getting a lot of value here, playing from a very safe position. I'm sure Zera's being called up here to try and do something about that. More often than not, we've seen Zera try and dive after Recall, though. Pressure the
Sunso controlling this choke, but like the rest of the team of USA is just kind of like on the point directly behind.
That's what they had to see, right? Zera eventually wends his way towards Pineapple, who doesn't have a lot of supportive architecture. And yeah, working around Sunzo seemed to be pretty straightforward. Now you can see with the changes to Mecha Base, one of the things is that like, the doorway is much wider open, right? It's not as easy to stuff that choke.
I also think it's like, here, it's a little bit harder for like the Freya, like, in the previous map, right? And it can have like so much verticality, great sight lines. Here, it's a lot harder for Pineapple to hide.
Luke obviously perking into his damage over time in the slash, making him a bit more potent as an offensive tool. How's Hawk going to be used here? Up to the high ground. One way to do it. Katsuna Rush, they're going to be in play here for recall. Well, Hawk just opts to duck away, maybe find that Mega elsewhere. Kaneki drops a little bit low on that high ground. These bolts continuing to come in from Pineapple. Sunzo goes for a limit break here. Can he be contained? Pulse bomb for Kaneki, an easy stick here on the Hawk. He goes very, very low, but he's hanging on for the time being, and yeah. Oh, that's not what you want to see.
Yes, it's really disjointed from China here early on. And look, Lucamino picks up a Hawk, brings him over the top. China thinks the fight is going to be like kicking off there. They drop a Kitsune Rush, and then Team USA just dips, right? Hawk just ends up like, you know, popping up his shield, using his primary fire, just kind of dashing the opposite way, getting back to the low ground. Looked really good here from Team USA. A lot of ults to work with.
Dangerous here. Nice little charge here with the hindrance straight away. The Hawk might be in a dangerous spot. There's the limit break throwing out big damage onto the backline, but now Sunzo is a bit of an issue. He's impacted with the damage amp debuff though. They can't quite turn into elimination, but look at how much time has been bought. Percentage now ticking up to 90 plus.
And you're going to be walking into here Tree's ultimate. He's going to pop it now, the override protocol.
They can't get past Hawk. They can't do a thing about it. And Tree past the shield. Get some of those heavy rounds to find that elimination. Now from the high ground, he'll be chilling. Kaneki not really sure what to do in this position. Try and get a flip back, but instantly Hawk is there. Lumino drags him back into the fray. Kicking and screaming, make sure his main tank earns his money for the day, and no one can contest. Tree up on this angle. Pineapple switches over towards the Cassidy again for the hindrance, you'd think, but frankly, it's a map that's dominated by the USA.
That is not the start you want if you're China. That is as good as Team USA could possibly look there in the Demon Mirror. Hawk obviously getting the best of Sunzo. I also think the Tree, obviously, with the override protocol, we talked about the consistent damage that comes out from Emre. It's really high damage output all the time. I'd also say that, like, override protocol is like one of the hit scan ultimates that it's like, are you kind of like almost like guaranteed to get value out of it, right? Like it's
feels like it's good for a kill in many situations. Yeah,
it feels like it's good for a kill. You know, mobility, right? Just like the threat. Obviously, overclock at this level, you know, most you're gonna get like a kill or two, but it also feels like override protocol right up there as the shield comes
body
up.
block from the doorway.
I don't know, or it looked like he may have recalled into it. I don't know.
So, something I liked a lot in the first round on Downtown is that like Pineapple's putting a ton of Freya pressure down. It takes a while for the USA to actually be able to get up on that high ground and actually start to pressure him. It's, you know, Lucamino was not dragging Hawk up there, necessarily committing to that space, but I wanted to see Kaneki follow up on a lot of that Freya damage a bit more on that Tracer. It felt like, though, Zero was controlling a lot of the flank angles. Just like in the duel against the Tracer, Kaneki's not able to get through and, like, you know, serve up those like proper eliminations, or at least capitalizing on the good Freya poke damage we saw from Pineapple.
Yeah, and Freya's looking for other heroes to kind of follow up on a lot of that damage, right? Like not like a, you know, you're not really going to have like a long range hit scan one-on-one between like a Freya and an Emre, right? Like it's going to be a lot of like, you know, landing an explosive bolt or two, and then all of a sudden now the Demon and the Tracer like kind of in that player's face, finishing them off. You just never really saw that. And then I think as we got into Mecha Base, where there's not a lot of verticality, and it forces that Freya down, it's an easier target. Because I think, like, we saw a little bit, Hawk was having some difficulty just accessing the Freya in the first round, but not as much in round two.
Now, we saw a Demon ban, you know, in the first series. We had theorized like it might like have been trolling a little bit, but as Zoe sort of mentioned, we expecting to see more of it.
Well, we also did see the Demon in the second BEP2.
That's true.
And it lasted for
against the Orisa
45 seconds. Yeah.
What are your thoughts now, like on what we've seen from her in that first map, especially given that she's, you know, she's gotten a bit of love since release, right? Obviously, the reception was that maybe she had potency, but overall didn't feel as powerful. Where do you stand on it now?
I'd want to see Demon be successful against other tanks consistently before like making a kind of, you know, seeing it played for an extended period in the head-to-head when you're at even footing. Like I think that's obviously, you know, a sign that players like playing her feel like she has some place. But I'd want to see like okay, Demon has a clear distinct advantage against X hero type of comp or playstyle. I think right now we don't really kind of have that, because some of the comps that you would think like, okay, like we've seen Reinhardt be successful in, right? Against like some type of, compositions where like maybe there's like a Mizuki in the mix on the other side and you're able to use the Rein pretty successfully. It doesn't feel like Demon would, is not sturdy enough to exist in that type of space, right? So it feels like we have to figure out where she kind of fits in best.
Coaches LNLD and Junkbuck there on stage. Junkbuck is it's not his first campaign as coach for the United States. Obviously, it's like rubbed shoulders with these teams for quite some time. We have a chance to look back over some of our stats here. I feel like this is going to start to tell you much of the story. Hawk Hawk is so good at doing this, by the way. This is someone like, he never dies, bro. Like, straight up. Very, very safe player. And even when he's having to play the demon, which requires you to sort of play up a little bit, I also want to notice there's no agreement on what perks should be taking on the demon. I kind of like Hawk has gone into like the heavy shot, with that sort of blaster as opposed to the other perks there. So interesting to see a very different take on that. We are heading over to Neon Junction here. Obviously, China can select this map. And obviously, this has been the kind of map where we've seen a bit more of that Symmetra. This is also a map that I thought Sunzo made his best performances on in Paris.
Lots of Sigma play, right? From Sunzo. I mean, that's kind of where we saw the strength of his hero pool and just him as a player. And this would also, like, we've seen teams play Rein here, right? Curious what the bans will end up being. China obviously has an advantage. This is one where Freya could be a bit more impactful, right? Longer sight lines, high ground, probably outside of just that last part of the map, right? Where you're inside, limiting the verticality.
And obviously, North American teams were, I think, less eager to adopt the Symmetra gameplay on quite a few different maps, but that also might play into your planning here if you are China. You don't want to obviously deal with that because the attack side Symmetra, giving you like access to that high ground above that first capture point, right? And frankly, like giving you the ability just to like outmaneuver is something that generally is desirable. I want to see the time of synergy between Pineapple and Kameki really start to manifest on this map. Like, we didn't get to see it previously. I think that it's a tough matchup for, Kameki to have to fight like in the Tracer Mirror.
Yeah.
It's very challenging.
I'm also looking at the supports here for Team USA. Like, Neon Junction, you can play. I mean, look, Luke and Landon can play a lot of really aggressive comps. It is a Maga ban.
Very reasonable against Hawk.
Yeah. Especially if you want to play maybe like some like Sig poke, slower style. What does Team USA get rid of here?
Very experienced in Sigma player, though. Very. Okay, Mizuki. So we're already going after the Sigma Mizuki look.
Yep.
Binding Chain's harder to hit. Still pretty easy, though. Still very much, especially if you're going up against like Diva-based compositions. They don't want to see her at all.
And Mizuki is still, even like with some adjustments where I think he's like fallen off maybe a little bit more than like kind of when he was played a lot with these Sigma comps. Still very good.
And he just really took the ability to win like the poke matchup for Sigma comps to 11.
Yes.
Right? But Kekai Sanctuary basically being like, okay, you just have to run now. There's no counterplay to a comp.
Now I think this is like good also for Cat Bash if you wanted to play it, right? Like Mizuki Sig was always a pretty good response, to Cat Bash. And now that's now at least you still have the Sig in play, but the Mizuki really kind of makes it strong, right? Being able to hit the binding chain on whether it be the Bastion or the Cat. Fairly easy targets when they kind of come on in, lock those players in place.
Mizuki's, his major perk that gives that move speed around him when he TPs has also been tuned down a little bit. They're not quite as potent. It's like a 40% move speed increase. Pretty significant, right?
Yes.
When you don't really expect him to be like, what is Juno's move speed increase? I don't know. It's probably wouldn't be much more.
No, I don't think so.
Not to mention, obviously, Lucio providing that passively. Still very, very, very potent part of the kit.
I feel like we've, this is the longest we've gone in Overwatch, probably without Lucio being like a mainstay.
Yes.
Right?
Yep, for sure.
Typically, Lucio's always been, sound barrier really strong, speed obviously great. I feel like this is probably the longest we've gone without like Lucio being a must pick in like every situation.
Now, of course, this is not Lynx's first rodeo. He was part of the World Cup team of 2023, the one that suffered that heartbreaking loss. In fact, he is the only current player that was there, that experience. At the time, he was on Hangzhou Spark. Lexa, I'm sure those memories bitter. Getting through the USA, though, something they did in 2023 just fine. This year, though, the Big 26 is looking a little bit more difficult.
Well, you know, it's also, like, obviously, we're really early in this series, but Team USA, you're able to get a second map here. You're worried about map counts, right? As we go into tiebreakers, when we think about how good this group is, right? Three-way tiebreakers, we're thinking about map counts, things along those lines. A 3-0 would obviously be massive for USA if they're able to pull something like that off.
Never thought I'd see the day where the
USA chant in Busan.
The USA chant would ring out in the Busan Esports Arena. Already one map to the good of the United States, and we are going to be in a Demon mirror again.
Very interesting.
This patch hit what, yesterday? The 19th of August?
It's been a few days since she's been hotfixed. There was another hotfix recently with, like, I think her and Kat included in that one. The first hotfix is the one that kind of really boosted up. Yeah.
Yep.
So it's Cat Bastion here with Demon for China on offense. So
but for the most part, there's a bit of a Reinhardt impression there for Hawk as he wants to hold that statue space. Come Team China, Pineapple. The commanding view of things. He's a little mindful about Hawk threatening from the back line, and here comes the dive! Tree just gets disintegrated. Nice connection there with the attack grenade. And Hawk, unfortunately, just really doesn't have much to be doing here. Lander got picked off there by Sunzo. A very effective dive here by China.
And I actually think there's not enough damage here from Team USA to potentially deal with this Cat Bastion, right? Demon can't exactly engage with the Cat Bastion up in the sky. It's very close here for China, taking this first point. And yeah, I mean, I know Sunzo just kind of chases down Zera. Very difficult here. I think you're going to have to see big comp change here from Team USA.
This just hasn't gone well for them on defense at all. The Pineapple's able to run them down. Okay, we have a headset immediately removed here by Tree. Just got eliminated, so straight away calls for the pause.
Yes, that was the fastest I've seen somebody chuck a headset off, so wondering what's going to go on here.
Are we at risk of getting a no more pause shot out of the crowd?
I think we did. Just a brief second there. Is China looking in a great spot here, though, Mitch, right? They obviously, they're going to take first point here, most likely. And then, okay, so it is a Tree sound issue, it looks like. Oh, we have again, labels here for the, that's awesome, so.
Okay, looks like it's been resolved pretty quickly, though. He's happy with it.
Thumbs up. We're good to go. Okay. We're back in. So we'll get this one underway here shortly. Seems like we're all good. So when we get back into this, China in a great spot to take first point. Team USA, I'd expect to see some comp adjustments from them, right? Hawk can't really engage with Cat Bastion. Like, Emre's damage is good and consistent, right? But doesn't have that, like, burst that, like, you know, something like a Cassidy potentially would have, or even like a Soj with a railgun to be able to kind of threaten. And then Zera on the Shion doesn't really have a ton to engage with it as well. So I think you'll see some changes here from USA as we move into the second point.
And obviously, for those that, you know, were with us in Paris, saw Demon sort of enter the game and then wondering sort of what has made her so potent right now. There were honestly like bugs that like prevented from the overheal from limit break from being applied adequately. That was one thing that sort of had put a lot of pros off from playing her. Also, just the cast time for Surging Strike was like really slow, like really telegraphed. So that got brought right down. It's like 0.05 seconds now, and with a recovery reduction. So just changes were made to make you feel much less clunky, much more responsive. Fusion Repeater also has like a cast time reduction there as well. But outside of that, no huge changes. Just there was some like bug fixes in terms of making sure that like her ultimate was working intentionally. All right, back into the action here. Obviously, wasn't much to really see from Team USA as they get blown out of the water straight away on this first point.
So we'll see if they do make any changes. I think they probably should make some adjustments, but looks like for now. Gonna kind of match yet again with the same type of comp. Feel like they could potentially beat it.
That's a hot minute before the United States are able to set up. They'd like to play in this underpass here, but it's a bit tougher.
Nice
to
shots
get
from
set
Pineapple.
up.
I mean, just tracking Luke through the sky.
Yeah, and he can obviously end up behind him very quickly here if Lengsa decides to link up with him. And the cart's been moving this whole time, so the USA allowing for a lot of pre-push here for China. They can't realistically engage until this corner comes up. But right about now, Pineapple though can punish this, of course, with the Bastion ultimate. That's going to have them scurrying like a kicked anthill. Here we go, push up real close. Look how we just bypass the Demon as much as possible. LukeMino like to be alive there, has to make use of the Purr, get the healing back. Hawk with the shield up now as Pineapple's cooldown has expired. No more wheels mode, but feels like Zero was not ready to be accosted there by the Bastion who dropped back down, but the healing's been very good. Landon's kept him topped up. LukeMino also in the fight. Sunzo gets teased off to the side, but the cart's still pushing up here.
And somehow they're able to keep Zero alive throughout all of that. I mean, we're on board with him. He is so low. Nice finish off there from Hawk on a Kaneki, getting some healing there from LukeMino as he ends up using the catnap in this fight. Hawk has to back up here.
Gets a little bit too close to Sunzo, who looks like he made use of his limit break in that fight. Critical massive ultimates developed here for Team USA, including one we've talked about often, this override protocol for Tree. Colloquially, we've said it's good for at least a kill in most situations. Let's see if that holds true in this next encounter.
I mean, you can get up in the sky, fight that Cat Bastion. You wanted to. But, Team USA getting very close to all 5 ultimates as LukeMino is going to be able to farm this up pretty quickly. Sunzo rounds the corner already, loses a ton of armor. They're going to have to take a beat to kind of keep him all topped up. It's going to be Cat Bastion here. The Bastion ends up using the turret form, doesn't find anything.
Okay, we see ultimate there. It's going to be tough to catch the shield. No, Joyride had expired, but I think, yeah, Zero just got pulled out of there. That's an interesting Bastion ultimate, I won't lie. Not sure what Pineapple's looking for there. Sunzo's shield protects him from one of the spree dashes. You have some free damage now, and Pineapple's going to be healed up, so the cart's getting awfully close. Pineapple brought down though. Zero's able to find the damage here, and this is where the cohesion for Team China is really being put to the test.
I mean, that's also 2 fights in a row pretty much that we have Zero there with a spree, so really making his impact felt here on the Xion. Hawk pushes on forward. Hawk will end up losing mech. Looks like he's actually trying to have, oh, that's nice. So Hawk was moving forward, trying to have some of the players on China finish him off. They actually, they start like funneling shots into him and then stop when he's at like 10 HP. Gonna allow LukeMino to build up towards that catnap, but still, no Demon in mech is brutal.
You've got to go for it now. Your window is going to close pretty quickly. Pineapple on the run in now, looking to get pretty close to the backline on this Bastion. There's the catnapping for Lengsa. Landon hit with it. Hawk stunned up. Sunzo able to finish the job. Hawk never got back into the mech. Awkward little sequence there from the USA tank player. Tree's getting some decent damage in here, but the override protocol no longer available. Sunzo did go for a big limit break. Surely you catch out Zero here. Yeah, just get snarled up amongst too many bodies on that stairwell.
Yeah, but you're going to have Hawk back. And you have both support, so I think this is definitely fightable for Team USA. Although down 1 player. Zero's going to get back here pretty quick, though, on the Xion.
Hawk, yep, pushes Sunzo away. He respects it. Pineapple over the top. Here's an element of surprise. Got to make use of it. Obviously, he is perking into the mortar mode. So big burst damage, feeling like a bit of a Farah analog on this map. Now an ultimate to clear the way. Going to be tough to contest this now. Tree will have to hot-foot it out of there. Probably pull the Siphon Blaster out for that speed boost. Hawk gets Sunzo very low. There's a D-Mac here on the Demon. It looks like that Suzuki just a little bit too late in the day. Sunzo's off the map now. Look at Zero getting some serious airtime off this spree. Lengsa has his wings clipped.
Dude, Zero's had a sick map so far. And I think there, China's just not aggressive enough. Like, they get that 1-player advantage. You have Cat Bastion still alive up in the sky. That's actually the Kitsune Rush used there by China as well. I think they were just way too passive there. I think they had USA kind of dead to rights.
The first pick was huge, man.
And they allowed them to just kind of walk their way back up into the fight. And then Hawk now, look at this. He's up on the high ground, and he's going to be able to use his Demon ult maybe like on a, just what, drop him down?
Dude, I mean, it's not even that. They got Kitsune Rush, bro. Like, they are in such good shape. Hawk drops down, needs to fight Sunzo on the card yet again. My old nemesis. The charge in. Sunzo has to turn his back on this now. Dangerous Hawk looking over his shoulder, thinking there's an opportunity further downstream for an elimination. Yep, recall. Nice connection there with that limit break. There's no chance for any escape. Sunzo hit. Okay, yeah, in overtime, you're going to go for it. Use that ultimate just to try and stay alive, but that overshield is not nearly enough. And what started off as such a decisive push here for China really fizzles out in this second phase of Neon Junction.
I think they kind of fumbled that there towards their end of second point offense. I mean, they had like clear advantages at times and they just didn't push the pace enough. Like, they have the Cat Bastion alive, they have the ability to go engage yet again, and they just don't go for it. Just a little bit too passive for my liking. As we take a look at some of the highlights, I mean, Zero was just unbelievable all throughout. Some nice plays there on the Xion, but China, they're in a rough spot, Mitch. I mean, you're on the precipice of falling down 0-2 in this series. With what you've seen from them so far, you're not overly convinced against Sweden and Japan with how good they are.
Yep. I will address the elephant in the room. I think that we're watching another map and where Kaneki just is not able to get enough done, Matt.
Yeah.
Coming on the Tracer this time around, you know, it's tough, I think, to look good up against Zera. But when your opponent like is 11-2 on this Xion, and you have really just struggling to get going, right? 3 deaths for Kaneki, that's not really the glaring issue as far as I'm concerned. But you know, the reason why this Tree and Zera duo works is that Tree is just pumping consistent damage on the Zemra, just getting it done. And Zera is capitalizing on those setups. He's capitalizing on the burst damage from Override Protocol. He's going in and getting these eliminations. Tree's able to sit back, throw grenades, just get shots to keep everyone low constantly. Sunzo, I'm sure, was feeling that level of pressure for much of that time. Kaneki has to get in and capitalize. We need to see some some serious eliminations here. But it's going to be the Tracer, where it's a Xion of his own. He has to step into this role now. Big, big shoes to fill. We talked about it all day long. Perhaps this issue got in his way. Mass issue being addressed here for Kaneki right now. But when you are basically the leave of this generation of China's World Cup offering, you know that is a pretty big hill to climb.
Okay, so looks like Kaneki having a mouse issue potentially. So we'll get that one sorted and get into the second half here on Neon Junction. But yeah, like obviously with big shoes to fill, right? With you know, Elite and Shy, quite frankly. Gonna need these players to play much better, right?
I've liked what I've seen from Pineapple today. I thought he's been pretty solid. So the Freya, obviously on Busan here, he's going to be opening on the Cassidy. And yeah, maybe he would be. Okay, so I don't mind this. Obviously, we know that even though Jetpack Cat is in the game, Matt, Demon's vertical mobility is a little limited, right? Yes. There's a hard ceiling on you know, what she could do. So this Maywall feels like a little bit more. Then against a D.Va, for example, who can usually just get back out to safety. However, you're going to be outranged by some of these DPS options for Tree. You need to manage the poke damage you take. You don't want Lengset and Recall to be working overtime. Try and cover over the impact of Tree.
That Tree was hovering the Emray. Is this going to be...
Yeah, he sees the Mei, I think. I think Cassidy's a safer option, which I agree. Emray's fine, but I think like having a hindrance element...
Also shows you, with these comps, how strong Jetpack Cat is. That you don't even need the Bastion to play Jetpack Cat anymore. Just kind of playing Jetpack Cat in all situations.
Interesting there by Pineapple finding a way to catch Luke. You know, big damage taken by Tree there, and it took... I mean, you can see now it takes a long time for him to get healed up, without Luke on the field especially. Cassidy obviously, like, you know, shines where, you know, Mei is at her strongest, obviously that sort of medium range. Like, it's a very comfortable look. Also, just a good pair with the Jetpack Cat. If you force out an Ice Block, the Deadeye always gets you some value. So far, Sunzo holding this space pretty effectively. But it is a war of attrition between these kinds of comps with Demon on the front lines.
You're going to see these be quite slow, especially...
Oh, good body block.
Nice, yeah, that is really nice there from Sunzo.
So heads up. He's over at the statue.
Yes.
He knows there's an opportunity to double back and catch out Zera. That is so good. And he's going to get a bunch of free ult charge for this.
Hawk might get demagged. He's got Luke helping him. This is Team USA. You're going to have this Kitsune Rush to fight in with. See if they decide to use it.
Hawk got out in the end, so that's a big old charge for his backline. That's what they've got an earlier rush here, Matt. There's a small window here for Landon. He's going to go for the rush straight away, but the Deadeye over the top will be dangerous. Suzu! The timing's not there. Tree gets picked up by the Deadeye, and Pineapple's going to hang around for a little bit longer. That's backbreaking for the USA. Landon lost his rush. Tree got picked off amidst it. Here's a catnapping, and Landon doesn't actually get out with his prize.
Yeah, it looks like actually Luke Amino connects with Recall there, drags him out, but not going to be able to do anything with the Kiri. China looking awesome here on defense.
Sunso's a revelation, man, really.
Yeah. They have definitely kind of caught them off guard. We'll see what Luke decides to do. Staying on the cat. Probably using the grip to grab somebody a little bit forward into the spawn.
They've got the Deadeye here for the USA.
Yeah, a lot of areas you can hide, though, on the defense here.
And you've got a shield for Sunso. You've got Ice Block for Kaneki. Okay, we're going to go for it anyway. Looks like it's an up to Tree. He will do what he's told. Pressing Q for the boys. Okay, yes. No luck there on that pick on Pineapple. Oh, sees an opportunity to go after the May. It's going to be Hawk. What a limit break. And Zera gets in there with the spree. And all of trying to get baited into the room. It's a 1-2 punch strategy. Deadeye to force them inside. And then the Shion ultimate to punish them for grouping up.
Well, especially like you get the May Ice Block out, right? As Sunso gonna get staggered here. This is brutal, especially where the card has to get to, right?
So little damage for such a big gun.
Yeah, it feels like it should.
I think a Bunny Blaster actually does more damage.
Yeah, I feel like it should kill a little faster than that. But, you know, Kaneki uses Ice Block, and then that gives, you know, Limit Break plus the spree, right? The damage amp off of that. Really sick stuff there from Team USA. So, China an opportunity here, though, to put together a pretty good defense. 3 minutes on the clock for USA to get it done.
Another Pineapple Deadeye wouldn't go amiss. Sees how split the USA are. Luke, you're living dangerously, my friend. Pineapple's able to take him down. Again, Hawk needs to about face to get back to safety. Looks like the May wall doesn't really break him up, though. He does slip it away. We're going to delay things a little bit further for the USA. And it matters on this stretch of the map. It's longer than it seems. Kitsune Rush now for Lennon. This time, it doesn't quite line up into the Deadeye.
Kaneki's been holding this Blizzard for a while.
Yep. It looks like he's been in charge of the climate in Europe at the moment.
Yeah,
no cold for
they would love that Blizzard.
Yeah, bring that on. I hear they're melting in Switzerland. All right, here we go. Kitsune Rush now for Landon. Off they go. Kaneki low, but goes for the Blizzard to try and slow things down. Landon gets caught out with the right click of Pineapple, though. Hawk has to about face now. Sees that China have vaporized half his team and have emerged behind them. Pineapple dominating here on the Cassidy. Tree not able to hold a candle to him so far.
Yeah, I guess for Team USA, you know, Rush, the Blizzard comes out. You have what? Like, you probably need 2 fights with where the box of victory is to be able to take this one. But you're getting yourself set up in a spot where ultimate-wise you may be in a good spot. Recall actually has to use this Kitsune Rush really early.
Yeah, who gets snapped? It's unclear. Big damage here, suffered by Team China. Finally, the Kitsune Rush came down.
So Kaneki is pushed up really far, and he has to use Ice Block. He takes some serious damage. And then, like, when he Ice Blocks, he's so far forward, they want to at least get a fight there, so they use the Kitsune Rush. They're not able to save him, and that is as bad as it could go there.
That is a diabolical stagger on Sunso.
Yeah.
He's just now spawned back in. He's not going to have a chance to touch
Spree
realistically.
Here for Zera.
Oh, the wall! Pardon! You're trying to contest! Kaneki eventually able to get out of the rest of his team, but Tree's going to be waiting with the Deadeye. It's Pineapple first to fall. The most problematic of Team China has been dealt with by Tree. And he gets himself a triple in this fight. Heartbreak City for Team China. And the United States once more prevail. I'll allow, Matt, that there were more moments in this particular map where you start to believe in what Team China are trying to do. Sunso looks great. Pineapple plays a fantastic Cassidy game. And in the end, they crumble in a couple of crucial moments in that attack side push. They're going to be wishing they had that one
Their
back.
offense, they should have been a little bit more aggressive. No, when they have the player advantage there towards the end, where their push ends. But you know, on defense, I mean, Kaneki just pushes so far up. There's no way he's going to be able to kind of stay alive in that situation. It kind of forces him to scramble a little bit, and then they do a great job just staggering Sunzo, and that is it.
See how important when you're playing with these demons, being able to identify opportunities where just opponents are a little out of position.
See where China decides to take us. It looks like we're going to get a sub here potentially.
Okay, so
with China in terms of support. So, or actually no, is that Kaneki? Kaneki getting up? Yeah, we had the other way. So yeah, Alfari potentially the one coming in. We'll see where this goes in terms of map. Obviously, China. I was talking about it. You know, this group is going to be so close, or at least we theorize. Like every map is going to matter with map, you know, win percentage, things like that. You cannot afford to lose 3-0 here. I mean, you at least got to get one.
I mean, we are looking at a nation who put their team into the grand final of our 2023 Overwatch World Cup, including a victory over South Korea on the way there.
And if China was slightly nervous coming into this series, there is probably a lot of nerves at the moment. With how this has gone. Obviously, no, probably expect this series to be much closer at this point, right? Like 1-1, you know, maybe they thought they would be up, obviously 2-0. To be down 2-0 in the fashion it's gone, right? Been rough.
And I think like the consensus from the fans is that China are not sending their like strongest possible team this year, right? Leaf, Shy, and Gushwei, all three of them decide not to compete. And
but still, that's a pretty good. No.
And that's what that was the next part of that is that, but the players that have stepped up in their wake are demonstrating that there's some serious depth in this region. The United States have picked up this demon composition really effectively. They look comfortable, and like I'm not surprised to see a Kaneki sub here. I think like he has floundered. He floundered for 2 maps straight.
Yeah, I mean, do we see? Is this like a Route 66? Is this like a Shambali?
I mean, the answer to that depends on the answer to the question, like of what you think Alfari is going to be able to play here.
Yeah, it's you know, obviously, I mean, there's also like the push maps potentially in the pool, right? Escort, we have what? Junkertown, Route, and then Shambali. We have Esperanza and Coliseo available, right? We take a look at some of the highlights.
Yeah, I thought it was Kaneki highlight reel. Sorry to disappoint.
No. And then, yeah, I mean, we have the Flashpoint maps, but like, have you seen enough positive that like, oh yeah, we want to get in this kind of demon brawl consistently against Team USA for us to win? I don't think you've seen that. I honestly wouldn't even be like, oh, that is such a nasty setup.
The spree and limit break, your opponents just melt. The damage amp is insane. Xion already hits like a truck with that ult.
Xera's had a great series. You talked about how he was kind of, you know, playing really strong Tracer, like really kind of matching Kaneki in the first map. Felt like every fight he had a spree here on the Xion in map 2.
I think that like a big part of the job as Tracer is if you challenge the other Tracer for control of the flanking route, right? That's like the first protocol. You don't get to flank. If you flank like without dealing with the Tracer, you get shot in the back, right? You can't do that. And that's why like I feel like Kaneki had very limited impact on Busan in general. I think like Xera just sort of dominating in that metric. And I think Tree and Xera are like that you know, all-American DPS squad that many people expect him to really
Artless
step up. Artless. See how far he looks like he's taking to the stage now. From AGAL.
No threat of like a, you know, ball or anything for Team USA, right? Like, in fact, it's not coming in. You know, we saw in our first series, right? Obviously, they, you know, Mexico tried to play some Demon here, so potentially it's one that you also kind of feel like is pretty strong. If you're China, I wouldn't even be opposed to seeing a Xion ban here. I mean, although, like, it's not like Xera's the fall off is like on Tracer, right? I mean,
yeah, I think you might want to try and give Alfari the most comfortable matchup.
Is he coming in to play Genji, maybe? Are they going to play some Genji here? I mean, Kaneki also plays Genji, right?
Yep. We saw Elemental Guy play it obviously for Team Mexico on this map.
Yeah.
I think it seems reasonable. When I see Genji, though, what I want to see normally is like a Zarya pairing. Here it is. So they are looking at Zera. They are trying to lock him onto that Xion roll.
He's had a 6 series.
Yep.
Not surprising whatsoever. If you're Team USA, you could go into the tank pool here. Lucio, okay. Yeah, why not?
I mean, that's fine. I think you're happy playing Kiriko anyway.
Yeah.
Fari has just now sat down. It'll take a minute for him to get acclimated here. See how long it takes to have him all plugged in and ready to go. Obviously, yeah, we saw him at the mid-season championship, Team AGIL. I wouldn't say that team was able to make a strong impression at that tournament. But again,
yeah,
you know, I would sort of definitely have them as like third string, you know, in China.
It's a
I
rough.
think that Team JDG were probably ranked a little higher.
Rough spot to be subbed into, though, right?
Oh yeah,
Down
salvage the
0-2,
series
salvage
for your team.
This, yeah, it's you know, Atlas, where Flashpoint, we saw how in the Mexico Great Britain game that it just kind of started to snowball really fast in favor of Great Britain after that one fight at the start, where they just get a sick advantage. Team USA trying to, you know, I mentioned I picked them obviously in the series, but it's like cautiously excited about how this team is with the potential. No, I think just off of talent, it has such a high skill ceiling as a team.
Well, I think
right?
yeah, a lot more experienced as well.
But we've also seen a lot of these players like have some lows at moments at events, right? Where you're worried about it all kind of crashing down at one time.
I mean,
but when it looks like this, I mean, you're like, wow, this team could win.
I think that Liquid campaign in Paris was pretty crushing for them.
Yeah.
I think, who was it, Tree or Zera tweeted like literally the worst performance I've ever had at a tournament.
Yeah, I think it may have been Zera. Tree also kind of went to Twitter, I think, or his Discord, I think, maybe took it pretty hard in terms of like, you know, how the season has gone for TL and then so far, where you're probably looking at this as those players like, this is a breath of fresh air, right? You know, being able to kind of you know, play as this unit, right, with the way they've looked. Obviously, Hawk gives them a different look than like Infected at times, where Hawk obviously seems to be the go-to here. And I mean, you still have UV on this roster as well, right? A very talented support player. So
yeah, also someone who can really easily, like, it's not like he has a limited hero. Well, that's why he's sitting on the bench.
Yeah.
Bro is chilling though at the moment.
It feels like between him, Luke, and Landon, they could
like literally. I mean,
they could try. They get like, you know, flip coins to figure out which two are out there and still play just about everything.
Like, don't be fooled into thinking Ultraviolet's like an Ana guy, right? We've just seen so much depth from Hero Pool. It's definitely like between like Luke Mino and Ultraviolet. Like America has produced some astoundingly like backlines. Like no Landon not being left in that conversation either. That's definitely like been a strength of the region. I think that right now, like United States tank players, I think that's an area that like where they're often being beat out by import slots in OWCS, right? It's where the import slots are often getting spent.
Yeah. I mean, it's also rough when you look at it. Like Landon, probably. I mean, Landon, the best support in North America, plays in the EMEA, right? Hawk, I think it also just kind of speaks to his skills that he's able to come back into the OWCS after taking some time off. And what, is he the best tank in, like, the best North American tank, right, at this point? Like, is he past Infected? Like,
I mean,
at some point, right? Like, you know, with the way that SSG has performed, the way that Hawk has performed, obviously playing a lot, you have to kind of say he's at least made a conversation again.
Yeah, I will put him back there. Frankly, I think he retired. Remember, bro, like fully retired. I mean, like if you think like Dallas Fuel has Kellen, that's an import slot. Liquid obviously are using Attack, an import slot. Obviously, like in North America, you've still got players like Zeb, right? You know, Disguised use an import slot on their tank as well.
Yeah.
So it's a pretty short list. Peluge obviously having stepped away from that sort of same class, and yeah. Historically, it definitely was a role in which South Korean players were able to distinguish themselves the most.
I mean, when you kind of think historically, right? Like, you know, best North American tank players, you're like, what, Super, obviously, right?
Certainly deserves a mention.
You know, I think, like, you'd have to, like, in terms of longevity, like Hawk, right? Gator had a run where he was, like, very, you know, good in terms of, like, his tank play. Infected, obviously, kind of coming in, right?
He was really supposed to be, that, like, the next up.
Yeah.
I think, as, like, the American sort of tank player. Obviously, like, you've got, like, Sniper as well. Got to see an OWCS.
Yeah.
Tank player.
Looks like we are getting Alfari all set up on stage, and then Atlas will be the next map in the set.
Can you believe it's only a second game of the day?
Right? Yeah. We still have 4 more bangers after this one.
Yep. The matches that promise to be exciting. I had this slated as my match of the day, and now I'm not so sure. Honestly, seeing China stumble. I mean, like, when I predicted them, I guess, you know, overselling the veterancy of the Chinese roster a little bit compared to this American one. Like now, like, the reality sets in when you get in the game that these American guys, like, sure, it's a region that has maybe, you know, been on the wrong side of the kill feed internationally for a while, but these guys look very, very solid, very comfortable.
I'm excited to see KSA play. Saw them all in the back as we were getting ready to come back out here for this next game. They're all high spirits.
I'm really interested about Group C. That to me is such an enigma. Canada, Germany, Thailand, Spain. All loaded up into that one.
Ooh.
Right?
Who's the favorite in that one? Would it be Germany?
I think so.
I think so.
Canada is a really young roster. Razor, Noxious, Alex, Astro.
I was pretty high on Spain when we did the online component. I thought they looked quite good.
It was also 2 a.m. So, you know, you might have been seeing something that wasn't there.
Yeah.
But yeah, they played really well. I think, like, we were super high on Santi.
Yes.
Also, but they have Gala and Canale, who were on that Virtus.pro roster for a time, right? And are, like, pretty high profile support players. Yeah, like, well, Gala was on Hatsia, right?
Yeah.
At the moment. Don't know what is. I mean, Gunba might be able to shed some light on what's going on there. Obviously, like, it's with Gala and Sox. See, Canale is playing on 1, 2, 3, 4, right?
So. And Spain has had some moments, you know, in Overwatch World Cup in the past.
They have a bad. I should finish that sentence. They have a legacy of, like, getting upset though.
Yeah.
This team, like Spain, in the past has been upset in some like World Cup outings, which is, you know, but in the past, like Gala and Canale played in 2023, but before that, right, it was like that really early class. It was like Neptuno, Harry Hook,
Romos,
Dak, Winghaven, Harry Hook. It was on that team as well. Like Lion Pro played in 2016 as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, the region looks very, very different. Like, like we had Helve back in 2023. They were a pretty solid player.
Yeah.
But yeah, like you've got Exodial, Santi, Gala, Canale. I think that honestly,
it's a pretty sick roster.
It's it might be the best that Spain has been.
Yeah.
So that group for me is like a huge head scratcher. And then for me, like Germany were a revelation, I think, through that group stage. I didn't expect them to top the group, and not in the way that they did.
Yeah.
Beating United Kingdom. Right? We know Icenom. Obviously, he's a fantastic player. But like guys like SXJ, QRXU, Ken.
Yeah.
Players like that really stood up. Like, I think like SXJ is Maltese, so he's part of the breakthrough player program on that roster.
I mean, that's such an awesome addition, right? Some players who would obviously have the skill, but just don't have the you know, a ton of other players in the region. As we see a lot of signs here. You know, Team USA, Tree. Signs for Tree as well, so a lot of USA love here.
Yeah, I love that.
In Busan.
Colombia getting behind USA. Respect. Yeah, USA fans. Let's go. Oh, Captain America.
Hey!
Although the sign does say Sunzo King.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's
hey,
actually...
listen. Are you going to blame a guy for playing both sides?
No.
I don't know.
No. I'm sure if Team USA wins this, you and Zoe will be saying you guys knew it all along. Yeah. They're back.
Never doubted you for a second. But I must say, myself and Zoe looking a more foolish by the second with our China predictions.
To be fair, since I got on the ground, it's been a lot of hype. I feel like for China, like how this game could potentially go. So,
yep. I think they're pushing us in the game, Matt. It's like Afari is all settled and ready to roll. It is China on the precipice of dropping their opening game here against the United States of America, who look strong, stable, and confident across both of our maps so far. They make no substitutions. Still the same gang. Luke Mino and Landon will be in the back line. America finally gets Landon back to represent them. Hawks look very good. He's looked very, very hard to shake.
Vendetta? I mean, obviously still some time.
I think on this map, I really thought that Vendetta was more of a tool to deal with the sim comps.
Yes, for sure.
Let's see what Alfari's got for us now. Subbing in for Kaneki. Last opportunity now for China to put themselves on the board in their opening game.
It's like Tree's been hovering this Sierra every time in spawn, and I guess we'll get to see it here.
Oh, okay.
So, Sierra plus Vendetta. Sierra is another hero, right, that is kind of always on the edge of being extremely good. Very good at, like, lower ranks, right? Like, we have not seen, really even since her inclusion, a lot of play at the pro level.
Oh, man, you get some serious mileage off that overhead swing, don't you? Here's Tree. Got to play from behind the big bulk of his Malga. Pineapple's got to respect the seismic grenade there from that low ground. Already getting set up now, Tree to swing through the air. Caught Lexer with a right click, actually. That is a massive pickoff. Jetpack Cat can't do a darn thing about that. Couldn't dump altitude quickly enough. Is there a Tree literally an aimbot?
Yeah, and Sierra just has like a really high damage output, just like, you know, we talk about how Emre, right? I feel like Sierra's even stronger, right? 80 bullets, I believe, in the clip. Able to just kind of constantly, hold down that trigger, just generate pressure.
So this map does get a bit funneled into some chokes. I think Trailblazer could find a ton of value here when Tree's able to develop it. They're here just trying to get clear of Sunzo. Limit break already built for China's tank player. Recall getting picked off though. Look at this again, disjointed. China look disjointed. They're everywhere. Too much butter over too little bread.
You do end up losing Hawk.
Okay, we're gonna have
here for both sides as Sunzo gets demeched.
Yeah, the mutual catnap is brutal though. I think Lengser actually might have gotten caught out there. Look, you can see all the ult charge he got from that fight. Bodes very well for the team with the Jetpack Cat. That's 25% already. And I'm looking forward to seeing what Tree has for us now with this Trailblazer, but unlikely to be necessary on this first flashpoint.
No, I mean, this is as consistently as dominant as Team USA has looked at moments throughout this series. Are you even going to be able to come fight this? It's going to be a Sundering Blade here from Zera.
Oh!
Better one, though, from Alfari.
I mean, you've used everything here, though. Both support ultimates. Limit break also committed there to the fight by Sunzo. I do like that, though. That's beautiful from Alfari. Just hide behind the pillar. You can see around it in third person. Get a full charge Sundering Blade off. Very nice.
Obviously, we're not talking about this combo a ton. Cage plus Sierra's ultimate into it. Just like unavoidable damage, right? I think the one thing that Sierra's ultimate, it's like quite easy to avoid. Obviously, with the Cage, not going to be able to do that.
Yep, great
Pineapple
point.
takes a ton of damage here early on. They're going to have to just kind of run.
Jockey back.
Yeah.
But again, this puts them in a bit of a weird spot. Look how far forward Alfari is by comparison.
Yeah.
They could, they're lucky not to get caught out. Good job by Recall. Heads up. Keeps the Suzu as well. Yeah. Disjointed again, folks. Alfari has a different plan to the rest of his team. Kitsune rushes are going to be matched here, but Recall's not going to be able to make much use of his at all. Pineapple's the second to fall, and there are no more DPS left for China.
Yes, looks like Sunzo here just going to try and do his best to extend this. Pretty nice damage down on the Zera, but can't exactly just going to stand there and fight that Vendetta.
Zera wisely there, just throwing up his Blade Guard for a moment. The overhead slash gives you some really nice lifesteal, which can be amplified further with perks.
Tree just mowing people down.
Sierra, man. Did you get much of her in OWCS?
No, we don't at all.
Yeah.
It's a hero who performs extremely well at lower ranks.
Oh, yeah.
Like very difficult for players to deal with.
I mean,
but at the
I've heard the data. Yeah.
Highest level, she does not really perform as well. And now, obviously, though, like Tree, an opportunity to come out and play it here. The tracking dart can obviously be pretty good against Cat Bash.
I think she's really good against the Bastion in general, honestly. Bastion's just not that mobile, even here in Wheels. Oh, man. Yeah. Luke Mino's going to be happy to give up his life for that one, I think. Landon and Tree both double down in that fight.
Honestly, the Sierra ult's not even that impactful. Like, you'd rather just have her consistently just kind of vomiting damage out.
Well, if you don't have a way to like hold people in place, like you mentioned, it is quite avoidable because of that delay in detonation from the Trailblazer.
And her gun works in like an odd way, right? It's like the spread tightens as bullets fire, right? So
also you can make it tighten quicker as well.
Yes,
that is the perk that we're often seeing.
You know, the minor perk one that we'll see if we get a Tree POV. A lot of people go to is it actually gives a 25% extension to like the drone length. So you can actually go really far. Yeah. Really great mobility.
All right, so far in this fight, we saw Lennon with the Kitsune Rush. That's the big story of it. Tree does get a big right click on Asunzo. You can really burst these Malgas down pretty darn quickly with this Sierra. Yeah, Zero just not bothered at all about Pineapple. Honestly, man, I'm just going to say it. This is not what I was hoping for from China this year. This isn't good enough.
Like, you know, you're watching this, you're like, can they get by Sweden? Can they get by Japan?
I don't know.
Sundering Blade coming in here from Zera.
All right, Suns are very low from that big burst damage. It makes Suns so easy to pick off. Treats this with a right click now. Looks like a second flashpoint about to be snapped up all too comfortably.
I mean, obviously, Zera just like, the pressure that Zera's putting on here with Hawk is impressive, but they have just allowed Tree at a distance to just kind of dominate here.
Yeah, I just don't think their comp is adequate enough at sort of accosting.
I do wonder, I was taking note of it because we saw it on every single map. Tree's been like in the spawn just playing the Sierra the entire time and then making the switch late. It's like, I do wonder if this is something that we see from them maybe like more as the tournament goes on.
Possibly. Okay, here's that cage fight.
Yep.
All right, we have a Terror Surge being thrown into the right.
There's
excuse me, a Kitsune Rush.
Yep, there's the Sierra ultimate.
Okay, Kali picked up there. Alfari goes down. Sunzo able to hold Hawk in place eventually. Nice little cage fight there, but Sunzo is very low. Watch out for those Sierra right clicks. Could be over before it really begins there. Pineapple able to find a Bastion ultimate as Zera is caught inside that room. And now the USA are going to have to back away and allow China to take priority here on this potentially last flashpoint.
Yeah, it's interesting. We were talking about using the Sierra ultimate into the cage. Tree actually used it to break the cage of Sunzo. Just kind of just
same
all
as
the damage
Sojam would,
it puts
right?
down. Yeah.
But you also got a free kill off of it, so.
Yep.
I wouldn't be complaining.
Sunzo has to be careful here with Luke having the catnap. Getting dragged off the side.
Really early Suzu, though. Okay, they're able to avoid the Bastion for the most part. Here's the catnap. Hawk says, okay, well, good luck. I can be unstoppable, so that's fine. He detaches. Kitsune Rush now. How do you make use of this if you're Team USA? Well, Pineapple, yeah, like I said, Sierra really well matched up against the Bastion. Hit a right click and the guy is cooked. Alfari catnap for a brief time, caught in front of Hawk's purview. Needs to be some more damage on the Vendetta. Eventually Alfari runs out of defensive cooldowns, though. The blade block only saves him for so long.
Yeah, well, right. I mean, the tracking dart, the right click of the Sierra, just gives you like the basically like a visor, like auto aim, and like the damage amp, and you are just like, if the Bastion's up in the sky, you are just able to just, if you hit that right click, which like, you know, for somebody like Tree, it's not hard to do. Yeah. You can delete that Bastion.
And against tanks as well, taking the fire rate increase when you connect that tracking dart means that like you can really work through tanks very fast. Zera looking for a Sundering Blade angle, maybe? No, just trying to get back off to safety. Holds the blade, seeks recall. Oh, no cool connection there. Somehow Sunzo was able to sidestep it. Here comes that cage fight. Luke Mino caught out. Oh, man, the Trailblazer is just too good inside that ultimate. All right, did break the cage, but Tree eventually was brought down. Zera needs to do some work here. Alfari certainly left his imprint on this fight. And there's Pineapple here falling. With Hawk down, though, the United States might really struggle to assert themselves here adequately. Yeah, Zera will be felled by the Kiri.
It looks like Now Luke gets there for a touch.
No way.
Not able to get another player there to it though. So finally, China, they battle back. But they need to be perfect from here on out. Double support ult available here, most likely, you know, from Team USA, right? Luke is close enough to it that you'll earn it in this fight. And look at this. I mean, they spawn right next to it there for Team USA.
Very favorable positioning. Pineapple, however, get to hit this from a bit of a different axis. Whipping around on that left-hand side. Wheels mode active, in we go. Look for Luke Mino. He's going to skitter away. Not quickly enough. Alfari though caught out. Good shoulder charge there by Hawk, and he's happy just to tank that from Sunzo, who is super low. Another stop, beautiful from Hawk. Yeah, he got exactly what he wanted in that engagement.
And also, I mean, if the Jetpack Cat comes close, right? In like, we see so many more Jetpack Cats want to play aggressive. If you're able to hit the dart there, somebody steps off for a second. We saw there, Tree able to just take out Lengsa, right? Lengsa can't get away in time. It's Team USA. They're set up perfectly here, Mitch, right? You have a cage fight. You're going to have
so
Sundering Blade. Yeah, I mean, a lot of great ultimates here. You're probably going to get up to like at least 50% on this one. Zera uses the Sundering Blade, doesn't get anything.
Yeah, apropos of nothing, if I'm not mistaken. A bit of a slip up here in this fight now. Cage fight from Hawk. Wow, throwing good money after bad, if I'm honest with you.
Well,
however,
Hawk gets 2.
Yeah, Recall and Alfari both down. That's pretty big. That's the Kitsune Rush is actually off the table. So I can see why you're feeling like you can commit to this. Point does get flipped though. Hawk swings a little too hard out into the open there, and he might just burn down to the damage. We can't be having that.
He thought he was going to make it to the health pack. Not able to get there. It was just the ticking damage there.
Sunzu has the shoulder charge, ignites you.
Yeah.
It's so drop. Love to see it.
China desperately here trying to hold on. No.
Now, though, they have a chance to use this Kitsune Rush map.
At least get a map on the board here.
I mean, they're good for a flashpoint here. Tree just got mowed down again. I like this. China now playing a bit more aggressively. Realize there's an opportunity just to lean into the USA, who then buckle pretty badly. Still, they have the Kitsune Rush. Like, USA weren't able to make use of the window where Recall got picked off earlier that previous fight, and now Recall's just going to sit on it.
And if you're Team USA, you need a junk fight here to just get some of these ultimates out going into the final flashpoint.
You need a juice cleanse in Overwatch.
Cage from Sunzo. There's one. You will be able to touch.
They're dead.
Yeah. I don't think you're going to get anything else out.
Got the touch.
Well, I say that. It's going to be artillery and Sundering Blade here.
Okay, Team China really spend big in this fight, and what do they get for those? Very little. Alfari got Tree, though, eventually. Okay, he's good.
But what, they traded Sierra ult for essentially artillery, Sundering Blade, and they use the Rush early on. That's a lot investment there from China. Tree now going to go over to Xion as...
Yeah, I think that Sierra experiment is well and truly done. Xion for Tree.
A lot of pressure going to be able to put on.
We were seeing Zero on Xion for the most part, so this is going to show some of the flexibility of a USA DPS.
Night Suzu coming in.
Oh, the timeliness of it there. Recall gets picked off by Tree, ends up being traded. Nice catnap. Multiple knockdown there by Luke Mino. Talk about making an entrance. That's a big spend, though, I will say. Big spend for this first flashpoint.
But you feel like you've like reset the ultimate economy, though, right? If you're Team USA. Like, you end up getting 3 ultimates out in that, you know, the last flashpoint towards the end. Now you set yourself up at about even across the board here, you know, as even as you can get.
Now we're going to double back to the point. Team USA, Sundering Blade at the ready. Zera, thought he singled out a Kiriko. Oh, okay, actually sees where the Swift Step went to, but just overextended. Pineapple in wheels mode. Hawk also taking a licking in damage terms. Some of these setups for Team USA have looked really shaky. Yeah. Very punished by Pineapple and Alfari.
It'll be 52% here for Team USA. Now, I think they've just done a better job here for China punishing Zera as well, right? Not letting him just kind of, you know, obviously the Tracer ban here coming in for China. Really targeting him as a player.
I think it's got to be said. China looked much better after the substitution.
Yeah.
31% and counting. Pineapple with the mortar strike.
You do take the Tracer away, though, from Zera, which has been really what's been brutal.
Sundering Blade. No catch there. Alfari a little bit too limber. Able to avoid it. Lukemino the first casualty of this fight. And I'm smelling a map 4. This looks all China all the time now. Sunzo just making sure he stalls Hawk out for as long as humanly possible. Landon doesn't get caught by the charge. One last chance here for Team USA, but they're going to be staggered, trapped down. Sunzo, though, needs not to fall here. Has to stay alive. Cage fight there from Hawk was short-lived. Tree and Zera very, very low. And Pineapple in a safe line to pick them off.
China looks to be in such a great spot here to close this one out. Team USA, they started out so strong here, Mitch, on Atlas, and then they just kind of fall apart. Alfari comes in here for China. It'll just be Lukemino. Continually keep this one going here for Team USA. Hawk is back on the Doom and they have a rush.
Canap though, Lukemino taken down early. We've got a Doomfist, Hawk being dragged away out in the open, but Tree's going to come in and fight Recalling Pineapple at the same time. Is there a window now? Zera needs to get there. Sunzo taken down by an overhead swing, and USA are still in this map.
As Lukemino does an unbelievable job on the cat to just keep that contested. Like constantly darting in and out. He does end up losing his life first, but who cares? Keeps him in this game. As he's got a catnap, an opportunity for him to really kind of turn the tide. Lukemino just trying to drag them across the finish line here at the end.
Time for the Hawk Doomfist to see if that's going to be enough to win the series. Luke, catnap, where does this go? Really needs to be perfect. That opening pick is everything, and Pineapple's able to find his. That's Hawk going down. Not ideal at all. USA forced into a bit of a weird comp. They're going to fight for their lives, though. Alfari was picked up, but they are low on personnel. Hawk can get back into the fight quickly enough. Sure, Tree tries to stall out, but this one is done, folks. Lukemino barely getting a touch, keeping that overtime going. Hawk should be here about now. But again, he's lost Lukemino.
Yeah, they've lost Luke.
That is going to be the map, surely. Zera attempts to dive himself in here. He went for a Sundering Blade. Okay. China are alive and kicking.
The Alfari sub pays off here for China. Team USA, it felt like they had an opportunity there for a bit to take that map, take the series 3-0, but feels like they kind of fumble it there towards the end.
Yeah, Hawk obviously switches over towards the Doomfist just to try and keep the game going, which is reasonable. But he's in a very lively matchup against Sunzo for most of that map, the Malga Mirror. But this was the map in which Tracer is banned.
Yes.
So Tree tries the Sierra for the most part, which is fine. It looked pretty good, honestly. Yeah. I like this idea of Trailblazer being used to not break the cage, but also punish it in some instances. But switching over towards the Xion didn't look quite as good, right? Zera's normally the Xion player for this team if it comes to it. We're going to go back to Tracer here, and we'll have to see if Alfari can hang in that kind of mirror.
Could you have played Xion with the Sierra, maybe? I don't know, but felt like the Vendetta both teams wanted to really kind of go for.
I think the sightlines get a little more uncomfortable as we go. Obviously, like, Sierra has decent mobility, but it's also pretty easy to clear that drone. I kind of like the idea of, like, you know, taking the perk that puts health back on the drone, give that a little bit of extra bit of survivability.
Yeah, that's true.
And Sierra's amazing, I think, at punishing the Malga, but you've got other threats, like Pineapple can still burst you down pretty quickly. Sometimes your ability just to secure an insta-kill, it's like really contingent on hitting a right-click, and if you don't, it feels Feast of Famine.
What is the map selection going to be here for USA? What we have Push or Escort available, so
we can go Route 66.
Yeah, or Esperanza.
That would be a little. I mean, if you want to play Tracer and Abuser, that's probably fine. Esperanza probably.
I wonder if you see them ban Bastion, Team USA.
They certainly don't want to play it themselves.
Yeah, we don't have the series layout here in front of us, but feels like they don't want to play it. Maybe you can kind of get rid of it. China kind of wants to play it constantly, so yeah. Team USA banned it on map 1. Yep. Okay, so obviously they can't. Would you ban the cat, even though Team USA's looked really good on it? Take away the cat bash on the other side?
You can. I thought it was interesting that they banned Lucio on that previous map. Like, I would say, like, yeah, you could ban a cat and play Lucio, but USA didn't really want to do that in that second map. I think they really do like to try and play cat where they can. I think like banning Lucio on a Flashpoint map is like not the most uncommon approach, right? Yeah. But they tried to really maintain that Kiri Lucio status quo.
You could ban Cat and play Esperanza, and try and put in like a Lucio Cassidy.
What does Sigma Mizuki look like on that map, by your estimation?
We've seen it
before.
We've seen it.
That's gonna be open now because obviously USA used their Mizuki ban on Neon Junction, which is very heads up, very reasonable, right? And also like if you've seen anything from like Weibo Gaming or what Sunzo can do, like they were always opting for the Sigma Mizuki comp on that particular map, and they look like head and shoulders above the rest. So I think that map was very well, that ban, excuse me, was very well apportioned for Neon Junction, but just won't be available to the US.
Yeah, I mean we've seen China play a lot of the Demon as well. So I wonder if they kind of go back to that, and like that's I think if you're Team USA, you probably feel pretty good about that, right? Hawk was obviously getting the better of Sunzo in that matchup, so the Maga looked a little bit more comfortable there for China. I do wonder what Team USA decides to do here. I mean, the inverse would be is that you pick an escort map because most teams feel pretty decent about both Caliseo and Esperanza. So do you take your first pick of escort, right? Do you pick, I don't think we've seen anybody pick Junkertown. So I think you're probably looking at what? Either Root or Shambali. If you're looking at Root, right? That could be like some Diva Sigma type of play. It is Root. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Do you need to even ban Cat here? No, that feels kind of weird. I mean, Luke and Landon could play like double flex support type looks, right? I mean, that's always an opportunity for this team. So I do wonder what we see from Team USA here on Root.
Yeah, I do think like Kiri Cat would be a little interesting to see here. Okay, so there's a Cat ban from USA. So
yeah, can you hear me?
There are windows, I guess, in which they feel like they'd like to do away with this. I think like they enjoy playing Jetpack Cat, but the Bastion part of that combo is something that just kind of bothers them, and obviously USA do not prefer to play that way. So this is the second way to break up that duo.
If you're China, okay, Demon, interesting. Obviously the Hawk has been getting better of the Demon than Sunzo, I feel like. So getting rid of it here, this does open the door for like, are we looking at double flex support like Sigma looks or something like that? Like Diva obviously really strong here on Route 66. Sunzo can play Diva, can play Sigma, right?
Yeah.
Any map is a Ramatra map, right? So I feel like Ramatra is an option.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I think if we're an attack side team as well, like just being able to access like a little bit of that high ground, or see that's the only limitation Ramatra has is just an issue with some verticality. But as you get towards the end of the map, I think that's an option that easily opens up for you. Diva is going to be the more like expected look here, and yeah, you can certainly play that Sigma Mizuki pop on this map. I think like your ability to just like disrupt the Diva pretty effectively. Accretion obviously is cool. If we don't end up in like if we're not playing Lucio here, we probably will obviously with the Jetpack Cam, but like the Jetpack Cat ban, excuse me, but like Kiri comps don't like trying to deal with the gravitic flux. Like you've got to time that Suzu well. It doesn't always have the range to cover everybody that's caught inside the flux. So there's certainly a few considerations you've got to weigh up.
I mean, Landon could always play Bap, right? We've seen Bap obviously play, I know it's Sig in the past if you wanted. I mean,
yeah, you certainly could, and Bap does have now some lateral mobility via perks.
Yeah.
Still, like as a dive target, like he is very much priority number one.
Oh, for sure. But I mean, what are you playing on the other side in terms of damage dealer wise, right? We're looking at probably, you're not playing the Bastion, so Pineapple showed us Freya early on.
Sojourn is probably.
Are you playing like a Freya Tracer here, maybe with Alfarian? Freya Tracer doesn't really scare me that much if I'm backline Team USA.
I mean, I was interested to see like Alfari playing the Vendetta. Given that normally she'd been used as like an answer to like Symmetra comps, right? To have that like better frontline pressure, right? Like, and playing that against a Sierra who is pretty mobile, usually able to like avoid scrutiny. Also, like Vendetta can't prevent the right click from Sierra, right?
But I would say Sierra's mobility is good. but it's also predictable, right? Because you see the drone in the sky, and
you
you know where
shoot it
Sierra
before she
is.
uses it, yeah, like.
Well, you know where Sierra is. You know when she uses the mobility where she's going to end up, right?
It's also like you can't set up the drone in advance because it just gets shot by any player that's above gold. So when you have to deploy it and then grapple to it, there's like a second delay that can usually be the difference between life and death.
Yeah, and you have to like turn, and then you have to throw it, and then you have to look, and then like, yeah, it's a little bit of a process there.
Not super reliable. Very, very good if you like have a front line that holds space and just like gives you.
I would venture to say she would be, like, if she had mobility like on demand without the drone, she would be playing a decent amount.
Yep.
A decent amount.
Absolutely. All right, folks. We're going to head into our fourth map in this series. As discussed, it is Route 66. The bands. USA take away Jetpack Cat, and China go after Demon.
We will see what we get from the tanks. Obviously, Maga, Ramatra, Diva, Sig. Some of the better options here now with Demon gone. Teams obviously, no, these two teams look to be playing some Demon more than others. And then what do we get now with Alfarian, right? We had him in for that last map playing the Vendetta. Wouldn't exactly say this is a great Vendetta map, so probably going to be looking towards some other options.
I don't think we'll get that. But again, I want to see the Tracer matchup for Alfari.
Brig is interesting. Brig gets some adjustments recently as well, right?
They've read the Diva comp pretty well, if this is the case, from Linksa. And I think if you want to try and like deny gap close, deny dive onto your Sigma-based composition, this is quite reasonable. However, I'm surprised that it supersedes the Mizuki option here, considering he also is very good at stopping Diva in her tracks.
It'll be Soj here with a Genji.
Look at his backline. Kiri Ana.
I think Hawk is thinking about a swap here, but to what would be the question, right? Yeah, we're going to get a swap here. Probably Ramatra.
Yeah. Heads up, yeah, cool. Okay.
Ram is just so good against Sig. Like, no, Sig's obviously primary defensive cooldown is like the kinetic grasp. Ramatra, it just pretends like that doesn't exist. The hard part with Ramatra, though, is like there's no way to really kind of get him off of this high ground, right, where Sunzo's playing.
Also, later in the game, once Sigma has the perk that allows you to knock people back, really annoying is Ramatra playing into it. In Nemesis form, you try and run up, you just get knocked back. It's just like, okay.
It's just Ram is like an all-arounder, just very strong. As now they've kind of gotten Sunzo off of this high ground.
Yeah, but it's still that space still being held by Pineapple. Oh, as I say, that landed finishes the job. What a kunai follow-up there to a nice little railgun connection from Tree, and now you are absolutely going to go after this high ground. Zera just daring Alfari to dare switch into Genji to fight him. That's a Nano Blade, or rather Nano Genji, excuse me, that feeds a Dragon Blade.
Yeah, and Luke is able to get that so fast. Lengsa looked to hover the Mizuki there for a second. Speed boost here for Lengsa as it'll be Lucio here. So the Lucio is good here with the Sigma, right, to try and get Sigma out of the way of the Ramatra. Nice flux.
Okay, Sunzo actually he's on his own accretion there.
Oh, this is winnable, though, for Team USA, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you have the Ram still here.
Alfari, though, can really sort of punish any movement off the cart here. Great pulse there over on
nice Suzu, though.
Yep, good response to Landon. That's 2 out of 2. Great plays from Landon on the Kiri. Hawk being kept alive. Now it's going to be a Kitsune rush here coming out from China. Lengsa over towards the Lucio now. No more Brig. And Zera's sitting on this blade. Is there a chance to use it?
Yeah, you're waiting for Lucamino to come back here with Zera. Getting used to this blade.
You can't wait for a nano boost again. There's no way you're going to go for it here. Sunzo on the Zaya. That Annihilation is going to be very tough to deal with at the best of times. Alfari did very, very well to stay out of line of sight there, but eventually Lengsa will be slurped down by the Maelstrom. That'll be a checkpoint pickup, I imagine, once Sunzo is cleared. However, he's pretty charged up. You've got to respect
it. And the Kiri's still here, so this isn't completely over. Now, though, it is Pineapple's going to use... he's going to come in with the override protocol over the top, just way too late.
And for what? The card hasn't gone through yet. It's very respected by USA. They will back away from this. They even commit a nano to the Diva. Luke Mino builds a nano in both fights that we just saw. That's crazy.
We'll see now. Okay, Hawk deciding what to do. So Pineapple played a lot of the Freya early on in the series, and the Team USA was able to kind of deal with it.
It's only good if you can control this high ground map.
Vendetta here as well, Mitch. I mean, we'll see how they make it work.
I guess the Ana comp is okay. Fair. It's the only aspect of this comp that you could really go after, though.
We will see here Pineapple. They're just kind of looking through the doorway here, seeing if he can just kind of, you know, hit some primary fire. And somehow Recall ends up dying here.
Yeah, not ideal. LookMino obviously is going to be first target for Alphari. And I wonder if this changes your mind about playing Ana now. Just,
yeah, I mean,
you need something maybe a little bit more mobile.
Or like, what are you looking at here to deal with the Vendetta? Are you looking at like, would you play a Brig of your own? Would you play a...
Lucio Kiri's more likely, if anything.
Yeah, Lucio Kiri.
Okay, we are off to Hazard now. The Hawk just wants to avoid
Hazard's really good against D.Va. Against Zarya, right?
Yeah.
I mean...
yeah, you can mitigate a lot of that damage, right?
3-player beat.
Thunder, grab of the backside. Tree caught in that one. I think that's worthwhile. That longer fight, Sojourn's certainly going to start to come alive, but Alphari's picked up by LookMino. That's the threat on the Ana. Eliminated. Doesn't help him recall out, though, but the USA, if they disengage away from this, there's still potential to win this fight.
And Zera's moving the card.
His Ana position is pretty out there.
Yeah, nothing you can do at that point. Some adjustments here from China. Looked quite good. Alphari coming into the series may have ended up turning things, right? With where we sit right now. Nice connections there on the LookMino. Gets him dangerously low.
He has another nano, though, and Alphari got picked off there, caught inside the disruptor shot from Tree. Pineapple getting, again, a ton of value here. Alphari has to step into Kaneki shoes and find a follow-up damage, so not ideal when he goes down first in the fight, but the idea is still going to be there. Katrina Rush now, deployed by Recall. Give you some more staying power on that low ground, but it's a nano boost over towards Hawk, and look how low everyone is. Lengsa seen better days. Hawk's not really sure where to put himself, though, as the disengage was wholesale from Team China.
Yes, no way he can really kind of collapse on top of the Zarya, not able to access the high ground there as well. This has been rough here for Team USA. Starting to fall apart a little bit.
Yeah, I'm not loving it. I don't know if the Hazard pick, while it does give you like a great amount of mobility, is the answer. We're back to the Ramatra
Well, you
now.
would want to play D.Va against this, right? To constantly like pressure the high ground
Even
here.
the Zarya?
But you're not playing against Zarya or even Vendetta, right? So
back
you're forced into a pick that is not ideal, really, for Hawk.
All right, Tree has to have a pretty insane ultimate, but his sightlines are going to be severely broken up. Look at Pineapple as well, just slowly
I like this
wrapping
rotate,
around.
though, from Team USA.
But Pineapple's still flanking them, Matt. That's the problem. I don't think they've got the bandwidth. Well, never mind.
Yeah.
Tree killed him. Yep, swatted him like a fly. Now sitting safe, saw that Sundering Blade come in, is able to avoid it there from Alphari, and now he can rule the roost. His Sojourn up on his high ground. Alphari drifts into his crosshairs for just a moment too long, and it easily is picked up. And now in overtime, Team USA is set up to get an extension.
Yeah, when I said I like that flank there from Team USA, like the rotation around, it just takes all high ground control away from Pineapple. Can't do absolutely anything in that situation. It's Team USA trying to block them here from coming even out through the doorway, and they will be successful in that. China will not go to challenge. That'll be a second checkpoint in the final moments for Team USA. So it'll be a ground bastion here.
Okay.
Oh, they're going to go fast to the grab?
Yeah, Sunzo wraps around. I think you just like get a good grab fight here. Throwing it landed. Tree caught inside of it as well. That should be enough. Watch out for the wheels mode, though. It's scary. Sunzo wisely uses the card to break that line of sight up. And only Alphari is picked off in the end. You don't want to linger here too long, though, Matt.
Yeah, well, there's no way they exit, right? I mean, where do they go? Sunzo's trying to boost himself up to the high ground, just not able to do so.
God, he's good. He's done very well to stay alive here, though, even if he couldn't quite get that perch. Hawk can mitigate a lot of this damage. And now we've flipped the map entirely. Katsuna Run's going to come down for recall. Landon's going to have one of his own, though. It's going to be mirrored. Sunzo is going to have lower shield cooldown as a result of this, but still that's not going to be enough as Tree just mows them down. Perhaps a little inadvisable there for China to take this kind of fight, but they have bled half a minute plus off the clock.
And the Bastion's pretty good against the Vendetta, right? Can just kind of blow up the Vendetta through the block. And then the Bastion also fairly good against Zarya, right? Zarya obviously doesn't have a lot of mobility, mitigates the damage, and obviously can kind of turn it around, turn it into offense, but you see Sunzo going over to the Hazard, gets hit with a pulse bomb there.
Beast.
But it doesn't connect with Sunzo.
Yeah, the line of sight is so broken up there. That is extremely speculative behavior from Lengsa. That might have thrown this one down the gurgler. Look at how far the card has moved in this window. Sunzo not saved by the beat. Frustrating there for Team China. Hawk now is able to double back to the card, and in overtime, USA are threatening a full cap tree. Here, going to fire off a couple of mortars. Pineapple is caught out, and oh dear.
From where things looked for China to where they ended, that is brutal. I mean,
Smiles here as Landon and Luke Mino are sharing a bit of a
they must feel like they stole that. Like they were OT to get the second checkpoint, and then I think like they get so aggressive, China. They end up using the grab, they push on in, but then they're just stuck there, right? And then the Bastion swap from Tree was good, and you're able to clutch up. I mean, this is a difficult map to finish. They had what? Probably a minute and 30 to be able to do so when the last point opened up. They lose one fight, so they have like, what, 45 seconds, 50 seconds to run it down? And they do.
Things that we liked about Team China's opener.
Alfari 3-9.
Yeah.
Felt like he was a little bit more impactful than that, watching it.
Well, yes. Yes.
Yeah.
I thought that obviously it was a reasonable pick against this Ana composition. I saw him outright kill Luke Mina the first time. I'm like, okay, this is good.
Well, to be fair, he did start off on like what? He started off on Tracer, I believe, for a bit, right? And it wasn't exactly going great.
But that's the problem. That's concerning to me because this is the second player that is not able to match Zera's Tracer in the game. And I feel like Overwatch really just converges to that one point a lot of the time. Do you have the better Tracer player? It's been 10 years of this. So we're going to try for the Vendetta on the attack side again. Again, reasonable. Very standard looking comp here as far as Team USA are concerned, at least.
Hawk can't exactly stand here and fight the D.Va head on.
Just good
the backside around the corner. Yeah.
Alfari does not want to be dying here. A great outlet for these Zarya bubbles.
Hawk can't mitigate any damage, right?
From
between Vendetta and Zarya.
Yep.
So it's going to be very difficult to play around this.
Okay, stick there on Tree. Just safe for now. But yeah, Hawk is suffering. He's not able to really limit the effectiveness of Alfari or Sunzo at all.
He will end up helping Lucamino build up towards a nano.
Yeah, he's a healing battery. I'm fine with it. Bro, he is doing everything he can to stay alive, but he missed the Mega there, I think. Okay, we've got to do something about this guy.
I think the Mega was taken.
Yeah. Little unfortunate. So far, so good. Hawk, does he go just back to the Ramatra?
Hazard here, maybe?
I don't know, man.
Looks like he's going to stay with the D.Va. Maybe be the recipient of the nano here.
I mean, look how much damage Hawk takes just to try and get out of there. Yeah, he doubles back for the nano. So now we can fight for time. If he gets Alfari, this is great, but he's not contesting the cart in the meantime.
Yeah, but you have Zera there.
Yep. Here's Pineapple trying to ward Hawk away, but he's been able to force multiple players back around the hairpin turn.
And this is so demanding for him to have to play into this.
He's always felt like, you know, the strongest soldier that gets the toughest battles, right?
Yeah. It's, I mean, now you lose Tree. How do you fight this?
Look, you get rush here. You need, like, Zera needs to find a pick, I think, on recall. He's going to go after the Kiri before they can get a rush off.
Self-destruct.
Alfari instead. Oh, landed. Interesting spot to find himself, isn't it? Nice little grab there from Sunzo. He uses his ultimate pretty decisively, Matt, just to find those big individual picks.
Yeah, and I mean, you just kind of get that pick off onto Landon, and that is able to kind of keep moving after that. So we'll see Hawk now. We'll end up using, we're going over to Ramatra. So Ramatra's probably the answer here. You kind of think about some of the other tanks, like Hazard is no way to really engage with the Freya. At least you can kind of shoot back if you're the Ramatra, right? So
what is he? I think Pineapple's trying to indicate he wants a pause. Good luck, bro. Alfari gets picked off here. Okay, we get it. Pause called for.
where You got an eye out for the pauses today. What were you seeing?
We had it on the player cam. He's like throwing his hand up in the air. Yeah. So as has been custom for today,
it looks like a Kaneki's wire that he put down is what's going on here. Yeah. But yeah, looks like maybe between Kaneki and sorry, from Alfari and Pineapple. That I guess maybe one of the cords that Alfari put down, Pineapple is now on top of. So we'll get a sense of what's going on here, and then we'll get back into it. But when we get back into this game, I mean, Luke Amino has already taken out Alfari, so Alfari going to be off the spawn as it looks like everybody from China trying to back up.
They're in a decent spot here at least, though. Pineapple had a good forward position. Freya can really start to look impressive when she gets that unfettered access to the high ground. Big time bank too.
Yes, but I think it's very difficult to kind of win at the end of the map here, right? I think the Vendetta will be important there, right? But it's going to be much harder to play into the Ramatra there at the end of the map. I think if you're Team USA, if you can get this into like the, 1.5 minutes time, OT type of scenario going into the end, I think you like your chances to hold before a 3rd point cap.
3 minutes 50. Yeah, Hawk has made that move over to the Ramatra as we kind of anticipated. Diva into Zaya and Vendetta is just not it. Feels like you want to try and make yourself useful elsewhere. You'd like try and dive on a Kiri or, you're really well positioned against the Freya. Now, Pineapple doesn't really have much to answer them. Zera doesn't have the verticality to be able to challenge those like high grounds. So, in theory, China have set the stage for Pineapple to succeed. Realistically, Tree and Luke Mino are the only ones that can interact with the Freya. As long as Pineapple gets a good vantage point, gets topped up every now and then, should be okay.
Yeah, should be fine. Not going to be able to control some of the high ground, so it looks like we're going to be jumping right back into this one as that pause all sorted.
Oh, Zera just got owned.
Oh, and you're going to lose Zera. That's rough.
You got hit with one of Pineapple's bolts, like just as they were falling back. So now all of a sudden, you don't have to give up nearly so much ground. Like, this is not a good sideline for Tree.
No. Recall does get hit with a railgun shot there. Ooh, Bola here on the flank there. Nice use of the Suzu from Landon.
Right.
Then Landon gets dove, right? No Suzu to be able to kind of protect himself.
Pulse attempted here. Alfari gets a couple slashes though at Zera as he tries to go in for the kill. Yeah, tough matchup to fight through. Zera obviously has the mobility, the nimbleness. But China are pushing forward beautifully now. Look at how close they are to this next checkpoint. In reverse sweep territory, I'm starting to think.
That'll be quite brutal for Team USA. It's going to be overclock here. Use sound barrier as well. Double support ults invested here from China.
Yeah, it's worth it though, Matt. Winning this fight and having a big time bank is huge. And Sunzo was kept alive there by that sound barrier. That's very heads-up stuff. Tree found Lengsa. Not enough to stop this card getting through, though. A whopping 4 minutes and 10 on the clock.
Luke looked like he wanted to end up using the Nano there onto Hawk, but they kind of get split by the Vendetta walking out through the door. Now we're going to get the swap here over to the Bastion yet again. So this is what was so good for Team USA on their offense towards the end of the map. You think you have a guaranteed fight win with a grab potentially here?
Something, yeah, normally just lets it go to catch a single player off, right? I imagine, like, Zera's got to be careful. Maybe they feel like they can burst Hawk down quickly. A little flank pressure coming out from Zera. Lynx is almost halfway through to another beat. Surely Suzu was there for Lana. Look at this, they're going to Slayer their support ultimates. Nano boost for Tree. Lana with a Kitsune rush. Maybe some overkill considering just how much clock there is to burn, but sometimes you just need a dub.
Yeah, you would think though that like, I think it's worth investing. The end of this map is like fairly, I don't want to say easy to hold, right? But compared to some maps, it is.
It can get muddy for attackers for sure.
But I think though in the spot that you're in for USA, you needed a fight win.
Eyes on Alfari.
Pineapple now going to go over to Cassidy here. Good against the Tracer and the Bastion.
Hawk was looking for Alfari there, but Landon found him first. Fists clenched like he was about to send a strongly worded letter. At least China down to 4.
Sunzo doesn't want to just solo grab Hawk, right? Because he'll just Nemesis form block.
And tank the damage.
And just tank it all, yeah.
You probably want to get the Bastion if you can.
Is there a spawn camping?
The Mei?
I love this for Team USA, them going over the Mei.
Yeah.
Anything to get them off of like that kind of vendetta pressuring the back line.
So much pressure now sort of taking off. Okay, here it is. Sunzo still holding on to this Graviton Surge and never had a chance to let it go. Annihilation is pretty hard to fight into at the best of times. Hawk in by the flash, but Pineapple is caught between a rock and a Tracer place.
2 minutes already off the clock here.
That's half the time.
Now at Nano here, right? Nano for probably either Hawk or Tree. This is a great spot. Alfari now over to Tracer. So we talked about how bringing in the headshot to ring it in here from Luke.
My goat Luke with the critical hit perk on Ana. Obviously you see that very satisfying like land tick, right? Yeah. Gives you more of those sounds. There we go. This is where I expected the grabber's going, oh my god, he got Pineapple, that's not good at all. And he's still alive! Oh, that's devastating! Sunzo sat on that grab and hatched it like a bloody goose egg. And came away with it all on his face.
So he obviously gets the benefits of the Nano, which obviously helped him mightily there. Then a Biotic Grenade comes on through. It anti some of the members of China, and then also gives Tree the amp because he's healing himself inside of it. Obviously takes the perk where he's able to do that. Sunzo now over to the Orisa as things have gotten bad to worse here for China.
Oh god, they're up against a rush in this next fight as well. This could be curtains. 4 minutes and 14 seconds, Matt.
You're going to spiral this into an annihilation too, right?
Yep, the game is getting away from you, especially when you're the team forced to make these switches, right? The ult economy continues to work against you. Unsurprisingly, Sunzo's trying to go after Hawk, push him back to the rest of his team, but Hawk hasn't even needed to use his Nemesis form. Here's the rush. Sunzo just burst down, and this one could be cooked. Legitimately, one more chance for China to break through and at least just get the map done.
I mean, they need the map completion to extend this series. Sunzo over to the Diva here. Now they're you have to move off of the Freya here at the end, right? Obviously, we saw the stats at the half. Alfari getting punished on the Vendetta. Yeah. They've not been able to settle into something that makes sense.
They've got a Kitsune Rush to lean into. That is it.
Yeah, but you're going to run into the Annihilation. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. All that Annihilation is going to do is make it hard to heal your team, even with a rush in play. Recall knows he's going to be up against it. Early Annihilation comes into play. Sunzo rather at risk of getting caught out. A lot of pressure on him. Healing is good enough for the time being, but where's the rest of the damage here from the United States? It's about to come. Zera finds his way in off a flank angle, but the Annihilation is well kited. China have a shot at this.
Nano
we are
here.
in overtime. Recall's low, Matt. Real low. Pineapple's got a good little vantage point, and Tree's been taken down. There's a shot here. It's a slim one at that, but Hawk can't get a Mega again. It's taken out from under him. But Zera and Hawk have already struck at the back line, at the healers for China.
Yeah, but it's going to take so long for China to come back. It's going to be Zera getting the boost here off the spawn. The Nano from Lucamino onto the Tracer. Sunzo just trying to extend this as much as he can. Can't make it back to the cart. And USA going to take the series here 3-1 against China.
I'm not going to sugarcoat this. This is not the debut that China are hoping for here at the World Cup. The last time they went up against the USA, they flattened them. But it's a new generation for both teams. As much as I'd like to say the kids are all right, for China there will be some concerns about the rest of their campaign. It also changes the complexion of this group. The group that we had dubbed the group of death, now with a theorized front runner looking a lot weaker than we'd maybe suspected. There's a way in for some of these other teams in the group.
Yeah, you know, I asked you and Zoe before we started the series, I was like, are we confident that these are the two teams that make it out of this group? I think we all thought yes. I still will say yes. I don't feel nearly as confident, though. I thought China looked much better once they brought in Alfari, but
even
he also really only looked like, he only really looked great on Atlas, right? Like, this map, I would say, was a pretty rough one, right?
He was like, I think you pointed out, like at the side change, he was 3 and 6.
9.
3 and 9, excuse me. So, not where you want to be. He is playing Vendetta, and I think the Vendetta's use cases are a little narrow sometimes. I thought against an Ana backline, that would be one of the situations in which you could find some success, right? It's a very immobile support. But Luke Mino's going to hit your sleeps, mate. Like, at least half of the time, you're diving into the backline against a guy who's going to sleep you and be able to blow you up.
It's also kind of worrying, right? Like, I mean, we've seen Pineapple play the Bastion, and they play Cat Bastion at a high level. But when the Cat Bastion isn't available, they're trying to play like Freya comps and stuff, and it's just not working out at all.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to take away here, though. I will still want to see more from Kaneki. Maybe they have more to show us on this roster.
Dad, USA is getting their first victory on the board. A slow start for China, honestly, in those first two maps. It looked a little disconnected, a little indecisive even. They were not quite as active as what we know from especially their aggressive DPS players.
Map 2, it feels like they fumbled a little bit. Second point, they just played so passive, allowed Team USA to get back out onto it. But also, it is a different, like, I think when you think about China, you think about the aggression of Gushui and Leave and Shy, and that's just not this team, right?
Yeah, it's a very different look with Sanso in the mix.
I think China is a Cat Bastion team through and through.
Yes.
They only get to play that comp for half of the maps, and they win one of them, right? Obviously, like you mentioned, they kind of feels like they tossed Neon Junction a little bit. I thought honestly, the Demon play from Sunta was really solid there. So there's definitely some things to work towards, but you need to be a bit less band sensitive. Like, you cannot rely on that Jetpack Cat Bastion look. Like, you just have a good Cat Cassidy comp as well, you know?
Yeah, I'm interested to see what they will be cleaning up heading into their next match. Of course, we're playing a round robin, so just because you have one loss on the board, it doesn't mean you're out by any means. It is a very tough group. It's great to see, of course, USA off to such a great start, one of the front runners, as we already talked about, from this group. And we see a lot of Demon plays. What are we making from that? Like, it seems that we underestimate them. Are they overestimating them? Like,
but we're wrong. So rule of thumb is we're wrong.
We're wrong,
I think
we underestimated it, probably,
A lot of the issues with Demon were bug related, right? Like things weren't proccing adequately. Like the overshield, I think, from her Alderman is a big part of it as well. She's had a lot of quality of life increase. I think she's, for a team that is coordinated and knows how to identify positioning errors to punish, I think she's very, very powerful.
Yeah, I will say though, we only saw Demon success into another Demon. We didn't really see Demon play it into
sample size a little short right now.
Well, we didn't really see it played into anything else, right? That could potentially counter it, give it trouble. So I think we probably underrated it a little bit, but I'm curious to see how it kind of plays into some of these other comps.
Yeah, I'm curious to hear what one of our pro players has to play. As we already established, we are usually wrong, whatever we're saying. So we have Landon joining us from Team USA. Congratulations. First victory on the board. Off to a great start here in the Overwatch World Cup in Busan. First things first, how are you feeling? How's the time been in Busan?
I'm having a great time. We've been here boot camping, I think, a little longer than most teams. Like Team Liquid sponsored us. They helped us get here for a while, practice a lot. I'm having a blast. It's a really fun time.
Yeah, I gotta ask, we were just talking about Demon, right? You guys played it a little bit early on. What is, is it just strong into the opposing Demon? Like, do you feel like she has an advantage in any of the other tank matchups that we haven't seen yet?
I mean, at least from my POV, that character is insane.
Yeah.
Like, imagine you're me. You're out here, you're just playing Kiriko, you're throwing some healing,
honestly,
you know, and then all of a sudden, just a flying Demon dropped by a catch to pierce in front of you. He's shooting you, he's slashing you, he's got a 800 HP shield, 1000 HP.
Yeah.
That character is terrifying.
For the supports,
Yeah. I mean, most of your trade has been playing in the EMEA, right? Like, you've been out in Europe for a long time and found great success there, but how does it feel to come back and represent, the USA and be alongside a lot of players who you only really got to interact with, I guess, when we had international events, we all came together?
I mean, for me, it's been a lot of fun. I think I was thinking about it yesterday. I don't believe I've played with an American player in over 4 years.
That's
much less an American team.
That's wild.
And getting to play on this roster where everyone is from a different background. You have Dallas Fuel with Luke, Team Liquid guys. You got the Space Station guys, Junk Buck from Falcons.
Yep.
And then obviously I'm from VP. You get so many different insights. I feel like I'm learning so much about the game.
Yeah, I think that's the great thing about the Overwatch World Cup, right? Because you see people who are usually rivals, they get together, they get to represent their country, which is always a good time for everyone watching as well. Of course, cheering the people on. Looking at your group here, we called Group A the Group of Death. It seemed really difficult to predict. Everyone feels a little sorry for Japan being thrown into the mix there. How do you rank the group? Do you feel like it's as close as we consider it or think it is?
I'm not too sure. On the very first day that we arrived in Korea for our boot camp, we scrimmed against China and we actually lost. But as far as Japan and Sweden,
I got
my boy Kev, go, I really don't know. I have no idea how strong they are. Off roster strength, they shouldn't be as strong, but you never know.
We were curious. No, I'm fascinated for your opinion. It felt like China. We were talking about map 2. They just like weren't that aggressive, and they felt like a few times they had an opportunity, especially by that second checkpoint, to really kind of take it. Like, were you guys a little bit surprised? Maybe. I think we were just chatting before this. Like, we're so used to the China roster with Gushui and Leave and Shine, how overly aggressive they are that maybe they weren't as aggressive against you guys today.
Yeah, we actually made a call on the very first point of Busan. Like after like 2 fights against a team, you can pretty easily tell what their playstyle is. And me and Tree like hadn't been dove at all. Like we had been under no pressure at all for 2 fights. So the call was kind of like, these guys are playing like really scared, like just pocket hawk and keep them like on the back foot kind of, you know? And that stayed true until map 3.
Yeah, no, it looked really dominant. They found a little way in off of Reese Vendetta, obviously causing some issues there, here and there. But yeah, you guys got the dub. So once again, congratulations. I'm going to let you get back to the team, get ready for your next match, and enjoy Busan some more. Everyone, Landon, make sure to show some love to Landon and, of course, the entirety of Team USA. We're heading into a quick break now, and then we're back with the 3rd match of the day. Don't want to miss it. The 2026 Overwatch World Cup is brought to you by DHL.
From premium landmark hotel to lifestyle boutique hotel, we offer you distinct brands worldwide. Rute Hotels and Resorts.
What's up, everybody? I'm here joined by Kiwi from Team Great Britain, coming off a great win against Team Mexico. Kiwi, great job. That was your first match in Busan. How do you feel?
I feel great. I was a little nervous coming onto the stage. I didn't really know what to expect, and the delay didn't really help. But it worked out for us in the end, so we'll take it.
How did you prepare for your match against Team Mexico? How would you say that?
Well, we knew that they really like to prefer the Genji comps with elemental guys, so we kind of planned our draft around that. I was kind of surprised map 1 they didn't ban Bull, because like we have Golden Pants, he's a very good Bull player, probably the best in the tournament right now, and they just ended up protecting DPS to protect that Genji, and we just got to play Bull the way we wanted to, and it was great.
Awesome. And of course, you guys do need 2 wins. You got 1 down, you have 1 more win to go. Are there any, in your groups right now, are there any teams that you're kind of scared of?
We're not scared of anyone. We're coming for you all. Come on now. We're going to 3-0 the group. Australia's going down next, and then we have a good matchup in Saudi, I think, because I think they're a sim team, and we have a Wrecking Ball, so I think we got that.
All right. Well, hey, again, big congratulations, and thank you so much for the interview. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Overwatch World Cup, coming to you live from Busan. We're here with the group stages. It's day 1 of 4 days of action. I'm Zoe, and joining me here on this wonderful couch are now Moxie and Jake. It felt like a long day already, but we're only 3 matches in. No, 2 matches in. We have 4 more to go, and you guys will be on the mic for this next one. And I believe this is going to be a banger. I'm very excited to see how these 2 teams are measuring up. But first things first, how you guys been enjoying your time so far in Busan?
We had a blast. We had K-barbecue yesterday.
So you did everything you needed to do?
You were there with us.
That's
so
true. That's factual. I actually forgot about that.
For the old heads, the other night I went out with Mono, an OG player, that I played against, 10 years ago in the Overwatch World Cup. So for me, it's been an incredible blast in the past. Always excited to get out to Korea, and to see some of the world's best Overwatch being played. Excited for this next match too, because as you said, this one could be a banger. These are 2 teams that could go very deep in this tournament.
Yeah, so I think we can dive right in and take a look at what is ahead of us here, because, as I said, 2 teams that we have a lot of players on both of these rosters that we are very familiar with. How will they mesh? How are they coming together? That is, of course, the big question. Of course, we know most of these players from OWCS, right? These Saudi players have been playing at the very highest level for Twisted Mind, for OWWC. We've seen them. We know what they're capable of. And a lot of them have been representing Saudi Arabia already in past renditions of the Overwatch World Cup. But how far can this particular squad take it this time around?
I mean, this is a reigning world champion team. There's no reason that they can't win it again. I mean, you think about the success in the international stage for almost all these players. I think the support line probably going to be, the element of this team in question, with Zox maybe not quite being typically an OWCS on that elite level, and Surmajet being out of the game of that level for some time. But you look at the rest of the lineup, Sports Lab, Ziad, I mean, incredible world-class players here. Any team would be lucky to have them.
Yeah, and the World Cup 2023 was sort of the first time I think a lot of people really got to see some of these players in action because they were part of contenders teams, right? Twisted Minds was not able to make it up into Overwatch League. A lot of their players weren't able to, so we got to really see Quartz go up against the best of the best all the way back in 2023, where I think this roster took a lot of people by surprise by how well they could play. So now, especially since we've had a couple of questions on Twisted Minds and, you know, Katsia's performance, GK's performance so far in 2026, there's even more scrutiny on them to see how well they do when they're defending their title.
Absolutely. I think one thing to mention, if we were looking at the roster graphic here as well, Surmajet was doubled up. TVNT is, of course, the second hand here in the mix. This also means it's the first time we don't see KSA representing Team Saudi Arabia, but I don't think we need to be worried about that department because, quite frankly, Ziad and TVNT has been phenomenal over the last year.
I mean, for me, those are really the only two tanks you could consider putting on this team, with Tivant being, you know, world elite in OWCS over the last few years, and Ziad being one of the most exciting young players out of Saudi Arabia. But their opponents, Australia, find themselves, I think, as an underdog team. Historically, this is a country that has delivered strong performances in the Overwatch World Cup, but this year, I think maybe there's more questions about their ability to perform. Other countries have really raised the bar in the competition that we expect to see, even here in the group stage.
Yeah, they had a rough group stage as well for their qualifications. They lost some maps to teams like Team Thailand. It was not always clean, and they didn't really play a lot of the current meta back then. Cover really liked going for this Ramatra default with things like Soggy on that Mei. And they like to play the Mei, the Sojourn, stayed away from the Bastion, from the Cat, from the Mauga almost entirely. That was a couple of months ago, so there's an opportunity that they've started tuning into some of that meta here, and especially up against Saudi Arabia, they'll have to play it more than likely because we know Quartz Labda, they've been both rocking the Bastion lately.
Also looking at this graphic, Sox, of course, not playing for Team Australia. Bertlog will be the other support that we see here in the lineup, but there's a lot of pre-existing synergy, obviously, on this roster as well, right? They have been playing the Pacific region for a long time. Essentially, so many players here that have been around forever, like the Colorhex, the Kaffas, the Punk. Punk has been representing this team for how many years now? I think last year he sat out. Previous 2 years, not last year, everyone sat out because we didn't have the Overwatch World Cup. In 2023, he sat that one out. Previously, he was representing that country as well. So, like, we've seen what those guys can do, but they just never quite made it to the very end.
I mean, you know, for Australia, they've often fielded some world-class talent, but I think historically there have been more Australian players at the elite level. Right now, it's kind of only Kuffa, really, who's competing at that level, and even he has been a little bit outside of the top echelon in OWCS. So this is going to be an uphill battle for Australia. They need to show us something innovative, something different. But in fairness to Kuffa, in terms of, let's say, a preference for Ramatra, a rush style that could really suit him, the World Cup is where you can really get that done, more so than anywhere else in Overwatch. There's an opportunity to play your own unique style and make it work on the server. You know, maybe even a team like Saudi Arabia, it's like there's still going to be weaknesses in that squad. This isn't just a one-to-one port of Twisted Minds. You know, it's why is Yubi not in the starting lineup, right? Interestingly enough. But playing those sim comps is incredibly hard to do, even if you have literally, we have the sim, the hit scan, you know, in Quartz and Yubi, the two of them together. But do you actually want to play that as Team Saudi Arabia? Maybe not. Like, maybe that's not a comfortable, easy style to slip into as a World Cup team.
Yeah, if we're looking at predictions for this one as well, I mean, I think it should be said that Team Saudi Arabia is the heavy favorite here, but I definitely think there's an opportunity for teams such as Team Australia because they're just mashed together from like different teams. We know the individual players, but they could come out with something unique. It could be a surprise, especially with meta changes, with Demon in the mix, etc. So like there's definitely a world where they can take more than just one map here, Moxie.
Yeah, I think there's a world where they could potentially take more than one map, but I think we're all
You do not believe in that world, by the
here.
way.
Well, you
None
do
of us
as well, right? Everyone here.
I mean, you guys speak for yourselves. Frankly, I think Australia have no chance. I mean, for me, this is a 3-0. Like, I just got to be real with you guys. Like, I mean, Kuffa's the best player on Australia, and I think he's at best on a similar level, but to be honest, I'm still looking at the KSA teams as being stronger across the board. I mean, full of world-class talent. So Australia would need to have a generational performance to make this one competitive, where Kingdom Saudi Arabia, they're looking to repeat and be world champions once again here in the Overwatch World Cup.
Yeah, and I think for Saudi Arabia, it's very important that they have a very strong start, right? Lots of people will look to see how they establish themselves here for this World Cup. You have some very strong competition ahead of you as we head into our first map, which will be picked by Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and it will be Nepal as we get Mauga being banned out. So right off of the rip, taking away that main tank that we really got to see when all of these other international teams faced off, leaving those options like the Ramatra, the D.Va, Wrecking Ball, but also potentially that Demon, because as you talked about, there's a very rush-heavy composition style that Australia like to play, both for their qualifiers with that RAM, but you can also transfer it to something like the Demon too.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately for me, the Mauga ban for Australia makes a ton of sense. It protects a lot of Kuffa's pool, whether it's the Demon, the Ramatra, the Winston. I mean, these are the kind of characters that Kuffa is known to be one of the best on. But for Ziad, you know, it's not a limited player, right? For him to come out on the D.Va here is no surprise. SimTV's out of the spawn, but we'll see if that's committed here for Labda. Seems like it won't be. Xion Bastion on the field here for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia as they take the battle to the enemy here on the first round.
There'll be so much pressure on Color Hex to hit his shots to be able to keep this Cat Bastion in check. He's the only one who can really try to contest Quartz's flyby.
As Ox brings in Quartz over the top, tracking a little bit off here, a little bit awkward, trying to beam down Color X, but there's no help to be found for this Cassidy. Still Kuffa finds a kill back the other way, so there's still a fight to be had, but with Ziad relatively healthy, Quartz up in the sky, there's no damage that can really be put back to bear against him. Soggy asked a lot to accomplish on this Tracer, but seems like as Kuffa is demeched, we're going to go into a quick pause here. Hopefully we're able to get this one resolved quickly, get this play back underway, but first fight does look pretty strong right now for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, taking out that Cassidy very early on just alleviates so much more pressure from what Zox and Quartz are able to do. Soggy, we're seeing, trying to peel back to that point since Kuffa now out of that mech will mean that that contest can start to come through much more easily from KSA when they're trying to just take that point as quickly as possible so they can shut down as many retake positions that the Cassidy has with just the sheer pressure of the Bastion Cat, right? You really do just have to wait out the pressure that those two heroes can apply to you, especially if you're running something like the Demon, who, unlike the D.Va, he actually has a mech, but those boosters, they're horizontal, not vertical, so you really do just have to pay all respect and try to hold back with the shield.
Yeah, Demon is, you know, this has been an interesting event to kind of see how she fits in. Some teams have been deploying her, others not. The lack of verticality certainly is, for me, the key issue for this character, right? Is, you know, can you actually retake off high grounds? Do you need to on a certain map type? And, hey, you know, maybe in fairness here on Shrine, like, there is a lot of horizontal mobility that is crucial, but when Cat Bastion is in play, that lack of verticality becomes a real challenge. And, you know, for Color X, I honestly am very worried about the Cassidy into this matchup. I think you're pretty much going to get hung out to dry. Yeah.
It sort of feels like that first fight, that first engagement, he's literally back against the wall. And that really is the situation that he's up against, both in-game but also outside of it, because everyone from KSA understands if we put pressure on the Cassidy, that just allows that Cat Bastion to do what they want. We can keep the Tracer in check. If Sumajed does have to worry about taking that 1 versus 1, you've still got the Swift Step available. You can still teleport, blip out of that position to the rest of your team if Labda is not able to shut the lane control down. I mean, you do have Aki on the Jetpack Cat, at least on the side of Australia, but if you're using that to try to sort of make up for the lack of verticality that Kuffa's own kit has, that time to set up the Demon's mech means that that's not time set up for somewhere else that the tank could be. And the real risk of that, right, with how fast KSA's comp can be with both the Bastion, the Cat, the D.Va mobility, and the Xion's ability to reposition, not into deep angles the way the Tracer can, but still very, very quickly going from one part of the map to the next with the bike, you could just allow KSA to find an opportunity to run over someone else, someone like the Cassidy, when there's just no peel available.
Yeah, it seems like Kuffa, hopefully we're able to get him back into this game, but the fight already feels pretty rough. And as you're saying, I mean, the problem for me with the Cassidy here is just, how do you ever really challenge in the air? You know, like if you're battling with the Cat Bastion, you're just pretty much never going to come up victorious. And if you're going to go for the Cassidy, I'd almost rather you cut the Cat altogether, but maybe even playing something, it's crazy to say Lucio. I mean, I guess that's a little bit of a blast from the past, but China was showing in that last match that, hey, maybe sometimes these conventional rush comps can still work.
Potentially. I could see Mizuki up against
Ziad on the
D.Va.
I wouldn't hate it at all.
I would not hate it, because my worry as well, not only is Aki potentially going to be having to spend a lot of time repositioning the Demon, if you're trying to bide your time to have the combo of Deadeye with the cat flyby, well, that goes out of the window if your Cassidy is dead at the start of all of these fights and denied the ability to build the ultimate at all. And even if you do build up that ultimate, you have to worry about Suzu and Defense Matrix totally shutting down that kill opportunity.
Yeah, and you know, one of the things I look at in the World Cup is just the ability of players to have a wide hero pool. I mean, in the OWCS, we're watching these games, we're typically expecting that, like, if you're a top player on a top team, you can pilot just about every hero that could possibly be in your role. I mean, we've even seen a double hit scan rise in prominence in this year, really, with the rise of Cat. But not many teams can play it as well, and I wonder here in the World Cup for players like Aki, is he as confident on the Mizuki? Like, in theory, it might be a good pick, but if you can't bring the level of play necessary, it's just not going to be effective. And so for teams like Australia, the underdog teams, you kind of need to stick to your guns and to play something that is comfortable. Seems like, though, we are going to be able to get back underway here into the fight. Kava able to rejoin. Ziad out of the suit, so there's still just a shred of a chance here for Australia to duel out. But if Ziad can be protected here by the Kiriko, Majed working overtime to restabilize his position, and the first cap goes to Saudi Arabia.
Kaffa is back, but not in time to stop that first cap. And now if you're KSA, you don't actually have to commit to these fights, especially with Ziad out of the way. Lafter gets a great trade onto Aki, but the flip has actually been able to come out for the side of Australia, buying time, stopping Australia from putting more pressure on the disengage with the artillery form. Now it gets picked up, lifted up low by Zox, and Kaffa's in charge of trying to track where this artillery strike lands.
Bastion shells thrown down from on high. No joy there, but still a big swing in deep behind ColorX. He's very mindful of this Bastion threat who turns. Now trying to bring down the Bastion, but Quartz finds joy elsewhere, putting so many resources into defending this Bastion, but it is just not enough. Quartz continues to find his mark, instantly picked up by the Cat, chases down the opposition. And a quick retake now off the back of a confident swing of the Quartz Bastion. World champion player for a reason. But uh-oh, seems like to see Quartz get back in. It looked like even the Bastion was lagged out there for a moment.
Yeah. Still, 34% bolt up for the side of Australia. Not the worst in terms of losing that first fight eventually. Hamster will have match of Rush versus Majed. We also don't have something like a Mizuki to be able to absorb all of that damage potential of the Rush to allow Majed not to have to match. So there is an opportunity that you start chipping down KSA's overall ultimate economy. Plus, Color Hex has been hitting some of his shots, 73%. Ziad was in charge of Defense Matrix in Quartz's position for a whole chunk of that. So he has been able to actually land damage past the Diva to start building up to that Deadeye, because we're likely just going to go down to poke attrition for this retake until those ultimates are available. That's always going to benefit KSA. More time between fights, more point percentage picked up. But if you're Australia, you're going to be banking on things like that flyby with the Deadeye to take away the threat of poke as you try to walk through the front door.
Yeah, you know, for me, I think this is an interesting tank matchup we haven't really seen before, which is Demon versus Diva. Mecha Squad turning on one another. I do like Demon in that matchup. I mean, the Plasma Saber should be a really powerful tool to challenge an enemy Diva. Ziad has lost his suit a couple times in these fights, but the damage from Quartz Bastion has just proved to be too much. Reading the play now, Saudi Arabia, they're going to be well aware of this angle of approach now from Australia. Come out on the high ground, take a bit of position. Ziad, a lot of early poke, but Saudi's going to be happy here to run the clock down just a bit. Still in control of the point. Zox making sure Tracer does not get in too deep on that flank, waiting for the opportunity to go for a more committed swing.
First rush from Hamster, matched by Majed. No catnap to disrupt just yet. Great Suzu from Majed to stop the pulse bomb as Color Hex with the Deadeye tries to get the damage fast, but it's Soggy who finds the follow-up with the Tracer on the point.
Great experience from ColorX, gets a little bit of damage in with the Deadeye, finished off by Tracer, and in the chaos of the low numbers deathmatch, Kuffa's really able to shine here, picking up a couple final blows on the Demon. And now, retaking point control. For the first time, it feels like truly comfortably for Australia, right? In a dominant position, but it was an expensive one in an ult economy perspective, and that's where the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia are going to be really turning the screws now. Quartz already in deep behind. This is a real challenge for Color Hex. How do you play Cassidy in this situation with no comfortable position, no comfortable angle?
Aki's forcefully out. He's not there to get Color Hex out of the fight. Instead, Cuff was called in for the limit break to be able to hold KSA off.
A couple quick kills from Kuffa, and really a lackluster attack from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia here, getting just boxed out. A little bit of a delay, and Kuffa has really been doing a good job leading this team alongside Soggy's Tracer. The aggression able to put along into Ziad and Surmajed in particular is really significant. As powerful as Quartz can be, you don't really have an answer for this Bastion, but if you can deal with the rest of his team, then the Cat Bastion in the sky isn't such of a big deal on their own. They need assistance to be effective.
There's the flyby from Quartz, again forcing everyone from Australia to respect the Bastion. Look at him, not the rest of his team, allowing Labs to close the distance with that spree.
Oh, great beam.
Great beam right through Aki. Bastion Cat going to find the first pick, now turning onto the Cassidy.
Great headshots from ColorX, but it's not enough. Quartz gets the assist from the team, swings around, and with their back against the wall, they will make this retake, and not only finding the retake, but doing it without deploying any ultimates. They're going to be defending now with a full bank. Sky Noon really going to be crucial here for ColorX and Team Australia if they want to win this opening round. As you said, Moxie, so crucial to build some momentum for these World Cup rosters.
Well, Australia also just fought that fight dry, right? So they gave up the point, they got it to 99%, they activated OT, and now you can try to bank to win yet again that rush for rush match with Kuffa being able to play dead set of it. There's the flyby from ColorX.
No channeling, really.
Down any opportunity and allowing the team to just walk onto point.
Pretty insignificant damage, and it pays Soggy's life for it. The catnap knocks Kuffa down. The bike is going to break the suit, and I don't think there's a chance for a reset here. So Team Australia ending this first round with pretty much a whimper here. Kingdom of Saudi Arabia cut them to pieces on the walk-up. A great catnap from Zog to secure this first round. Aki's going to get a final touch, but I think that's actually slightly too early for overtime. And yeah, the round ends instantly as the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia reach 100%. Looking to repeat that championship. Still a long road from here to there.
It sort of felt like Australia got a little ahead of themselves that last fight, where they tried to finish it slightly too fast. Very preemptive Deadeye. Hamster's so close to that rush, but he does not have it yet, and I think you're also worried about that potential early pick from KSA off of something like the Bastion Cap damage. If you're trying to walk high ground, they could potentially just catch on to you with a split of that Xion hitting in behind when the Cassidy is on the front line having to create that space. So everyone sort of piles on forward trying to take advantage, but they lose Soggy very early on in that fight, and that stops a lot of that pressure onto the backline, especially onto Majed. As we move Village, do we see any changes composition-wise? No. It will remain both the Demon and the Cat still in play for Australia. Was working really well, forcing Ziad to have to fight directly into the Demon mech. Like you said, being able to melt through the mech because Saber just goes through Matrix.
Yeah, and Kuffa now being moved to the high ground by Aki. It's going to be an interesting angle of approach. ColorX always public enemy #1. This Australian squad is going to do enough damage here to back off some of the opposition. Even Ziad called in to bail out Quartz in the skybox, but Labda wins his 1v1 on the low ground, and without the trace or the aggression from this Demon is going to be much reduced. Just trying now to stay alive. That grenade hits on a whole swarm of Australian players, and Quartz instantly picked up, carried back to safety, and even finds Aki for his troubles.
Yeah, Kuffa is just so short-handed when the Tracer goes down, right? He has to pull double duty, holding on to that point, and then peeling for his team when the Cat Bastion deposits themselves on his back line. Soggy sees how close Saudi Arabia are getting to spawn, tries to go for the cheeky Widow swap, can't find a shot, so back onto the Tracer they go. Hamster, though, is who you're looking for. Colorhex as well. Deadeye has been built up in the interim, so you've got that to be able to unlock the space to walk.
This high noon is it's going to be a real challenge to really leverage here. Seems like another pause called for by Kuffa. If this is not more of the same in terms of those network issues, you can see the frustration on his face. I mean, understandable, honestly. I feel for players in this kind of a moment.
Like you said, high noon here, especially with the Cat Bastion, it feels so hard to gain value from just because of the amount of buildings that are to sequester yourself in until that threat has passed. Especially because KSA, they sort of acknowledged, okay, we're getting a little bit too far forward. The Cass will soon have that Deadeye. We don't want to be caught out crossing open space. When that hits, let's start pulling back to point now so that we can play alongside the building on coast side while still being able to keep control of the point itself. So if we have to play rush for rush, we can go for that style of playbook.
It's not an easy map for Cassidy, right? Even with the Jetpack Cat to enable you, when you, feels like one thing that Zeta Division really showed at the Esports World Cup in Paris was just that, Cat has to be so much more than simply a hard assist for the hit scan. With the Bastion comp, that was in vogue for some time, but now with the Cassidy, it's like, you need to be able to make things happen without the Cat's assist, letting freeing the Cat up to make plays as an individual, put some pressure on, put some of the damage down that Cat can kind of uniquely bring into enemy backlines.
Well, if you ask Violet, Cat's a DPS first, a support second.
I mean, I think there's truth to it. I think there's a reason they win the World Championship, you know, playing with that style, because Cat can actually get a ton done, and bringing that little bit of extra damage to, you know, a dive that is being led by your tank, maybe followed up by a flanking DPS, and now there's a secondary threat from a different angle in the Cat. That is so powerful. Whereas we've seen, you know, from the Colorhex's perspective, flying around with the High Noon, it's hard for him to even get the channel going so that he actually has a threat to find kill shots. I mean, so far, the best he's been able to do is land, hey, a few hundred damage here and there. Meaningful enough to clean up some kills, but it definitely leaves a lot to be desired, whereas Quartz just finding so many of these opening solo kills, and it does feel like for Team Australia, it's like the burden is on them. They need to produce something unique, something unpredictable with the Cassidy, and if it's just the High Noon, I mean, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, they look incredibly well prepared for that kind of a threat. It doesn't seem to be catching them off guard.
Yeah, especially because, I mean, they've played so often into the Cat cast, right? It's almost become stale, I think, to this point, because it's always the same style of play, right? So even if you go up against different teams, you still understand how the staging of the fight is going to occur and how to be able to fight and react to it. Once you've been able to deal with it once, you'll be able to deal with it multiple times and just manufacture that result again and again and again. Something else I think that's not quite working for Australia is this Tracer. It feels like there's not that outward exterior pressure being put to split the attention of KSA. Like, when you look at Cuffer, right, take the first fight on Village, it felt like he was being overwhelmed, like he had to do so many different spinning plates that he had to be able to keep balancing, as that Tracer just got killed almost instantly and he had to use up the duties.
All right, you guys, seems like we're gonna have to change out some of Cuffer's devices, you know, get reset and be able to get back into the action, hopefully more smoothly. And so all of that is gonna be coming at you on the other side of a short technical break. So stay with us, we'll be right back in a few minutes. Welcome back, everyone, to the Overwatch World Cup. This is Team Australia challenging the current world champion team here, representing Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So far, it's been a pretty tough ride, but this is just the opening map of Nepal. Still a long way to go in this series, but for an Australian squad featuring players like ColorHex and Kuffa, flexibility is going to be the real challenge. KSA is fielding a fully world elite squad.
Yeah, they have so much flexibility to just be able to move on to all of these different heroes. It sort of feels like Australia are stuck with half of them trying to go for unique identity and half of them being like stuck in the ways of what should be meta or considered meta with the Cat Cassidy, and it's just not really working. You and I, we were discussing what we would really love to see from this squad in the break, and honestly, both of us are in agreement. Like, just go for something that embraces rush-style tempo, something that potentially Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is not as prepared for. Soggy, when he had his performance with Team Secret at mid-season for EWC, was the most impactful on things like the Vendetta. And in the past, when we had these players on Twisted Minds go up against the likes of Virtus.pro, they did come undone underneath the split pressure of both the Vendetta and the Tracer that Virtus.pro were able to field towards them. As we do resume at match, Quartz will use the ult, stopping ColorHex from being able to actually go in with Deadeye because he has to wait to roll the damage reduction off of that artillery strike to dodge. And now, that's got, what, 41% of the point already for KSA with no forward movement from Choke from Australia.
Cassidy coming in over the top here. Skynoon, but big damage in, but can't find the follow-up shot here onto the jetpack head. Zox barely slips away, but Kuffa finding that kill on the lab that's going to keep this fight in contention. It feels like a must-win scenario here with a later rush coming out of a jet. That is going to break the back of Team Australia. The Cat pulls Demon away in just the nick of time, but it's not good enough. Ziad chases down, finishes off the suit, and he'll find more as well. This D.Va now cleaning house on Nepal, and at 70%, it feels like Australia's last chance to bring this opening map back.
Okay, here we go. A little bit faster tempo. ColorHex now on the Xion, but is it too little too late? Ziad has self-destruct for the remake if his supports get caught short, having to deal with the split pressure of both the Tracer and that Xion now in play. And Lapta and Quartz are both about to have ultimate for the OT, which means Australia simply can't disengage. Kuffa has been chased down by Ziad. D.Va trying to get past, making sure to hold on to that mech, but being a lot more aggressive, boosting through things like the health pack to deny Kuffa the healing opportunity.
Labda wins the duel against ColorHex. Ziad playing with the second life here. The self-destruct is going to get him back into the suit, back into the action. Now Catnap comes in, but Kuffa already down. Just the dregs of Australia here, desperately trying to keep this overtime rolling, but they cannot accomplish it. Labda with a clean finish onto Aki. He's going to seal the deal on Nepal, and for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia team that we expected to be dominant, this was nonetheless an impressive map.
Yeah, very impressive performance from Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And as we said, for this first match, it had to be a dominant win since so many people will be looking to see the strength of their performance. I think moving forward, Australia could have some very impactful bans, right? Taking out the Cat could be very good for them as it does take away a lot of the options that Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is looking to, especially at being able to set Quartz up. Since so much of what Australia had to do, it really felt like, was having to first deal with the Cat Bastion and only then being able to turn their attention to the rest of the team. And before they could, ColorHex was dead and Zox was flying free.
In moments, Kuffa on this Demon was able to find success, and the Tracer was able to be a significant part of that. But it feels like the overwhelming majority of the time, it's the Quartz Bastion that's the star of the show. And the rest of the team is honestly doing a solid job. Like, Majed doesn't need to be in the limelight on Kiriko. He just needs to stay alive, be effective, you know, keep the fight going. And man, Ziad looks world-class on this D.Va. It feels like he's constantly applying pressure, forcing Australia to just keep clearing these angles. They're never able to comfortably enter the action, and you can feel in some of these deathmatch moments just the raw mechanical prowess on the Saudi team.
Well, it's also the fact that Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, like all of their heroes, barring Quartz and the Bastion, they have their own means of mobility, so it's not as much pressure on where Zox is forced to look to be able to help the rest of his team. We were talking about the fact that, okay, Demon does struggle with a lack of verticality, which can be overcome by the Cat, but that means that Cat's then not there for the Cassidy. And then if the Cat goes with the Cassidy, he's not there for the Demon. So both of those heroes just struggling without those resources, getting overran, falling short, without a lot of ways of pressuring Ziad as well to use the self-destruct. He's just able to, the moment he has that ultimate, be far more aggressive, playing directly into the face of Cuffer, despite the fact that Saber splits through that defense matrix because he knows that he has the remake available if he loses it.
Yeah, it's an interesting matchup to watch. I mean, definitely so significant about how much your team can afford to support you, right? How much power you have to deploy into that tank battle. That first map looked great akin with Saudi Arabia. I mean, unfortunately, had all those tech issues. Hopefully, we're able to get those resolved and be pretty stable throughout the rest of the series. But, you know, from a player perspective, that's got to sting for Australia, right? A map like that, not only are you, you know, if we cut out all the pauses, right, you just got blitzed out. I mean, it basically a total beatdown. You know, the first round, relatively competitive. The second round, frankly, it wasn't. And so for Australia, there's definitely a mental question about their ability to right the ship. And map 2 feels like a crucial one, right? That they need to have a decisive map pick and an intelligent ban that gets them back in the series. You mentioned maybe the cat's a possibility there, but Aki also leveraged the cat. I mean,
maybe the Bastion.
Yeah, maybe the Bastion.
Maybe you go directly for like the root of the problem. You leave the cat in play so you have it open for your backline, but you take out the Bastion since you're not leaning onto it. But then this becomes even more of an important map to be able to win, right? Because this is a first to 3 series. If you then ban the Bastion, that's the one time that you have the opportunity to ban the Bastion. If you then want to remove that from Quartz, you would have to ban the cat, but then potentially the Sim is left in play as well.
Yeah, I wonder if we would see Yubi come in at any point in the series. Maybe there's a certain map pick. It's definitely something that can kind of be in the back pocket for the Saudi team, but I also wouldn't mind if they can kind of hold on to that in something like the group stage. I mean, I think there's a real question in my mind about whether the Saudi team even gets challenged here in Busan, frankly. Like they you know, are pretty much a world-class team. You know, you're looking at maybe a few of the other top teams in the world to give them a genuine run for their money. For me, they're one of the most obvious teams that's going to advance out of Busan to BlizzCon. And, you know, if a team like Australia can't give them a good contest, then I certainly think that bodes very well for the Saudi fans watching from around the world right now. I mean, there's a reason like a lot of these players are world beaters. It's great to see also, you know, Labda and Ziad in the lineup alongside Quartz, showing the depth of talent from this country and this region that has really impressed me over the last few years, right? Saudi players have been some of the most exciting newcomers into elite Overwatch play. And so to see the World Cup team that kind of paved the way back in 2023, making another run here is exciting, interesting.
Yeah, I think that's what's always been so special about the World Cup, right? Players who might not otherwise have had the opportunity to showcase how well they can play Overwatch got that opportunity now as, oh wow, is this our first Eichenwald?
I think we saw it earlier in one of the Mexico matches. I believe they took us to Eichenwald.
Because this is reworked.
Yeah, the reworked Eich, I think, is going to be interesting.
This is very interesting because now the attack actually has like a lot more agency. I feel, especially at being able to approach second point. Before it sort of felt like you really were just battering your head up against a castle wall. Old school medieval style, where you're just equipped with a spear and someone sitting on top of you with a boiling cauldron of oil waiting to dump it upon your head once you try to walk any step forward. Now you actually have, you know, staircases to be able to contest those angles, or you can play below the actual high ground itself, similar to how people try to overcome the Havana high holds. And you just keep pushing that cart to force the defense to naturally have to give up that high ground advantage as the cart moves slowly away. But it also does come with the crux of that new window spawn for the defense on third. Which...
Oh, a little mercy ban. Okay, okay, Saudi. A ban on the D.Va, you know, for me, for Australia, this feels like you're patching up what happened on last map, but I think there's a real weakness in tank bans against a player like Ziad. I mean, I just see him as a player who, I mean, for me, he can handle every single tank in the lineup. And so you ban the D.Va, but what does that really do? Maybe it opens the door to some more impact from Tracer, but you're mentioning, hey, maybe we would love to see more of a rush style, more of a Vendetta look. And now the Manga can come back into play here. So I do like Eichenwald in the sense it's a map that de-emphasizes hit scan in general, with just less of the very long open sight lines. Although with the Cat and Cassidy, maybe I say too much there because, you know, with the element of mobility that Cat provides, sometimes those hit scan can kind of really find unique angles, unique perspectives, especially with something like the Sky Noon combo.
Yeah, Bastion also not banned, so still available if Kingdom of Saudi Arabia want to rerun back the Bastion Cat. That worked out so well for them before on Nepal. There's, I think, a lot of pressure to see how exactly Australia tries to change things, right? We've already seen the Diva ban. I think that's probably one of the best steps that they could make, since it does mean that Ziad's not able to be as shadowing to Kuffa that he was before when he's trying to follow along with that Demon's mobility, since it does appear like we're going to be seeing the Cat Mauga from the side of Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, starting off on the defense as we get a first sight into some of these changes.
Sport's having a little bit of fun right now. He's
Everyone's
bouncing.
having some fun. I love trampolines. So too apparently does Fort, says he will be deposited by Air Zox into position.
Oh, I'm a little suspicious of Demon into the Mauga matchup. I wonder if Kuffa doesn't have to go back to the spawn and take a swap once he realizes what Ziad is bringing to bear. I mean, and this is the double hit scan that has really been pretty meta-defining over the last year, right? Cassidy and Xion together, able to take different angles, especially Xion playing uniquely mobile for a hit scan hero with, you know, her different options in that category.
The shield's tissue paper as well. It feels like Demon 2, since you don't really have a way of interacting nicely with the Mauga charge, since even though you do have movement with your boosters, it does not actually count as contested movement. So you just get absolutely overwhelmed in rock, paper, scissors. As speaking about overwhelmed, there goes Aki all the way back to spawn thanks to Mauga and Cass.
They're just getting blitzed out here in the deathmatch. Kuffa sees a low player, is going to be able to run down Labda, but at what cost? The rest of the Australian team falls. A D-suit now seemingly on the cards for Kuffa. He does slip away for the moment, but expect to see Demon getting run down here. Support comes in just in time. Ziad actually not able to find Kuffa. Huge for him that he's able to keep the suit alive. That's going to minimize downtime here for Australia as they look to get back in on this offense.
Yeah, but Lapta's already back. Xion rejoins the fight so quickly as Color Hex now swaps onto the Sojourn, farming off of that Mauga's hitbox. The only thing that you can really do as Magras run directly into that
Demon's
mech.
getting blitzed.
And Demon gets absolutely blitzed. Has to look at the Mauga, which means that there's no support for Color Hex. The Sojourn's already down. No chance to one-shot snipe one of these players from Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. This fight's absolutely one-sided, Jake. Someone has to pull the plug and reset this fast.
It's looking pretty grim here. And the Sojourn, like, in theory, good against the Mauga here, but I mean, the level of pace you're forced to bring here is a real trouble. Ziad constantly able to find the first initiation, and now with the High Noon in the pocket, Quartz calling furiously, trying to set up the timing for this play. And there's really a lack of ability. Like, there's nothing that can scout this other than the cat himself, but over the top comes Quartz. Big channel comes in, a lot of low players with a TP out. It steps into the room. Only one kill, but did huge damage to the mech of the rest of Saudi. Are able to swarm in and just clean house. Australia sent packing a clean team wipe here for the defense.
Yeah, punishment on how narrow that Demon shield actually is, right? It only really covers Kuffa. The rest of the team left absolutely defenseless, having to rely on the timing of that Suzu. And blocked as well, the exit by Ziad, totally body blocking Australia's path out of that fight. 147, so no last fight territory. There's still opportunity here, but Kuffa just denied the opportunity to flank onto that right side by Ziad's hope. Forced back, more time given up.
Big ulti fight here. Surmajad gonna drop the first rush. Big ult committed now. Let's see who's able to draw this one out. But that cage fight so valuable. The front line just cracking under pressure. Ladda, Quartz working together to clean up some of these kills. And now with Kiriko falling, it'll be forced into a quick reset here for the attackers. Even a little bit of a delay on Color Hex. Looks like he gets an off-sync spawn, and with just a minute 15 to go. Do or die now, and with every ult expended, it's just Color Hex with the OC to try and open this one up, but the angles are so tight here. I mean, Sojourn's gonna really struggle into this kind of a close-range brawl, especially with the catnap and the Satsuriku spree available here for Labda.
Yeah, you're really worried. Color Hex has to come in absolutely clutch. Catnap to grab the Sojourn off the map. And there goes the chance, but wait, no, he's able to power slide back out. Pops the overclock, looks for the clutch, but gets taken down by Surmajad. And that, it feels like, was Australia's best chance at being able to stop this from being a full hold.
Nice cat save here on Kuffa, keeps him in the action, but Labda up into the air, somehow able to find Aki on the way out. Soggy forced now into a Desperation Tracer swap just to get this touch rolling. 30 seconds left. There's still just a shred of a chance here, but Soggy gets low in the pre-fight. The pressure is just overwhelming from this defensive squad. They're constantly looking for opportunities to punish these attackers. Even Quartz stepped up on this high ground, refuses to give any kind of position. Knows he's got the cat in tow here to ensure that his position is always safe, always the possibility of bringing this one back. Maybe just one more shot to channel this Deadeye. Gets it online with the headshot. Soggy finds one, hold on. Hamster finds another. And now the Saudis find themselves needing a clutch from the hero Cassidy. Coming down with not much channel. It is enough to find Quartz. Still a possibility to make this defense with a lot of cap time to give up. Saudi have found one kill, and that might be enough to get them back in with advantage.
Yeah, Ziad so close to that cage as well. The difference is they don't have the Tracer, so Ziad has to slam his position onto that point just to be able to contest. Labda on the Xion goes low enough that he's forced to fall back for the health pack. Zox and Majed also taking damage. Cat down, Mauga falling in turn. And this could be Australia able to clutch it out. Full hold denied. We go to the rest of Eichenwald's map.
And Australia finds something there that I think maybe portends well for their future here, which is attacking into the enemy backline, maybe ignoring that hit scan Cat that proves to be, you know, a bit of a bait to try to focus down, and taking out more vulnerable heroes like the Xion and the Kiriko. Still won't be easy to repeat. See if there's any adaptations from the Saudi side, but winning that fight with no ultimates delivers a huge reward in terms of the ult bank here, and Australia want to make hay out of it. They're going to continue pushing into the backline. Limit break, but I'm not sure if it got much of a connection here. Catnap finds more, and with Sagi's pulse bomb, they'll find a crucial few kills, but it's far from a clean fight, Moxie, as Kingdom of Saudi Arabia take a ton of kills back the other way, and no one is pushing the cart on this offense, so Australia will get nothing for this fight.
Yeah, and potentially late picks as well onto Australia's players. Soggy goes low. They're trying to cut off the Tracer's disengage. You can see Zox trying to hunt him down to prevent that Tracer still being deep on that right side. As now we'll see those new stat cases called into play. Color Hex with the overclock is available, but so too has Zox got the catnap to disrupt the Sojourn's position and stop it from being the ultimate win condition that Australia will be looking for.
No C now, available for Color X. But on Eichenwald attack, I mean, it's so tough from this low ground position. You're not really getting any targets. Zox throws a catnap in after Kuffa, tries to pull this demon off the map, but a save comes in from Aki. He's going to keep Kuffa in the fight. Opportunity now is the positions have gotten chaotic. These defenders have struggled to continue to keep this cart in contest. ColorX now comes in with the OC. Demon over the top as well, assisting into this high ground battle. Majed just trying to stay alive on this Kiriko, but he'll do one better alongside Ziad. Drops the threat of the Sojourn, and even Kuffa now, the last remaining member for Australia, out of the suit, being staggered. Court sees a bit of heals to delay it, and Ziad is forced to finish the Demon to prevent that hit scan going down.
This is last fight territory as well. 34 seconds left, no opportunity for Hamster to bide his time. And just battery the rush off of poke damage that Kuffa takes. Quartz, Lapta both having ultimates available. KSA more than happy to hold that leverage of high ground, force the angles to have to be cleared, or a life to be paid in debt if Australia ignore them and try to go directly to the point for OT to hit. Deadeye available to channel for Quartz, still up in the sky, already set in position to punish Australia when they try to walk forward.
They're so ready for the Deadeye, but he's not giving it to them. He's just keeping the pressure on naturally with this cat. Now they come in, trying to assist, but Kiriko, that may be the death of her. An attempted save here from Kuffa, but the shield is just not able to get the job done. Soggy finds a kill back the other way, but Quartz still alive, still firing, and now forced to keep this cart into contest. Mobility greatly restricted, and with a rush coming in, this will break the back of the attackers. Kuffa just desperately staying alive for the last seconds, it would seem, of this offense. Kingdom of Saudi Arabia get the stoppage here midway through second point, setting a very reasonable win condition here on map 2.
Yeah, that's a brutal kill onto Hamster. Rush would have been available for the OT if he'd been able to live the fight long enough to use it. Great heads-up play, though, from KSA to basically hostage Australia. Have them know, okay, Deadeye is in play, OT's about to hit. You have to walk your position onto that point, or you lose this map. Now we're going to be able to swing from behind with the Cat Cassidy, put enough pressure to force out Suzu before the Deadeye is actually used, and know that it's not there to iframe Hamster through the hit afterwards. Again, Kuffa punished for not being close enough to his Kiriko with the thinness, the width of that Demon Shield. It's so much more selfish in comparison to, say, something like a Sigma or a Reinhardt to be able to keep your backline fully safe from that ultimate. It's absolutely lethal, and without the Kiriko, Majet's just able to use one-sided rush. Ziad on the Mauga, absolutely having a whale of the time getting to play inside that one with all of the self-sustain possible.
Don't hate this from Hamster, though. It's going to look towards an Ana on the defense. They're going to need a rock-solid hold on first to, at the very least, burn a ton of clock to set themselves up for any possibility of winning Eichenwald. And maybe
like
Ana can be part of that.
Yeah.
I will say for Hamster, he is going to be tested here. I mean, Quartz is experienced going up against players like Shu and Violet with this setup. So, yeah, you're going to have to keep your head on a swivel. ColorX is going to have to be blasting incoming players out of the air if he wants to protect space for Hamster.
It does put more pressure onto Ziad as well, though, with things like the anti-nade, being able to deny that Mauga's sustain. Charge, used from Ziad.
Good move in from Kuffa.
But Lambda's already down, so that Xion engagement has been totally denied, as Australia find two very early first picks, totally blocking off the heals as well from Ziad with that Demon Shield.
Hamster does go down, though, and this fight is getting a little bit scrappier than it has any right to be at all. ColorX will put it to bed. Headshot onto Quartz. And with only Zox's Cat able to come in here, surely Ziad's in trouble, but wait, hold on, he gets it back, he gets back in with a big overrun. No way he's able to bring this one back, but he's done enough to take Kuffa out of the suit alongside Lambda and, you know, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Even in the fights that don't go their way, they still are able to accomplish a lot. Taking now a bit of map position, Kuffa has to take a quick hop off the map, but I expect the Saudis to be pushing sooner rather than later. Just a little bit of tempo. Hamster out of a comfortable position here on this Ana.
Yeah, ColorX has to buy basically Deadeye for them to be able to hold off, but he can't do it. Kingdom of Saudi Arabia already onto the point. Australia having to just give way until that demon returns back to the prey. There's the Deadeye to take the space that they gave up before, and that allows them the space to actually walk onto both Lambda and Zox. One tick given up, but that might be all.
Great re-aggression here from the Aussies here. Getting a little bit of damage off the High Noon, finishing off the kills the old-fashioned way. And they've been able to really turn the tides in terms of the aggression on this defense, right? Consistently taking it to the attackers, ensuring that Hamster has a little bit of a comfortable space to work with. So far, the Saudis have struggled to get on top of this Ana in the backline. They've been the ones on the defensive. Lambda has been going down so early in these fights, but with the High Noon over the top, maybe their fates can change here. And yeah, Cat caught dead to rights out in the open in the sky. No chance to escape Quartz here.
Yeah, Aki's split from his duo by a great flyby from Zox and Quartz, divorcing the two. Swift step from the Kiriko, touching away the damage of that pulse bomb. As now that first tick should translate to two. Great slam onto ColorX, no opportunity for the cast to return fire onto Mauga. And this is just a stall game now for Australia to wait for that regroup, but they're losing player after player. Kuffa, mid-mech, taken off of the map by the catnap from Zox, and loses the opportunity to use the limit break.
Yeah, great catnap from Zox. Punishes a full HP Kuffa, who is staying alive deep into the backline. And Ziad with a cage fight just to ensure there's no opportunity for a Nano Tracer to miraculously turn the tide. Short of a miracle, I don't see how Australia can bring this one back, because now with the clear win con in sight, the Saudis waste no time attacking into this high ground, taking a powerful position. Kuffa brawling well, and maybe a fearful shout here out of Ziad, as Australia is able to retake the high ground, asserting some control on Eichenwald, but the cart continues to roll forward. Questions asked now of the defense. Some shots rain down, and even ColorX on the high ground struggling to keep the pressure on.
Limit break from Kuffa, slammed onto though by Ziad with the stomp, stopping any ability to just keep that damage going. So much at a one-sided rush as well. Lambda though, put against the wall by the Saber, plastering into him by Kuffa, but he loses the mech, paying the price, fighting directly versus that Mauga. And this is slowly but surely Kingdom of Saudi Arabia cleaning the fight up and taking us to what is probably the last of this map. Hamster gets one chance to build this rush, and that will be what Australia have to put all their hopes onto.
Very slight percentage gap here in terms of the High Noon. So Deadeye available for ColorX could be able to swing this early and accomplish some sort of positional advantage. But Quartz, just one more shot would be enough to get the Deadeye, and ColorX is a little bit slow getting into the Cat, comes in, starts channeling the Deadeye, but the no-touch comes in, not the C9. Oh, the Saudis steal that one away. I mean, in fairness, with that much time on the clock, you know, their victory felt inevitable, but that'll be a gut punch to Team Australia, who at least had a couple good fights in them.
Yeah, that's a painful one. That is a brutal way to lose, because you were coming up to one-sided rush. You had the opportunity to buy safe passage out of choke, forcing Respect with that Deadeye to be able to match Quartz's high ground position. But that is now match point to Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in their first match so far.
Yeah, taking a look at these highlights, Quartz, just a force to be reckoned with on the Cassidy. I also think Ziad, able to do so much on the Maga here. Kafa as well was finding some great moments for aggression, but you could definitely feel the difference in consistency between these two tanks. I really like the Maga look from Ziad, able to find oftentimes Colorex on the Cassidy, if not even sometimes getting on top of the back line. And the difficulty for Demon in terms of the one-to-one tank matchup against the Maga felt very significant, right? The shield is nice, but it's just not enough, right? Maga just keeps standing there, keeps beaming down on you.
Yeah, because you can break the shield very early on. As we said, even though Demon does have those propulsors, it's still not actually going to be able to actually shut down the Mauga when he's going for those stomps. So the only way that you can really shut down that damage is Suzu, but then you're down Suzu, a very valuable cooldown on the first engagement hit from the enemy team, who then have Suzu advantage
and even
for when someone gets low enough to actually use it for the iframe.
Even defensively surviving an overrun with a Suzu, like, it doesn't feel good, you know?
No.
Like, you're just running away, you're just stalling for time, you're not actually moving the ball down the field. And, for this Australian squad, they're going to need to do a lot. But in fairness, I mean, I think we've seen so far in this match just how strong this Saudi team is this year. I mean, and this is even with Labda in, right? Like, there's still the threat of the Symmetra lurking in the wings if UB does want to come in at some point in this tournament. That's just a whole nother ball game that you honestly can't even contemplate as Australia so far in this series. You just need to win in terms of the lineup you're facing off against now. I will say the Aussies, they did good in punishing Labda. The Xi'an was certainly having some trouble on Eichenwald, but it just didn't matter. Like, the Saudis, they're willing to lose a player here and there. They know where their bread is buttered. They know if Quartz and Ziad have the space to make their plays, they're going to get the job done in the end. And Xi'an still puts a lot of damage down before falling in some of these fights.
And also, Xi'an's like one of the best heroes to sacrifice, right?
Yeah.
Because of how fast she comes back into those fights. Way better that it's Xi'an that you lose very early on, because she can still come back halfway through when the fight's not done. And it means that your backline players who actually have to be present for the fight, both at the setup of it, but also when the main fight kicks off, being able to hold on to things like the objective, it means that you have all of those resources still to be able to pump to make the fights last long. So even if you lose them, you're still, one, building up ultimates, and two, taking off time, which a lot of the time, and actually was for this map, right? Time, distance, that was the true killer for Australia to have to contend with.
Yeah, I will say the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, they look very good in these kind of clutch, low number situations as well. The experience shining through in some of those moments, like, or it's just patience in popping the Deadeye, right? Just waiting, knowing that he can get a lot done without the Deadeye up in the sky. Like, his aim on the Cassidy, he's still able to deliver meaningful damage. And if the enemy's going to be baiting, playing in the rooms, trying to wait him out, he'll play that waiting game, and he knows that his team is generating advantage constantly. And Australia, they kind of are forced into these desperation moves a little bit too late into the fight. I also got to give credit to the Saudi supports, where, to me, if you look at this lineup, that's the obvious sort of issue or question for them, with Majed and Zox being relatively less experienced. In fairness, it's because the other players on the team are all, like, in competition for, top 3 in the world for their roles. But I've been impressed with Zox and Majed. I mean, very few mistakes out of them, stable, consistent play on the Cat Kiriko. That is all that KSA need to make a deep run, not only to BlizzCon, but maybe within BlizzCon to, like, a medaling position for this team.
Yeah, the synergy, I think, is really strong from them, right? Especially if you're playing, like, Cat. You have to really trust the person who you're playing Cat with, because if they mess up or if they're out of position slightly, it's not just the Cat that's punished, it's the person that they're towing as well. As we will move to our next map choice, which will be once more Australia's, as they decide to take us to the sunny streets of Esperanza. We go to Push. And now I really hope that we see the Cat or the Bastion banned out, because that tempo play, I do like this for the Demon though. I think, like, being able to sort of fight, especially on the low ground streets, on the objective itself will be really strong. Plus the high ground positions are mostly easily accessed by stairs as well, so this could be allowing cover to. So maybe Australia try to guard that hero by locking the tank role instead of going more aggressively for something that Kingdom of Saudi Arabia launch.
I think they've got to do something different, because they've been banning tanks so far in this series. It has not worked.
It has not worked,
like,
yeah.
Maybe that is the best strategy, and to be honest, in the end, I see this as an extremely favored matchup for KSA. I think they are a pound-for-pound drastically stronger team as we've seen so far. And Australia are going to ban the cat, which I like this move. I mean, they've both been running the cat, but I think it's clear which team is getting more mileage out of it. I think the experience of a player like Quartz, it's actually a great opportunity for someone like Zox to be paired with a world-class hit scan and, you know, to play on an elite team. It's an opportunity for a player like that to really improve, and he's been showing that, right? Some of the catnaps have been super annoying, taking Kuffa off the map in crucial moments. Would have had him more often than not if not for Aki making some crucial saves here, but a responsive demon ban. It's going to force Kuffa to show more versatility, but if there's anyone on this Australia squad who has versatility, it actually is Kuffa. So I think this ban shouldn't bite too hard on the Australian team's ability to show a strong performance.
Yeah, the vulnerability, right? There's a reason why they've been going for those tank bans, because it's been able to safeguard this hero. Maybe it's a return to something like the Ramatra, and you go for something like a Juno Kiriko to be able to just try to out-tempo run at your opponent. I think like going away from trying to take out Quartz's hero pool is smart as well, because if you ban the Casty, in my opinion, you leave his better hero open, which is
right?
Sojourn. He'll just go for the Sojourn or the
Bastion, Xion.
He has so many opportunities that he's just like one of, if not the best.
Yeah, I just don't think I don't think you're going to get any mileage trying to get Quartz to have a bad map. Good luck with that. I think you might just have to accept it. But I mean, that just shows the incredible difficulty of a series like this for Australia. Quartz, I think he's the best in the world on the hit scan role. I mean, obviously, there's always going to be a few players in contention for that kind of a spot, but you know, you'd be tough to find a competitive player in the world who doesn't think Quartz is a very serious contender for that title. I also worry about Kuffa right now because so many of his strong heroes, I think Ziad's Mauga is perfectly suited to deal with him. Not only is Ziad one of the best in the world in this aggressive rush style role, but he's also an amazing pilot for something like the Mauga. It's great against Ramatra, which is one of Kuffa's best. And so as good as the Ram can be, up against the Mauga, it just doesn't feel good.
Yeah, and I mean, if you are going to try to play the Ram versus the Mauga, which is something that Australia did multiple times, they did not like playing the Mauga. They preferred to counter it both with the Sigma. There were times that they tried to run things like the Ram or the Diva versus it. But it was always not the cleanest, I think is the best way to say. And now you're facing one of the teams who has one of the best understandings at how to be able to play the tempos of that. And if you're taking so much time resources at looking at Mauga, that means that you're not putting those resources, time, attention, care into being able to angle clear out players like Quartz, who will absolutely punish. If you have to spend so much setup time just poking the Mauga down or dealing with the Mauga slamming into your team on that engagement, if that forces out something like Suzu, and people still get hit and still have to take down Ziad, if the fight and engagement goes long, Quartz is walking away with at least one kill in that downtime.
Yeah, I mean, and Labda has honestly been able to play that secondary low resource role really effectively, even though, like you mentioned, he goes down a fair amount. He's able to get back into the fight so quickly with Xion, able to be really efficient even when he does go down. And while that, for me, has been the most successful moment for Australia is when they're able to dive in deep, Kuffa, Sagi working together, producing an early kill, trying to clutch out with numbers from there. The Saudis are so experienced, and in modern Overwatch, there's a lot of clutching going on, right? Teams do not back down because you get one kill, even 2 kills. Teams will go for the 3v5. They will try to force it, especially if they have an ultimate to leverage to stall those few more seconds out, getting players back into the fight. You got to keep fighting, got to keep pushing the tempo and trying to stamp out your opposition. But when the player on the other side of the field is Quartz, he's got the cat protecting him. At least this time, maybe without the cat, it is more viable to try to attack Quartz, right? He's not going to be up in the skybox. He's going to actually be forced to play some sort of a normal position where you could actually reach him conceivably with Kuffa's tank.
Yeah, and you also don't have to worry about the flyby Deadeyes, right? It's a lot easier to be able to now kite out a Deadeye when it does not have wings and can catch you.
By the same token, though, Moxie, as we say all this, like they're going to be against about Quartz, I feel like he's just going to pull out the Soj here and just take the Aussies to town. Like, you know, for these guys, like, this is a huge underdog team, and now they have to go up against one of the most dangerous threats in Overwatch esports, period. Yeah, Quartz, I think he's almost even a better player. It's crazy to say when it's a more conventional hit scan role, and he's just able to play the Soj.
I'm saying his best hero is Sojourn. His best hero has always been, in my opinion, Sojourn. Like, he had one of the best understandings when that hero released. at how to use the kit. Not just always for like kills, but also the information he would be able to scout for his team. I saw multiple times he would use Disruptor Orb just to have the accuracy tick of understanding if someone was on that angle, and then with that information feeding it to the rest of his team so they were able to set up pinches.
Yeah, I mean, he's just such a highly aware player, and the mechanics, I mean, they speak for themselves. You know, you don't have to be an Overwatch expert to watch what this guy does on the hit scan roll, and yeah, with the overclocks, good luck. Good luck. I wouldn't want to be on the other side of the field from a Quartz OC, but you know, you got no other choice. You got to defeat this team. Maybe not necessarily to make it to BlizzCon, but certainly they're one of the standard bearers, being the you know, arguably the current reigning world champ. It's been a few years since we had the Overwatch World Cup, but yeah, I mean, I think if you're not considering the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia as the favorite or one of the favorites to, you know, take home gold once again, I think you got another thing coming.
No, this is by far one of the teams that has the highest chance of making a very deep run in this tournament because they have the flexibility, right? We know that patches will likely change, meta will shift. Cat probably sticks around unless we directly go for like the root of the problem, the flight time,
Cat
the
does feel pretty
time.
good right now. I mean, for me, I think, you know, for Cat, it's just not just the flight is so powerful, but for me, I'm like, yeah, I get that. That's what you picked the hero for. It gives mobility to a player, a teammate that's not typically expected to have it. I actually don't think they should change that.
Ooh,
but
spicy.
The amount of like deathmatch you're able to bring on Cat and just you kill people. You kill the solo kill the enemy supports on Cat. Like, you do not want to be a Kiriko 1v1ing a Cat. It's hard. It's a tough kind of a test to be taking, and you know, that's what I think players like Violet showed so well at the Esports World Cup. For Zox and Aki, there's also, you know, a lot of opportunity with the catnap. Like, how many support ults are effectively a solo kill generator, right? On any map with like a reasonably close edge to drop players off. Like, that is deadly. It can be a big stun into a solo kill. Like,
it stops ults too, right? The fact that it's a stun. Like, if you watch the OWWC Finals, the amount of times that Sound Barrier was stopped by catnap, it's almost impossible, it feels like, sometimes in this current meta to play Lucio, because you just don't have the opportunity to use beat the way you want to if catnap is in play, plus the fact that it's been reduced in duration, so it becomes even harder to be able to use that beat aggressively or defensively at ultimates that now just simply outlast it unless you kill the player generating them.
I gotta say though, Moxie, it's great to see on the cams Kuffa, you know, with all smiles, right? And he's been dealing with a lot of tech issues in this match. So for him to be kind of leading the way, setting the tone for the team that, you know, hey, let's play loose, let's bring what we got. Of course, we're underdogs here, but, you know, that kind of positive energy I think is so crucial in a moment like this. A lot of players would be frustrated with the way this series has gone, but for him to be showing that kind of leadership, it, you know, shows some hope here for the Australian squad. They're going to bring out their Ramatra, the Juno Kyria you mentioned.
Yep.
See if this ends up being real, of course. Wait till it leaves the spawn is an important advice for Overwatch.
Yeah, every caster knows this. Don't talk about a composition change.
I think these are pretty legit comps, though.
Out of spawn. But yeah, I would believe that this is something that Australia will stick with outside of potentially the Symmetra for Soggy here. Which, do they stick with it, or do they swap Tracer to try to match? No,
okay. I like this. I like this look from the Australia team. And now it's going to be the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia who find themselves needing to get really aggressive. They're going to need to bring the tempo. Poke advantage firmly in favor, I think, of the Australian team. But will they be able to fight for the map control? Right now, the Saudis comfortably holding the cart position. Low and slow fight. It's going to be what the Australian team wants, but Kingdom of Saudi Arabia aren't going to take the bait too early. They're playing patiently. An overrun in, big stomp connection into the backline, but the damage is pouring in. Ziad struggling to stay alive. A lot of support now pouring in from that Kiriko backline. Keeps him up just long enough to run into this back hall, but Quartz producing 2 kills seemingly out of nowhere, always with a little bit of space, a little bit of time. He finds kill after kill. And somehow out of nowhere, despite heavy pressure on Ziad, the rest of the Saudi team are able to step up and decimate the Australians in this opening fight.
Yeah, so many people looked directly at the tank matchup. No one was really looking to help Hamster.
I mean,
so
they got close, right? They must have believed they could get that kill on Ziad and,
they thought they could all in Mauga and then just tempo roll the fight afterwards. But then Hamster falls, which means that you lose the speed ring to disengage when the fight starts going sour, and it starts bleeding into more. There's the aggression. Stun onto Aki, forces out to Suzu. He's trying to keep himself alive. Kuffa actually just ignores the tank and goes for the trade onto Majed. But he's down both his Juno and his Kiriko, and Kingdom of Saudi Arabia will keep the tempo ball rolling.
Just fearsome aggression right now from the Saudis, able to catch this Australian poke comp into a really tight corridor where they just can't fight effectively. Like, Kuffa's able to find a kill, but it's not good enough. The DPS just cannot stand tall in that kind of a position. And now that the map has pretty decisively turned against them, it's going to be rough to make it back, because look at Labda, fully set up, every cooldown available. Takes a lot of pressure from Hamster. That'll slow him down.
But he still has recall.
Yeah,
he
still has
blinks
everything.
out, still has recall, still has the confidence to be able to go for the pulse bomb once Suzu's being forced.
Here comes the spree as well, into the back line. Quartz finds one, Ziad finds another. Aki will stifle the Saudi hit scan, but at what cost? The rest of the team falls around his ears. And once again, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia swarm forward with 5. Sure, they take a casualty here and there, but they come away with the fight win, and starting to feel like a full cap is on the cards. The way these players are looking, Labda with the pulse bomb, it's really going to be up to Aki to mitigate this one.
This could be an ult dump fight. The issue is, ooh, pulse bomb goes wide, whiffs onto the Xion, so no Suzu. Color Hex with the overclock. Ziad using that cage defensively, so first you have to be able to break through, and then the Mauga slams. Totally disrupting Australia's coordination. And they just have no opportunity to use any support ultimate to react.
Oh, this is looking scary. They've got some ultimates. If they could get out to the card touch, it's a winnable fight. But I mean, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia making such ridiculous progress. 7 minutes on the clock, 135 meters in the bank. Kuffa needs to deploy everything, try to stay alive. A big beat in from Zox, full aggression. They're killing off Hamster before he can get into the fight. Has dropped the orbital ray. Soggy finds one with the spree. Get a second. And so Australia looked to be doing enough to stay alive on this map, but only barely. Ziad still trying to take a few kills out of the other side of this fight. Kuffa trying to roll the cart back the other way, but a little risky if you haven't yet gotten these cleanup kills. Surely the Australians are going to be able to find Ziad this deep in their backline, but Labda drags one back the other way. Formation is now split. Ziad still alive, somehow healthy on this Mauga. And out of an unbelievably difficult fight, the Saudis seem to have snatched a good opportunity back.
Kuffa has to defensively use Annihilation. He was so split from the rest of his team, and he still falls before he can be healed with that rush from Aki. This is looking like full push territory, especially with Color Hex falling. Quartz will have the spree, Surmajed one-sided rush, and this is time for Hail Mary plays as Kuffa swaps onto the hazard.
Oh, they need a touch right now. Kuffa's going to be able to keep this one in contention, but only barely on the precipice of disaster. No ultimates left to deploy. ColorX getting close is actually going to find a crucial solo kill. Should protect him from using the OC's Yacht. Going to force this fight at a 4v5. The side is going to go for it. Satchmiku spree from Quartz. No joy yet. Cage fight as well. But ColorX still alive with the OC. Still delivering pain down range. And the rest of the Australians rally around him to make this hold. This has been, Moxie, one of the most desperate defenses at the final moment of push that I've ever seen. They're still alive, but I mean, 140 meters. I didn't know this map was 140 meters long.
The distance. The ultimates that they have to just stretch all the way, essentially, to the other side of the map. And you know that Kingdom of Saudi Arabia will take as many fights as possible to force those out. Rush available for Majed to be able to shut down Hamster's Ray. And they've already been able to snipe away bomb control!
No.
Oh no, they're on the objective! They're waiting for the drop down. Hamster doesn't have the Ray yet. Until they have that Juno ult, they just don't have the confidence to commit to the fight.
Love the decision by Kuffa though. Knows he has a bit of time to give. Goes for the kill on Quartz first. Now Orbital Ray comes in. Surely this is going to be enough to stabilize Australian team. Kingdom of Saudi Arabia still brawling, still trying to grab something back. Looks like they won't be able to find any counter kills. No, as I say that, Surmajed grabs one back, still fighting alongside Zox, but eventually it's gonna have to take the reset, but somehow gets a second as well. Disgusting deathmatch here from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Now it's just Kuffa and ColorX on the payload. And as they run the card back, it's kind of meaningless, you know? You're rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic here. The Saudis just constantly able to find something, even in losing fights, turning them around more often than not. It has been a long time since we've blessed this Australian spawn.
I mean, Kuffa will have the downpour at least, but they're just going directly past the hazard, right onto the rest of his team. Aggressive beat forward from Zox sends the team forward, and Aki is forced to use the rush, but you're already down Soggy, which means no spree to capitalize on kills. And yet again, Australia back against the wall, back against the spawn door, having to find some form of magic with the OC.
Oh, ColorX trying to stay alive. He can't quite do it. Xiao brings the damage. Labda dueling on the payload. It's just Soggy trying to keep this one alive, but surrounded by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia with the cage fight at the door. They will be denied. Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in their opening showing here in Busan crushed the opposition. A brutal 3-0, a bruising one at that. Australia couldn't get anything going, and it felt like finally when the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia bring an aggressive comp built around the Lucio, able to seize the tempo for themselves, they show an even more threatening look than we saw in the first two maps.
Just no respect as well for Kuffa's position on the tank. Like, every time they could just get that Malga into position with the Lucio, with the Stomp, they would just take the reins of the fight and deny Australia the opportunity of dictating the pacing of it. Without that downtime to really short or lengthen out those engagement opportunities, the Sojourn had no opportunity to farm rail off of Malga and look to one-shot someone from afar.
I was impressed by Zox in particular in this match. Like, finding some great beat connections, like constantly in the thick of the aggression, but staying alive deep into the fights, which is so important on Lucio, and yet so difficult to do at this level of play. Like, you know, you really do risk yourself getting into the action, speeding the team in, but felt like he was almost never picked off first, really letting Ziad shine through. Also, Majed, I mean, he might have been out of the top-level competition for some time, but this was a fantastic performance in the Kiriko. Tons of deathmatching impact from him, and yeah, I mean, for Kuffa, this one just felt too difficult, right? He's beset by attackers on all sides throughout these fights.
It was the macro as well. I think, like, when we had that raid build-up that Australia were trying to use to be able to contest, it was the understanding from Kingdom of Saudi Arabia that it wasn't quite there charged up to be able to fight directly onto the point. So what do? Ignore the team, ignore the rest of the map space, just go directly to the objective, steal the bot, and force you to have to give up that time, give up the distance, allow the cart to round around the corner and play that long, clear line of sight for the Malga to be able to find the opportunity to engage.
That was an extremely dominant showing here from Team KSA. Pretty much what we expected, but what did this showing tell us about Team Australia? How will they stack up against Great Britain, as well as Team Mexico that we both saw earlier today, guys?
In fairness, I will say I think the Australians maybe have a better chance against some of those teams. For me, Saudi look like maybe the best team in this group right now. So I don't want to write them off because of this result, but yeah, I look at Team Great Britain. I think that team can also be quite strong in this tournament. So it's going to be an uphill battle to make it to BlizzCon. That's what we saw here. That, like, frankly, none of these maps was competitive. And that's not a great way to start things off mentally, right, for this team to really believe they can do something. There were moments, opportunities where when they all in, they commit heavy with Kuffa. They're able to find a kill or two, but not able to clutch the fights out. Feels like a few of the players maybe struggling under that kind of tempo and aggression from an elite team.
I think it also exposed the weakness in terms of their compositions that they're able to formulate, right? It felt like they were very stuck to certain heroes. They weren't able to dive into the Cat Bastion, which is always going to be very problematic when you're facing off of all of these teams who do have their own versions of the Cat Bastion. And the Casty just was not shutting it down. If you're running that Casty, you have to be able to defang the Bastion by taking the Cat out, and that just was not happening.
Yeah, and if we're looking at the Saudi team here as well, like they still have some aces up their sleeves. UB still on the bench. I don't know if he's going to sub himself in this one as well, or if that's going to be decided by someone else. But yeah, we still have yet to see different layers to them as well.
I mean, I really liked what I saw from them, right? Like showing really competency on the Cat comp, and then crucially on Esperanza, they go to a very classic look. I mean, playing the Maga with Lucio Kiri. Sure, in this case, it's a Xian and a Tracer, but it could just as easily be a Sojourn and a Tracer. So, you know, for me to have that kind of a classic, aggressive, rough style deliver a brutal full cap on Esperanza to finish the series, that's exactly what you'd hope to see as a fan here for the Saudi team, that they do have depth to them, and that we haven't even seen. I mean, Australia just couldn't possibly force the full range of that to be shown in this opening series.
And we do have Sir Majed joining us now for a quick chat. It's been ages, I feel like, since we got to talk to you. So first things first, how are you and the team doing so far? How long have you been in Busan for? Were you here for boot camp? Like, tell us everything.
Okay, we're actually boot camping in Seoul for a couple days, 4 days, I think.
Okay.
And then we took the train 1 day before the media day. And yeah,
So you're all adjusted and settled and prepared. You made it look easy, like didn't break a sweat. Like that was a very, very dominant showing. Is that something you expected heading into this group? Like, how do you feel like you're stacking up against the other teams in it?
I think our group is, I would say, easy. we just have to focus on the UK match. And yeah, I'm very excited. Very excited. I'm playing with the best players in the world, so it feels great.
Yeah, I mean, you know, with the star on the jersey, do you feel any pressure to be able to like repeat that? I mean, are you even thinking about like something like medaling, BlizzCon, being first in the world, or are you just right now focused on the group stage, focused on match by match?
I'm just playing for fun, to be honest.
Okay.
Like, there's no pressure, I feel like.
Okay.
That's how we...
I mean, that's how you won,
yeah,
right?
Yeah.
Like, no one expected you guys to win gold last time in the Overwatch World Cup, and now, but I feel like now, at least for me, I'm like, I kind of expect I'm not maybe expecting gold is crazy, right? But expecting a top result from your performance so far, I think that's fair. I think that's fair. With like, you guys are playing well. You talk about the best players in the world. I think people who don't expect there to be a really strong result for KSA this year are crazy. Like, this is a really serious team.
Yeah, I mean, just, you know, get through group stage and then focus on playoffs at LA. And hopefully we can win it again. I'm very excited.
So then, speaking about group stages, are you guys expecting to drop maps, or do you think you're going to be able to golden stage it? Because you said you're wanting to prepare for that match versus GBR. Why do you think they're going to be your strongest challenge?
I think Golden Pants is a really good fall. It's very annoying to play against, even in ranked. I hate playing against them. But yeah, I think it's gonna be 3-0 all matches.
Okay, I mean, understandable. Do you think about Team Mexico at all with the Genji? I feel like they're an interesting team, you know, a little bit wild. But yeah, of course, you know, you guys showed also some range here in this comp. But we were talking about this. Do you think there's a chance that the Symmetra look from UB comes in? Is that something you guys have been practicing as well, or are you sticking to maybe more of the comfortable basics right now with Lambda?
I think we're trying new stuff for now. And then you never know what's going to happen in the future.
You'll never know. Wow, we're always in for a surprise. We know when we're seeing you in the squad taken to the stage. It's so great to see you back in action. Love the performance. Yeah, of course. You're always welcome. Whenever you want to come and chat, please join us on the couch. Everyone, show some love to Surmajet and the entire Saudi Arabia squad. They are off to a very good start here at the Overwatch World Cup group stage in Busan. We're going to let you go, and we're heading into a quick break. But don't go anywhere, because Canada and Germany are setting up on our stage right now.
The 2026 Overwatch World Cup is brought to you by DHL.
From premium landmark hotel to lifestyle boutique hotel, We offer you distinct brands worldwide. Route Hotels and Resorts.
Let's go to Busan! Good eats just a taxi ride away. Tasty day. Different charm on every street. Snazzy day. A sea shining, a sea embracing. Breezy day. Taking emotions deeper and screams louder. Lively day. More days to come. Busan, every day, 재밌대.
got Mixv, Kratos, and Super Gomez here. Yeah, I was walking around, found Team Colombia. They were down to do an interview, so we're gonna have a chat. I mean, I think the biggest thing is you guys are in Group D, and you guys have Team South Korea in there. Like, how confident are you that you guys could actually beat South Korea?
Not very, but I think the whole point of it is to have fun. Last year, when we were on the team together.
Literally the same thing like last time. We just had fun. So I think we might do that again.
Talking about fun, I mean, we are in Busan, right? Kratos, this is your first time in Korea and Busan?
Yes, it's absolutely beautiful. I mean, hopefully in like maybe 5-10 years I'd love to live here, and just experience everything. So it's absolutely beautiful. I love it.
What were some of the good foods that you guys had in Korea?
Takgalbi. Intestine. Totso bibimbap. What are you?
7-Eleven kimbap. I love it.
Golden. Honestly, convenience stores in Korea go pretty hard. All right. I mean, you guys are today you guys don't have a match and you guys are just chilling here watching the games. Who would you say in World Cup, other than your team, is the most underrated?
I think Mexico.
Mexico that's playing right now.
Yeah, I would say Mexico, yeah.
Elemental guy? Elemental guy is the next Necros, I'd say. Literally.
Love that. All right, guys. I know you guys are doing your meet and greet, and I know your fans are here, so I'm gonna let you guys go. And thank you so much for the interview. Thank you. Fighting.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Overwatch World Cup here in Busan. It's the group stage, and Zoe's gone to maybe hit the beach or run a marathon. I'm not really sure, but I'm covering her for the rest of the evening. I'm back here with Jake and Moxie for our upcoming matchup, the fourth matchup of the day. It's going to be Team Canada versus Germany. And talking a little bit more about this Team Canada roster first, Jake, this is a squad where we have, some old guard players mixed in with a lot of new players. What's the litmus test? Because they placed out first in Americas in their group, but I know there were also conversations about how much of a challenge it really was to be able to find those results there during the qualifying stage.
Canada, they find themselves in an interesting spot, I think, where, yes, there's some strong players who've historically had top performances, but on neither of these teams is there like a super star-studded roster. So these are the kind of bubble teams that are going to be battling to make it to BlizzCon. And for Germany, with having Eisnam on their side, like Canada's going to have to deal with that tank threat. It's going to be crucial. But I think for False on this team is also a player I have a lot of faith, a lot of trust in playing at the highest level. So, for me, this particular matchup is maybe one of the most hard to predict of any that we've had so far today.
Yeah, it's tough. I think it is that conversation of these litmus tests when we're talking about this international competition, right? And talking a bit further about this Team Canada roster, Moxie, I want to know, hey, Jake was just talking about how we have some of those older players, newer talent coming into the fray here for Team Canada. who do you have your eyes on in this roster to maybe be that difference maker, be that star power that Jake was talking about?
I mean, backline always has to be really, really strong in this current meta, both being able to prop up your DPS to be able to find their opportunities, but also surviving, right? They are prime targets at the start of these fights, because if you take out one of those supports, especially if you're playing the cap alongside your second hero, it means that you literally have one support to be able to try to keep the rest of the team alive. So I think there's going to be a lot of focus on a player like Cal, especially because he is one of those older players that we've got to see a whole lot of. He's able to hit his shots, he's able to hold his own, so he should be able to play things like the Kiriko really, really well. But Graveyard's a newer player that we're really starting to see come into his own as well, and he was really crucial in Canada doing so well in that region, because he was able to instantly pivot onto things like the Mizuki when the hero was very fresh.
Yeah, for me, I think Cal is just a veteran player now who's experienced top level competition for a long time. So I definitely have high expectations for what he's able to do in this particular match. I was also talking with some of the Team Canada guys earlier on before the tournament got going. They were saying, hey, Alex is actually a heavy hitter coming out of FACEIT, but with a lot of respect on this team. They certainly have the faith that he can be maybe one of the key DPS to deliver for this team. Also, Astro versus False, it gives him versatility in terms of tank flexibility, able to play different styles throughout a match, maybe adapting team to team in terms of how they want to approach each series. But I think you guys are right in general. Talk about Graveyard and Cal. The backline is going to be key. I think that can be a real strength for Canada.
Yeah, I think you also mentioning that flexibility within that front line here for Team Canada. We have seen Demon coming out so far today, some mirror matches coming in, also one-sided matches. Do you think Canada might be pulling that out today, Moxie?
I think maybe it's more likely we see Wrecking Ball from Astro instead, especially because Germany had issues, I think it's fair to say, into their match with Great Britain when they had to play Golden Pants on the Wrecking Ball. And we heard a little bit earlier from Sir Majed that playing up against a really strong Wrecking Ball player is very annoying for backline players to have to deal with.
Yeah, and now talking about this Team Germany that they are facing up against there, you were mentioning what they struggled with in that matchup up against Great Britain, Moxie. And this is the squad that placed first in EMEA Group B to qualify to Busan. And they finished struggle against the Wrecking Ball, but they still won that matchup. What are expectations looking like for this roster?
Yeah, I think everyone was looking at that match of Germany versus Great Britain to really set the tempo for teams to be able to watch out for. I know a lot of people had different predictions for who would come out on top, but we were all in agreement that it would be a relatively close series, and the reality was anything but. Outside of them having the issues into the Wrecking Ball, they were able to deal with a lot of the compositions that Great Britain fielded very easily, even being able to match the Bastion Cat very quickly as well, and they looked much better on it. Plus, those DPS players outside of like Ice, like you said, Ice being that huge presence on this team, playing for Virtus.pro, really becoming a household name in this year of 2026 professional esports. You have some very heavy hitters in the form of DPS who have multiple times on things like the Sojourn been able to. Oh! Happy birthday
to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Ash.
Wait, I was not expecting this. What the heck?
To you.
Love you, Zoe. Go hit the beach, enjoy. That's so sweet. Guys, so much love here over on our Overwatch team. But we are going to get straight back into these matches as we dive back into Germany. I was not expecting that whatsoever. But I think now the conversation also, I feel like Aku is someone I've been very impressed with on Team Germany. I think even getting to talk with her about her experience, getting to the opportunity to come to Busan, it was really cool to see her getting the call up to represent her country. And she's been a really impressive support player for that backline.
Yeah, her Mizuki honestly has been really standout when we got to see her play, and she took to the hero really, really quickly too. Mizuki's had some changes here and there, some very huge buffs, and a very slight nerf, a slap on the wrist, some would probably say, to being able to hit your chain slightly more harder, but it's still very easy to be able to hit on something like that tank. So it really puts a lot more pressure on things like the Malga and the Ramatra, plus the Diva as well, since that goes right through boosters.
Now, for me, this is a pretty interesting match to particularly watch because for Germany, for Eisnom, he's like a young player who's like just in the start of his career. But for this Team Germany, I feel like he's called upon to be a leader, to be, you know, somebody who is actually expected to be the veteran on the team. And so I think that's an exciting role reversal for him and one that could be crucial for Team Germany. If he's able to succeed in that role and really call up some of these other younger players, that's always what the Overwatch World Cup has been about, is an opportunity for younger players to match up with more experienced veteran stars and to really show what they can do together representing for their country. And so I think especially the synergy between support and tank, as you guys were mentioning, is crucial in that regard in this level of play.
For sure. I think I'm so excited to see this matchup because it is a big litmus test for both of these teams heading into the group stage. Starting things off here in day one, we got to get straight into our predictions, guys. I don't think it's any surprise
who are you going to predict, Ash?
Who could Ash
possibly go for?
I'm Canadian, guys. I gotta go with my homeboys here. I think that also it is cool to see, you know, that core of ex-Oblivion being able to play with these players who have been at the Overwatch World Cup before, have played within OWL as well, and OWCS, and within like the tier 2 in contenders. So it's gonna be fun to see that mesh together, I feel like, for Team Canada. They also have a crazy support staff behind them, but Moxie, who you got?
Germany. I went for Germany. They beat out Great Britain, okay, so they have my respect for that, and I think as well they have a lot of potential as a team to be able to really come together and form something very fresh, very unique, which could slot very well into the current meta.
I had to go for Team Canada on this one. I have some faith in them, but I do think this one's going to be, you know, the hardest match maybe today to call. I think this one is pretty much a 50-50, and as you pointed out, maybe Eisnom can be a player to really, you know, is like one of the best players in the world right now, so could really be a huge difference maker. I don't know that Canada is going to have one player who can stand out on that level. And certainly for either False or Astra, it's going to be a huge test to come in and take that mirror. But I do like the chances for Canada across the board. Historically, they've had good results in the World Cup, so I had to put my faith in them. But I'm not highly confident in that prediction. I really think this is one of those matches that is a huge opportunity for either team to set the stage for their performance further in this Cup.
I 100% agree with you on that. So we got to see who is going to be taking the win in this litmus test between Team Canada and Germany.
And then our opening map. Germany are going to take us to Nepal.
Are we surprised? I feel like this is the map that we always see, especially because it's just the most diverse in terms of what you can play. Plus, staying away from Busan with all of the changes that came out very recently. I know a lot of teams haven't had all that much opportunity to be able to test out some of those ones. Like, some of them you don't really notice, and some are absolutely huge, like navigating through spawn doors of Mecha Base with all of the new flanks that are available, plus the fact that they finally knocked out the walls of the side room on Sanctuary's drum on the other side, so you can't just hide your backline to play super safe, untouchable, as we do have a Diva ban coming out right off of the rip, so safeguarding one of those tanks, able to play things like Mauga if you want to. You can play the Ramatra, the Sigma, potentially something like that Orisa, the Wrecking Ball also in play as well. But that does mean that we could potentially see some more Demon play as well.
Potentially a pretty fearsome look here for Graveyard and Cal. Cat and Iana, I mean, this is what won the World Championship so recently in Paris. And I trust Cal to pilot the Iana. I mean, he's one of the OGs, been around for quite some time at the very top of the game. Always a player I put a lot of faith in.
As well. I think the Emre here for Noxious could go very well because you do still have that insane amount of reach with the scope, but if your cat has to play close to the Ana to just peel your backline constantly, you can be far more self-sufficient with the Siphon Blaster of that pistol, as Astra will stay on the Orisa. So far, no one's gone for the throat of point, everyone vying for control of the lanes around it inside, no one wanting to anchor their position and give up the opportunity of a Tracer or Xion getting past the tank and hitting backline, as Noxious is already down, so a lot of burst damage has been removed from the side of Team Canada.
XSJ pulls a bit of attention to himself, steps back, now comes back in looking for more. First cap for Germany. Eisnom's winning pressure on that left side, forces a lot of Canadian resources to deal with it, and DPS are able to make hay with that opportunity. Graveyard pulling some attention on himself, but maybe a little bit too much. The rest of the team comes in, but not in time to save this cat. Another fight looking solid for Team Germany.
Yeah, Cal will have the nano boost, but now the question falls, who does it go on to? Potentially Alex, if you want to be able to just worm your way past the defenses of Germany's close hold. Maybe Astro for the self-survivability to get through these chokes, as Noxious is so far away from that override protocol. The consequences of going down first last fight.
Nano's going to be crucial here. 32% for Team Germany. Eisnom is farming here on the Sig. Already picked up that Flux command. Nano Orisa straight into his face. Sigma's going to shrug that pressure off. Now support's potentially called into question. Eisnom does get the slam down, but where's the support trying to keep him alive? They had to back out too far from that Nano Orisa, and losing the standard bearer on tank. It should be a quick flip for Canada. See if they can find more on the exit. DPS and support's happy to just get out and live to fight another day. Sigma, as strong as it is defensively holding the point, it's going to be a little bit questionable on this retake, trying to move fast.
Yeah, getting through these chokes, having to with Noxious just playing off on that right side lane, trying to break through the Sigma shield and hit the meat of the players behind. Very early rush connection as Astro with the Terror Surge lifted through the air. Buries 2 of Team Germany's players, sends them right back to spawn packing off of the Terror Surge cat lift combo.
Sick combo here from Astro and Graveyard. Picks up a full feed for the Orisa. Now even able to take a forward posture on the choke. Comms coming in thick and fast now from Canada. They know another powerful attack is on the way, but that was rush out from Daki, one of the key threats.
Look at Cal, he's hiding, he's waiting, no one's clipped him!
Oh, they don't see this coming at all. Huge nade into the back. The cleanse, though, good from Daki. Keeps this fight in contention. The support also comes in. Astro bailing out Cal from a tough position, but will it be enough? The rest of Team Germany now comes back around, trying to clear out this back line. And a risky gambit from Team Canada. Almost comes up successfully, but QRXU enough damage from the Cassidy to flip the point back, but it's not without casualties.
Also, you still have retake potential, right? Like, yeah, it's risky, but it buys you 68% of the point. You've got nano boost to be able to re-engage. You don't have to worry about being zoned off by something like Flux if you go fast. QRXU also denied that Deadeye for this fight as Alex takes some poke, trying to create that other angle, draw the eye of Team Germany so that Cal and Noxious can make the space work. With that override protocol. Noxious is so low! With the Siphon Blaster though, he's able to self-sustain onto the hits from Sage.
Oh, what a sleep! Cal cancels the Flux, unbelievable! But is it enough? Even with the Nano out, XSJ has found a kill on the Tracer. Now it's a 4-on-4. Huge play from Cal has kept Canada alive in this round. Now, Noxious is going to open up here with the override protocol. Throws down huge damage to the Eisnom. Trying to finish off this kill. He's isolated, alone, seemingly on the flank. Daki is going to come in and try and bail out that position. But Canada have done enough, winning themselves the flip. Huge individual playmaking, and with another Terror Surge online, we've seen what Graveyard can do in combination with his ultimate. Ready for the pickup now, channeling. Huge damage, ready to be brought to bear. You cannot come into this, and they're gonna pop Eisnom from full HP. They do not see it coming, or maybe just without the tools to respond. And Germany looking now in a really tough spot to win this opening round.
Yeah, last fight. Canada have to be so careful they don't overextend into this rush, but this, if they can stop Germany from getting past onto that point to touch, could be it.
Aku trying to get a touch. Overtime is going to be forced. Catnap is available, needs to be found something for Germany, but over behind, Graveyard gets a Catnap, pulls in the Cassidy, a big stun, hinders enough to grab the trade back, and now in a 3-on-3, still a winnable scenario for either squad. Eisnom on this tank, needs to get a lot done, he's got 2 support behind him. On the other side, it's just Cal trying to heal up Noxious and Alex. Proves to be too much of a struggle. Aku and Daki win that fight on the flank, and Eisnom still here holding down the point. A pulse bomb is good, but not enough for the finish, and it seems like Germany have got their hooks into this opening round.
The flip, they've been able to find Alex as well on the trace. Astro's back on the wrecking ball. The accretion hits onto him, but leaves him vulnerable enough that he gets taken down. And the Deadeye from QRXU holds off the rest of Team Canada. Overtime is about to run out. Cal has just used the nano boost onto Graveyard to send him deep into the back line. And he comes up clutch with the cast.
That's a huge kill. Eisnom, though, won't be denied in this opening round, but Cal has a great position on the line. He's pouring in damage. Flux from Eisnom, though, is enough to shut down Cal once and for all this time. And it seems like the beginning of the end here. A couple players coming back in, Wrecking Ball for the stall, but Team Germany so strong around this position, it's just a matter of time. But an incredibly competitive opening round, and if that's a portent for the rest of the series, we could be in for a good one, Moxie.
This has the opportunity, I think, out of all of the series so far, to go 5 maps.
Absolutely.
From what we see of that opening gambit. insane plays from everyone. Also, petition to call the Terror Surge Lifeline combo helicopter.
Oh my God, helicopter! It is. I was literally, when you were setting it out, I was like, it's got to be helicopter,
It
right?
has to be helicopter.
We're mind melded. We're mind melded. Also, great to see Cal back in the field in Overwatch. Has not lost a step, man. They look fearsome. That sleep onto Eisnom, like this round would not have been competitive without that. Like that should have been an open and shut fight. Flux for a kill. Surely Germany clean up from there. But Cal just bringing incredible individual agency to this match. Not afraid to make a big play. Not afraid to take a risk.
Yeah, the anti-nade too, right? When he's deep into the side of Team Germany's own walk, just around that corner, banking on the fact that they won't check his angle. Could have been punished massively. It has to be the helicopter. You know, it's always Terror Surge that pops up on Reddit. Remember when Terror Surge was first introduced and people found out that you could use the Terror Surge onto Illy as well to grab everybody? This helicopter, this will be the new version that everyone tries to replicate on their matches.
I mean, just don't think about the physics too hard. How is Cat carrying this giant metal monster?
Especially with Fortify active.
Spinning a javelin. Yeah, I mean, but all right. Cat's got it like that.
Cat lifts weights, apparently. Tika's been working out.
Gotta say, XSJ was pretty nice too on this Xion. You mentioned the importance of their impact, and I think it was really felt in this opening round, like getting a lot of winning duels.
Well, it's also like, it speaks volumes about how much attention the DPS were able to pull for the teams playing retake, right? Because Sanctum can be really punishing on retake. If everyone's just trying to cram out of one choke, especially if you're walking into something that has that really just poke angle that totally suffocates you out, gets you low enough that you're forced into burning resources on your walk. You don't have them later for the fight, the other team does, and they win off of resource advantage loop alone. But because it went down to the wire, both teams hitting the OT, you really can see that both of them, despite having to play those unfavorable retake positions, were still able to get map control, were still able to get into fights without losing players to the point where they lost the confidence to take them.
Astro going to make the swap over to the Demon, see if he's able to have a more favorable tank matchup. I will say Sigma was absolutely tearing through the front line. See if Eisnom can replicate that. A little bit of a slower walk up here for Sig though, and Demon actually able to box out of the choke. Cat over the top from PureXU, able to put a lot of damage on the Graveyard, who's struggling to get into cover. Now maybe the Cat's the one to be in trouble. Tracer looking for the flank kill, doesn't pop on with the Cat, and Alex able to find a crucial kill, shuts down the Cass on the flank. Maybe looking for more. Daki and Aku low. Astro finds the finish, Noxix with another. And Eisnom wondering where his team has gone. Back to the spawn, it would seem. Canada, a vicious attack on this first fight. They crushed through Germany.
It's almost like that change of tempo, I think, that Germany just weren't ready for. Cal moving onto the Kiriko allows them to play at a much faster pacing, especially with Astro on that Demon. Like the pacing of those propulsors, ready to take those fights, get into those positions very quickly, and it actually forces Ice to have to go for the mirror match as we get the Demon mech deposited into the backline, clearing out Noxus very quickly, with Aku setting up that position so deep that it allows the rest of the team through the choke onto point, trying to find the flip.
Good move from Nox, though. He goes up into the high ground, re-engages off this position, and still in control of the point. Team Canada looking for kills. Germany starting to get weak, starting to be vulnerable. Astro can't hold on to the point any longer, though, so the flip will be found. Supports stabilized position for Germany, and quickly Eisnom moves forward, wants to be able to turn this into a victorious fight.
The rush. Cal's about to have the rush with a retake, and Doki does not have match.
Oh, and maybe they won't even need it. This would be huge. Cal, couple headshot kunai are massive. Eisnom boxes in, but only forces the TP out, and Cal's comfortably going to be able to clean up this fight. Just a delay for Germany. It's nice that they're able to get the flip back, but they're not able to get a meaningful retake, nor are they able to force major ultimates out of Canada, who are sitting on a full bank defending in this next fight.
It feels like Noxious being so much more self-sufficient, not having to play angles dictated by the Cat. Also, if he gets pressured early on, he still lives, right? He gets that insane amount of pressure, and we get a very early limit break. QRXE with the Deadeye, but you've already lost your Kiriko to that Demon ultimate, and that might just be, well, no, I was about to say fight done, but Germany give up the full fight. They'll lose players, but what they have been able to do is at least take the point. They've denied the advancement of point percentage for Team Canada, buying themselves one more team fight.
I mean, it's always huge when you're able to grab the flip even in a losing fight. It really mitigates the losses, but it's really the high noon that's needed to accomplish that, right? To force Team Canada into some of these off-angle rooms to wait things out.
But you're okay with that if you're now moving on to the Bastion, because where Bastion finds value is not with the ultimate. Bastion will find value now, the same way that Cass was with the Deadeye, flying through to put pressure on the backline.
Yeah, Nox and Cal, very hard targets. Astro able to tank through a little bit. He's on an island here on this Demon. And Eisnom uses the limit break to finish off Astro. Doki's able to finish that kill as well. The 4 remaining members of Team Canada, they'll all have their ultimates online if they want to look for a clutch. Pulse Bomb, though, good enough with alongside QRXU, able to clean up a couple key kills. Cal finds one back the other way, but it's just the supports now brawling for Team Canada, trying to snatch something back. If Cal could just stay alive, that would be victory enough, but he opts instead to just delay, stall the point, getting up to 98%.
Yeah, it's just, they're so split. We see it there from QRXU's POV. Everyone is in a different position because they're having to just run for the hills when they see that Bastion, and now you've been able to equalize up the Kiriko ultimate charge. You do have to worry, though, about the bank of ultimates that Canada have to be able to splurge. If they decide to just go for the point itself, great catnap from Graveyard to put QRXU behind enemy lines, and now we have to fight off of the point itself.
Oh, but somehow Team Germany bringing a lot to this fight, forced to fight in an unfavorable position, and Team Canada are there to support it. Good pull in, pulls Bastion into an impossible scenario. Germany valiantly attempted to keep that one interesting, but with another headshot at a Cal, so sharp right now. Back in the action like nothing has happened, and it'll be 1-1. Canada even the score, and I gotta say, I like Cal on this Kiriko. As fun as the Ana can be, as exciting as some of those hero moments are, feels like the consistency of the Curie and his ability to produce those big deathmatch moments in fights, invaluable for Team Canada.
Yeah, he's also just able to survive on his own much more frequently, right? Which then frees up Graveyard to be able to go off and do plays like, well, that. The catnap onto QRXU was absolutely massive, grabbing out the Bastion, forcing the fight off of the point, which means that Germany just don't have the advantage of playing behind cover. They can't keep their backline all the way out of the fight safe behind closed doors. They have to push, extend into unfriendly territory, trying to bail the Bastion out, something which is instantly punished, as Astro has been looking insane on this Demon as well. Like, the tempo of fights that this team has been able to take to keep Noxious out of the way long enough for him to find those picks has been huge.
Two schools of thought here with the Cat, whether to free up the Cat to make more individual plays or whether to support a powered up hit scan like the Bastion. First they zone Noxious into the corner. Astro now competing to rock in a hard place. Eisnom bringing the aggression in the front with the Bastion beaming down from above. Canada's still alive, but only barely. Graveyard incredibly low. Noxious forced back into the corner. But Canada's still fighting, still keeping this one into a 5-on-5. Eisnom now brings the aggression, hopes the team can get behind him, but he can find himself in the corner, and it's Astro's turn this time to look back in for a punish. Bastion tank shells raining in from above, but it's Alex who finds the crucial first kill, and Noxious, although he goes down, he gives as good as he gets, ensuring the counter kill comes in from Graveyard. This one is getting incredibly scrappy, but in a 3-on-2, Canada favored. They're going to be the ones to clean up this fight. Alex again on this Tracer. I see why these Team Canada players are talking about how important he would be to their fate.
Yeah, Noxious too is just able to take advantage. Like, he has so much threat constantly, as opposed to QRXU, whose main threat is when he's in the turret form, looking for that burst damage to be able to chunk someone down very quickly. But because there's so much natural cover to be able to hide away from Bastion, it's very easy for everyone from Canada to just stay safe. Now it will be a reliance yet again on the Bastion clearing up the space, allowing the rest of the team to walk onto this point. But Astro has that limit break available already. As the backline's been scouted, you have to put the pressure onto the Emre, which means that Astro uses the limit break to keep his team coordinated. He still lost the Emre though, who was so far away, and now Astro, separated playing on health back, is likely going to be losing his mech, as the team will lose the point alongside.
Cal still in the action, such a crucial player here, and is able to win the tank duel alongside Astro. And as good as sometimes these fights look from the perspective of the Bastion getting that opening kill, Graveyard's able to find a counter kill at the same moment, so also producing from the flank on this Cat. And another crucial deathmatch fight won. QRXU over to the Cassidy, but starting to feel like Germany are grasping at straws on this third and final round here of Nepal.
It's also at the same time that Noxious swaps off of the Emre and onto the Bastion. 58% picked up, 2 more good fights in it. Will be first rush from Doc Lee. Cal goes for the match. Graveyard contributes the catnap on top of it, but that makes him too vulnerable to the Cass's position. Ice with the limit break sets up the damage boost, and that is enough to finally dethrone the position of Canada on point.
And Canada committed heavily to that fight. They really wanted to get it done, but the limit break was just too much. Great find from Eisnom. Ults are relatively low. Aku stands alone here with the catnap. And Eisnom able to defend this high ground. It's going to be awkward for Noxious to get in. Looks to take a long route around the coast.
Yeah, taking out one of those main rotations, this is going to force that rotation, like you said, onto Toad's side. Noxious, though,
Astro.
back onto the Emre, as Astro's been able to find Aku. That's probably damage done by Noxious from afar with Scope before moving in for that kill. As both cats traded, but Aku will be felt more without that catnap available, or to set up the lifeline for QRXU's Deadeye.
Limit break. Big hit, but where's the value from it? Alex finds one with his system, that damage boost. Maybe the Tracer can get more. QRXU back flank finished now by Astro. Eisnom grabs one back. XSJ needs to produce with this pulse bomb, and maybe with Astro out of the suit, he'll be able to do that. Eisnom reigning supreme so far on the Demon. Able to grab a lion's share of the kills. Graveyard's also back into this one and is getting incredibly scrappy in the deathmatch. Alex, can he get more done on this Tracer? Ice forced back to the help of the supports, but it seems that Team Germany has done just barely enough to keep control of this point.
QRXU should be back as well, alongside Aku with the Deadeye. Canada have to pay respect to what exactly damage amp of this limit break can do. Cal has to hold the Suzu, but that means he won't have it to be able to absorb the hit of the Deadeye. Pick your poison moment, it feels like for Canada, unless Alex can find a great opening pulse bomb onto that back line.
Cassidy up in the air, Deadeye available. He's going to start channeling, puts him big channel into Noxious. They're going to try and step inside, but he steps just around the corner in time, reads the place. Cassidy still going to swing in deep. Noxious goes down, and potentially a huge limit break now. Germany swarm forward, the rest of the team behind Eisnom, and they're going to clean house. Canada falling all around them. Alex grabs one back, but it doesn't seem to be enough. It's just the Tracer, and there's no touch to come. Germany grab that one back. A huge performance from Eisnom's Diva to seal the deal, but as you said, Moxie, this one, it certainly feels like a series that could go the distance. Great individualism across the board for both of these teams. This is what we wait for the Overwatch World Cup to deliver.
I hope this one goes the distance. I truly do, because like you said, we see the potential of both of these teams, and both of them will be looking for these matches to plateau their way up into the story of the esports scene. Very similar compositions, but we do have those slight differences. The Emre versus the Cassidy, Noxious doing so much in between the fights, but not really having those heavy-hitting ultimates with the Override Protocol. And then, in comparison, the Deadeyes being able to take a lot of space away from what exactly Team Canada want to do, get QRXU into such forward positions that, like you said, he can still swing deep, even though Deadeye does not find its mark. What it has done is split the team, so Noxious without support can't match up to the 1 versus 1. If he tries to call in resources from Cal, something like a Swift Step, the Kiriko has now teleported into danger instead of outside of it, and is therefore much more vulnerable and also a much higher priority kill.
In a match as close as this, there's so many players who can step up and be the difference maker in a given moment. Eisnom is an obvious one for Team Germany. I mean, incredibly consistent on the tank role. That's what we expected to be a key strength for this team, but Team Canada also finding reserves of strength of their own, right? You know, getting really aggressive. I feel like Alex has impressed me. I mean, the Team Canada guys were telling me this is a guy to really be watching here to get his chance on the big stage in the Overwatch World Cup. He delivered on Tracer. Wasn't quite enough, but certainly a valiant effort on Nepal. And for Team Canada, this feels like a crucial series. If you want to go the distance, and at this point, you're hoping, right, we get into a deep series. Map 2 is always, for me, a critical one. You need a powerful map pick, a well-thought-out ban. Not necessarily easy to see where you go in terms of the ban phase. Eisnom is just like, this is why Virtus.pro looks so good, because
you can't ban
he can play anything.
He's so flexible.
Yeah, like, so I think for Canada, they should focus more on, hey, what is their strength? What is their best look?
Don't what try did they do different?
You're not going to get Eisnom to have a bad game. It's not happening. You know, you could throw whatever ban, whatever map. It's just not happening. But you can give yourselves a comfortable strategy, something that you know you can pilot well. And honestly, the difference on that Nepal map was incredibly close, incredibly minimal. So hey, any little advantage could go a long way.
Potentially you go for the cast ban, since Noxious has been liking to lean something like the Emre. I think both teams will keep the Cat in play because they both look very strong at it. We also both got to see the Cat Bastion come out from both sides too, so they're both comfortable being able to lean into that play style. Mauga, as we said, still flexible for both of these teams, even with the cat or without it. So I think potentially you start trying to chip down some of that DPS value, especially because like a lot of what Team Germany were able to get done, yes, halfway through the fight there was like some really clutch moments and also probably some great IGLing as well from players like Icenom, but they were given those opportunities because of the space provided by the cat with that Deadeye.
I also think the Kiri ban could be a pretty interesting one. I mean, Cal was phenomenal on the Kiriko,
yes.
But I think Cal is such a veteran player. I mean, has the experience to go, you know, maybe Kiri's a top meta choice these days, but, you know, go back to the lab and Cal can pilot just about anything in the flex support role. So I think that we, you know, even the Ana particularly gets hugely enabled when Kiriko's off the field.
Yeah, if Kiri's out, you don't have that Suzu, right? And then that puts a lot more value into things like the Antinade, but not just that. If you want to lean more into the strength of Demon, Limit Break. Because if you go for that 50% damage amp onto those heroes, suddenly you don't have Suzu to be able to cleanse it. The only way that you would be able to stop it short was by CCing the actual sword swing, or going Zarya and bubble cleansing, which not the greatest of options.
And we saw that from Icenom. It's like there's no time to formulate your response. If the limit break comes in and hits a bunch of players, like somebody's going down, you know, that much damage amp on a bunch of players. But also the difficulty in actually getting that big old connection, right? Like knowing when to pop it, with it being, of course, our newest hero in the lineup. That's going to be especially important in Canada. We're going to take us to Paraiso post-rework. For me, this is the first time I'm seeing it played competitively. Really excited to see how this one shapes up because Paraiso now a much more interesting map from my perspective, a lot more options in terms of different ways to traverse the map. You're much less forced into some of those tight corridors, limited options that attackers had on the old version of the map.
Yeah, and when you only had like one good option, there's the Kiriko ban, by the way, that we were expecting. So yeah, you will be able to play things like that Ana on your defense to be able to try and like slow things down or go for something a little bit more faster tempo on your offense. Also safeguards the cat, right? Because it did feel like they were getting a lot of value with that cat. And there's the M-Ray removal, as Germany will say, well, Noxious on defense or attack will be able to sit back with that scope and have a whole lot of reach and say in fights. And we don't want to lose someone early because of the insane amount of damage that M-Ray can deal. Plus, if Kiriko's out of the mix, and you're fielding Ana, you absolutely don't want to have that M-Ray with a nano boost on top of him.
Yeah, I think I like this ban from Germany. It maybe mitigates some of the threat. But I'm really curious to see where the support comp ends up going. Are both teams going to go for Ana Cat? Is there going to be a different perspective? I like the Kiri ban especially because Cleanse is such an incredibly valuable thing to have in order to support, you know, a leading tank player like Eisnam, right? You know, for Team Germany, for me, it's kind of obvious this is the best player on your team. You want to be giving him as much resources as you possibly can, especially on these like fast-paced brawling tanks like Demon. And so the Kiriko's perfect for that. Ana is a little bit more selfish, a little bit more about what Ana herself can provide, which I think suits Team Canada a little bit more comfortably. So where the support comp ends for me is the most important choice. And on a map that has been freshly reworked, it's going to be very interesting. False also going to come in, which in fairness, I actually quite like on this map where I think, you know, although there's a lot better options for heroes without verticality to still get up to high ground now, I still think it's a very vertical map. Second point, first point, there's a lot of these key high ground positions that need to be contested. And for False, the D.Va, the Sigma, both are going to be great heroes to utilize that high ground.
I think especially as well because if you sort of do your homework and look at how Germany played a lot of their hybrid maps, King's Row especially, the first point on attack, they loved going all-out damage. Like, they loved going for this Farer, this Sojourn, this Crossfire setup where they would absolutely hit every angle possible, hammer in with damage, even if it didn't get picks. It's still suffocating out the angles and positions that the defense can hold, which means that they lose that opportunity to be able to kill some of your key players. They have to give up that map space. They don't get the opportunity to fire back the build-up ultimate to be able to hinge their hopes of the retake on. And I think with Paraiso, there is a lot of potential now for the attacks to be much more fluid. Like you said, you're not just sort of strong one way, forced to walk one position, getting shut down time and time again until you've been able to sacrifice like two fights.
This map was
to build up
Death Choke
ultimates
Central.
and then just
I mean,
push forward. Yep.
You were between a rock and a hard place, just
Unless
about
you
the
don't.
entire map.
That was like the only way that you would be able to get away from being choked out, unless you dove, and even then it was so easy to pick apart key elements of the dive before they even hit.
Yeah, super strong defenders positions. Now attackers with a lot more options. It's going to be something that you're going to have to factor in for both teams, right, as they consider how do you want to play this. But in the end, for me, on just about every hybrid map, right, your ability to run the clock down on first point tends to be crucial. It's a fixed point. You should have a well-prepared setup. You kind of know what to expect. You should have positional advantage. Can you crucially win the first few fights, get deeper down the stretch? Because if you have limited time in the payload section, it's a lot more forced. You're a lot more pressured to roll the cart forward. You don't necessarily have the freedom to play the map as comfortably as you'd like.
Third especially. Like the changes that they made to Third's defense side, especially just before the last checkpoint, it's very hard to actually bulldoze your way through because now that there's a lot of cover on both of the sides for the defense to be able to hold it. It's very similar to Havana, Third, and Neon Junction, actually. I see a lot of similarities where your supports, you can be very strategic about how you position them so that you can still get a lot of value line of sighting for your team. You can always keep up those heals. But if you position yourself deep enough to one of those wall sides, it's almost impossible for the attackers to actually catch sight of you unless they're hard swinging out into open space, which is going to leave them much more vulnerable for the defense DPS to be able to pick up. So you sort of trade off a lot of the power stances in terms of being able to control the space on Third, because now it's also much more open for the attack because you're not just restricted to sometimes having high ground control, but first having to take it, wrestling it from defense. The staircase on the sides of the attack when you enter initially onto Third to be able to keep that up, but then you also have things like the jump pads on the far left side, which allows you access to that now second room, which has popped on up, making it a lot harder for the defense to be able to just hold down that one choke, which they were able to bottleneck you into for the whole duration of time.
A lot of changes on Price, so curious to see how these teams adapt to it. Tracer, also an interesting choice, one that Alex was phenomenal on in the last map. Both teams are running, which is a hero that actually has been a little bit more out of meta, surprisingly, in this most recent patch. But with more of these ramps up to high ground, there's more options for Tracer to convert that horizontal mobility into verticality, right? Into attacking the high grounds. And with Kiriko out of the mix, too, even for support lineups, right? Vertical mobility is going to be quite the limited resource. Right, Kiri is a master, of course, with the wall climb, but with Ana potentially being the look, I mean, that positional choice, especially for me, first point, second point, really crucial, and one that is potentially open-ended. I don't think even these teams have necessarily mastered this map just yet. So for Team Canada, I like that they picked this. It shows that they're confident. They want to bring it here. Team Germany, this is going to be a new test, new ground for them to cover.
Yeah. How often have these teams scrimmed as well, since the map pools change drastically with the additions of these reworked maps. So if you're splitting your time between trying to master all of it, potentially it's a whole jack of all trades, master of none situation that could be weaknesses to be able to expose, as Alex will be starting on the far Noxious, looking for that first grapple shot.
I mean, this new high ground, it's pretty sick for Widow. You could probably play here and poke out just a little bit, but it seems like they just want to take a chance.
Cat Bastion?
See what they're up against. Yeah, it is going to be Cat Bastion. Eisnom's going to be able to get a lot of work done here on Sigma.
There's a lot of pressure now on the Tracers winning that 1v1, so because they are the buffer to stop them from both hitting that Ana.
Bastion Jewel in the sky, also crucial. Anytime you play this Cat Bastion mirror, who can get a little bit more? QRXU, both QRXU and Alex holding on to that form. Noxious to switch over to the Tracer this time. Wide swing from Canada. Germany pull back passively, but both forms now exchange in the sky.
I feel like Germany, they can play a little slower though, right? Ice can anchor onto the point, forced to have to come to him. Down. Oh, there's that threat though. Now you don't have that Tracer to 1v1, you can go straight for the Ana.
Lucky in trouble. Bastion, though, forces a responsive turn from Alex, but the bean is good, bullying these players back off the point. Eisnom wisely backs off, living to fight another day, setting up a potential retake for Germany, but Canada free to take just about any position they could want. Cal, crucially, on this attacking Ana, finally with a comfortable spot. Eisnom comes into touch. Bastion's going to swing wide over to the flank into another crucial duel in the sky. Alex lives to fight another day this time, but Germany actually have gotten into the engagement decently well. Eisnom, though, has to come out and touch the point, and that's where things get uncomfortable here for the defense. They've done well, though. Eisnom has crossed quite a distance here, and False just barely keeps the suit alive.
Yeah, False can't stand up to the Sigma directly, especially with that accretion, but what he can do is keep the mech up and take all of that missing health, transfer it to Cal to have the first nano boost massively ahead of Darkly. Alex looking to clear out this Tracer, who is actually very deep, does have the pulse bomb, but dies to Graveyard, and now Artillery Strike hits onto the backline space, putting a lot of pressure and allowing the team to walk forward onto that point to try to find the last tick.
Eisnom just indomitable on this. Sigma has kept this fight and contest way more than Germany have any right to, but it feels like beginning of the end here. Eventually Canada are going to overwhelm that pick onto the Tracer 2 times. XSJ dying first on the Tracer. Canada very aware of that, and that's really the advantage that D.Va offers, right?
Yeah.
Is giving you that +1 in a Tracer duel that Sigma can't quite provide. As much as Sigma does bring huge damage, huge frontline pressure, it's not able to actually connect into crucial kills in the backline. And
yeah,
Cal as well is constantly comfortable on this Ana due to a lack of highly mobile tank pressure.
Yeah, it's early on, right? So Ice lacks the perk to let him fly, to take that verticality. So for the first fight especially, he's sort of stuck immobile, as opposed to Falls, who can play around the Sigma instead of directly into him. Cart will continue to move for now as Ice looks for the drop down to contest. Nano Boost available for both of these Anas to supplement up Bastion's damage. So far, no one, though, has decided to actually start to take the fight. There's the Nano Boost swing by Alex. Stopped in his path, though, with the rock connection from Eisnom. That buys them the time to totally back away before the Bastion can find the kills.
Great rock from Eisnom. Just barely holds on to that one, but here comes Graveyard now. Tries to find a catnap, pulls Eisnom to a tough spot. The rock just barely clips on the corner and falls on the other side. Also napped off the map, but D.Va able to play her way out of it. Now Canada crucially win a clean fight. They're going to chase for more. No sleep dart. Docky in real trouble. Hasn't done enough, though, to sleep Nox. At least that's going to buy Ana a new lease on life. Falls now clears off the map, though, and Germany forcing to a tough retake. It's going to be a little too late. Okay, Tracer does get the touch. We're going to get some kind of fight rolling. Eisnom now no longer able to leave this position. Bastion over the top, just beaming down from above. Eisnom needs help to hold this position. And oh, maybe Bastion can provide it. QRXU brings the swing in, but a pulse from Noxus. Revenge for the sleep dart from earlier. He still has the recall. And without the Ana now, resources lacking for the German defense. Canada bearing down, trying to finish this one off. Cal, though, hold on, goes down to the other side with a pulse bomb. Just barely survived by Alex. Canada still trying to finish this one off, but it's more in contest than it ought to be.
Isis D-Max does not have self-destruct to catch it back, and that will be second checkpoint. We go through to third. Not a great bank of ultimates available for the defense to try to hold off Team Canada. QRXU actually swapping us the Casty now, trying to take advantage of the fact that there's less open space for the Cat Bastion to operate off of. Hit scan will become much more oppressive. Pulse with the self-destruct, though. When Ice is on that D.Va, you have to worry about self-destruct's potency when there's no shields to be able to block out the one-shot potential.
Balls pushed back to the cart, kept honest now. Alex, big artillery strike, actually rains down, able to find surprisingly a quick kill with a slight assist from Balls. XSJ forced into an early recall. Now Balls trying to hunt this one down with the assist from Noxious. Eisnom getting whatever point stall that he can, but things marching inexorably forward. Canada with a massive time bank, looking to get this one done sooner rather than later.
This is so dangerous. They're getting temporal.
Oh, and Eisnom's out of the suit.
Totally out. Yeah, they're losing players. They're bleeding these fight opportunities as more and more Canada are able to wear apart Germany's defenses. They'll at least have Nano Boost and Catnap to try to employ for this potentially last final fight, but look at the amount of ult that Canada have to be able to dip their hands into.
QRXU actually doing really well, but a Catnap catches him in a tough spot. Nano bails him out of that situation. XSJ grabs another kill back the other way. Aku's gonna lock this one in with a Catnap of her own. And Germany able to dig their heels in, able to find a bit of a defense here in the final moments. False in the Baby D.Va form. I mean, could remake here, but actually I think he's in a rough spot.
Yeah.
Has to get somewhere safe or else we'll just be cut down. Docky is gonna finish that kill. So finally, Team Canada's offense stalled in the crucial final moment. I mean, that was Germany's last chance. They do provide a couple key kills to get that one in, but False and Noxious, both with ults of their own, they could keep this pressure on.
Yeah, and now you have the issue, right? You lost all of that tempo control, so the defense will be able to set up to poke you down. You can see Ice just scanning all of these lanes, trying to work out where the rotation is. It's not just one main lane now. You really do have to keep your eyes peeled for all of the pivots the attack can make. You don't want to get caught short if your backline gets pressured out early. You can see so much resources right there for QRXU to be able to hold his position, hold that Deadeye, to hold off the attack and chip more time down. No attack able to formulate, which means that no opportunity to find pick. Instead, the defense find first blood, and that is the whole reposition called. They'll give the fight to try to regroup, but they're just losing more players! As what a lifeline! Forces self-destruct, held aloft by Graveyard, who digs the grave truly, drops the Diva Bomb right on top of Team Germany's heads. Team kill announced.
Out of nowhere, Cat carries the bomb into enemy territory, annihilates 4 players from Team Germany instantly. Desperation retake. Germany need to get out, need to get this one rolling. Tracer will do just that. The High Noon as well. Forces Canada back into these rooms, trying to stay alive, but asleep from Cal. He's lights out with it. It's going to bully away. QRXU has to be pulled back into a safe position. Ana as well, struggling to get out, struggling to get into this fight. Eisnom's left on an island on the payload, pops the self-destruct, and able to not quite get back into the suit. Alex, crucial kill there. Falls with the Baby Diva form, though. He's also in trouble. QRXU keeps producing. XSJ holds onto the payload for now. It comes down to a low numbers deathmatch. XSJ with the pulse, maybe able to get a connection. Some splash is enough. He gets the finish, but maybe not able to touch the payload. The stun is good, but who's gonna push the cart? Cal's too far back for it. Nobody's here. It's XSJ trying to get back in. Is still off the respawn. Down to an absolute dogfight in the final moments. Germany hoping to run this one down, but with the nano on the Diva, surely too much for the German defense to handle. Canada, they've been so impressive the rest of this offense. Surely they'll be able to get it done.
Maybe, but Dockley's so close to Nano Boost. If he gets this off, the defense could hold.
Nano on the Cat. It's up to Aku. What can she find? Any crucial kills in this deathmatch? Down to low numbers. This Cat scratch hurts with that Nano Boost online. And with the Catnap as well. Somehow Germany dragged this one back from the brink. Hero plays coming out from the entire squad after a Canadian 4-man self-destruct. Unbelievable scenes here on Paraiso. This map is back with a vengeance.
Yeah. This, I think, will be one of those maps that we very rarely see a full push. The fact of
that
the
last
defense,
cap looks tough.
yeah,
I mean,
that last
this
cap, like I said, Havana, Neon Junction. There's shades of both. Like that third point, the walls here, the fact that the defense, their supports can play just on high ground really force the attack to have to commit deep into those positions to chase them down, which then draws off those resources from where the point actually is. So you can sort of bait your backline to drain out the players within the fight of the objective. So even if they start finding those kills the way that previously actually happened, right? Cal, if he'd been a little bit closer to that payload, probably pushes it that last little bit required to find the full cap, but it's denied off of how far back he's playing. And no one on the rest of his team is in position to push it for him because all of them have had to go deep, hunting the backline from the defense.
I mean, there's an argument to be made in light of what you're saying about how hard it is to cap last, that Canada have done enough to win this map. If they can just have a decent, first, second point defense, there's no reason they can't full held on either of those positions or at least clutch out in that final meterage of the map. Germany now called upon to deliver a strong offense. Canada would love to even this series 1-1. Take us deeper down the stretch. Once again, it's going to be Bastion in the sky. QRXU, speculative Widow shot, surely not able to produce meaningfully in this moment.
Defense Matrix, the only thing that the Widow shot will find before back to spawn onto the Bastion. As how well can Canada stabilize this defense? They haven't gone for the Sigma, that anchor. Instead, Pulse will be on the Diva, so much more fluid at changing his positions, trying to catch the rotations of the attack before they can bear down with vengeance on that back line. Also, Elijah, that defense matrix versus the Bastion swing by.
Great matrix from Falls, protects Alex so effectively, and it's Eisnom, naded, brought down, mostly through a huge effort from Cal. Noxious left out to dry. They will cost him the Tracer, but I think the tank is a well-worthy reward for that investment. Docky takes a position on the high ground, and now, hold on, things get scrappy on the flank. QRXU potentially in trouble. The Matrix is good from Falls. Does he have the damage? No, he grabs the Mega! Unbelievable! Bastion snatches it away, but Alex comes in to finish the job. Docky and XSJ continue to produce kills into this one, and though it's getting scrappier than it has any right to be. Eisnom back in the mix, full resource in Cal. Surely he's cut out now.
Yeah, Matrix right on top of the Ana. False lost his mag and his life. Going deep, trying to find that pick onto the Bastion. Punished the QRXU being able to pick up the health pack. and that allows the ground, that sets the foundation now for Germany to start picking up this point percentage. Cal will be closer to the nano boost since Dockley did lose the opportunity to heal Ice earlier on the first fight, though. There's retake potential still.
Pulse wasted, XSJ. A little bit of a misplay, threw that into the corner. Bastion drops out of the low ground, but has no HP to fight Cal. Brings him down. And now, Alex up onto the point. Who's going to continue to push the tempo in this fight? Docky turns down False, and now a struggle potentially for the Canadian frontline, but they continue to produce elsewhere in the engagement. Nox just finds Docky. Here comes the Catnap. Eisnab pops the self-destruct just to be able to evade that ultimate. Cap pressure continuing to be forced. Players so low for Canada, but there's still 4 members alive for this Canadian squad. And with Bastion putting down damage, Noxus holding the point, they may have done enough. Artillery fire from Alex, zoning players back. No one can get off this point. Eisnab finds another kill, maybe at the cost of his suit, but no, a nano boost comes in. German tank now pressing forward. False just trying to stall for time. It's a nano onto Graveyard's Cat, not able to produce nearly as much frontline pressure in this spot. False still has a self-destruct though. Guard charged up just in the nick of time. That new Dominus statue provides a new position in which to remake and keep this one rolling. A nade out from Cal is stabilizing for the moment, but eventually these attacker positions are just too much to handle. Canada forced into this low ground brawl through the choke. Cannot restabilize the fight. Germany get it done.
But so much time chipped off, which will be felt if we go all the way to third. The good news, though, is that look at how forward the positions Germany can already take. They were able to totally flush Canada's positions out on that last fight. No opportunity for early high grounds to be able to hold off the car progress or the position that QRXU has already been able to develop. He'll be scouted out by False, but the Diva's so far away. He's looking for that pressure onto the Bastion, and oh no! The drop!
Alex still alive though. Cal's doing so much damage. Perfect accuracy on the Ana. You heard those shots just ticking away, eventually eating QRXU. And with that, the Bastion down. Surely the damage is too low from Germany to stay in this fight. They're going to keep contesting the map position, but Alex and Cal doing enough to put Canada on some firm footing here on this defense.
Ice can still be forward with his position though. He has the rematch as Aku utilizes that catnap, tries to grab False off of the map. Not able to complete though the animation before she gets taken down by Graveyard's own ultimate, chasing her out, keeping the tank in play, and allowing Alex to establish this forward position to really put the pressure on the walk-up out of choke.
Yeah, even with the full focus power coming in, here comes the nano on Bastion, countered in response by Cal, able to give us good. He gets in another sleep from Cal. He's too good with it. Have to drop QRXU off, let him sleep off that one. Eisnab dropping so low, has a self-destruct just to get back into the suit. Graveyard would love to be able to find a kill in this moment, but steps up too close and on 2 HP. Eisnab back in the suit, back in the fight. False, without the same resource, does end up just going down, and Germany are going to be able to get this one to the final hurdle of second point. Canada on the precipice of finding themselves on last. Not a place they'd love to be. They'd love to be able to run this clock down quite a bit more. They still have one last chance to do it here, though. Retake coming in for Canada.
False as well has that staying potential, right? Self-destructs with the remake, so if the fight goes long, you still have advantage. The Ana will be vulnerable, but Dockley still has access to the nade, so even without the Kiriko is able to survive the hits of the artillery strike.
Does have the self-nade. This is a difficult choke to break in the best of times. Cal swinging wide, now potentially a target for XSJ. Cal's gonna have to fight this one up. Alex off the map, or somehow dies to his own damage, but so does Eisnab. Docky finds one onto Noxus, could make the difference. Canada with low numbers up to False now to maybe hold on to this payload, but he's got the perfect tools for it with the self-destruct. Germany needs to rather focus their fire onto the supports. False able to get back into the suit will be crucial here. The self-destruct is threatening. QRXU trapped in a tough spot, and Alex is back to finish the job. In Germany,
back on mech, though.
It's a valiant attempt, but it's a difficult point to finish in the best of times. Canada with strong positions, Cal staying alive throughout. Let's see if Germany can get a regroup going. They've got just 1 more minute on the clock, but the ultimate's still a little bit away.
They've got Nano Boost available. Cal will have the match, though. Alex back on the Shion now creates much more deeper angles that he can take with the flank, but he doesn't have the burst damage to stand up for Nano Boost. And Bastion flyby!
Graveyard pulls a bit of focus. Hurt again! Cal, he just does not miss! Unbelievable, completely denying value from the nano. A catnap comes in, puts a lot of damage onto Eisnab. The front line really struggling under this pressure from Team Canada. Cal in the back putting out so much damage on this Ana. Noxus Forced back on the Tracer though. Germany getting their hooks into this one. Eisnam is so low, needs support in the back line, but can't get it. Pulls a lot of focus fire. False though, taking out the mid, not quite. Oh my, the tracking just good enough for False. Is the touch there from Canada? Yes, it is. Cal is just too damn good on this Ana, and with only 10 seconds left on the clock, a reset will be the end of Team Germany.
That's map. Ice desperately swaps onto the Doomfist, trying to get through onto the touch, but it will not be enough. We said that Team Canada had to find a superstar to rely on. We talked about the potential of it being the backline, and Cal was absolutely lights out. That Paraiso, the sleeps multiple times to deny the strength of the Cat Bastion prowess, especially in the window timing of the nano boost. Those were absolutely crucial to allow Canada to hold off Germany when we headed second.
Cal is too good. Look, he's got the lucky plushie out on the desk, and the luck, I mean, emanating. They didn't need the luck with the way those sleep darts are connecting just every single time there was any question that an Ana could, need to deliver a big moment, a big performance, and Cal was just there for it. Like, that is incredible pressure to be going up against. Saw this crazy cat nap highlight as well, or rather a self-destruct taken into the German territory. I will say you're right, this last point looks brutal to Cap, but second as well, historically, has also been a really powerful spot for the defense to dig in, and Canada do just that, not allowing Germany to even glimpse that golden box of victory. In the series now, tied up at 1-1.
Yeah, especially like when you're trying to attack versus a team that has Ana on that last fight of second, it's so easy for the Ana to just bunker up. Like, look here at Cal's position. How are you supposed to fight into that?
This is just Cal. Like, for me, this is, like, this is not about the Ana. This is about Cal. Like, he made a huge difference in this map. Crazy accuracy, not only with the sleeps, but, every time the nano comes in against him, False also, I mean, a couple moments like this, like, make a world of difference. But, yeah, this is a crazy Ana MVP performance for Cal. The Curie ban pays dividends. Maybe a must-win map for Team Canada, but they deliver in spades. Germany going to be happy that maybe they don't have to deal with as much of an issue from that Ana threat. Like, now that the Curie is going to be protected through the course of the series, but you almost have to wonder, like, with Zeta being able to win in Paris with Cat Ana, like, this could be something that you keep going back to for Canada, even without the Curie ban in play. I think this Ana could still work if Cal has the skill, and he individually clearly does.
Yeah, that's sort of what we saw, like you said, from Shu, where Zeta were just like, well, we have the best Ana in the world, let's just take advantage of that, and now we can sort of take advantage of all of Ana's kit without having to worry about the disadvantages of her lack of mobility, because Cat just totally takes all of that pressure entirely off of the support. Some would say that Cat can be fairly problematic because when heroes are released, they are baked in with weaknesses, and Cat sort of breaks the game in that fashion by just saying, look, like, let's just ignore those
I hear your criticism, Marcy, but I mean, without Cat, we wouldn't have Ana in the meta right now.
This is true.
I say it's a worthy sacrifice to see Cal make those plays.
What I'm saying
I'll allow it.
Is that even though the Kiriko ban has now been gone, one, you still have the Ana ban available, and two, if you really want to make that Ana vulnerable, you could take out the Cat, which then takes out the Ana's mobility and means that she's much more vulnerable to be able to dive, because Ice is also very good on things like the Diva.
But
and
honestly,
Diva
if you ban
going straight
Cat,
for Ana.
this series gets chaotic, right? Because both of these teams have been pretty firmly committed to playing the Jetpack Cat. So once you take that out, it's like all bets are off. We have no idea what to expect from either squad.
Like Kiriko Mizuki, Kiriko Lucio, more than likely, especially if tanks like Diva are in play, having that Mizuki come out would be really just good at being able to keep up the pressure on the tank. Plus, you still have a lot of mobility with the Mizuki, like the teleport. It's really good at letting you just change your position very quickly, aggressively playing to find some early picks, or if you want to use it to be a little bit more safe and defensive so that you can survive the later parts of the fight.
I also thought False looked impressive, going up. He's been out of the top level of the game for some time now, and went toe-to-toe with Eisnam. Like, no issues in that last map. I felt like the team overall for Canada, that's like a comfortable style that they could look to. So showing the depth of the roster, winning a map here, presents some potentially thorny questions now for Team Germany. Like, where does Germany want to take us? What's going to be their strong suit? Is it just more of the same? I mean, there's an argument made, hey, take us to a map where Eisnam can play the Sigma, but no questions, no speculation needed. It'll be Route 66. I feel like this doesn't tell me all that much. I mean, I guess it says, hey, you want to keep things a little bit closer range, but it's not the most fantastic Cat map. It's fine, but I think this is also a map where different styles can come out. Like we've seen Lucio here today, we've seen Anakiri here today. I honestly wouldn't mind though if Team Canada banned the Cat as well, because you know, in fairness, like for Germany, the Cat and the Kiri, it's like that's all they want to play, and Canada have been the team who've been kind of pushing the boundaries a little bit more widely. And so I think you should force Germany to like show us something different, show us more versatility in the support line.
I feel like the deeper we go this series, though, the closer to mirror match we'll probably find.
That is mad respect. That is in the year 2026, a ban on Ana. And it's, I mean, Root is a decent Ana map, but it's not like fantastic.
Yeah, but it also allows you to keep Cat open for your team.
Yeah, in fairness, treat it as a protect. You know for sure you get the Cat.
I think it's like 2 birds, 1 stone, as Mauga will now be removed. He is just one of the best tanks. He's also just like one of the most frustrating tanks. Even when you're winning versus a Mauga team, the fight takes so long for you to actually win versus him. It totally drains out your time bank, and then you find yourself like headed to third, where we've seen even today, right? Teams 4 minutes plus on the time bank try to full push through fourth and still be held. You then factor in having to fight a team defending with a Mauga who are more than happy to just keep taking fights, drain out the time bank. You're not looking at 4 minutes plus to cap third. You're looking at probably scraping 130 if you're lucky.
I also think Mauga is a great look for Eisnom, and so a good thing to ban away, because it's a tank that almost puts a huge spotlight on your tank player. Like their ability to get in with an overrun, the whole team can follow behind that. And if Eisnom, I mean, the way he's been playing is incredibly clean, like always making the right reads, the right attacking moves, like the whole team can just basically pile in on that moment and then clown car in. And if the tank has made a good choice, you put your trust in Eisnom, like that's a good bet the way this series has looked. So you take the Mauga away, you force maybe a little bit more responsibility on the supports, on the DPS, which if you're Team Canada, that's the kind of situation you want. You know, you don't want this to be a pure tank duel with just how individually strong Eisnom is as a tank player for Team Germany.
It'll be very interesting to see the different approaches in terms of attack as well. Do you just directly ignore high ground and try to fight on the objective itself to force the defense to have to drop and contest it, and you play something like the Demon, which Ice is currently showing, or do you go for a more proactive style of approach on your attack and go for something like the Diva, which can still move from the low ground to the high ground and go put pressure without forcing out the Cat's position, instead draining away some of the resources that QRXU will have available, as Aku will be playing a Cat, and we now have to see that split. Will it be the Cassie, will it be the Demon propped up via that lifeline?
Tracers, Cats, and Kiris. Differences are the Demon and the Diva versus the Cassidy and the Emre. I do like Emre so much here for Noxious, able to get a lot done as an individual. QRXU now on the low ground. Not a comfortable position for Cassidy. Not easy to see even how Cat necessarily changes that. They move Eisnom up into the high ground, trying to box out Noxious. It's going to create some space here on the low ground, but Cal, crucial kill onto the Tracer so early in the fight. I wonder if Germany can even force this. Maybe it just has to be a reset for them, but Eisnom still wants a little piece of this, wants a bite at the apple, as it were. And Fall's actually getting incredibly low. He needs to get saved by the support, so.
Well, Falls will always fall low when he tries to contest the cut, right? Because the moment he does, Ice just turns. Boxes out the Diva, uses the shield to be able to block line of sight from the heals, and then utilizes the Saber to cut through defense matrix. So a lot of this is actually on Noxious to be able to farm cloak from afar, and Alex to find these picks early on, but that's just not happening, which means that when the fight moves to that point, it's just done in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, once Graveyard goes down, Canada just forced into some really intense aggression there, trying to clutch the fight back, but Eisnom, I mean, trying to dash into him is a recipe for disaster. See if there's a retake available for Canada. Do they have the touch coming in? Maybe just too little, too late here on Route 66. Not a forgiving map when it comes to your retake timings. You need to be fast, or it just doesn't happen at all. Canada,
also, you could bleed second, right? If you try to go for first and you lose the fight very quickly, you then don't have that position to kite away from QRXU's flyby with the Deadeye, which means that you would then lose the first fight second.
Yeah, they're going to choose instead to value these early positions on second. Eisnom has been really skilled at opening things up, and QRXU is very aware of Alex's threat on the flank, constantly marking this Tracer, putting threat back the other way. With rushes available, though, the decision to strike is going to be a crucial one. Taking QRXU in for an opening Deadeye now. Big damage comes in. Everyone steps inside the rooms, a little bit of channel, but Nothing massive. Germany just win a lot of position from this Deadeye. Instead, that's going to be all they find. Noxus wants to strike back now with the living weapon, but the damage comes in. Aku finishes the job with a bit of an assist from the Eisnom limit break. Great find here for the Cat, and a catnap comes in, surely enough now to get Germany rolling through second. Canada would love to find some kills back the other way. Alex will oblige with a 1 find out of QRXU. XSJ also after recall, but there's just too many German players surrounding on the point. Cassidy should be back in, maybe even on the high ground with a taxi from the Cat.
Yeah, it all starts off with a domino as well as we slow things down with a pause, but that Deadeye from QRXU, it shows the value of these ultimates not always finding kills, but how valuable space is, especially for attack having to intrude into these very favorable defense positions, because Noxious has that override protocol, right? That has the kill potential, the bite behind it, especially since there's not really defensive ultimates available on the side of Germany. But because that Deadeye allowed the rest of the team to take up the position on the high ground opposite Noxious's position, he's cut down almost instantly before the first artillery fire can really come through from that Emre ultimate. And Canada were really banking their retake hopes off of that Emre ult coming in clutch, dealing a whole lot of damage and potentially forcing out the rush from Duckley to have to deal with it first, allowing Cal to have second cast of rush, later cast of rush. And then that allows you to stabilize your defensive position, no Deadeye to be able to create the space, clear the way for the attack, and you can chip down the time bank, because we have to remember that was a very fast take of first.
Yeah, I mean, the time bank, or the pace really set by Germany right now has been blistering so far, and Canada, they're going to have one last chance to retake second, and I feel like they almost need to get a fight win there and stabilize, at least run the clock down a little bit more. Otherwise, Germany are able to just snowball this one through. They're going to have, what, 5-6 minutes to cap last, and Route 66 is a brutal last to attack into, but with that much time, it feels like a matter of inevitability ultimately for the offense. And Route 66, this could be a crucial map in the series, because Germany win this, they put themselves on series point. Starts to feel pretty scary for Canada.
It also feels as well that ICE is just besting Pulse in terms of tank matchup.
For sure.
Right, with this demon, we're really...
I mean, this is a favorable 1-to-1, I would think, right, with Plasma
Saber. This is a much better 1-to-1 matchup for the demon. Like, she struggles into some heroes, not into the Diva. Falset sort of feels like has to go around the demon, but then with the propulsors, if Pulse tries to go for the backline or a DPS, as long as they're actually just playing low ground, or Aku's close enough to ICE to be able to give the airlift of Lifeline, ICE is still actually able to peel with Lifeline into propulsors, putting him into position to mark the Diva.
Yeah, a lot of deathmatch potential from Demon, and putting that in the hands of a player like ICE, I think is a intelligent strategy from Germany. I mean, like, put the carry on a hero that he can really show that kind of an impact on. And the damage is a little bit lacking from Team Canada, right? Like, the Emre is great for the ability to run away and stay alive, be self-sufficient, but with Tracer Emre, you don't have the best, like, pure tank-busting threat. A lot of times you're going to be looking at QRXU as the key target to get on top of, but he's been the one slinging out kills left, right, and center. Alex has been on the receiving end of that a couple times so far on Root, and that's kind of a crucial matchup to be watching here, what QRXU can find on this Cassidy. And usually you would think, you know, those opening fights are the hardest when Cass has no position. Now he's going to be surging forward on second. They're going to have full map control. It'll be Noxious trying to just get out through the choke against the Demon, and that is a tough situation, right? Demon is insane at aggressively contesting these chokes, maybe even going through them if you dare to leave your hit scan alone.
I mean, False does at least have self-destruct. So he has 2 lives into the Demon, and you do have a higher ult bank. But in terms of just like 1-to-1 damage, it really does feel like there's a higher potential despite the fact that Noxious is on the Emre. It feels like Germany just have that more bursty opportunity before these fights really properly kick off. As last chance, do they try to go for this? As they're flooding the lane, very aggressive first rush, just getting into the face of the defense, overrunning Noxious, literally going past the Diva, directly for the jugular of the DPS, and it's left the defense short-handed.
Great aggression from Germany, punishing the hit scan, everybody just running. Cal finds a crucial kill back, but will he be able to survive this? Doesn't seem to be the case, out of cooldowns. And Germany taking matters into their own hands. False is going to go over to the mirror, recognizes that Diva is just not cutting the mustard so far.
That was also mirror rush from Cal as well, right? To try to attempt to see that fight cleanly out so you don't have it to force space back from the attack. Instead, you have to totally flip map and essentially drop down from your high ground to play the attack position. Catnap will be shut down. Great hinder from QRXU. Graveyard not able to pull someone out of position, and worse for the defense. Cal goes down to trace it behind enemy lines instead.
Eisnom boxing so well. He's going to go for the limit break, trying to clean up a couple kills, and maybe has done enough here. The tank's starting to drop low. The cart continuing to roll inexorably forward for Germany. And Eisnom just playing with his food now. Going to stall out False, who just can't quite make it to the payload. And this is looking like an absolutely ridiculous cap time for Germany. May comes out from Alex. Nox just going to go over to the cast. They're going to try and make something happen with a hinder. Graveyard, pretty hopeless for him in that fight. Freeze is out on the cart, though. Maybe just a chance for Team Canada, but they have no position. They're just stalling things out one by one. It's costing them so many kills left, right, and center. The Catnap pulls False away from the payload. He's not going to be able to contest from here. Just Cal now trying to hold the line, but even eventually he will be cut down. And wow, a ridiculous pace. That'll be a setback for Team Canada. I mean, Route 66, it feels almost out of contention. 3-minute time bank is absolutely unheard of.
I feel like we have to find the team for a speed ticket with how fast they were able to full cap. They hit their stride this map. It feels like the first point, they were totally able, I think, to disrupt the game plans of Canada, who want to play it slow, who want to be able to run the time bank down, who want to be able to play between all of these different pockets of space, being able to litter between both the objective, the high ground, the backline, really try to force ICE to have to give up those aggressive positions, to have to play more reactive. And Germany just said, no, we'll take first tempo, we'll force you to have to play reactive. And they were always just finding those early eliminations. Outside of that one pick where Cal picks up the kill onto SHJ, early Kiriko being able to win the duel versus the Tracer, likely with some kunai, plunked into the head hitbox. That was really the only clean moment that the defense had. Everything else was just to the drum of the attack.
I mean, Eisnom just annihilated them. Like, every time it's like clearly his comps, his aggression. He destabilizes the Canadian position, and the rest of the team is, you know, there to follow up, there to make opportunities. False, maybe gonna look for an early hook here. Could be a bit cheeky. Nice way to start them out. You can find an opening kill, maybe onto the tank. But
yeah,
Eisnom,
with Cal's volley as well. Discord, Zen volley? We could see a one-shot potential here.
surely you're wise to this. Eisnom is going to hold the shield, wait it out. False just takes the gamble on the off chance that Eisnom would drop the shield. Too smart for that, though. This Canadian cheese opener is stifled for now. Eisnom just basically just stalling for time at the score position. But I wonder, maybe Germany actually want to fight here.
Very close hold, which actually forces Alex to have to burn the form just to be able to clear out those train carriages. This is a lot of time already taken off of the clock. Going for this early hold gives up the high ground, but you're on Demon. You want to fight on the flat so that your cat can play closer to your Cassidy. Alex, though, uncontested on the high ground now, sees an opportunity to hit the backline, and look at the amount of ground that has to be given until Aku is able to put Iceman back onto the high spot.
Yeah, the only downside of that forward hold, it kind of messes with the positions here later on first point, but it seems that Germany are able to have their take needed to run the clock down by a minute and still get into a nice position for this initial choke hold. So a well-practiced team here. Big dive in from the Bastion, but straight into the small room. QRXU is going to survive there. Eisnom, though, left on an island and a nice flank angle for Alex. Eisnom produces one kill on the Cal, and maybe has done enough. Where's the support? They need to keep this demon alive in the back. False strikes back, dropping the other hit scan, and now out of the suit. Vulnerable opportunity. Team Canada may be able to get something rolling here on this offense, but the fight is far from settled. German defenders still trying to rally around one another.
And SXJ is still on the point. They're not getting free push.
That's huge. Eventually they'll fall, but damage may have been done. Eisnom 70 to the resuit, 80 now. Oh, he's getting so low. The Bastion dive is perfect. And recharging that mech takes so much percentage. QRXU just barely able to stave off his own death with some well-placed shots up into the air for that Bastion. Alex and Graveyard, though, proven to be a serious threat, and especially with Demon on the field, there's not much to answer Bastion in the sky.
Last fight territory here for first point. Alex with artillery strike makes the walk up uncomfortable, and the defense.
Eisnom's in deep. Needs a lot of assistance to stay alive. The carry hold could be just that. Double support all out from the defenders. It's enough to stabilize for the moment. Limit break available. Eisnom puts a lot of damage down to the other side, even breaks the suit of Falls. Germany stabilized, doing so well to run the clock down in the last 2 fights that now Canada are on their last legs and only on first point.
This is dangerous too for Canada, right? Cal has one-sided rush, but that's if Germany give him the option to use it. QRXU will have zoning Deadeye too. Pulse with the limit break has to close up the distance to be able to use that ultimate.
This should be rough for the defense. I mean, surely, unless QRXU finds a kill with this Deadeye, I mean, limit break plus rush sounds like a devastating combo on the point.
If you can get to the point, that's the thing though. QRXU with that Deadeye plays the high ground, puts the pressure onto the backline, gets grabbed up with the ultimate, and now hits the backline.
Does get some decent channel. Alex brings damage back the other way, but Cal with the well-timed cleanse times the shot well. Limit break even being held by False. Seems like the rush alone is going to be enough with the tank falling. Germany trying to find something back the other way. QRXU, Aku, hold on. Producing a little bit of something. False now forced into a limit break, but is it too little too late? Gets a kill onto Dockley, but Aku, XSJ, QRXU still finding a pulse. Will break the suit of False. And Germany clutched that one out. A little bit of greed from Team Canada trying to hold on to the limit break. It is brutally punished, and it might cost them the map.
Oh, Ice now kills Pulse. That's such a late pickup onto the tank. They're not there to be able to fend off Germany grabbing up that high ground position, just bleeding out time and building Ice's damage, getting closer to having that limit break if it's called in for the overtime play. Something has to be found here for Canada to make a move forward, but Germany are making it almost impossible as Noxious on the trace just has to get past the line, hitting onto that point to activate the OT. This is the last chance they have to touch.
Oh, False, great opener on Dockley. It cost Bastion his life, though, with the Focus Fire turned elsewhere. See if QRXU can produce any more. Noxious with the pulse, though, puts it right on his back. That'll be enough to drop the Cassidy. Maybe enough to see Canada through into the second point, and it will as they cap. Just barely staying alive. I mean, the map, you can't think about the German time bank, what you're up against. An overtime finish, maybe the best you can hope for at this point for Canada, but that would still keep them alive on an escort map type.
Yeah, it's brutal. This has to be such a fast push through second to make up for the time that you lost. That late to cap first, and QRXU is absolutely rocketing towards that Deadeye, which will buy all the space back for the defense. Alex, unscouted, waits for the tanks to move past, drops onto QRXU with the help of Graveyard, and that Deadeye to clear the space back for the defense is totally denied.
I think limit break missed from Eisnom. Seems like it was just barely out of range from Alex. False starting to attack the high ground, but learns his lesson pretty quick. Needs a lot of support just to stay alive. Eisnom makes so much space, but this rush deployed is an expensive commitment. Germany need to provide a solid reason, a justification for that. See if they can deathmatch out. Kills traded both ways. False and Noxious now standing side by side, trying desperately to finish off Eisnom, with Aku and QRXU supporting from the high ground. Cassidy now steps up the brawl, trying to finish off these Canadian attackers.
I just don't think they have the resources to be able to finish off this fight cleanly. Cal's down, so no Kitsune Rush on the point itself. No one's really able to push out QRXU outside of this artillery strike, but he still has the combat role. He still has the help of his Kiriko. You've given up some space with the Bastion, forcing the Cassidy out though, and that will allow Cal to put his position back onto the point to use the rush.
Early high noon, Deadeye comes out. False has to hold this shield. He's so low, being flanked, surrounded from all sides. The suit is popped. The rest of the team focus firing Demon in that moment of vulnerability. Now Canada called into question what they can do here. 44 seconds on the clock. Germany filling up the feed. Alex and Noxious, though, striking back. Crucial kills, but Eisnom's still healthy. I don't know that it's going to be enough, even with some heroic kills from the DPS. Eisnom doesn't really worry about that. The cart cannot roll forward. That's the objective here.
Noxious should be able to be back on this Tracer to keep that overtime in play. Cal should be able to find this rush opportunity, but there's two ultimates that Germany hold to be able to totally deny the space that could be taken with it. Limit Break and Catnap both used to disrupt. One's like Kiriko ultimate.
Alex, attacked here on the Bastion, pulls back just enough. Maybe there's going to be an opportunity for Canada to push forward. Balls tries to keep this card rolling forward. QRXU, a crucial kill on the Graveyard. Limits the mobility now, these Canadian attackers. Limit Break is out. So too is the Catnap, but the Germans keep finding more. Canada struggling on their final opportunity here, but without support, without any kind of sustain in this fight. Surely it's just too tall of an order. Noxious falls now, the last player's alive, trying to keep this overtime in contention, but QRXU won't be denied. Cleaning house now from the back line. Eisnom as well, just chopping through the attackers. Germany gonna go up 2-1 in this series, laying their mark and setting the first series point.
I sense a demon ban.
I wouldn't hate it. I mean, okay, don't look at the stats, guys. Do not look at the demon damage stat. Do not look at that. That's...
Yeah, I for sure foresee a demon ban after that stat line. Oh boy. Ice, we said he would be a standout. We said that he would be not just, you know, one of these people that the team had to look for his experience in the field, but also the leadership qualities, the IGLing, the target calling. His team totally on the same page. Every engagement that Ice wanted to take, it felt like his team were there at his back supporting him, and someone just instantly dropped on the side of Canada every propulsion forward from Ice.
And honestly, taking a look at the stats here, you got to give some love to Aku. 1 death on Cat in that entire map. That is huge, right? That is incredible uptime for the rest of your team. You're keeping people constantly in the fight. You know, it's one of those things that just the Cat staying alive, it's not exactly a hero play that you notice, we call it on the cast, but it makes a huge difference. I mean, Germany would not have had that kind of a completely dominating victory were it not for the Cat being so consistently alive in the fight and supporting the team. This German squad looks like a well-oiled machine right now. Canada caught lacking in a lot of these fights. Eisdom finding those opportunities as well to punish any kind of a misstep.
I think as well, if we think back to that attack side from Germany, the swap onto the Demon to match Ice was a little late. You'd already allowed Germany to start stacking up a lot of the ultimates and tempo that came off of the back of it by sticking on that D.Va and the fights being so one-sided, because it also meant that the support ultimates were lacking to be able to stand up to what Germany had, right? When you're demeching the D.Va, when you're taking fights away from where the tank is, you're denying the opportunity for the support to basically silver lining.
I think
if you're taking more damage, you're at least building up your support ultimates faster. But because that tank was always just out of mech or out of fight, or the supports in question trying to heal the D.Va were already dead because they were the first pick, it felt like they didn't have a way back into the fights, like being able to use Kitsune Rush one-sidedly to at least force Germany to have to back off and give respect to what could potentially come up against them.
I think, you know, Team Canada are going to wish they had that ban to do again. I mean, I think they would have loved to have the Mauga, be able to have something, maybe a different answer to the Demon. And obviously, I think having seen how that map went, hindsight is 2020, would have loved to be able to at least take that hero away. Look, Route 66 looks like a pretty nice map for Demon, especially with Cat able to kind of pop you up just just for a little second, pop you up to a high ground, and then Eisdom was able to kind of take it from there, really turning the screws in the opposition. And Germany looked like a well-practiced team when it comes to the Demon strat, right? Like, able to isolate players with the Deadeye and then just cut them down with the Plasma Saber.
Yeah, it's also something that's very fresh, right? I think that's something to talk about as well, because this hero is very new, and when she released, I don't think a lot of pros really thought that she would have much stock in the esports scene, and then the hot picks dropped, and people were probably like, oh, wait, no, she's actually really good, which means that the time that you had to be able to practice versus her was much more finite in comparison to being able to deal with the amount of years that you've had to be able to work out, okay, this is how D.Va operates, this is how Mauga plays, this is the tempo that we have to have against them, these are the best counters, this is how we have to position against it. Because Demon sort of feels like the Ramatra tempo when he's using that Nemesis form trying to rush forward into your team, because she literally does the same thing, ignore the other tank and just run at a squishy who's trying to play safe behind that tank. And we're not really seeing the discipline that some teams have when playing versus the Ramatra to safely disengage, because I think the Demon's speed is actually catching them fairly by surprise.
Yeah, you can back up, but you know, Demon has a lot of utility to actually force those chases. I think Ramatra is a great comparison. I mean, Plasma Saber has a lot of similar utility to the Nemesis form, right? You know, consistent cleave damage. It is relatively close range, right? But you know, Eisdom really putting on a clinic, right? For anyone who wants to play D.Va at home, I think you'd be well served to rewatch some of these POVs and see the way he approaches the fights. And the team behind him, I mean, thinking back to that offense on second point, able to, like, they know the defenders in that choke point, and they send it. They go through the choke.
The rush,
they dive in on top of that enemy hit scan, and just don't even let him play the game. That's a great way to start a fight, right? Like, taking the tempo, especially on a land match when you know, pressure is high, it's easy to make mistakes. To be the team that is aggressive, striking first, forcing the fight to go your way is crucial. It sets the tone of the series. Canada are going to take us to New Junk City, and I believe we saw False wrapping up the keyboard, so I wonder if Astro's not going to come back in and maybe try to signal a bit of a shift to more of a rush tempo for Canada.
I could still see the Demon ban, though, having value here, especially with how flat, like, that first fight on New Junk City point, that's a rough one to play versus a Demon.
Yeah, I wonder, I mean, I think it's interesting. We haven't really seen much before, but how Demon is into other tanks. Like, you know, from my perspective, I would think if you're going to play a full rush mirror, I would imagine that Ramatra and Maga are stronger, like head-to-head, I think. But, okay, Canada are actually going to ban Lucio, so maybe they don't want to play much of a rush tempo. If you're going to ban this away, it's an odd one for me, actually. I'm pretty surprised by this. I mean, it's not something that either team had gone to so far in the series.
Protecting support, potentially. Ana was banned, but Cat was still potentially banned.
Yeah, it's an odd one from my perspective. I mean, I would have been surprised for Germany to ban Cat. Aki has been phenomenal. I mean, she's been, I think, a really rock-solid player. Germany banned the Orisa away, which I actually think this signals that they maybe do want to play Demon. I think Orisa's another one of these heroes who would just happily take the, like, one-to-one face trade with Demon.
She can also disrupt, like, the engagement, right, with things like Javelin.
Yeah, and I would think Limit Break, you probably, you know, Spear is probably one of the better tools to, like, instant stun cancel. Some of these ultimates and some of these powerful tools, especially for a character like Demon. But I mean, it's Ice Numb, right? So, you know, he can easily counterpick, easily swap it up to whatever. And in fairness, if you see Astro coming back in, Astro showed the Orisa on map 1. It's like, don't overcomplicate it. Just ban what Canada have showed that they already have a preference to play.
Also, it takes out Helicopter, right?
Yeah, it's true. I mean, that was a little scary on back on Nepal there. It's always a possibility. And with Lucio banned, I mean, I can't imagine Cat is coming out.
Probably Kiriko Cat for backline staple defaults. I think if you're Germany, like, do you try to keep the Demon in play? Like you said, Ramatra could be a pivot for Canada here. Or Mauga. I think Mauga could be a good option.
I'm a Mauga believer. I'm a Mauga believer. I'm a
We're
fan.
all Mauga believers. Probably. He's just such a strong tank.
Just like all the utility on the kit, you know, the stun from the crit stomp is so massive, and these, you know, top level players are able to find it quite consistently.
Like, speaking about ways to stun cancel ultimate, right?
Yeah.
Stomp cancel onto limit break.
I also just like it into the Cat because Mauga, compared to most tanks, has pretty much the ideal primary weapon to attack Cat long range in the sky. There's a lot of characters like Diva. It's just you're just not really shooting a Cat at long range. Like you just have no range, no consistent damage. And I actually also think Demon with that side blaster actually is kind of nice at challenging Cat up in the sky. And with how important Jetpack Cat is to the current meta, you've always got to think about how your tank and DPS matchups are against those key supports.
Yeah, especially because Catnap, right? You basically, every time Catnap's available for the enemy team, you have to play into that fight fully expecting someone to be grabbed out of position. Sometimes your tank, sometimes one of your supports.
Looks like Ken is going to be coming in for QRXU.
Ooh.
I wonder what this means. I mean, QRXU has been so lights out. Does this signal a shift away from the Cassidy? It is a bit of a tighter map, and one where I think Cassidy's lack of mobility can be a more serious liability than it is on other maps, where, you know, maybe something like a Sojourn or a Bastion can be, you know, more effective in the tighter corridors.
Potentially you just want to play very fast rush time styles.
Yeah.
Because I think that's what Germany might have worked out, that it wasn't just hero comp that Canada was struggling versus on Route 66, it was also speed tempo, right? Especially when you're sort of looking at some of these rosters, if you don't have that synergy built up of playing with each other for hours and hours and hours of 1 year or multiple years, you can very quickly crumble when that tempo starts picking up because you just have less time to be able to react. You fall back to muscle memory and the trust established between your players. It's why Dive has always been so strong, right? Not just the heroes who are released, but also the fact that it totally disrupts what the enemy team wants to do. That normal comm cycle that's sort of established in the anchor that a lot of professional teams look towards to be that sort of eye of the storm if things get rough, that gets totally denied because all of a sudden, like, your comms, your ult tracking, your fight planning, that goes straight out of the window because suddenly you're having to deal with something like a demon powering directly at you, and your backline's now at risk of being walked on and will die if you don't have someone ready to dive in front of that bullet.
Yeah, maybe the Lucio ban maybe makes sense of that in light of how good Germany have been when they're able to get aggressive and force the issue. you know, thinking back to Map 2 and Paraiso, what was so comfortable for Canada was slowing the game down, letting Cal have a little bit more individual impact on the Ana. But going to New Junk City, it isn't where you take it, I think, if you want to slow the game down. Like, this is pretty much decisively, universally, since it has been released, a high-tempo map, and even the higher tempo option when it comes to Flashpoint, with a lot of close quarters points, a lot of really rush-favored styles. Looks like...
4 subs, Razor.
Yeah, it looks like Razor also going to be coming in alongside Astro.
So Razor typically plays things like Reaper.
I actually like it here. I like the idea of doubling down. I think Alex has been impressive for me on the aggression. I want to see Canada try to match this pace. I want to see them try to flip the script that we've seen so far in the series, where Germany has been the team to dive in, to set the tempo. And I think if you're going to try to bring this one back, you have to show that you can actually match that rate of play. And taking to New Junk City is a confident way to do it, as a way to potentially rock the foundation of Team Germany for the team that wants to be, you know, aggroing forward. Abandoning the Lucio is certainly an odd way to do it. I mean, I would have thought, hey, the Lucio is a potentially good look here, but maybe you still want to play for the cat look. Maybe that's still a strong one. And I think for, honestly, all the main support players playing right now, I think pretty much all of them have been grinding cat nonstop.
Such a strong hero, not just for team utility that you provide with like the lifeline, but also the scouting potential off of that shift. Even when someone's not attached, anything that gives you the opportunity to go third person in this game is so strong at being able to work out where your opponents are. Like, for instance, thinking about earlier Demon limit breaks, right? Being able to hold around a corner, understand when your opponent's walking in, so you can already start the animation of that sword swing to catch them as it arcs directly into their hitbox. They lose the opportunity to react, or you're able to perfectly scout out when exactly the tank has been able to move past and the backline has been left behind and vulnerable. Cat Bastion always is able to do things like that, especially if they're just already hiding themselves sequestered above a doorframe or cliffside, as it feels like the subs just keep on coming. This is almost a chess match of its own self here, Jake, as Germany sees the adjustments that Canada have made and think about continuing to make more of their own.
It's been a competitive series so far. I mean, this is a crucial one for both teams. You know, for Canada, I feel like they look at this as, hey, you win this, you're probably going to BlizzCon. This is a crucial team to be able to beat. And for Germany, with their strong placement out of EMEA, they should feel confident. The way they've been playing, I mean, I give a lot of credit to the rest of the team for, you know, I was looking at this roster thinking, okay, this is Eisnop versus the world. Can the rest of the team keep pace? But they've answered that question. The answer is yes. They've been able to follow that, to like, maybe he's leading some of the aggression, setting some of the tempo, but they've risen to the occasion across the board. Aku with only 1 death on Route 66, that was huge. XSJ has been fantastic on the Tracer through the series, and QRXU was pretty lights out on Cassidy as well, like finding a lot of opening kills. So I think this German team has really impressed me beyond just the expectedly strong performance from Eisnop. For Canada, this is going to be their last chance to adapt, right? A series point against them. Razor needs to come in cold off the bench, deliver a strong rush performance, but I do think he potentially could be set up for success if they can just win some of these opening fights, set the tone, maybe put Germany on their heels with a tempo change.
Yeah, I think for Canada, it's crucial winning first point. I think what we saw from Route 66 was that they got bowled over by momentum, and I think they got a little bit in their head when they started losing some of those fights back to back. So they have to be able to buoy up that confidence. So starting off with a very stable and decisive first fight into first point win would be the best possible way forward. Razor as well, if we do see the Reaper, is this going to be in response, like, are you expecting something like a Mauga, or do you play into that demon and just try to get the Reaper directly onto the backline when the demon's there not to peel? Or do you just go directly for just pumping out damage onto the tank, try to chunk through the mech as fast as possible, and all in versus Ice? Because if Ice is being demeched and is not there to be able to call the engagers, that also really weakens Germany's comm structure.
I wonder if Demon is even the choice here for Germany. I mean, I feel like there's a lot of questions now, especially bringing Razor in for Team Canada. For me, I put a lot of respect on Maga as a key pick for both teams. But for Astro, I mean, he went to the Orisa before. It's banned out now. He's going to have to show us a little more depth. for sure here on New Junk City. Is it going to be enough to keep them alive in the series, though? I mean, Germany bearing down on the 3-1 victory. There's no reason to really think, like, we're hopeful that Canada can show us a stronger rush look, but they haven't thus far in the series, right? Like, they've wanted to play a slower dive style. That was what got the win on Paraiso.
Well, this could also be a May approach, right? From SXJ and Ken. Like, Ice, you don't have to match the Mauga. You could just play counter. Like, you could literally, without that Lucio there to be able to boost those engages and disengages out, you can very easily split apart the Mauga from his team and just shred him down with all of that damage chunks. As Razor not on the Reaper currently, showing us that Vendetta to be able to pair off of these Mauga slams. A lot of burst damage as Ice, there we go, rolls out on the Demon, as it has been working out so well currently for Team Germany. They're going for a very fast, aggressive composition, both with the Xion and that Tracer, who ideally does Astro try to find the slam engages on, because no one's really going to be present for the Mauga to catch.
Astro has a lot of responsibility here. Has to overrun backwards, actually. Without that cooldown, it's an opportunity to really engage aggressively. A Graveyard starting to get low. Germany trying to twist the screws, but here comes the overrun coming in. Razor pulls a bit of attention on himself, has to back to the corner. Struggles, cannot get out of the engage. Where's the team support behind him? It's not to be found. Germany filling up the feed. Just Astro and Graveyard of the dregs of HP. And if Canada were hoping for a strong start to New Junk City, they're going to have to keep looking. Germany absolutely light them up on this first fight.
Yeah, there's just no easy target for this Mauga to slam onto, which means that Razor's not getting the opportunity to hit a stunned out target. He's having to deal with the lane control of the Xion and the Tracer, and that damage that Ice is able to output. Yes, you can probably catch the Kiriko at some point in the fight, but enough damage has been done for a fair chunk of them to still be able to win it out with the cat heals alone. As Alex has already been forced to use recall.
The fight at the start of the fight hasn't been strong. Here comes Vendetta alongside Mauga. They're boxing in, but Eisnam steps back for a minute, now finds a vulnerability on the flank. 1-to-1 with Vendetta, though, may not be where he wants to find himself. A big crit from Razor. Opens things up on a Dockley, but with Kiri's off the field, it comes down to crucial mechanics in the deathmatch, but a lot of connections from this Vendetta may have done enough to earn Canada back into this point.
75% on the board for Team Germany so far. How well now can Canada defend? They've got the engagement composition. They can bait the walk-in from Team Germany to know who they can hit on to. It's not a simple game of kite out the Mauga anymore.
False bomb. No joy for excess joy. Eisnam taking some frontline trades, but it potentially could overrun here. Good connection into the backline. Crit onto the cat. Aku just barely staying alive here. Now, with the rush out so much faster from Dockley Cal, 10% away from it. Germany flips the point back. This could turn into the final fight of first point. And with the limit break, Mauga has to run for the hills and may not be able to run far enough away. The damage pouring in from the rest of the team. Surely they're going to be able to finish off Astro with the flip earlier in the fight. That'll be first checkpoint going the way of Team Germany.
Yeah, they had to get the kill onto Dockley before that rush came out. If Team Canada wanted to be able to walk away with that fight when they're not able to, one-sided rush with the limit break from Ice, no opportunity, but Cal does now have the one-sided rush of his own, and there's no limit break to be able to disrupt it. Aku does have that catnap though, so she could potentially grab someone out of position and stun everyone up on the side of the Curiel.
Astro moving forward another point, but Germany trying to contest this rollout. They find Graveyard before the point can even open, so there's no opportunity to just pressure the objective. Eisnam gets another, and Team Canada grasping at straws now. Germany look to finish them here and now. Kills just continue to pour in for the Germans. And Canada, back on their heels, have to give up first point, and with the number of ults they brought to this fight, that's gotta sting.
Yeah, they were so split, despite having the lion's share of the ultimates. Everyone was spread across the map. They got a little bit too greedy for all of that space. And now, yeah, everyone from Germany will just collapse onto the backline. Astro at least tries to zone them out, punishing the overextension, catching so many crucial players with the Mauga cage. So finally now, they've been able to walk onto point the way they wanted previously.
Good value from the cage fight though. Seals the deal. Takes down Eisnam crucially, who's always been a key part of any German aggression. Need to see a very tight formation for this Team Canada squad. I mean, the lack of a hit scan means they really cannot play these long angles. They need to be attacking as a unit. And on the defense, it gets a little bit awkward. You got to hold on to the point. Wow, looking for those opportunities. A bike a little bit wide. Ken gonna pop the street. Maybe looking for a deeper connection into this backline. Cal ready for it. Pops the cleanse, and Razor just drops Ken. Maybe a bit of over-aggression here from the German Xion. Aku as well called into question. Razor keeps picking up these kills in the feed. And Germany just have to be the hasty retreat now. Wonder if Aku is even able to get out. No, Alex finds that cleanup. And so Canada have shown now maybe a new lease on life here on this second flashpoint.
Oh,
the kills just keep coming. It's turning into a real stagger for Germany.
Yeah, Ice zoned fully out. Having to hide behind cover, grab a health pack instead. Dockley does have the rush, but 86%, you lose someone early, you lose the Kiriko early, you lose the chance to recontest, and look at how aggressive Team Canada already are. Playing into the faces of Germany, forcing out that rush, being able to shut down the space with the Sundering Blade from Razor. And that totally melts the chances of Team Germany being able to walk away with the point contest.
They find kills of their own, though. Germany is still in this one, but only barely. Astro still fully healthy. Eisdom trying to do what he can to stay alive and keep the contest going, but as Alex finds the kill on the XSJ, that should be the finishing blow here onto Germany. Eisdom out of the suit into the baby form. A quick one clip for Alex, who's just been continuously effective through this series. I mean, as difficult as it's been for Team Canada, Alex Tracer has been a standout, and it'll need to continue to be that if Canada want to force a Game 5.
Yeah, it feels for Germany they don't have a good response to things like this Mauga cage without that Lucio beat as well to survive it, right? So we are seeing the value of the ban drafts through. Don't have the Lucio to disengage the Mauga slam too. Aku has the Grave, the slam. SXJ onto the Reaper instead, trying to deal with the Mauga that way.
Oh, Reaper low. Eisdom goes in, but hold on, where's the support behind him? Pulse Bomb comes in, the soup pop. A rare mode of discord here on Team Germany now. Razor steps up, looking to finish the fight. A catnap comes in, not much Vendetta can do about that. Pulled into enemy territory. Germany's still gonna fight this one, but with a flip coming in for Team Canada, committing to this one is a huge risk. So instead they're gonna back off, take the reset. Momentary power play as Razor's gonna be just a bit off the spawn, but this cage fight, I mean, how do you deal with it?
Yeah, like we said, you don't have the Lucio Sound Barrier to be able to survive it. You don't have something like Death Blossom to use defensively inside it, as Razor forces out that Wraith Form very early, and the Suzu with the threat of the overhead swing. He's going to go deep, trying to find the kill onto that Reaper. Now turns onto the Xion instead, and Ken's up absolutely defenseless.
Great crit. Aku does find a kill onto Graveyard, but it doesn't seem to be enough. In the thick of this cage fight, Vendetta reigns supreme. Nice additional stall onto Eisdom. Adds insult to injury, and this second flashpoint coming up all Team Canada. Feels like they've been able to really turn the momentum in this map after a hot start from the Germans.
They look so much more comfortable when they're the ones in control, deciding when the fights start. Razor, though, this time no Sundering Blade to be able to block out Dockley's rush. Calab second instead, but what a catnap from Graveyard. Catching right through that rush and shutting down any chance that Germany had of following it up.
Nice high-level play here from Team Canada. I mean, fighting off the flashpoint at 99, forces an overtime touch from Aku, and you're effectively down one in the rush fight. So great catch from Team Canada. That's going to win them this second or third flashpoint, rather, putting them up 2-1 and on the precipice of taking us to a Game 5. And I think having shown this faster rush look and been able to weather a bit of difficulty, like Razor coming in cold off the bench, that's always going to be a bit scary for a team, you know, down on series point against you. But if you can win this one here, you can, I mean, we're going to push as the final map type where these types of fast comps can often be effective. I kind of like Team Canada's odds here.
It's totally thrown the dynamic as well of this match, right? If you're Germany, you were very comfortable that you had all of this time to be able to set up where you wanted to go, when you wanted to attack, who you wanted to run onto, because Canada were voluntarily giving you that space before. Now, they're taking it away from you. They're turning that strategy against you. And as you said, it feels like we're seeing these fights sometimes from Germany, and we're seeing discourse. We're seeing sort of disorganization within the ranks, because I think just the same way that Canada were caught out by the speed, overwhelmed on Route 66, the same thing is occurring here for the side of Team Germany. So for both of these teams, it really is about who is just able to push through and match that tempo.
Not a fan of this Reaper either. You know, I think it's like one of those picks you go to, you're like, Reaper shoot Mauga, that's good. But honestly, I don't really believe in that matchup. It's, you know, the Mauga is happy to take a face trade into a character like Reaper.
Yeah,
and
he's also being zoned out by Razor on
exactly,
the Vendetta
right. I think
multiple times.
Both Vendetta and Tracer are not fun matchups for Reaper, right? They're slippery, they're, you know, high burst damage heroes that can easily punish you. The moment you run out of Wraith form, they can always run you down. They have better mobility than you.
It's not just the Wraith form too, like forcing Darkly's Suzu.
Mm.
That fight where SXJ is on the point trying to contest the cap, gets forced out by the Vendetta, has to burn through the Wraith form, and then you're down that, so Darkly tries to throw the Suzu on top to buy time for the Shadow Step, and then suddenly your Kiriko's down that really crucial resource, which then domino impacts someone else on the team, making them a much easier pick. So you're sort of not hitting the thing that you're supposed to be doing as a job for your team, but then you're also making it worse because you're pulling more resources away, the sunk cost fallacy, which then means that someone else on the team is left dry.
Yeah, I just look at this comp from Team Germany. I'm like, I don't see it, man. The Reaper Xion with the D.Va, I almost feel like you'd rather be on a Mauga mirror then to at least to have more of a frontline hero that you want to hard rally around. Demon feels like a character that wants to be a little bit more individualistic, right? A little bit more about what she can do on her own, putting a lot of pressure on, making opportunities for a hit scan elsewhere. I like Xion in that vein, but the Reaper, I feel like, typically wants a tank that is going to take more of the, one-to-one face trade where you can be that +1 that turns the tide. And, when the Maugas are mirroring one another, you almost can't turn to shoot the Reaper when you're just trying to lifesteal off the enemy Mauga. Still another fast point to play, potentially, for Team Germany, but Canada, they've shown me something to really change the dynamic of the series, which is what you needed to do now.
Which Germany now has to do now, right? It's their turn to adapt. We said in terms of substitutions, we sort of have a chess match going on between these two teams, and it feels like Canada now are on that checkmate round, and Germany are the ones that have to come up with this new plan before they lose those crucial pieces. SXJ probably keeps the Death Blossom here, and then I'm in agreement with you. I would want to see a swap. Things like the Sojourn's Open, Pharah, Mei as well. Potentially you go for the double look of both the Tracer and the Xion, and just go to hit Cal on the backline.
Yeah, it's interesting, like, also seeing the value test for Demon versus Vendetta. I mean, Vendetta is a very polarizing DPS who has amazing matchups into certain tanks, like was picked as a counter to D.Va for a long time, but then really struggled in other matchups. And I could kind of imagine it going either way, but it has looked good for Razor into the team on, like the ability to get on her flank and like rain down those crit strikes from above. The melee battle, it looks pretty good for Vendetta actually against Demon. I think she prefers those matchups against hit scan characters that you can maybe bully back a little bit harder. Somebody like Vendetta who's not scared to go blow for blow at close range. It looks actually pretty scary for Icedom. And they don't really have much time to adapt and change things up, but it looks like we are going to be coming out of this pause shortly, back into the action, and with Team Canada up 2-1 in the flashpoint, it's a crucial opportunity here for them to force a Game 5. They do not want to squander this one.
They do have good ults that they'll be able to build up, so not likely to see any comp swaps until those have been burnt out, trying to leverage them for control of first point here.
Limit Break could go crazy here. Here comes the swing. Big connection out of 3. Spree from Kent should be a fantastic follow-up for that kind of AoE damage amp. Astro just trying to stay alive, but alongside Cal, there's not many resources left in the tank for Team Canada. Ken and Icedom, clean house. Astro grabs a kill back on the Dockley, but won't really need much in the grand scheme of things. So Limit Break shown to be incredibly effective. I mean, that's where I do think the matchup gets scary for Vendetta, but with Razor now having the Sundering Blade, things can go back the other direction quite easily.
Yeah, but SXJ also has the Death Blossom defensively versus Astro's Cage. So the Mauga ult should not find that same one-sided value it was finding before, especially with how far forward Ken is currently being on this Xion, really putting the pressure. SXJ finally able to find these opportunities to tax out Astro's health bar. buying a lot of point percent. Goes low, goes to half, is able to teleport back to his team, still holds that ult, waiting for the opportunity to use it into the cage.
A cheeky little corner for XSJ. He's holding onto this Wraith form for dear life. Here comes the move forward from Astro. Tries to step up. Cal just barely alive on 1 HP. Stays alive. Cage fight forced out of the point. Sundering Blade rains down from above, but XSJ still able to find some value before he goes down. And with Ken taking down Razor, maybe Germany have done enough to force a 5th flashpoint. It's up to Cal and Alex to clutch kills out, but it doesn't seem that they can. Aqua with the catnap. Does enough to drop Cal, and Astro has to take the reset. I don't know if there's time for a retouch here, though. I mean, with 90% already, this flashpoint percentage picks so fast.
I mean, it's a risk, too. Because if you lose the fight, they could potentially stagger you out. Then you're not in a position on the last flashpoint for rush. So, no, they will bend the knee. They will rotate instead to hit that first defensive position of 5th flashpoint, being able to mark out where Ken tries to flank, and also catch where exactly SXJ will play. The Reaper denied the range to play in close to put the pressure onto the backline or the tank.
Canada's decision not to recontest, though, it does yield them an advantage position, holding defensively here on this final flashpoint. Series point here for Team Germany. If they could just get it over the line one more time, but here comes Canada with the rush. Cal sends it in, the rest of the team following behind, and the stun comes in. I believe that drops the limit break from Eisdom, but maybe he's done enough anyway. Still finds the kill on Graveyard, despite that ultimate coming in to connect. XSJ Ken staying alive on the extremities. Eventually Alex starts to strike back during that, but the first flip does come in for Team Germany.
Ooh, good stick. DMX Ice. Still, they'll be able to stall at this point just a little more. Dockley able to teleport out, actually. Now Aku takes up her position on the point. Her is going to be able to keep the jetpack cat in play, and suddenly that stall has been able to hit 27%.
I like this swap from Eisdom. It's going to come to the Malgamir. Now the Reaper and Xion going to feel very effective in terms of pumping damage into that front line with Eisdom ready to assist. Aku with the catnap. She's been fantastic on the cat this series. No reason to expect that she won't be able to produce yet more of the same. You can see Canada giving a lot of respect here. They don't want to take this aggressive frontline brawl. Razor going to be struggling for his identity on Vendetta in this moment.
Ken has that spree, could use it defensively versus the Mount Cage. Ice stomping not onto a player but onto the point to force the drop early from Astro before Cage is in play. Cal's left vulnerable behind and Aku takes him down.
Still with Kiri out of the fight, sustained, brutally limited. Astro drops the cage fight. Maybe that's all the sustain they need. Eisdom coming in though, toe to toe. Here XSJ makes a huge difference, but Razor getting a Kiri kill with that Sundering Blade maybe is enough for Canada. They've been in control of the point this whole time. It continues to tick up and the respawns come back just in the perfect moment. Canada now maybe able to force a game 5, Moxie.
Graveyard so close to having that catnap. Someone from Germany has to be able to get onto this point to touch. No catnap available for Aku. No traitor. It falls to Ken and Ice to cycle their position to keep it in play.
Eisdom's in huge trouble. The Clem comes out. Huge sustain comes in. They just barely keep this tank front line alive. Ken, a deft dash, dodges the catnap for now, but it still gets run down by the brunt of Team Canada. XSJ comes into the backline. Death Blossom is huge! Into the entire backline of Canada. Stomped out, though, by Astro, who may keep this one still alive for Canada. Eisdom back to the point now with the supports in tow. Has a cage fight. Canada, do they want to commit into this? Well, they're forced to now. Astro grabs a kill back the other way. Eisdom looking for targets. No one in the cage fight, just stabilizing him for the moment. Canada hoping to get the regroup. Eisdom would love to deny it, but maybe he'll be the one who finds himself denied. Astro stomps down on the star tank of Germany, and maybe, just maybe, has done enough for this team. Canada win the deathmatch brawl, and they will take us to a 5th map in what has been our closest series of the day.
What a kill onto Dockley. The rush comes out, but it's too little too late unless... No, Kiriko down. SXJ vulnerable to the Sundering Blade from Razor, held aloft as Canada take us the distance. Cheers erupt, and we get our first 5-map series of the day.
We said it was a possibility, but I struggled to believe the way the series started to develop, the way Route 66 went. Gotta give so much credit for Team Canada for digging deep in a tough spot such as this. Great adaptations in the final moments from Razor, from Alex to get the job done. Hugely impressed with these DPS in particular. I mean, Alex has been phenomenal through the entire series, but Razor coming in cold off the bench, that's a different kind of mental resiliency, something that a lot of players who may be, very individually skilled can't necessarily bring into a really rough spot in a series that was looking scary after Route 66. But now, all bets are off. Germany, they'll have the luxury of advantage map pick and ban, but I mean, it's got to be pushed. So your map picks are so limited, and I wonder what the ban will be.
Mauga, potentially.
True, right? Because I think it was Team Canada who banned Mauga earlier.
Yeah.
Could be a way to limit what Astro could bring, but Astro has also shown a lot of promise on the Orisa.
True. Maybe you go, if you see Razor still in play, you could potentially go for Razor's hero pool.
Yeah.
Because that, I think, like, was also a huge difference maker, especially the Kiriko. For ults, having that Sundering Blade to be able to just totally ice off the pressure from the enemy rush, and then also with the cage here, being able to find some really crucial picks there onto players like Dockley. Speaking about crucial picks, so that last fight, that overtime fight where everyone from Germany is just desperately trying to throw their bodies onto point, getting the kill onto Dockley, who held on to that rush. They tried to win out the fight with Mauga Cage, but the Kiriko is outside of where the Mauga Cage actually is, so still goes down to Astro on the Mauga outside of the ultimate with rush intact. That's the thing that punishes Team Germany and allows us to go forward into map 5.
Crucial map 5, and everything's kind of thrown into chaos in this series, from Team Canada switching over to a rush style, complicating everything for Germany's plans. Push is typically a map type where rush looks pretty good. Like, playing these fast-paced styles looks good. However, they cut hit scan. I mean, when you cut hit scan, you really are committed. You are all in on this aggression. It works out for Team Canada on New Junk City, but even if you're going to play rush, surely you have a hit scan on push, right? Like, typically things are open enough that, yeah, you might be getting in there with the front line, but you'll want to be able to play range. You want to be able to bring that threat. Does that mean Noxious has come back in? I mean, there are some questions for Team Canada in my mind if we go to some of these more open push maps, which in my mind should be exactly where Germany want to take us.
Especially because, like, for Germany, like you said, this is the advantage of losing fourth map.
Yeah.
You now have the opportunity to decide where we go and also which order of draft.
Everyone's won their map picks, right? So this is the high seed advantage as we come to map 5 in that scenario.
So you can use your band to save, or you can use it to try to weaken your opponent. It is all up to you, so we'll have to keep an eye on if teams actually try to substitute players out, because, like, Noxious has the Emre available unless that one gets banned out, so we could
I think that was already banned, actually.
Yeah, that one was already banned, so that will be open if he wants to go for something like that. Mauga could potentially be banned out, or maybe Germany think it's okay now that Lucio is going to be left open to be able to try to disengage it, but then if you're forced onto Lucio, you're not getting to run the cat, which in turn takes resources away from some of the rest of your team. So it's a very tricky position, I think.
For me, the big question is just what DPS do you run for Team Canada? Like, do you go with this commitment to an all-in rush style, or do you feel the need to bring Noxious back in to have the hit scan threat? On New Junk City, I see why they go for the all-in rush. Like, it makes sense. It's a classic map for cutting hit scan. And they get it done. Also for Germany, like, you brought Ken in on that map, but it's scary. QRXU has been so good this series. Do you keep Ken in? Do you still have faith in him? You know, it can kind of suck to be a player who comes in, loses their map, and gets subbed out.
Yeah.
But sometimes that's what you have to do, right?
Yeah,
like, to get the win in.
for the team.
Exactly,
right?
exactly. It's about who can get the win. It's about who's the right pick for the job. And then maybe the choice of Flashpoint will shed some light in terms of the way you want to go for Team Germany. But ultimately, I feel like it's always going to be about Eisnam. Where can he have the most impact? Where can he really deliver a carry performance? Looks like QRXU is going to be coming back in, which is sensible. I mean, I think for Ken, it's like, hey, come in to play the Xion on New Junk City, where the Cassidy is just a little bit too claustrophobic for. But obviously, I'm pushed. Pretty much no matter where you take us, there's going to be more room for QRXU to play the hit scan, and generally more open skyboxes for the cat to really enable, as we've seen throughout the entire series with Aku.
Potentially Colosseo is the push map pick then. Very strong for the Cassidy, but also very, very good for the Cat Bastion to be able to play those outer lanes of the glass panels and take a lot of resources away from the fight occurring on the objective itself. So that even if you lose the Bastion Cat, you're still able to keep on trucking on the objective itself.
They choose Esperanza, though.
Yeah, Esperanza.
I mean, in fairness, I do think Colosseo, there's at least a possibility of cutting hit scan. I mean, I think it's a little bit crazy to do, but there are some like odd choke points, some close range fights around in the checkpoints, especially. Esperanza, this is a hit scan map. I mean, if you cut hit scan here, you're truly crazy for Team Canada. But maybe they are crazy, right? Like, this is the World Cup. There's an opportunity to do things that, you know, conventional wisdom would say are incorrect. But if you just bring the individualism, you have the confidence in the team, and you execute your vision well, that can be more important than what is quote-unquote meta.
There is a risk attached to Esperanza, though, because both of these teams have been heavily momentum favored, right? And Esperanza is very much you win one fight,
yeah,
you
it's a momentum
snowball
map.
to winning the map because you get to take the high ground control. Then once you've been able to take those first forward spawns, you don't actually have to fight around corner. You can just sit back on the high ground and force the other team to have to fight unfavorable positions to be able to collapse onto you, as it will be a vendetta ban, which means, yeah, Germany, they want to defang Razor's hero pool. We had a sub for QRXU. We did not have a sub for Razor. And if you're thinking about being able to sit up on that high ground and basically tax the enemy team into having to walk directly into you, Vendetta's able to overcome that because she has the mobility to go very quickly from the low ground to the high ground and try to overwhelm that more defensive position, as Demon will be the ban out on the side of Team Canada. No more having to match the tank. They did, I will say, look less comfortable when playing the Demon versus Demon matchup.
Yeah, I don't think they want that mirror into Ice Stomp. I think they'd much... I mean, Astra was looking very nice in the Malga, found a ton of key stomps, which for me is always my litmus test for an elite Malga. Can they find those big stomp connections, turn those crit stomps into opening solo kills? That's really what moves the needle for me. And I believe in Astra. He looks solid in the rush comp. I don't think you want the mirror in the new tank against an Ice Stomp who looks clearly well practiced on the hero.
And especially without that Vendetta.
Yeah, the Vendetta was, I agree, was a huge part of the answer. And so you take away the Vendetta, at least we're not going to have to deal with what has been really the thorn in your side all series long, the Demon.
So, impactful bans from both of these teams. And as we said, despite the fact that this has been our longest series so far, this could be one of the shortest maps of the day so far. As Esperanza...
Well, it's tough to beat the KSA's record against Australia on this map. That was true. We have seen what's possible in Esperanza, but I will say full capping this map, well, then again, it's probably the easiest push map to full cap, but it's still rare. It still shouldn't happen in evenly matched teams. But I like what you mentioned.
When's the last time you saw a Colosseo full cap, huh?
That is true. That is true. I think it's more full capable than Colosseo for sure. But like you mentioned, right? I think once you lose the checkpoint, that's a real test for a team. Trying to retake when the defenders just, we're not going to push anymore. You got to come retake through our high ground. That is not necessarily easy. With Cat in play, it's a little bit more viable. Like high grounds in general, I think lose a bit of relevance when Cat can just kind of steal them away or at least, you know, match you in that verticality. But yeah, so much I think always rests in the first fight in Esperanza. Both teams would love to be able to take control. It feels like if you win first fight, you almost assuredly cap the first checkpoint and, like you said, unlock the forward spawn. And on a high pressure match such as this on land, when you know it's series point, it's going to come down to this. There's going to be, I mean, nerves are a huge question here. Like, who's got the fortitude to see this one through?
This is where you look at prior experience as well, right? Because some of these players do have that prior experience, like Cal, Ice. They'll be able to keep cool under
Ice
this
in the veins
pressure.
for sure for those.
I'm sure. And I think for Germany, like, they'll be looking for Ice directly. Now, I think him having that experience, being able to really helm this team and be that IGL, be basically the person saying, hey, trust me, go in now, get out now, go on this person.
Man, XSJ's hype.
Will be a real strength. Some people, you know, they deal better, they perform better under these high levels of
XSJ looks cool
pressure.
as a cucumber right now. He's vibing. He's vibing. I love it.
If you saw Team Canada's camera, actually, before they loaded into New Junk City, they were flashing the crowd with hearts. They were looking super happy. They were not looking like they were map point away from losing this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, if I were Team Canada, I'd still feel like, hey, you might be baiting the Vendetta, but we've still shown a faster paced style.
Beats.
But playing without hit scan, I don't know. I mean, Alex, he also played Bastion earlier, I believe. So even with Alex in, I think there's no reason that they can't have a successful hit scan look.
So
But for Razor, what does he go to? I mean,
Tracer Shion?
Wouldn't hate it. I still feel like Cat Bastion has to be good here, no?
Yeah, I would prefer Cat Bastion. Tracer Xion, I think, if you're going for like that style of DPS lineup, because obviously the Vendetta would have been preferred, but it has been banned out. Reaper did not look great from SXJ, and I would imagine it would have the same sort of level of performance here on Esports. Question is, what does Germany play versus this? Because if they're expecting this like very fast in-your-face style tempo, they could just try to outrange it, because now Lucio is open.
I mean,
so
you have to imagine that like the Tracer, Cat, Kiri is just fixed for Germany, the way they've approached this series. It's really Eisnam who has an open hero slot, as well as QRXU. But for QRXU, it's like, are you on Cassidy or are you on Bastion? I mean, that's what we've seen from him in this series.
Yeah, or Sojourn, potentially Sojourn.
It could be the Soj. It could be, you know, Demon out. Maybe if you expect a Malgamir, you go.
Yeah.
But I think Soj is really hurt by Cat in the meta. To be honest, like it's tough to play Soj against Cat plus +1. You just don't feel good as Sojourn shooting up into the sky, because you're so reliant on those rail shots.
Yeah.
You know, actually building rails against like a Cassidy being flown around the map is not easy.
Yeah.
And then if you don't hit a headshot rail, you just aren't killing anything.
Also, it feels like Overclock is much harder to find value as well.
I mean, OC is like the one time I feel like at least you have a reliable hit scan tool. If you have Overclock, like that is actually a good moment for you. But yeah, exactly. The Cat can just pull people to safety. Everyone runs away.
The speed that people can disengage, it's so hard to be able to collapse onto these targets. It feels like. And also, like, how often do you build OC if you're not having those opportunities to actually hit people, bold rail, one-shot? Because that's always been sort of one of the main differences of Sojourn, her clutch potential outside of Olive, right? The one-shot potential, the ability to literally just nuke someone in neutral if they're not paying attention or they're slightly too slow to be able to cross behind the cover of their tank.
See if we'll be able to get into game shortly. Seems like everybody's getting set up to their satisfaction. I think Razor, for me, he's the player I've got to watch right now. Came in a tough spot, cold off the bench, turned things around, changed the momentum of the series, allowed Canada to be the aggressor in a map that ended up being decisive for them, and now gets attacked with a ban, right? Like immediately, has some success in the series, immediately, okay, Vendetta's banned, you got to go deeper into the pool. What does he have next on deck? What's going to be the choice? And with so much riding as we've set up here in the opening fights in Esperanza, I mean, this is a crucial test of game sense and read for both teams.
Your comp has to be perfect.
Absolutely.
You don't get the opportunity to be able to scout out what the other team is on, and if you don't like the matchup, return to spawn.
No, not at all. Not on Esperanza, man.
You have to take the fight. Even if you're on the worst matchup, you just have to dive right into that deep end.
Stakes are high here. Both these teams likely seeing this match as crucial to their hope of qualifying to BlizzCon, which is, of course, top of mind for all of these teams. Came across the world to compete here in Busan, all for a chance at representing your country, at lifting a trophy for your nation. Team Canada, they have made deep runs in the past, but the competition has heated up, man. Even, I mean, for Team Germany, historically hasn't been such a strong country in Overwatch. This team may be one of the best we've seen from them.
What are the compositions that we have to see? Mauga available, likely the play here for Astro. Does Ice try to match? Do you gamble on trying to counter the Mauga, or do you just try to match it? As yeah, it will be Tracer Xion here for Alex and Razor. SXJ, is this actual Pharah that we see taking
this is
advantage?
bait.
This is bait. I was about to say, there's no way. This is
bait.
Bastion Cat playing that range attrition, taking advantage of how far away you can play from things like that Tracer.
All mirror, except for Xion versus Bastion. Razor tasked now with matching up against one of the most threatening duos in Overwatch meta right now, the Cat Bastion. What can he produce on this Xion?
It's also the window, right, of respect that Canada have to give, as the Cat will actually position Alex deep behind the back line. So now the attention will be split from Germany. They can't just focus on winning the front line, Mauga versus Mauga. They have to go aggressive.
Funds is traded now. Astro getting some good lifesteal out of the shout, but the Bastion just continues to bear down on him, and eventually QRXU overwhelms. Graveyard trying to get kills back. Canada desperately needs something, but Germany rally around Eisnom, stabilize the position, and they'll surely be victorious in this first fight. They haven't been able to find further kills, but as I see that Cal eventually drops, the withering eye of QRXU continues to find more kills, and Eisnom even looking for some cleanup trades.
Yeah, great target call from Germany. Just making the play, understanding Tracer behind them. If they play too split, if they play too slow, if they try to go pure the backline, the Mauga gets overwhelmed. So what do they do instead? All in on the front line with everyone stacked up, so Tracer has no one to be able to jump onto isolated, and that's the gamble that does not pay off for Canada. First fight, first loss, instantly pivoting back to the Cat Bastion.
Hold on. Alex comes in, turns the tides for Team Canada. Crucially, before this checkpoint is capped, Astro is low, but he gets support just in the nick of time. Shout is out for Eisnom, but Canada regroup with a player advantage. They can stop the cap here, potentially staunch the bleeding in this series. Germany, though, keeping the pressure on, still looking for the fight, but it's Razor now comes over the crucial kill, really, onto the Kiriko. And soon to follow the rest of this German squad. Canada, a Bastion swap from Alex, exactly what the doctor ordered.
They have good tempo as well for ult economy. So it's not just win one fight, reset bot back to mid, and then lose the fight afterwards to greater ultimate economy from the enemy team. Cal will have much faster rush build-up than Dockley. And already, Astro is just keeping Ice occupied, not allowing the team past the Mauga, so they can start eating up some of the distance gain.
Artillery farm out from Alex. Love to find an early connection. Speculative at best, but not really the crucial ultimate in these fights. Both tanks now posturing on the payload. A lot of time in the bank. Everything rides on your ability to cap this point and get those forward spawns online. To do that, it'll take heroics, potentially, from Team Canada. Bastion dueling over the top. Neither one wants to pop those forms early.
No one wants to make the first move until they feel like they have the advantage for the ultimates, and there we go. Rush for rush, cage for cage. Who will come out on top? It's Razor! Razor with the spree! Has the damage to overcome Germany's sustainability. And that will be fight one for Canada. The hero of New Junk City, banned out of Vendetta, and he is the reason that Canada will be able to pick up first forward spawns first.
And for me, Moxie, the Tracer is super weak in this matchup. I mean, when Maga cage fights are down, you're not really even a hero on Tracer. Artillery comes in, actually gets some decent damage, but damage is done. The point is capped. Germany coming into this one desperately. Whoa, Astro, okay, in a little bit too deep, gets burned down by Bastion. So as I say that, Germany may have a new lease on life. Maybe it's their turn to retake control of this mid-map position as QRXU continues to find kills. Alex will grab one back on the Tracer, but doesn't mean much in the grand scheme of things as Germany run the bot back towards mid-map, even stalling the Bastion a bit more. Nice little body block from Eisnom, ensuring that the card touch cannot come in.
This is huge as well because Alex with the artillery strike, he'll be the one that Canada look to when trying to free up the space to let them walk back onto the objective to try to put the pressure onto where exactly the backline will be. Razor, by the way, off of the Xion onto the Reaper, and winning that fight, stalling out that Bastion, should allow forward spawns to be picked up now for the side of Team Germany.
They are found. QRXU over the top. Can he find yet more with this Bastion? Ultimates available here for Germany. Slight advantage for them as the cart marches forward. See what Razor can produce on this Reaper. Not an easy comp to be playing those frontliners on. Bastion, of course, such a huge threat when it comes to that raw damage duel. Germany for now playing slow, letting Canada make the first move now. Mirrored forms. Alex tracking duel in the sky. Either team really finding enough advantage to meaningfully move the needle. But maybe Germany find an opening forward here. XSJ in with the post-bomb from behind. Shuts down the Bastion. That's crucial. All the damage now bled out for Team Canada. Razor, though, as I see that, grabs one kill back. That's all that Canada can find. Germany stabilize and make deep progress now into enemy territory.
And now you can twist the knife, right? With Dockley having that first Kitsune rush. Cal 18% off. Razor playing hero roulette at the moment. Onto the Tracer now to be able to match out SXJ, but the damage might have been done. Ice has KJ ahead of Astro too to be able to have that extra edge on the rush for rush fight. Stomp early on, caged up Astro. There's the rush from Dockley trying to overwhelm the Mauga's health bar. Cal forced to match, but he gets overran by Ice. And Germany just keep the ball rolling. The snowball in danger of becoming an avalanche as Canada on the precipice of losing Esperanza.
Great kills from Razor, though. That should staunch the bleeding and maybe get you back towards mid-map. Late kill on XSJ will be a nice one, but Tracer, of course, so fast back into the fight. Still, Canada win that fight down ults, right? So now they're back in with a real tempo swing back the other way. They'll need it. But there's still a chance for them in this final map of the series. Alex waiting his time, fighting, waiting for the opportunity to swing wide. Bit of an awkward approach for them. I wonder what the intention is for this Bastion position. Trying to set up an off-angle for him. Instead, he just goes for the artillery fire. Cage fight from Astro. Catches Kiri out in a brutal position. She'll be finished. Kiri, such a crucial healer. Without her on the field, it's hard to imagine Germany winning a long, drawn-out engagement. Eisnam now, in desperation, tries to trade with the Bastion, but won't find any such luck. Germany now just bleeding out one by one on the payload. QRXU drags one kill back in the fight. XSJ with the recall. Stays alive. Gonna stay behind in enemy territory to fight another day, but Canada should be able to deny the forward spawn here and reset at mid-map.
Yeah, that will now be Canada trying to occupy up these high ground forward positions. Razor with the pulse bomb, still having to worry about the Suzu from Dockley. They're not able to get bot around the corner. There's the pulse from SXJ, but it goes wide. Cal's able to hold on to have that Suzu available for when Ice tries to find the engagement. You can see Razor just waiting. Suzu's been forced, but the pulse bomb whips.
Beaming down upon that Bastion, losing the Bastion. It's gonna really struggle now for Eisdom. Astro happy to take that frontline trade. Agu wins the duel onto her opposite number, but Eisdom running out of gas in the front line, or is he? He's get the cleanse just in time. Still has to run out. Astro on a sliver of HP, but the support is good from Cal. Good enough to keep the fight in contention, but maybe not to win enough to win it decisively. Eisdom now restored back to health. On the flank, and Canada are the ones who find themselves backing out.
The rush, though, it could be bait. Cal is able to battery up the rush from Astro's damage.
Step forward now from Eisdom, commits in, but with the rush under his feet, is he able to really finish the fight here? Seemingly not. Cage fight denies any kind of possible retreat, and Team Canada getting some momentum back in their side. They're going to be able to cap this point and open up the forward spawn. They've got a lot more work to do to even the push from Germany, but this is the start of it.
They have to overcome one-sided rush fight for the side of Team Germany. This will be one of their most impossible tasks to be able to overcome if they want to bring this series back. Alex, at least with artillery strike, can blanket out some of the rush's range. You can see Astro just playing corner, making sure that if Germany gets too close, utilizes that rush to kick off the fight. His team aren't instantly behind him overrun.
Razor, tries to get aggressive. Dockley shuts him down, forced now into an early rush. See if the opportunity is here for Canada to back out, live to fight another day, covered by the retreating artillery fire from Alex. They'll do just that. And cutting your losses just a Tracer in exchange for the rush has got to feel good, but Canada, they're not out of the woods just yet. Germany, press forward now. Want to finish this map here and now. 1:30 on the clock. We're coming down to the final moments of this incredibly close series. Canada and Germany brawling out for the finish, potentially a key series for their futures in this group.
Razor could be absolutely clutch with the pulse bomb. The Mauga versus Mauga continues yet again. Big slam from Ice, forces the reposition from Astro. Graveyard trying to take advantage though with that catnap, forced to reposition away as QRXU tries to find the opportunity, but he gets taken down too close to the tank. And slowly but surely, kills are bleeding the way of Team Canada. Unfortunately for them though, Jake, even if they win the fight, they won't gain any ground as they're forced to push the bot back to the position that they had to kite the rush out from before.
But this time, at least there's no rush from the other side. They will have to deal with essentially the entire full bank of Team Germany. And as we're coming down to these final moments, kiting is not going to be an option in the next few fights.
Well, Cal will have a rush of his own, right? One-sided. So this time it's Germany who have to respect the damage that the Kiriko can do.
Artillery from QRXU, speculative at best. Cal just holding the cleanse, making sure to dodge those shells out. Astro gonna bide his time. What's gonna be the go sign for Team Canada? Clock has started to reload. Here comes the rush. Right in top of the cage fight. Such a brutal combo to overcome. Responsive cage fight comes in, but a beautiful cleanse. Great support from the backline of Team Canada. Germany wiped off the face of the earth, getting not a single kill in this fight, which is crucial. They were hoping for some kind of trade back in the OT. but it's Canada who take full control of the map. Dockley, 70% to rush, but it feels so far away. Last chance, Germany have to get into this. This series has been so strong for them thus far, but it's Canada who find purchase here in the final moment, but Alex is down! Cut out of the air, over-aggression, punished in the crucial moment, and maybe Germany have done enough. A pulse bomb from Razor gets the bastion so incredibly low, he'll find the finish. The hero called in for Team Canada in their moment of need. He saves them, bringing them back from the precipice. It's just Dockley and SSJ, but it's just impossible for these two to deal with the brunt of Team Canada. Maga by their side. What a clutch for Team Canada, bringing this one back when it looked so impossibly difficult. They'll win, they'll shut down Team Germany, and potentially set themselves up for BlizzCon.
The team piling in, coaches, staff, all celebrating that turnaround win. Esperanza, we talked about, such a snowball-heavy map. It really did feel like Germany were gaining that early ground, that they would be able to tie out that series. And then Razor just came alive when his team required him. That
Alex
overextension, the Bastion going down with artillery strike, that felt like we would be closing out the series. And then Razor's able to find, what, 3 in the space of about 5 seconds, despite being banned out of Vendetta, despite going through about 4 different hero swaps. The Tracer pick, in the end, gets Canada across the finish line.
Crazy, crazy series for Razor. I mean, it's rare that you can say that about a player who comes in for 2 maps, but the impact was felt. Huge victory on New Junk City, cops a ban immediately in response, finds the adaptations on Tracer, and then to be the player to clutch out in the final moment. You lose your Bastion first in this comp, you are not supposed to win the fight. I mean, it's supposed to be over from that position. And somehow for Tracer to be the one to bring it back, unbelievable scenes for Team Canada. I mean, to see them all rush the stage like that, you can tell how much this match meant to them.
They
Beautiful
probably
scenes
thought
in the
they
World
were
Cup.
out, right?
Yeah.
They probably thought, okay, we might have lost this one. Especially, like you said, with that Bastion pick so early on the fight. But honestly, there were some clutch moments from all of the team, like Cal being able to save Rush, as well as the fact that we got Astro baiting out the one-sided Rush earlier from Germany to be able to kite out the effects of it. Those were the huge moments.
Cal, front to back in this series. I mean, the Ana came up Rizzo. That was crazy, but then just so rock solid on Kiri. It's amazing to see Cal back on Overwatch. It just, something feels right in the world.
It is incredible. I think this matchup that we got, our first 5 mapper for the group stage being between Team Germany and Canada, and having so many clinch moments across all 5 of these maps here as well. Germany, there were moments of brilliance. I think still calling back down to that Parisa where we saw Aku getting nanoed was just insane to see that jetpack cap. But Canada, they stepped up in this last map of Esperanza. And we had so many conversations, I think, Moxie, about the backline for this team, what they were going to be able to provide, especially the conversation of what the head-to-head also looked like versus Germany. And it was stellar today.
Yeah, I think for me, it wasn't about like one specific player outside of those insane clutch moments. It was also Canada striking gold in understanding we can't play for second term. We have to take the momentum away from our opponents so that we get more agency within those fights. I think banning out the Demon as well on that last map, the fact that Razor was able to do so much on New Junk City that you forced the ban onto Vendetta on the DPS role, which then freed up the tank role to be banned out so you could remove the Demon from play as well, also meant that you could win a lot of those frontline fights far more easily.
I mean, Eisnam was incredibly impressive throughout the series. Like, we knew that coming in, and
Yeah.
it's funny, like, I almost take it for granted because he's such an elite veteran player. I mean, one of the best players in the world right now, easily in the NBA. Certainly an individual on tank. It's really hard to think of someone on that level. And he showed it, right? I mean, he was constantly leading the aggression. You could feel the influence of his communication on the team. And so for Team Canada, going up against a squad that have really rallied around a superstar, like, this was not an easy task for them. And as you take a look at the rest of the group with Thailand and Spain, I mean, this is a crucial series for either of these teams. And so for Canada to get this win, this is a massive victory for them. It really sets them up for success. I mean, obviously, more matches to be played in terms of qualifying for BlizzCon, but Germany has to be considered one of the really heavy hitters in this group.
Absolutely. And it was up against a Germany that wanted to look to find their statement in this first matchup, considering the fact that back in 2023, they weren't able to qualify to that main event and into group stage in general, actually, with how strong EMEA had looked previously. And Canada has been the squad that was consistently in that top 8. We do have, though, now an interview and a guest joining us on the desk. We have Danny, the coach here with Team Canada. Danny, I gotta say congratulations for winning your first matchup. 2, I think my first question actually has to do with the staff situation on Team Canada. We're all kind of, we've seen the memes on socials about how it seems like you guys have like a coach, assistant coach, analyst for every single player. What's the game plan there? Like, what are you guys cooking?
Yeah, so first of all, we have Ty Dollar here, and he's been great to help us here in Korea find some practice space and also help us with like translation, give some recommendations for food places. But also all of our assistant coaches, I really wanted to rally together like all the coaches in Tier 2 to also help with the tryout process and work a lot on individual feedback. And everyone, I want to give a shout out to Ray Linney, Zay, everyone on the roster that's been coming to scrims, even though it's like really early in the morning for them, they're still really helping the team. And while I was away at EWC, they were also participating and practicing with the team, and they're very, very helpful to the team, and I want to shout them out. Yeah,
that's amazing.
So talk us a little bit through the emotions going through the back room of things, because obviously that was a nail biter, right, of an Esperanto. It was back and forth and back and forth, and you're probably trying to calculate, are we winning? Are we losing? We're probably losing, but wait, we're winning. And then we saw the win, and y'all just sprinted out of that corridor and exploded showing up at those player desks. Like, what was it like for you as a coach? What were the emotions that were running through your head?
I mean, at the end of the day, I'm just so proud of our team. Like, all our players, like, they really clutched up, like, when it really mattered. I think I've tried a lot with this roster, right? So I want to keep the roster. So going into map 4, we put in Razor and Astro, and I think we were doing really well just playing a high-tempo Maga comp. And I said, no matter what the push map is, we're going to keep this high tempo up. And I think that was really the success and how we won this map 5. But in terms of emotions, it was just, just everything.
A crazy roller coaster there at the end, right? Where it looks so dark. You have a great fight, looks so good, and then lose the Bastion early. And I mean, it's just crazy to see that go back and forth, back and forth. But that's Overwatch these days. I mean, it comes down to individual players, really a lot of agency for them to be able to make those big plays. And speaking of individuals, I want to ask you a little bit about Alex, who I would say is arguably like maybe the least known player on this squad, who has had some of the least experience or visibility in top tier play. He was lights out today. Like, this was a series. This was like, talk about a test for a young player. For me, that's what the Overwatch World Cup is about. So I kind of want to ask you specifically about him. Where did you find this guy? What have you been feeding him? Like tell me the story of Alex.
Yeah, so Alex, he comes from FACEIT League Masters. I believe he was on X Oblivion before. And he's a player, he also played with St. Clair, actually on a different role. So he's a player that can really learn new heroes and a bunch of different styles. So at one point on St. Clair, he was playing Kiriko, but now he's came into this World Cup and he's really shown that he is one of the best Tracers players here. And I think he has a couple of tricks up his sleeves, right? Like, he can play Bastion, he can play Symmetra, even he can play hit scan sometimes. I think there's a lot of like tricks with him. But I think I'm really impressed with him because I think this is one of his first major lands and very major tournaments, and I think he's just done great. I'm super proud of him.
Hey, he looks absolutely at home on stage there, and so impressive to hear about his flexibility there as well. I know that we were so excited to chat with you about, the results of this matchup, but before we head out, I also just wanted to get like a vibe check with you. How have you been enjoying Korea? How's Busan?
I mean, it was tired. I mean, we missed actually our first flight. We had some delays, but the team practiced. All the vibes have been really good. I mean, we're enjoying some good food. Ty Dollar has been helping us a lot to find some food recommendations. And yeah, I think we've just been continuing to work hard. And I think today in practice, we really showed that no matter what, I've seen a lot of people say on social media that our scrim results are kind of bad, but I just want to say the scrims don't matter until it comes to the match. If you play well in the match, I really don't care what happens in scrims.
100% results are what matters here. Thank you so much, Danny, for joining us on the desk. And we are going to throw to a quick break. We will be back with Thailand versus Spain. So more Group C on OWWC up next.
Yeah, love the jersey too.
The 2026 Overwatch World Cup is brought to you by DHL.
From premium landmark hotel to lifestyle boutique hotel, we offer you distinct brands worldwide. Route Hotels and Resorts.
think the class clown's probably Kuffer. He's always talking and he's always got something to say.
Crocs for sure, I think. That guy is always like trying to make as much content as possible, you know? He's always a little goofball.
심플 선수 되게 재밌는 것 같아요.
Must be Crocs on my team. Like, it's just impossible to answer something different. Everyone will get to see it soon, I think.
You know what, actually I'm gonna change it. I'm gonna go Korea and Sunjin. He's just way too funny. He'll come up to me and start picking the arms off my hair. The hair off your arm. Or the hair off my arm.
I think the biggest class clown in this tournament, from my experience so far, is gonna be the Cal and Alex duo. Just the way they kind of like interact with each other on our team. Like they're just silly bunch.
The biggest class clown is definitely on our team, Alex. He's always cracking jokes and making people smile, so he's a very silly guy.
During the 2023 Overwatch World Cup, Spain took the victory over Thailand during the group stage to qualify to the main event. And today, they're going to be meeting once again. Guys, this is going to be a rematch heading into day one of Busan. And Jack, when we're looking at this Thailand roster, you've got a core coming out from Team Secret who did make it to that qualification to MSC, placing first during the Pacific Stage 2, and they're looking to make their stand and get a little bit of revenge.
Yeah, they want to pump up the numbers a little bit. Like Thailand historically have not been too successful at the Overwatch World Cup, and I think this might be a good chance for them to kind of prove themselves on the big stage. I mean, look, Team Secret, a lot of experience there. You got experience on the big stage too in mid-season, playing against the best teams in the world. So yeah, we'll see how that goes down.
Yeah, I mean, successful in results, Thailand might not be, but I feel like they're an iconic World Cup team.
Oh, yeah.
Because they always show up and like they're having the best of times. And going back to the early World Cups, like 2016, 2017,
Mickey?
They would just bring the dive. And then, you know, the veterans in the scene, they're getting tired of me saying this because every World Cup, I'm like, think of the good old days, Mickey and the boys. You
yeah,
know,
Mickey and the boys.
Mickey is the general manager of this team still. And it is a country that has upset potential each and every World Cup. And so I'm looking forward to see what they can do against a team like Spain.
I think especially with the roster that they're fielding this time around here for Thailand and having that success during the previous stage of OWCS for their region, there are pieces here. I think namely we were looking at that DPS line here for Thailand, Johnny, to be those difference makers today.
Yeah, I think High Vision needs to have a great game today if you're going to beat Spain, because Spain is a really solid roster, right? So you really need to bring something a little bit extra here if you are Thailand. I feel like going back a few World Cups, Thailand has some like real iconic players, and obviously Mickey was the first kind of like go-to. But also they were enabled to play such a fast, aggressive dive style because they had fantastic genty players back then, right? Now I think it falls to High Vision to really pop off in this series and make a statement in the first match of the group.
Much different game now, nowadays, let's be real. A little different. Yeah, Ace and High Vision, I mean, both of them have been around for such a long time at this point. It's good to see, like, over the years, you go on the Liquipedia and you're like, damn, the players, they're still racking on and they are still getting big results.
Yeah, they definitely are. But let's talk about their opponents here within Team Spain, because we just sung some praises there for Team Thailand. But when it comes down to Spain, you have some key players. Honestly, I've always been very impressed by Santi and the success that she's had within the Calling All Heroes circuit, placing consistently within the top 2 in that kind of regard. And you also have players like Exodial who have been popping off.
Yeah, Gala, Canel, this backline,
Yes,
this is the
crazy.
veterancy backline right here. Look at this. Spain, this is what you're relying on. And in this current state of Overwatch, you need your backline to be strong. You need a good cap player. You need a good flex player as well. And this is Spain's biggest strength right now. And Exodial too, making his way back into the scene. I mean, the guy was a freak on Casti when it was Pump Meta.
Yeah, I feel like that is the big player that I'm looking out for today. Exodial, took a little bit of a break, has to be said, after some of the success we saw early on in the career. When we started OWCS 2024, Exodial was one of the rookies that kind of came on the scene. We were like a splash, and we're like, Exodial is the next big thing. And then that train kind of like lost momentum a little bit, and we're like, Exodial, we thought to be the next great hitscan player on the scene. Instead, like Quartz and Lambda, they kind of took over in EMEA instead. So I feel like Exodial has a lot to prove here in this World Cup.
Yeah, for sure. Let's see if he's been able to play that catch up with that time off. But let's get into our predictions now here as well. Guys, I had to go with Spain for this one. Very much so, honestly, because of that backline we're talking about there, Joss.
Yeah, basically what you just said. I think the backline is just too good for Team Spain. It would be a really cool kind of upset story if Thailand end up winning here, getting revenge over the 2023 run. But yeah, Spain just seem a little too strong out of the game.
Yeah, I got Spain as well. You know, it's such a great boon coming into the World Cup when you kind of like know your play style, right? You don't have to think about what heroes are we going to play, what comps are we going to play, what is our strength, what is our weakness, because, you know, I remember when I played at least, we had like a mix of player, but we didn't really know, like, are we a brawl team, are we a dive team, like, what are we going for here? In the case of Spain here, you kind of know that, like, hey, we're going to like play around our flex support players.
Well, Cat ban and a Reaper ban from Spain here, Johnny. All right. I mean, realistically, the Cat eventually was going to get kind of picked off. And I think looking at what Spain are kind of bringing to the table, I think Thailand is just going to be permanently targeting them in terms of bans. Busan in the first map too, as we roll out Bones, TPing people forward on Team Spain. Obviously, remade Busan as well.
Yeah,
looks
remade
a lot better.
Yeah, indeed. And, you know, no Demon off the bat here as well. We saw some Demon earlier today on this map, USA, playing it a lot. Pali here, getting a pick with Mizuki immediately here. And this will be a hero that you'll see a lot of from Team Thailand.
Yeah, I think the kind of backline here, there's a lot to kind of prove against Gala and Kanale too. Obviously mentioning previous how good Gala and Kanale have been in EMEA over the last couple of years or so. I like these pillars, by the way, being able to actually get to the point without getting shot from the high ground. Looks way easier to transition as a support that is not as mobile.
Yeah, love all the map reworks here. Santi goes for a swap over onto the Diva Dashi here. Spain trying to pull off this Symmetra composition now, but Team Thailand, they're on top of it so far. Playing the Winston, which you typically don't see in the meta right now.
Yeah, a bit of an off-meta pick for sure. Quick rotation here. Santi trying to move people forward, taking control of the mid-map at the very least. Hydrogen going really low, force the Suzu. But here comes the jump. Karen's going to have to sprint away, but unfortunately Bones was able to basically walk towards the Winston. A bit disconnected there from the backline for Kyren, as now Santi puts some more pressure on the point. Double kill for the Diva, and that should be about it.
I mean, look, that was a fight that kind of displayed why Winston is not getting a lot of play.
Yeah.
You get one wrong jump into the face of a Diva and you lost all your health. And with Kyren going down there, I mean, you got no positioning whatsoever, does Team Thailand, and it's an easy team fight win for Spain.
All right, first ult's coming up here. Look at the Sanctuary for Gala. Double support ult. Now he's going to have the rush. Here's the wrap around here. Much safer for the Winston now to try and get onto this high ground with a bubble. Santi still looking to try and cut the team off, though, as sees the Winston diving in. Nice little poop away onto Kyren, but here comes the rushes. A high noon for high vision, moving himself onto the point, but Sanctuary's going to absorb all that damage. Spree from Ace, though, kills the Diva. Trivial cleanup for Thailand, as Exodio also falls, despite this wall being popped by Bones. Yeah, your days are numbered here on the sim.
Yeah, Team Thailand get a surprising amount of value there from the Kitsune Rush, has to be said. Spain with a positional high ground. They could have bided their time, you know, played around the Sanctuary and the Kitsune Rush, but instead they kind of force the engagement, not allowing Team Thailand to drain all their ultimate resources. And Team Thailand, they'll take a team fight win like that. 65% already here. Looking for something with the Primal Rage, perhaps. Just maybe take it to Spain.
Whoa, Hydrogen's 1 HP. Again, a really early Suzu usage. Now Santi can make use of this space. Sanctuary gets popped up, Ace with another kill, 75% and moving in final fight, but a chains kill onto High Vision kind of settles the score. Ace with a double, Primal Rage on the point for Kyren, boops away Kanale, but I'm looking for the TP. The Swift Sip has to come back online, but ends up getting shut down by Ace. A triple kill for the DPS of Thailand, and there will be a self-destruct to get the remake here.
It's a 3 versus 3 fight there, 95%. Kyren playing pretty good now on the Winston, as Spain are forced to touch the point here. This would allow Team Thailand to look for picks.
Ace hops on the bike, Santi on the point now, trying to keep us in contestation, but one wrong jump and you are gone. Kyren already down, but a quick refrag though onto the mech. Gala's going to pick up Pali as a rush on the point is deployed for Team Thailand. High Vision and Ace still alive. As Ace gets a, whoa, is that like a 1 meter bike kill onto the baby Diva? Doomfist now, desperation mode for Kyren as he tries to get back to the point, but Gala, the veteran support line for Team Spain, clutch up and cap the point.
I mean, it was just Gala and Kanale. Gala drops the Sanctuary, and Kanale still has the Kitsune Rush in hand. So despite really fighting down to the very last there for Spain, they still have a great ultimate in hand now to try and stabilize. Meanwhile, though, Team Thailand, they get a Deadeye. They have a spree available to them. Just need one team fight win to secure this round.
All right, yeah, we've got a spree, we've got a high noon. But the problem is you got no support ult. Canal rips this early, ideally gets the big win, maybe even stagger the fight out a little bit. High Vision creating space in the center of the map. High Noon off the high ground, but they managed to make their way to the point. Now, instantly responding though is Ace. Tried to open that up with an instant spree, but there was no protection at all. Completely eaten by the D.Va, shut down by Gala, and now the rush can come out. Kyron in the front line, no bubbles left remaining. Santi with a good bit of positioning there behind the Zarya is going to force Thailand into a final fight situation on this first round.
Yeah, an 87% Team Thailand is going to have to touch here. So Spain, they're going to play aggressively. Trying to force the recall as well. 5 versus 4 situation already. It's all about finding picks here now for Spain.
Trace. Ace ends up going down. The Tracer round the back of the point doesn't end up getting the touch either. Had to go for the health pack pickup, but it is Spain. Gala and Kaneo in that 2v2 on the supports. Ended up winning that crucial fight that this previously last one. Ends up clutching up for Team Spain. Next map, we're going to Mecha Base.
Yeah, Spain really found their footing there. Playing patiently, even though Team Thailand, they have the spree, they have the Deadeye, you know, they're getting space with all these ultimates. Team Spain, they play it patiently with this D.Va and then look for the re-engage with the Kitsune Rush and found so much value. And then it's just a matter of finding a couple of picks there to secure the point itself. As we've got another pause coming in here.
All good. Not a problem. Thailand making it out of Group B. In second place, made it out with Australia in that Asia Online qualifier this year. Like I mentioned, in 2023, didn't do so hot. Spain obviously 2-0'd them in that group. And they only actually ended up winning against Hong Kong.
Yeah, Spain, they're always kind of like in the mix. And I feel like every single World Cup, we have 1 or 2 teams that make a bit of a run. If you remember back to like the early World Cups, Canada was one of those teams that actually found themselves in a final against South Korea. Mangachu playing Turbo and Bunny.
That was a class.
Great times.
Great times.
Great times. But also France. Like France was a great team in the early World Cups. And so I feel like every single World Cup, you get one of these teams that really stand out and maybe upset a couple of these teams. In Spain, I feel like they're always kind of like hovering around. They're always in the mix of those teams that get like top 8 at BlizzCon and such. You never know, with this roster right here, maybe they could make it go on a bit overrun.
Yeah, I mean, Bones, Gala, Canal, they're returning from the previous year's World Cup in 2023. I mean, speaking of France, that's how Spain ended up getting here. They qualified with France in that group, the EMEA online qualifiers. And it's funny that you say, you know, they can make a run. Their run was ended in 2023 by Saudi. So Saudi Arabia, obviously the winners of World Cup last time around, actually knocked Spain out. So, you know, you're like, okay, we got knocked out by the tournament winners. No problem. Like, we can go again if we don't face them super early on.
And it was so early in Saudi Arabia's rise in the Overwatch scene as well.
Yeah, that's true.
Saudi Arabia's playing all of these teams, and you're like, yeah, I got this team favored over Saudi Arabia. But they ended up winning the entire tournament. Yeah, so Spain probably felt gutted then. Now, probably understanding that loss a bit more as we're back into the action. Santi already getting called there. Great Winston bubble placement by Kyron in the Winston versus Sigma matchup. That's really something you want to abuse and play to perfection there. Exodial, though, gets one back.
God, he's so good at finding these just random pickoffs. Surely we heal Kaneo, though. No, Ace actually just gets pretty much a solo kill. Gala TP's away. Ace dash over health acquired as Thailand are going to be able to grab point. Looks like Santi tried to go for an entrance there, but decided against it. Needs to wait for another respawner.
Well, you can play so patient now if you are Spain, because Kyron still is on this Winston, and you're kind of just looking for mistakes. So a jump came in from Kyron. Team Thailand, they're gaining some ground here as they're gaining percentage points as well. But Spain, they just want to wait for that one bad lead and then capitalize on it.
Yeah, Santi, she ended up swapping to D.Va too, away from the Sigma. Much better into this matchup here. Kyron now separating with the bubble, but here comes the High Noon around the corner. Exodial escorted by the D.Va. High Vision, unable to escape. Beautiful change from Gala there, locking him in place. And that'll be Kyron going down too. Exodial with a nice little double. Ace dead, Thailand lose points.
Exodial is the hero for this team. You can see they're playing so well with the pocketing around Exodial, trying to make sure that their Cassidy is set up for success and works to a T there. Team Thailand, though, building a couple of ults here. Let's see how they take some ground here. This is the difficulty now. You can already see they're trying to gain some ground on this flank. Kyron has a lot of damage already.
Spain are going to back this off. Okay, they just actually say, sure, use the rush. We can use ours on point. In fact, deploy the Sanctuary first. Look at this. High Vision's already dead. Protect Exodia and you win the game, apparently.
Okay.
But Ace with a triple, spree straight in the corridor. That Sanctuary not lasting long enough before Ace decimates the team. That's a 4K in that fight.
Yeah, it's a very impressive retake by Team Thailand. I mean, it's a very difficult task to retake with Winston like this, but they go for that all-out engage. The spree from Ace played really well, finds the picks required, and now Team Thailand back in control here. This team is not going away, Joel.
And backing down, they're never going to give up. Look at this, Kyron with the Primal Rage. Yeah, and he's really in. Pops the Primal Rage, as soon as that Suzu got deployed by Kanale, jumps straight over the top as Gala ends up being sniped by that silver bullet. I mean, I think Kyron there was looking for an environmental on Exodial, but Kanale's right at his back. Now trying to separate the team as Kanale teleports away after using that Suzu. A bike on the point as Exodial was left high and dry by his supports. Bones now trying to get at least a trade, but the bubble's going to separate him from his mark as Thailand win another fight, 75% online, and one more to go for Spain to try and get themselves back into this round.
I was not familiar with Kyron's game. This dude is in there on the Winston, and this will be another fight here where takes a lot of damage already, forced to leap back, but Spain, they're gonna have to contest the point here. This allows Team Thailand to get the high ground, and they can engage under their own conditions.
I did not expect a Winston to be this successful, Johnny, I'm with you. I'm gonna be honest. Oh, the high new for Exodio, surely.
No!
Oh, 1 HP! He couldn't be lower. Oh my goodness, that's a lot of free ult charge over the back line of Thailand. Flip comes through for Spain as Exodio ends up hitting a nice little headshot, but split off from the rest of the team now as Kyron jumps in again. High noon for High Vision, trying to stall as much time as possible as Bones takes a bullet to the head as Thailand, they're going to get the flip.
Only 3 members allowed for Spain here. They're really going to go for it.
Yep, Exodio gets a kill, but quickly traded back. They've got to be able to touch this point now. Santi is going to be able to get on. The Suzu way too late from Kanale to try and save the mech. Thailand, they're going to claim this round. Spree from both, though, might be what they need. A double kill, too, with the execution kills High Vision. I may have spoken a little bit too soon. Quick flip around, no touch. Oh, not quite. Bone shut down at the very end as Kyron also is there to help finish off the kill. 1-1 so far. It's turned out to be pretty close.
I mean, you go into Mecha Base with Winston and you're like, okay,
hold on a second,
you got
buddy.
the Winston team beating out the D.Va team on Mecha Base.
That's a good sign.
Not quite, not quite. This is well played by Thailand.
Better Winston map here too.
I'd like to believe that they still channel the Mickey energy.
He's in the back there, man. He's in the back. Come on.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, you're not the coach, but like you got the veteran experience. I mean, how many matches did they play in the Overwatch League? It's got like 40 games per season.
Yeah.
You know, this guy has been on stage, even though it was benched a little bit with Dallas people. But
he
still,
was benched a little bit, that's okay.
But like, you tell the players, like, hey, go out there, play your game. Kyron's been looking really good on the Winston so far, and now opportunity to win this 3rd round on Busan and go up for 1 map in this series.
Mickey 2 with a smile, that'll go down in Overwatch history as well. One of the best smiles in the league, I'll say it. Santi back on the Sigma here. Kyron like, no, you know what? Winston, working for me. Kanale already dead. An assassination kill there from Ace. Just a random pickoff on to the Kiriko. Not a good look here. Bones is going to get chased down by Ace, but actually just rides the bike away. Doesn't even shoot it off. All right, fair enough. Gala gets the kill, though. It's a very scrappy affair, as we do see Kyron now inching towards this point. There's no real big body here. Santi is going to have to regroup the rest of the team, as it should be a cap for Thailand.
And look, you could criticize Kanale for getting picked right there, but also praising Ace. Ace has had a great map to start this series as well on the Xion, and they're finding the crucial pick necessary to give Team Thailand control once more. So now Spain, I mean, they got to step up with this composition. You can see Thailand already looking for these big flanks. Bones dropping quite low. It's going to be okay for the time being. But look at this wraparound from the Winston.
Good headshot too. This could be an easy kill on to Bones. He's getting chased. He's straight. Oh, what a shot from Exodio though. Not anymore. Little 90-degree flick to the dome. High Vision shut down completely. Exodio almost ending his contract there. Look at this. Kyron unfortunately jump up, jump down, straight into the Sigma. Even with the bubble deploy, it's just not happening. Absolutely no way. Exodio with a beautiful shutdown.
Yeah, if you're Thailand, you really need to pick quite early in the fight. You're looking for that wraparound, you're looking for the flank, get someone low, capitalize with the Winston lead, and then try to win in a 5 versus 4 situation. That time, Spain, they endure that dive, and Exodial takes a kill back. And that means that Spain, they're able to outlive the aggression from Team Thailand in that one. Now bidding some ultimates himself. Santi under a lot of pressure here. Gotta be careful.
Yeah, she's playing all the way up here, so it's up to Kyron to negotiate that space. Good chains. This is going to be the problem playing the Winston.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a good map, sure, very open, very big, very easy to kind of jump on the back line, but with Mizuki just kind of existing there, like the Winston's got more than just a rock to worry about.
Yeah, and I think the damage player from Spain as well. It's on them to put a lot of pressure onto Kyron and make life difficult for this one. A lot of ultimates in this fight here, Jaws.
Yeah, Santi's even got the flux. Oh, look at that. Swing and a miss. Pop that rush down, little speed boost, all good, no problem. Now Sanctuary's deployed straight into the kingdom of Exodial. Now the Primal Rage is going to be quite annoying to deal with, is the Cassidy player. Speaking of which, High Vision gets rocked in the face after trying to get that Deadeye straight on top of Santi. But again, Exodial, the numbers this guy's putting off on the kill feed here. Awkward spot now for Thailand to be in. Look at that ult bank, completely drained, and they didn't win the fight.
Yeah, that's absolutely brutal. And you can see Spain already poking quite early here. I mean, even though they're playing the Winston here, Thailand, like, they don't take a fast composition here. Like, wrapping around is quite difficult in this one. So Spain,
Bones?
Quite happy
That's
with the...
way too far up.
Yeah, I mean, look, I thought they were going to tank the aggression, but Team Thailand, they capitalized on Spain's positioning there.
Wow. A little bit of their own hubris there, just biting them back. They're way too pushed, man.
I mean, maybe you're thinking they're playing against a Winston. We got that shield. We can put some pressure on them early, force them into a bad dive. But like you said, it was just a little bit too far up. Especially, you could have forced the last fight in that kind of a scenario. 95%. You could have waited a little bit longer. This gives Team Thailand an opportunity here now to get back into this round.
Yeah, now this is the space that the Winston really needs to kind of excel. So we'll see how quickly they can get on this back line. High Vision softening them up. Here comes the dive. Exodial, Silver Bullet hits the shield, but Ace is now in trouble. They're going to get chased down here as well. Exodial on the hunt. Easy kill for Bones. Look at this, two-man wrecking crew for Spain as they find the pick off onto Ace, and there goes the Winston, Johnny. Ain't no way they're getting this fight. Harley is going to get forced out as, yeah, it's just, unfortunately, just buying enough time for hopefully someone to come back, but this is Spain's map. Busan, it's going to go their way. They'll 2-1 affair, though, with Thailand fighting back.
That was quite shaky. I mean, Team Thailand, they're throwing punches here on the first map in the series. So even though Spain get away with one here, maybe we're in for a bit of a series between these two teams.
A caster when they have a game on their hands.
We saw one map 5 already. We got another one on our hands.
Oh, we got it. I just made that joke. All right. Spain. This is a Thailand, obviously, that eliminated last time, so closer affair here. Vicky's energy being kind of pushed into Team Thailand with every chance they get. Like you said, obviously, so much experience on stage during the Overwatch League, so...
I mean, sorry, I can't kind of get over that they're playing like Winston.
The Winston? The Winston's kind of crazy.
Come on, you're not seeing this in OWCS.
I mean, the Winston, yeah, I'm here for it though.
No,
I mean, it's kind of you're kind of aura farming on the Winston if you're playing it on mecha base. I'm gonna be honest, and that's the round they want. So.
Look, I think the aura farming is working. I'm like, every World Cup we talk about these new players, you know, we're growing familiarity with.
For sure, yeah.
And I'm like, is Kyron just a beast walking out with the Winston?
Is he the guy? Is he the new Winston guy?
Yeah. The Tasmo was in the green room, and me and Tasmo were just bonding over like, oh, Winston gameplay, like we love Winston, but Winston hasn't seen any play time, and now we finally get to see some. This was Team Thailand.
Yeah. Love it. That's it. Aura farming on the Winston, love it. But I mean, this really where it comes to par is, well, you are against Mizuki, you are against Sig, and Santi was kind of unmovable on the Sigma.
It's pain and suffering.
It is pain and suffering for the Winston players out there. I mean, look at this. It just, High Vision got kind of dominated. The Winston tries to create space for the Deadeye, but Santi with good kind of micromanagement of the CDs was able to sustain through that whole thing.
I'm curious to see where they take this though. Because there are, you know, quite a few maps where you can try to make the Winston work.
Yeah.
You don't protect ban a Winston. There's no way, right?
Hold on.
There's no way, right?
Hang on a second.
Come on.
Wait a second. I ban in the ball so I can play the Winston. I just ban this Sigma. I mean,
ban D.Va?
Ban the I mean, yeah, sure, yeah, ban D.Va, yeah. If we see a ban D.Va, we know we're rocking the Winston.
Yeah.
I mean, where are we taking the map then? If Thailand want to play a little Winton, got a little route. Not the best for Winton.
Well,
first and second is.
You know, maybe it is. Paraíso.
Paraíso?
It's a reworked map. Come on.
That's true. Wait a second here. Paraíso. Route 66. Junkertown, you definitely wouldn't. There's a chance. There's a chance.
I mean, you kind of need Paraíso in the hybrid.
Yeah. Yeah. You're not going to play it on Flashpoint.
No.
Realistically.
No, that's a wash.
That's a bit of a game mode you probably don't want to go toward. So I'm thinking Paraíso. I got bets on Paraíso.
Yeah, come on. With the Lucio.
With the Lucio, it plays way better now as well. It's not nearly as kind of like suffering like on that first point.
It's not quite as suffering.
Yeah, suffering. I was thinking Ramatra suffer as I had. I don't know. That's what I was thinking. You do got it. Okay. Playing the old Paraíso, everybody can relate. Who can relate with Paraíso? You want to attack as they just hold the bridge and just shoot down at you constantly until there's like a minute left and you finally crack it open. And then you get to the point, and then you again get shot at entirely.
This is why they reworked.
This is why they reworked it, man. And it looks good. They got a frog that dances.
I might even vote for Paraíso in my rank game.
He's not going to do that. He's not going to.
Look, I never know.
He plays Ryan in the ranked games. He ain't doing that.
I'm not dropping map names, but there are some maps that.
What, you're going to give your secret strategy away for the maps you vote for in ranked?
Okay. I mean, I'm not gonna. I don't want to like open up a can of worms here, but like I don't vote for
Sounds like
maps.
we are. You don't vote for payload maps?
I Flashpoint.
Really?
I love Flashpoint.
Oh, well, yeah, you're like a main
Flashpoint.
tank kind of guy. Yeah, I get it. I get a little Ram, little Ryan, which is probably, to bring it back to the game, which is probably where Spain want to go. If they get to choose their map, they want to go to a Flashpoint type beat. Oh, and it's actually Thailand that goes Flashpoint. Okay, actually throw the last 2 minutes of discussion, throw it out the window. Thailand have picked New Junction.
Okay. Are we gonna see the Winston? We'll have to see. Hey man, they like playing the Mizuki, so maybe they can force a Mizuki kind of play style here. But at the same time, you're kind of playing into Spain's hand here. Look, I'm waiting with anticipation to see what Thailand is gonna bring here on New Junk City. Is it gonna be that one more time? No way, right?
We could have seen Ikenball.
I mean, if I lock Winston on New Junk City and ranked, I'm getting.
Oh, you were getting flamed hard, my guy. I ended up winning Kiriko. Okay, to be fair, very good ban, I think. It's either that or you go Mizuki ban. I think it's one of the two for Team Thailand.
Right.
So, yeah, take Kiri off, that's fine.
Also, they like playing Mizuki.
Yeah, sure, yeah. I think it's way more detrimental to your comp, and I think, again, what I kind of said on the first map, if you're going to ban something for Thailand, it probably will be the backliners. And a JQ ban for Spain.
Right. Well, I mean, if I'm Spain, like I still feel pretty good about this. Just like, okay, like, why don't we just keep playing Brawl or like Sigma composition, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, that's
I feel like the ball is in Thailand's court to like surprise us. Like, what are you gonna do?
We've already seen one surprise. What more have we got? You know what I would like to see? Probably will never happen. Little venture gaming.
Yes, that would be a surprise.
That would be a surprise.
That would be a surprise.
I'm not saying it's
not
good
unfathomable,
or viable.
but we don't really see it.
We don't see the venture anymore. It's so sad.
And I like it.
I like venture.
Well, I mean, maybe like Spain. You know, they play a little bit of Symmetra.
A little bit of this, a little bit of that.
A little bit of.
We know Exodia was going to be hard locking the Cassidy. That's for sure. All right, well, there we go. Map number 2, New Junk City. Thailand's pick. They end up banning the Kiriko. Spain banning the Queen. I will say one small comment. I know the jerseys are on sale now, obviously. Look at that, the plug. They didn't even ask me to do that plug. I just plugged it for them. Don't get paid for that, by the way, the extra plug. But the Thailand jerseys, the blue, obviously it's like a lighter blue and a blue. Super clean. Super.
All of them are clean.
Yeah, they're all clean, yeah, but I like the blue on the blue.
Yeah.
My favorite color combination, blue on blue. All right. So this is the game plan here. It's going to be back to, not like an old meta here for Team Thailand, but Zarya and we see the Vendetta
Reaper ban is
as
out
well.
of the way.
And the Reaper ban's gone.
We're clear. We're in the
Bones
clear.
is back in. And Exodio, I lied. He's not going to hardlock the Cass, but the Sojin, you know what? Exodio also popped off on that in OWCS when he first debuted a few years ago.
I'm looking forward to see here Spain how they can play this Lucio and Bat. It's more of a brawl style here, trying to work around the map. Bones finding an early pick onto Ace here.
Oh, Bones has got to die here. Oh, what an unbelievable timing on the shift. It's going to get completely, like, kind of ignoring High Vision, mogging High Vision almost there as he was getting shot in the back of the head permanently. Nice little cap Team Spain.
I've seen enough. Bones is the greatest Reaper of all time.
What did you say? Bro sees one fight and he's just getting permanently bowled. He might
just donk walked on him and got 2 picks.
He did,
like,
yeah. Who would actually be the best Reaper of all time? What springs to mind?
Oh, well, I'm thinking back like 2022 Grand Finals.
Oh, okay.
Sojourn Reaper meta.
Sojourn Reaper meta.
Dallas
You know what the first thing that I thought about when I thought of Reaper? Shaq's 5k Reaper Busan mecha base on LA Valiant. Insane lore drop, but it was a good clip.
All right, let's get you back to
All right, let's get them to retirement home. Well, the Moira pick up here for Team Thailand to go a little bit quicker. Exodio gets shut down. There is the opening pick that you want to see. High Vision 2 just shooting Canel in the back of the head. Best Reaper of all time down. Bones goes down to Ace. Because now that title has been transferred to Thailand's Reaper player.
Yeah, what is that called? Like when it's the unofficial
World champion title.
Yeah, Ace has got it now.
Ace has got it
it's
now.
up for grabs. See another
Bones is going to have to kill Ace and then get it back.
They're going to trade back and forth.
Yeah, exactly.
Somehow, like, Canale will end up with it somehow, but I don't know. I don't know how that's going to work. We see a bit of a pause here. Look, I feel like Moira is the epitome of Thailand's playstyle. So I'm so happy to see it now.
Just W. Press W.
Just press W. And also, I feel like we've seen great support players in the past pick Moira. So now it's justified.
It is.
If Simple plays Moira, like, we can also play Moira, right?
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
he did it, so...
I can do it too.
We can do it. We're allowed. We're allowed.
I think the Moira does have legs.
Indeed.
She has 2 of them.
Yes.
She can also fade away, which is fantastic.
Yep.
Reaper, obviously fading away from the Zarya 2, which is going to be basically launched at you 24/7. I mean, that's the biggest cooldown you realistically have to get out of this team is like, okay, if we burn Fade, we're pretty good. We're in a good spot. So we can chase you down with Gala, etc. Obviously, small pause, like we mentioned. Take a little peek at the players, though. They should be good to go. Don't see any admins or anything standing behind them, so hopefully we'll be back into this one in just a second.
You know, Thailand are really going to go for it quick here, playing the Lucio and the Moira. Is it gonna work though? It's like, okay, we can try to kill the Bat. Exodial we might have a bit more difficult time with because of the slide. Is throwing everything at it going to work out? I guess we'll have to see here. You will create some space though for High Vision on this Sojourn, which is a force to be reckoned with.
Little free energy there for Santi. Let's have a look. High Vision ripping the OC. There's one headshot on the Reaper. Bones gets away with his life somehow. Maybe not. Oh, what a bubble from Santi. Keeps the Reaper alive and picks up the kill. Eventually, though, Bones is chased down as High Vision's opened up the way for his team, and this coalescence is going to back the rest of them up.
Yeah, Spain looking a little bit disoriented there. The way they were trying to approach the point in that one. And Thailand, that'll be a pretty easy fight for them. High Vision uncontested with that overclock.
You're going to try and go early with this grab, Johnny.
Go early with the gravity. 80% here. I mean, you can play pretty aggressively. They got a sound barrier too. Perhaps don't want to force that much.
Just play in this choke, get an early grab. Kyron actually has to get it online first. Of course, only 5% away. Exodio trying to take an off angle now with this OC. Spots High Vision instantly, but a good time sound barrier there from Bali. The Death Boss was going to rip most of that away, though, from Team Thailand. Just a grab thrown in on top, but I think the fight's already over. Exodio has existed up here for what feels like eons at this point as well. Shuts down the Moira on Team Thailand's side. A team kill for Spain, and this should be cap.
And 87%, Kyron is just now spawning. This will be Spain pushing up here as Thailand try to get back to the point. They're actually not cutting them off here, but they can't get there in time.
Oh, rest in peace. All good, all good. Go again. Very, very close affair. Yeah, Kyron kind of eating that grab at the last moment, but Exodia was on that high ground for so damn long.
No, yeah, Exodia just free farming. Yeah, and I mean, both of these hit scan players are good enough that if they're left uncontested by one of these Reapers or something like that, like, they're going to get value.
Uh-oh, Ace. Shift, away. gonna reappear again, chased down by Santi. Yeah, really good pick up there from Spain. No one from Thailand was able to kind of recommit onto that doorway fight, so Spain take a better position and they should get point.
Yeah, they're quite comfortable here right now. They have to be wary of this Moira being able to go quite deep though. Here's the amplification matrix.
I like it.
Point secured for Spain here. It's going to force Team Talent to back off here.
Yeah, I really like the early window usage, and Ace gets kind of dominated, but how on a second hit? If Simple can do it, I can do it better. MSCG with a Coalescence takes out Santi. Kind of easy as you like there, as they end up pushing forward with this healing orb too. Should be a quick and clean affair for the rest of this fight. 39%, you're not scoffing at that if you're Spain, but not the result that you really wanted after the first cap.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of percentage for Spain, but at the end of the day, Thailand, they play that about as perfectly as you could. Disengage from the amplification matrix, re-engage with the cold, get value from it, don't get picked too much. So they're racking up percentage of their own. Now, how can you set up high vision for success with this overcall?
Has to play a little bit further back as well. This Santi grab is going to want to nail high vision and get a free kill. Nice little headshot to start off with. Graviton Surge, actually a solo grab onto Kyren, but enough for the kill. MSCG gets into the backline though and ends up killing Bones. A good reposition from high vision is going to be good for another. Now Gala in his sights. Slips away on the Lucio and still in control of Team Thailand. He's going to try and get back in onto the point. But the longer this Zarya stays alive, the more value she creates. A 73% lead here for Team Thailand, but Spain are going to hold this door.
Let's see what Team Thailand can do in this one. 73%. It kind of will be last fight territory here. They got a Graviton Surge, they got a Sound Barrier, but Spain with plenty of tools themselves. As Ace swaps over to the Genji here to really try to get on top of Exodial in this one.
Do you not get insta-kill challenge by Exodial? Graviton Surge. What a dodge! What a dodge! The grab from Kyren! And Gala save beat!
No!
What an unbelievable dodge!
That's both the Graviton Surge and the Sound Barrier.
I need a replay of that one. Yes, sir. 2-0 for Spain. And they saved their own beat as well.
No. I'm boom. I'm boom, brother.
That's a
Spain
heartbreaker.
in complete control now. They still have 3 ultimates. And they're up 2-0 here.
Yeah.
On New Junk City. Feeling quite comfortable. And look, you can sit back here. Like, you don't have to play in the choke here. You can pull the amplification matrix, whatever.
Look at this! Whoa!
Where are you going?
He's
Where are you going?
Wait a second, though. They got the Coalescence, Sound Barrier, Death Blossom for Bones as they're pushing forward. Although Pally again with a nice boop. Bones pushed away, a reposition onto the point for the Reaper. Santi's still in the front line with a bubble to spare to get her out alive.
Spain capped here. For the point, high vision,
Matrix way too late though. Exodio ends up getting the trade kill onto the Lucio, but is it actually enough? Gala chasing down the Moira and gets another one. Now Kyrie needs to control this fight, but there's no targets for him to actually shoot at right now. Everybody a little bit too quick to get away. There is going to be another kill for Gala. That's 2 there. Next one on to Ace as Exodio shuts down the Zarya.
Spain are just disengaging so well from Team Thailand, absorbing all of this, backing off, and when Team Thailand have used all their abilities, that's when Spain, they really flip these team fights on its head. The aggression is just not working out from Team Thailand. We talked about the Moira, maybe not getting the value we're seeing.
The grab is so good as well. Up on the high ground and straight from the backline. Bones. It's going to dish out so much damage on the Reaper. And Exodial to disrupt your shot too. Look at Exodial smiling in the cam. Love to see it.
He's back.
Team Spain, mate. You can take this one 3-0.
83% here, and now you can start cutting off Team Thailand. Wouldn't be too surprised to see an early overclock, but Soto's going to back off now. This is actually going to allow High Vision to get back and with some nice sight angles.
There's one bubble already used now as they try and touch the point. But MSCG's dead again. Blaine ends up getting pulled. Ace with 1, but now straight onto the Reaper. Needs one more slash to get a refrag, but doesn't get it. Bones ends up shutting him down. Another perfectly timed bubble for Santi. Ends up saving the day for the Reaper. Now they have to just deal with the Sojourn, but it should be fairly easy. Santi locking the point down on the Zarya. Pally dead, High Vision gone. 3-0 for Spain.
Clean as you like. Clean as you like that time from Spain. So we saw a pretty hotly contested Busan, but This was the Spain we expected to see going into a matchup like this. No questions about New Junk City. Spain firmly taking down Team Thailand, now up 2-0 in the series.
Yeah. Nice 3-0 too. That's a big confidence builder after that Busan, which is a little closer.
Complete opposite for Team Thailand. I'm still thinking about the fight, dude.
Yeah. Oh, surely it's in the highlight package, please. Comp ops, please. Or replay ops, sorry. Exodia with a big smile on his face there, you saw him a little cam. Bro's like, I'm getting a contract for OWCS.
Yeah, I mean, please. Like, I feel like Exodia is one of these talents that's
still good.
Still super good. Yeah, that's what I mean. So glad to see Exodia back here, firing on all cylinders, racking up the highlight reels. We know what he's capable of.
Yeah, this was the point here. Not quite the fight, but really nice stuff so far. We'll see if Thailand can get themselves and muster up the courage for this next one.
I mean, what do you do if you're Thailand here? Like, we picked Moira, and we really went for it.
Oh, here it is! Dashes away from the grab. Parley hits the B in the AJ. What an unbelievable fight. I mean, two of the best ults in the game, too. The grab, being dodged straight into it, Ajax. Like, that is, yeah, that is a real heartbreaker, Johnny. When your crush says no to the dance, up there. Heartbreaker moment. Spain, 2-0, currently.
In Sweden, we would say, you sold the butter and lost the money.
You sold the butter
and lost the money.
Yeah.
You're walking home after that.
So sad. Did the butter melt?
No, you sold the butter.
Yeah, but what happened to the money?
I don't know. You can lose money in lots of ways. I don't know.
Dropped it down the sink?
No, I don't know. I don't know what people selling butter. I don't know how they lose. I don't know what they spend their money on.
Okay, like, that's a good phrase. I like that. I'm gonna use that one.
Like, are you card collectors? I don't know, buying packs. I don't know.
I mean,
like, what do you do?
Talk to Danny about that.
Talk to Danny.
Talk to Danny about that.
It's not that deep, bro. It's a Swedish saying from like 100 years ago. Like, I don't know. I don't know what they were doing at the time.
Find someone that makes butter. Ask them what it means.
Yeah.
All right, where are we going if you're Team Thailand?
I don't know where we're going. They just picked New York City.
Yeah, that's true. We did predict that they wouldn't pick a flashpoint, but I expect we're going to see a ban again from Team Thailand, focusing the backline for Kanale and Gala. Oh, are we getting another one?
Why are we?
Oh, from a different POV as well.
Why are we watching it again?
No, it was beautiful.
No.
Beautiful stuff. Thank you. Replay off.
If you're fans of Team Thailand, look away. Avert your eyes.
Look away now.
Avert your eyes. Now. I mean, if you go to like Esperanza, come on, that's a Winston map.
Yeah, again,
get it going.
Winston map. Esperanza.
Paraiso. Yeah, we just saw what Cal was able to do on the Ana. Play Ana. Come on. Give the Nano, or give the Winston a Nano.
They need the Nano. Nano. Thank you.
Sorry.
It's all right.
I'm Swedish.
Yeah, I know. It feels like Winston needing to operate in this current phase of Overwatch needs the Nano 24/7 because needs a little extra help.
Now we're talking.
A little bit of boost.
You're an ideas man.
I'm an ideas man. Give Winston Nano when he leaps. Major perk. Major perk alert.
All you need is the Ana minor perk. Get that movement speed going.
Yeah.
Mow him down. Right. Mow him down.
Get him out of here. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see where Thailand want to take
There we go.
And it is a Paraiso. Okay. So, a little bit more dive friendly, maybe. Or maybe they come out again with something a little bit off the wall.
Well, they need to find something. Because they got a reverse sweep. And look, I'll even say, Matt brought up this point earlier in the day. It's just like, you got to win maps. If you want to advance through the group, you got to win maps.
The wise words. You got to win.
The wise words of Matt Morello.
He's spitting.
No, but he is spitting, though. It's like...
No! I'm sorry, Johnny.
Why did they not protect ban the Winston?
What would they ban, realistically? That would stop a Spain
I was kind of saying it.
Yeah.
Like, if you don't ban the Bastion, suddenly the enemy... You're playing Winston and the enemy team is flying around with the Bastion. And you're like, okay. Like, the technology is just too far advanced.
Yeah, but we have... Winston, the scientist, the technology around him is advanced a little bit too quickly for him to kind of keep up.
We need to advance the technology of Winston's jetpack.
What would you give him? Would you give him the jetpack from Jetpack Cat? so he could like permanently fly.
Yeah, I don't understand the difference in technology. Like if Jetpack Cat can fly around,
it's a smaller creature.
Why is Winston's like a short burst of like a leap, like boom, boom? Like give him more duration. Like boom.
I hate to break it to you, the cat is a smaller creature, like a smaller mass.
Yeah, but we got horsepower. You know,
he says we've got horsepower. I don't think that. Do you measure jetpack?
I don't know.
What unit of measurement do you use for jetpacks?
I don't know.
How many cats it can lift up?
What do you do with like airplanes? Is that like similar technology?
Like Mach, M-A-C-H, like Mach speed.
Brother, I have no idea what you're talking about.
When you're on the plane, like a commercial plane, it's like miles an hour, kilometers an hour. I don't know. Also, we're talking about a fictional like unit of measurement. How many torbs a second?
Okay, look, it is Overwatch.
Speaking of which,
but jetpacks are not fictional. Someone out there in the audience know how jetpacks are measured in strength.
No one.
We need to talk to you.
All right, Ace with the Torb. That is the difference I wanted to see. Here we go. D.Va versus D.Va. Now, Exodial. Okay, this is a pick that wasn't like really available to him as he immediately gets destroyed. I'm sorry, Exodial, but Emre, very obviously kind of a recent carry. Exodial in his debut games was not playing this pick, so I'm excited to see him and what he can kind of bring to the table.
Can he stand against the mighty Ace on the Torb though?
That's fact. Torb's good on this map, always has been.
Okay, elaborate.
Turret on and off angle, like on the staircase. They walk in, they have to shoot the turret, or you could just do this.
The turret is dead.
The turret is dead. The turret is dead, unfortunately.
He'll get another one.
He will get another one about 5 seconds.
The cooldown will be back. Kyron lost all the armor on the mech right now, has to disengage. I'd be pretty careful now if I was Thailand. Your D.Va has no health whatsoever. This should be Spain being able to march forward here.
Yeah, you're thinking so. Look at the turret is back. Unfortunately, the Torb is dead, and it is dead as well. Okay, the Torb experiment has not really worked out here for Team Thailand, and neither has this D.Va. This is Santi switching again. Obviously, switched the D.Va straight over to the Zarya. Good heads-up play from the tank player from Team Spain.
Yeah.
As the Cats lazily drifts away. There we go. All right, gone.
Yeah, I feel like Santi has kind of answered the call so far. She's done a tremendous job flexing over to the appropriate heroes, and we saw even on a map like Busan, for example, like being on top of things like how you want to navigate this Team Thailand team. Because we, even though they're playing Moira and some awkward picks, it is a challenge to adapt in the moment here on stage, and I feel like Santi's done a tremendous job so far, helping Spain, setting them up for success, and already off to a hot start here on Paraiso as well.
Yeah, look at this beautifully reworked map here too. A lot easier to get to this high ground, just getting shot permanently. Good headshot from across the map too. MSCG taking down Bones. There's the turret again. Curious how long Ace is going to stick on this pick. Exodial jumped on.
And Karen is doing a good job here, navigating the off angles, taking the high ground as well, putting some pressure onto Spain. Gotta be careful about all this damage coming though. Gonna lose the mech here now.
No self-destruct behind you. No self-destruct. That was 10% away as well. This is Spain just walking on forward now. There's just no shot. Ace has to get at it.
Yeah, and just not really anticipating all that damage from Spain. I like the off angles you're taking. I like the positioning, but just that time, like, unaware. High Vision fights a pick out of nowhere.
And the Torb! Wait, Ace is going for the flank Torb. He's got the Molten Core in a couple of seconds. Going to get chased down by Santi if he's not careful. She's going to take this high ground position now. Graviton Torch also coming up. Harley ends up getting away, luckily. And now Ace repositioning at that turret. Santi a little bit distracted by a lot of the incoming fire. A lot of spam being sent away.
Overwatch.
Whoa!
That's a flying Ramatra.
That's a flying Ramatra.
Oh, no.
Is going to get dominated. Okay, didn't expect that one in this series. I'm going to be honest with you.
Molten Core?
Molten Core on the point. Ace is actually going to get grabbed on this high ground. The shield isn't going to be able to save him for too much longer, though. He's only a sliver of HP left, but still ends up assisting in a kill.
It should be Team Thailand here, kind of closing things out. Although Spain doing a tremendous job again, just absorbing the pressure and then turning things on its head. Again, Spain, they just outlived Team Thailand's resources and flipped these fights around, doing such a great job healing back as a team, and now getting the payload across the finish line, surely.
Yeah, that was an amazing use of bubbles there by Santi to keep him in it. Yeah, and that's going to be point. Beautiful work, an overextension from Team Thailand. Not being able to execute the kill on Santi instantly, and I love using ults here early. Getting this high ground is just so damn important on this third point. Bones opens up a double, and now they can play super far forward around this jump pad.
Yeah, I agree with you. I love what Spain, how they're playing the game right now. this looks like a team that is kind of firing on all cylinders. They got the theory, the game theory, in the back of their heads, and they're executing well on it so far. You see Exodio lurking on this high ground right now.
Yeah, Santi's close to a grab too.
Great angle here, just like being a thorn in the side of Thailand.
Tough to get charged though, and Shibumbling someone else. Nice shot from High Vision, shuts down the Lucio. Now looking for Santi, perfectly tracking her head there, and the Annihilation should be really all that they need now. Graviton Surge thrown out though. That's a big fumble there from Santi. Throwing in the grab and what I assume she thought was a winnable fight.
Yeah, I mean, even if you're swapping over to the Mauga here, it's still a Graviton Surge, right? Like, it's not a matter of like I'm swapping here. It's like Graviton Surge. It's one of the best ultimates in the game. So, bit of a wasted ultimate there. Still 3 minutes in hand. Can't mourn it too long. But that was a big ultimate wasted for Spain.
Well, they still got the rush. Catnap also now with this Deadeye. Sky Nu. Smaller box on the smaller high ground control. Does end up getting dragged back down, however, and now High Vision looking for something more. Ace going really low. Actually picking like, please heal. High Vision's picking Ace like, please heal the Reaper. My DPS duo, please. Exodio actually forced away. He's using the ult, but still getting pushed back somehow.
Yeah, traded out the Kitsune Rush there. I actually don't hate that from Spain. You got the big Kitsune Rush out. Pali here. Going quite aggressive as well.
Oh, the Death Blossom shut down though, ends up still getting a kill. Gala very close to that sand barrier too, as Santi now trying to get the rush and the stomp onto Pali. Ends up getting flashbang. Slowed down a little bit. High Vision pressuring Santi in this front line, but they still managed to get a couple of picks.
Spain again. At the end of these, the tail end of these fights, just finding a couple of picks and now marching forward once more. Double support ultimate available here. The Kitsune Rush and Sound Barrier going to be so powerful. It gives Spain an opportunity to close out this map.
Kidneo under so much pressure, ends up repeating the rush anyway. A teleport away is going to be able to play on it, and so is Santi. Look at this damage here onto Kyrin, but it doesn't really matter because High Vision's already got the double kill. The spree is good enough for a quick trade though. Amazing work from Bones to open that one back up. That did not look like a fight Spain should have won.
No, that was Bones finishing off the health bars of Team Thailand. They'll get a common spawn wave though, and they'll get back here in time though, but Gala still has the sound barrier. This could be the difference maker.
Beats
Gala
available. Gala, you gotta get in there. The Annihilation's only gonna last so long on this point. There's the stomp. No chance for Kyrin to stay alive. Too much focus fire. The beat, the cage, ain't happening. Ain't happening. It's just so tough to live against that in the, a couple of meters push moments. Like, really tough work. The Annihilation, it can only do so much when everybody else is getting focused around you and you have to permanently touch that point.
Yeah, I'm really impressed with how Team Spain are playing right now. I feel like the push-pull is really good, right? Like, we're pushing the momentum when we got the tempo, when the health bars are low from Team Thailand, then we're gonna pop the spree, we're gonna finish them off. But also when we're on the back foot, we're able to absorb a lot of pressure, we're able to mitigate all the abilities that Team Thailand are throwing at us, and then try to regain control and tempo in some of these fights. I think Team Spain are doing a tremendous job right now. And look, there are always things you can improve on. We're seeing a couple of players getting picked here and there.
Yeah.
It's the first day of the tournament. You don't have to be perfect off the bat here. And so even though Spain, they're in control so far this series, they still got things to improve upon. Looking good.
Look at that, it's only 21-1.
That's what I mean though, like peeling back, you're not dying repeatedly.
Yeah. And the only death was the throwing out the grab, switching to the Malga. That was the only death for Santi. Okay, Team Spain on defense. No Torb shenanigans.
I know the feeling.
A little bit sad, but okay.
I'm starting to really like this Team Spain team as we look ahead as well, like the prospects of how far this team can go. We talked about them always being a force in the Overwatch World Cup, always lurking around, being among those teams that qualify for BlizzCon. And I think they're looking really good so far with this backline, Exodio popping off here. Santi playing the right heroes in the front line.
Oh, High Vision making up his mind. Okay, it's going to be the M-Ray. Switch quickly there to the Freya for a brief moment, but I think the M-Ray is a little bit more impactful. The cat, okay, Harley's gone. We ignore the cat for now. Maybe we don't. Go straight back in again. I mean, look at this. The pressure on Garen now is just so immense. You can't stick around too long. This is the thing. As soon as that Sigma ends up kind of retreating, repositioning, Garen's days are going to be numbered. Now, another reposition, trying to get this low ground control as they managed to force this grasp out of the Sigma. Santi now under so much pressure. Good execution from Team Thailand, taking down the tank.
Yeah, it was real patient play that time, and they're going to be rewarded with this first point. The big difference in that fight for me was actually that they started engaging that first time around, but then thought better of it. They took a step back, regathered their abilities, and then re-engaged onto the point. They were patient in that one, and that meant that you get a proper engage going, and thus end up with the first point capture here.
No nade jump. Yeah, I think Zodial. Obviously, we're expecting exceptional things from the hit scan, despite him not playing in like tier 1. Obviously, like you mentioned before, his initial kind of inaugural season OWCS was just so good. I just did it again. He died again on screen. That's, I don't know. It's been the long days. I can't lie. All right, there's the catnap. Parley. Oh, 20 HP. Good backup there from MSCG, keeping the cat alive. Dragging Santi out of position here. He's going to go straight back in, and the Baby D.Va takes down Santi. Almost gets the remake kill on the other Baby D.Va. Now Santi just going to try and die on the payload. Good, decent stagger, though. I will say, going to get that second wave of respawn, as Gala's going to come back with a catnap as well.
Things going the way of Thailand. Just the small details that time as Pali goes for an aggressive play and gets out of it as well. You can keep making plays here. Look for an override protocol here from High Vision. Try to not allow Spain to get any kind of space whatsoever. This could be an early point cap.
There it is. All right, override protocol trying to get the air shots. The cat's coming. The cat's coming for you. Santi teaming up with Gala, taking down High Vision. Then we're going for a big trade though. But H with Death Blossom doesn't quite get eaten. Santi not quite quick enough to get there to eat the rest of the shots. A nice little spree there for Ace. A killing spree, that is, not the ult. Death Blossom ends up netting him a couple, and 5 minutes in the time back for Team Thailand.
5 minutes is crazy. That's so much time to have on this third point. Now, you used a lot of ultimates there, so expect Spain to get back into this one. They should be able to stabilize on this point, but there's an opportunity now where Spain, even though they've had a tough going so far on this defense, you can't get too ahead of yourself here. Just be patient with your play still.
You get any staggers though, so they're going to have to fight for every inch of this next point. All right, Zodiac whips out the pistol now. A couple of nades thrown in, but has got the ultimate, most importantly. High Vision, the main focus here. Looks like Santi's going to be able to follow up as well. A nice Suzu, but it's just not enough to save High Vision at all. Next shot is going to get eaten. Chains kill onto the Kiriko. Zodiac picked out of the sky, but Santi should be able to do the rest. Pushing the team forward again, trying to punish how far Thailand's trying to push this fight into that jump pad room.
And this is a point now where even though you have 4 minutes on the timer, you don't want to drain too much time after all. You'd love to have some extra spare one going into a potential overtime here. See an early player from Pali.
Gonna try and go for aggressive one again. Nice little Suzuki now is going to be able to teleport away. Okay. Unfortunate not be able to execute a kill, but they still managed to pick off Bones on the Shion. Santi's in the mix, but the self-destruct is going to be a nice little backup. But there's just too many people around, so ends up getting picked off anyway. Losing their tank now. Team Spain on their last legs, at least on this engagement.
That's what I talked about, getting ahead of yourself a little bit too much there, even though you have the self-destruct, no opportunity to deploy it there. And now, Thailand, they're coming up on a Kitsune rush here. They're a couple of plays away from getting this third and final checkpoint on the map here. Exodia in trouble.
Not that much trouble though, ends up backing off. Kyron's still in the hot pursuit straight to the spawn. Okay, big trouble. Okay, he was in big trouble, my bad. Ends up getting chased all the way to the spawn doors. Thailand still moving this payload as well as Spain refusing to touch, but here comes the rush from Kaneo. Death Blossom on top though to try and deny that space, but Ace ends up running out of the ultimate. Now has to just look for vanilla kills on the Reaper. Kaneo next to 4. The self-destruct kills Gala too. It's an absolute massacre for Team Spain.
Things are just not coming together here for Spain. As Bones swaps over to the Tracer as they try to go for a last-minute touch. They have a Sanctuary in hand. They just need to get the touchdown and stabilize.
Tracer on the point. Bones gets it popping. However, that Sanctuary now, they have to bid heed here. Thailand are going to back off, plus they have ults to spare.
But that was the opportunity, though. You had to know that Sanctuary was coming. And And if you could have finished the map there, that would have been great instead. It's a great pick from Spain here, now able to stabilize. They got an override protocol here as well. Realistically, Santi shouldn't be in too much trouble here. Exodio is looking for pace here.
Ooh, trying to go for the air shot there. Parley, direct. Ends up getting one more, maybe? No, not quite. Over the little veranda. Ends up connecting with the ground. A bit of damage, but that's about it. But most importantly, Johnny, they forced them all the way back. High Vision under an immense amount of pressure. Every kind of nade, missile, rocket thrown at him, still manages to survive.
Can't get any value though. Going to let Thailand kind of push forward here.
Pulse bomb straight on the Reaper. Oh, like Wraith form. Pulse bomb gets dropped, eaten up. Okay, perfect stuff. Ace ends up going down. You're big chilling now. Kidnapped again. Santi's going to get dragged in. Oh, sends in the bomb though. No way, that doesn't get any kills. Okay, not quite. That was cheeky of Santi there to try and return to sender it. Straight over the rooftop, Parley again. Very, very aggressive on the cat already. Exodio pulls out the pistol to try and create a little bit of distance between himself and the front line of Team Thailand. Time's are ticking though.
Times are ticking indeed, and Bones gets a pick up to Parley here. The aggression is not working out for Team Thailand.
Supports it down.
All the time back is drained.
Oh, the stagger 2. Kyron is going to get remake, but yeah, this time bank not looking so pretty now. That 1 minute and 3 seconds, Johnny, looking so good for Spain.
They had 5 minutes going into this one.
Yeah.
And we're down to the 1. And they had their opportunity as
They're
well.
not finishing. They finish in OT, Johnny. I don't think they can finish with time. And MSCG going down here is disaster.
Spain has recuperated so much time in this one. And they got double support ultimate as well. The best opportunities for Thailand to finish the map are past them. They're now going to have to go for some amazing plays by maybe High Vision here with the override protocol. They still have a Kitsune Rush in hand. Santi, quite aggressive here actually. Gotta be careful.
They got too many ults, surely. It's just a numbers game at this point. Bones ends up going down, but they got the Sanctuaries. They push on forward, and Kyrian ends up getting isolated in the front line. And look at that. Every single one of those shots getting eaten up, basically, by their Sanctuary. Insane value. Ace trying to make a hero play with the Death Blossom, but a quick teleport away as Santi pops down that self-destruct. And it's just ult on top of ult on top of ult on top of ult. Spain trying to end this series in a quick 3-0. The shortest TP you've ever seen as Ace gets eliminated. Catnap for Parley shut down as Team Thailand. They're not going to get revenge on Team Spain. A 3-0 for Spain in their opening match.
What a first match from Spain. Cool, calm, collected. Exactly what we wanted to see out of this team. Coming in with a lot of individual skill, with a play style we kind of recognize. And they really executed on it. Not too many mistakes either. Really well played match from Spain.
Super well played. Repeat of 2023. Not out of it though. Thailand still have a couple of games to play. But netting 2 games will obviously get you ahead in the group. So Spain off to a very good start. Plus getting a 3-0. If the map diff comes into play, then hey, look at us. We've already got a little +3.
I mean, #1 seed is also quite important. If you're going to qualify for BlizzCon, and you can get the #1 seed, dodge some of those other teams like South Korea and the likes of that, map differential really important in this one. And if you can get the #1 seed in your group, that would be epic.
Big chillin'. Big chillin'. Like what we saw from Team Thailand. A little bit of variance here, a little bit of Winston gaming, a little bit of everything from Kyber at the very start there.
They tried.
They tried.
With the hero picks.
Yeah.
They threw something different out of there. It didn't work this time, but I also feel like you're in the position where maybe you feel like you gotta play. Like we gotta toss out the Moira.
Sure.
Maybe the Torb wasn't necessary. We can look past that.
All right, well, yeah.
But
we'll throw that up to a loss.
Step up the aggression a little bit, play a little bit of Winston. And look, the Winston, I thought it was well played. It's just like Winston is just not realistic right now.
Not right now.
It
needs a couple of buffs for sure.
Yeah.
For sure. Tank players out there rejoicing when Winston gets another 500 HP and he can survive jumping in.
Wait. I am going to be farming it back.
How much HP would it really take?
I'm biased, so I'm not going to go there. I'm biased. So I'm not gonna
500 and give me an extra 250 armor.
Costa, hit me up with 50 more armor.
50,
come on,
50 more?
You
Maybe
know,
that's enough. Spain, though, with a 3-0 in their opener versus Team Thailand. Still, Vicky probably still smiling in the backline here. Look, we aren't out of this just yet. We've still got games to play. There's still a chance for Thailand to make it to BlizzCon. But only the first, number 1, number 2 in the group will end up going there. So, you're almost down to your last lifeline here from Team Thailand.
Yeah.
Hey, I mean, they might have a chance to make it to BlizzCon still here for Team Thailand, but we also did just see the other matches within Group C just before this between Germany and Canada. So it definitely is a tall mountain to climb, that is for certain. Spain, I think that we knew that they were the overdog heading into this matchup. Johnny, there was that conversation about the backline, and for Thailand, we knew that they didn't really love to necessarily play the Jetpack Cat, and we did see that coming out in how they were choosing New Junk City for map number 2, looking to ban out the Jetpack Cat, and unfortunately, the lack of flexibility just didn't really do them any favors this time around.
Yeah, I mean, it's also tough, like, you're coming into a tournament where maybe you don't want to play the Jetpack Cat as much, but it's just such a powerful hero right now. And, Pali went for a couple of plays there on Paraiso and got a couple of good plays made, but at the end of the day, I think it was just a skill gap. Like, Spain, it was a really fantastic team, and I think in the World Cup setting, like, we know some of these players are great. We can talk about, the backline from Spain and all that, but at the end of the day, you want to see them perform. And I think we saw them perform, actually. Like, they played up to their game. They didn't fall under the pressure. And so that was a really impressive win for Spain.
Yeah, and I think, Jack, that's so important because they needed to make a statement when we are taking a look at Canada and Germany being in this group, and having the map differential there as well, like, is definitely huge.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, going all the way to map 5, the map diff could come in big time for either Canada or Germany. And I think with Spain's victory here, especially with the backline, I'm gonna pick up them again. You know what I'm saying? Little Canale, little Gala, like, these guys are gonna perform. You know they are. Like, there is without a doubt. And I think maybe if some people out there had questions about how Exodial could do, obviously not being in the game for a little bit there, he still looks as good as his debut in 2023.
They could win the group, like, for sure. Like, based on what we just saw, like,
I like it.
Come on,
I like it.
They could.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're feeling that, Johnny?
I think this group in particular is really interesting because I do think that
it's close.
Maybe at this point Thailand, they're not favored to win it, but the 3 other teams, like, any given day, like, you can't beat out the other. I think especially in the World Cup format, because you have less practice time with your teammates, compared to, like, your regular OWCS or FACEIT teams. And because you have less experience with each other, like, there is more upset potential, I feel like, in a World Cup format. And so I feel like in Group C like this, like, you can look at Germany, Canada, like, they're really powerful teams with Spain, but they just delivered right there. I think they have the potential to take out either of those teams.
Yeah, I think that this Group C is definitely a fun one to keep our eyes on with how tight the competition can potentially be, that is for sure. But we do still have some more Overwatch action coming up. It is going to be Sweden versus Japan after a short break. The 2026 Overwatch World Cup is brought to you by DHL.
From premium landmark hotel to lifestyle boutique hotel, we offer you distinct brands worldwide. Route Hotels and Resorts.
Let's go to Busan! Good eats just a taxi ride away. Tasty day. Different charm on every street. Snazzy day. A sea shining, a sea embracing. Breezy day. Taking emotions deeper and screams louder. Lively day. More days to come. Busan, every day, 재밌대.
I'm here joined by Tree from Team USA after getting his win against Team China. First of all, big congratulations. It was a bit close, Tree, I do have to say, but you did get the win. How do you feel right now?
Pretty good. I mean, I did say, like, I think I predicted us to lose one map this tournament. I think that's the one, you know. We get a little bored at some point, I think. Maybe I should have swapped Sierra sooner, but happens, you know.
Talking about Sierra, that was actually going to be my second question. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we haven't seen a lot of Sierra being played in pro play. And you did decide to come up with Sierra on Atlas, I believe. What was the thought process behind that?
To be honest, Sierra's just OP in the Malga. Like that's pretty much it. Like I think there was a time in Korea when she first came out where people were playing her, but then like all the bad teams were playing her into the good teams, but the good teams were just better, so they were gonna win anyways. But like none of the good teams tried her. I actually think like she's like one of the best DPS you can pick in like the Malga matchup.
Yeah. Do you mind sort of elaborating like what makes her so good against Malga?
She's pretty much just a long range Reaper. Like her damage is the highest in the game, and like her ult is insane into like Cage and Curie ult and stuff like that. And then also I just think, because I think that alone is good, but I think when you added like the cat Malga that people started playing, she's actually pretty good in the cat too, because the cat has to be scared of like the right click, because the cat will just get one shot, you know. But honestly, she's good, but I don't know how good she is considering we lost that map. But I don't know, she's not bad for sure.
Could we expect more Sierra from you throughout the Overwatch World Cup?
Yeah, potentially. Yeah. I'm down. Yeah.
All right. Well, that's it for the interview. Thank you so much, and good luck tomorrow. Thank you. What's up, everybody? Danny Lim here, joined by Quartz from Team Saudi Arabia after getting a clean 3-0 victory. Quartz, I gotta say, like, I say this every time, I think you are the best hit scan that we have in Overwatch, pro Overwatch scene. Do you believe that as well?
I mean, I can't say that about myself, but thank you for saying that, I guess. Yeah, thank you. It means a lot, yeah.
And also we were kind of talking. You said you've been learning Korean. We are in Busan. What was the word that you learned in Busan in Korea?
I mean, I didn't learn it from here. Majid taught me, but I think it's Kinchana. Kinchana. Yeah. It's okay. Thank you as well. Kamsahamnida. Yeah. And 안녕하세요, I think.
안녕하세요. That's hello.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna teach you a fourth word.
Okay. Yeah.
사랑해요.
Oh yeah.
사랑해요.
I love you.
I love you. All right. Can you look at the camera and say 사랑해요?
사랑해요.
There you go. All right, Quartz. I mean, this match. I mean, you guys got a great win. 컷 한번 할게요. 죄송합니다. So, Quartz, you guys are the reigning champions. You're a great player. How confident are you that you guys could actually win again for this year's Overwatch World Cup?
I think our chances are higher this year. Since the last time we won, we weren't as experienced as we are today. Now we've got some more experience, especially on LANs, on big events as well. So, and to be honest, Team Korea have like gained big improvements since the last time we played them. So I think they would be our biggest rival, maybe Team USA as well. But I think this is like prime Team Korea. So I'm confident that we can win. Yeah, hopefully.
And you guys are looking very great. And yeah, big congratulations again on getting the win. I am super excited to see more from Team Saudi Arabia. Habibi, thank you so much for the interview. Thank you.
Oh my god, JPC? I love JPC. Wait, this is a purchase, surely, no? Can we keep it?
Oh my god, that's so cute! Can I keep it? Oh, I actually need that.
Oh, I saw it on Twitter. Oh my god. Really? I can keep it?
It's like super cute. Like, it's just like cat. It's my favorite character in Overwatch. I actually need that.
Yeah. This is lit.
What is your link? And that's us soon though.
Yeah, soon.
We have a little hog plushie like that we do Flying Hog. Special Team France, Flying Hog only us.
No, I can't keep it.
No, it's so cute.
We've got one last matchup today for the Overwatch World Cup group stage here in Busan, and it's going to be Sweden versus Japan. A little bit of a change in dress code here, Johnny. we're matching, agreeing for once maybe, but talking a little bit more about this Team Sweden. I don't know about you.
What is this, man?
But, okay. Yeah, you wanna say your piece before we get into it? Come on.
Not really, to be honest. I've had enough.
Okay,
already.
hold your breath then. We're getting into Sweden straight away. Johnny, this team, I don't know about you, ever since we've seen, the Jetpack Hat meta coming in hot, Kevster, like, he was that guy on the Cassidy, being able to snipe out those Bastions, those Jetpack Hats. He is, for me, the key here for Team Sweden, and I mean, this whole roster is pretty goated.
Wait a second.
All right, I just want to go through my emotions here a little bit.
Okay.
Last year was very disappointing for Team Sweden. Okay, we went 3-4 in the qualifiers, lost to Germany, I believe, which this year repping a pretty good team. But I feel like this is the bounce back here, and we got Admiral through the breakthrough program, our favorite Estonian, in the Swedish jersey as well. Can play the cat here now. Like this has to be the World Cup comeback here for Team Sweden now. And so that being said, we're really professional here on the Overwatch Esports team. Of course. We got neutral observers all over the place. We'll keep it realistic.
What are you tapping me for?
No, I'm just saying. Even though I'm sitting here with the Team Sweden jersey, I'm not unbiased caster. Unbiased caster.
Played for the team, same nationality, unbiased casting. Got it.
Keep me grounded here, Joel. Keep me grounded. I can't get ahead of myself.
I keep you grounded, buddy.
Because this roster is sick.
Okay, you got Big Kev. Not talking Apple, I'm talking Kevster. Look, you do have Kevster. I think one of the better players in Overwatch Esports history.
One of the greatest players of all time.
Yes, okay. One of the greatest players of all time, okay. Honestly, a true legend in the game. And Team Sweden, I'm not going to mention you. I don't want to inflate ego too much, but they've had some legendary players on their team throughout the history of Overwatch. A little Johnny action, yeah.
That is delays, bro.
Yeah, it is. No, like, think about the other tank players apart from yourself. Elivote as well. Elivote, Losius, the legendary Swedish tank duo.
Washington Justice Legends, right there.
Yeah, Washington Justice Legends. Dominated contenders before they had their time in the Overwatch League. I mean, yeah, I won't disagree. I think Sweden, they're going to perform better this year, for sure.
They might win the entire thing.
Okay, wait a second.
Okay, hold on. It's just group stage, guys. We're getting ahead of ourselves, but let's talk a little bit about this team, Japan, because, Jack, a lot of these players are returning. Most of them were on Varel back in 2023. They're still on Varel now in 2026.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's actually a mixture.
Yeah, it's a mix this time
exactly,
around.
yeah. Like, it was all of Varel last year. Or not last year, or like...
We know.
You know what you mean. But this time in the roster, you also have Finn coming in from GK, an absolute beast. San Francisco Shock, ex-player, and has been doing phenomenally in EMEA. KSG has also been a standout for Japan too, and I have been singing the praises of this region for a hot minute now. Every single international barrel go to, and Japan as a whole, they do better things. And I think Team Japan, this might be their year where they really do break through. And I think overall, if this region does well, if this team does well, like, that's big for the region if they can make it to BlizzCon. We saw how passionate the fans were in Tokyo in OWCS at the start of the year. So yeah, I'm expecting and hoping for big things from players like this guy on your screen right here on the right, Nico. I want to see him pop off with the Cassidy. He is going to be the bright spot for the team in this tournament.
Yeah, I think this is a really interesting team overall because we've seen so many impressive things from Varel this year. Cutting it close against some of the best Korean teams.
Yes.
They've been showing up at a few major events now with some impressive results. But that being said, like, no top dragon on this team. You might be missing Cloud and Slay, obviously. And so I think it comes down a lot to the main support here. Like, Epic and Wydot, how are they going to integrate here alongside Finn in the backline? And can they get the most out of this roster? So I still think they have something to prove here, even though they got 3 players coming out of Arrow.
I mean, it sounds like the storyline for both Sweden and Japan is that they both have something to prove in today's matchup, looking to make a statement in their first game here for the group stage. But let's get into our predictions.
Is it not obvious?
We may have spoiled it a little bit, guys. But for me, I bought a one-way express train ticket on the Kevster train to BlizzCon.
What did I teach you?
I'm forgetting now. Oh my god, no! I'm blanking.
Well, you just practiced it like 3 minutes ago before this started. Go on, Johnny.
Say after me. Heya. Sverige.
Hold on, I need to hear that one.
Heya. Sverige.
Sverige.
There we go. We did it.
Let's go, guys.
There
Let's
we go.
get
Let's
straight
go.
into game.
Let's go.
Sweden versus Japan.
Let's go. Johnny, it's happening. Two big things. That's not the right screen. We just saw that one. But it is Sweden, Japan, I promise. I love you rocking your jersey. Still fits as well, looking clean.
Yeah, I was
looking
surprised.
clean
I haven't worn it in years, but it still fits.
Still fits?
Still fits.
I like it, I like it. Oh, look, we're back on the screen. Hello. Yeah, look at this.
So back.
Old versus new here. What's
Yeah.
this one? Oh, this is the 2018 one, yeah. That's
Yeah.
obviously the year you played.
I couldn't remember, honestly. It was 2017 or 2018. I couldn't remember.
It's so long. Well,
Yeah.
to be honest with you, Johnny, it is long ago. Like 8 years ago or something like that. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, I'm old.
Nepal, first pick here for Sweden. Bastion Ban gonna rocking out the gate with. Obviously, you do have the legendary Kevster, and no bias here, Johnny, of course, but you're expecting Sweden to do well. I think both teams, like Ash said, looking for a little bit of redemption. With Sweden, I mentioned before how many kind of legendary players they've had, and they crushed the online qualifiers too. Kevster, Skyle are back in the roster and wanting to maybe even repeat the same success as they had in 2016, 2017. If you want to go real far back, they ended up coming third in both the initial years of the Overwatch World Cup.
Yeah, look, we had some spectacular teams back then, and so that's, I think, why last year was a pretty big disappointment now. But this is a new generation of players here. You know, Zoro and Willis has done spectacular work on Team Peps, and now a couple of those players as well find their way back in FACEIT Masters. And so you got a whole couple of players here who are competing at the highest level of Overwatch, now looking to perform. This Team Japan, though, maybe feeling like a bit of an underdog in this one with something to prove, but we've seen them at so many major tournaments before.
Finally getting to cast a little bit of Demon, or Demon. Which is already unlocked. Look at this backline difference too. This Ana being played on this this map. Obviously with Kiriko being banned, it's very free here for both Finn and Skyle. Nico, first blood already drawn. Kevster takes him down. KSG with a quick response though.
Yeah, Kevster off to a hot start already, working the banks, and now another pick up the Finn there as well. Kind of free-forming in the backline here, but it's going to be Team Japan, though, with the cap. But Kevster got a third one already.
Another one from Kevster.
I mean,
okay, give me the BOV right now. KSG trying to fight on his own little island here. Kevster's already managed to score 3 kills, maybe even the kill onto Nico too. Oh my God. Okay, Kev, this is the first opening game for Team Sweden, Johnny. Like, come on.
There's no point speaking.
No words.
Just look at the gameplay.
What a sleep too. Oh, the stagger. Goodbye.
That is the real problem that Team Japan have in front of them. How can they deal with Kevster? I mean, Kevster has carry potential. Just taking over the lobby, running them down.
He's already got pulse.
You gotta find a way to like mitigate this Tracer Blade, because it's just such a thorn in your side, and even more than that, just taking out the Tracer duel, getting on top of the Ana in the backline as well, just causing so much trouble. You need to find a way to shut down or mitigate Kevster.
KSG's already in, taking the 1v1 versus Willis, but you've got to be careful if Kevster's got the pulse bomb. Kyuki not too far behind though. Swing and a miss though for Kevster. And taking a bite to the face too after hitting that recall, so has to back off. This isn't going to be available in the pipe for just a moment. Now they boost onto KSG, trying to chase down Willis in the front line. Nice little shield there to block a little bit of damage, but Finn takes down Kev. Kyuki's also going to rip Skyle a new one. Unfortunately here, it's a little bit more tough here for KSG to force them off of this point. Already 60+% gained for Sweden.
Yeah, great job by Team Japan that one time, forcing Kevster back, finding the pick as well, and so they actually take the point back here without expending a lot of those crucial ultimates. So a nano-boost to push forward with the Demon, but you still have a few ultimates in hand here. Maybe you can go on a bit of a run.
This limit break from KSG is going to be so nasty. He kind of groups up in this choke point. They know, obviously, that he's going to have it. He's going to go straight in. There it is. Oh, Zoro instantly deleted. Skyo is going to face the wrath of the team too. They do end up getting the flip. Wow, KSG maybe a pixel away from getting the contest.
That's going to be some percentage points, but the big loss for Sweden there, as they utilize both the Override Protocol and the Nano Boost, and don't get anything for it whatsoever. 2 crucial ultimates lost for Team Sweden there.
They're going to try and force them again, because look how split Sweden are right now. Kevster trying to be a solo operator. Trying to find solo picks. Not find the same success, at least not just yet. Now just trying to escort the rest of the team through that Mega Health Pack rune. They managed to all regroup up as a unit. However, KSG's doing a lot of work here in this front line, already into the back line already. Look at this dash through. A good sleep from Skyle, puts him to rest for a brief moment, but Nico opens this up with a spree.
And it's a tremendous job by Japan there, actually, because Sweden, they tried to go for a bit of a push with the Demon, with the Tracer, but Team Japan disengaged and then had the front line collapse on top of that dive group from Team Sweden. And so actually buy themselves enough time, buy themselves enough space to flip it onto Sweden here. 80% and counting now. They have a non-boost in hand, they can go early.
They're going to try and go first, just send KSG in there. Yuki's going to spot out Kevster, mark the Tracer, really good catch. Now they're hunting for someone in Nano, actually. Going on to Nico instead. Doesn't hit the execute, and it's actually Kyuki that goes down first. Eventually, Admiral brought to task as KSG is demeched. Unable to create space in the backline as Kevster ends his life. A catnap, Willis ending Finn's a short existence too. Does that look like a perfect fight there? But KSG couldn't lock anybody down.
Yeah, it felt like it was off to a great start. You forced the recall from Kev early, and then you just need to get a couple of picks as Team Sweden go for a contest, but instead, Team Sweden flip things around now, and now they have the ultimate, the limit break in hand for Willis here. If you can catch a couple of people with the damage amplification, that would be huge.
See if Sweden could do one better here. They're also trying to hold this door. Willis, limit break. KSG spotted, just a 1v1. Well, a little less honorable now as Finn's also healing KSG up. Can't get too close though, this limit break, decent amount of range. Nano boost deployed now. As KSG tries to get in this backline, the limit break does end up hitting him as well. An instant anti-nade too to make sure Skyle stays alive and KSG brought down. Nico unable to do anything either as Japan try and hold on at 99%. Zoro dead, sure, but it is Sweden that take round one.
Yeah, very patient play there. They had to wait for the nano boost to build from Skyle there, but you saw how much space that Willis gave up in that one. Just playing it cool there, playing it relaxed, and even though you forfeit a lot of that space, you trust Kevster to hold down the flank perhaps, and then you collapse onto KSG once you went for the Demon dive. So Team Sweden there, off to a good start. Kevster, I mean, 14 and 2. Just a demonic performance so far.
Yeah.
But Japan, they're cutting it close.
Yeah, I mean, let's speak about how they did in 2021. They were in Group D, which was named the Group of Death. That was the Saudi Arabia USA group. They didn't obviously make it out, Saudi taking the title in 2023. But I really do believe this is the strongest team Japan have had in the Overwatch World Cup.
What an unlucky draw that is. You got that previous World Cup, and now Sweden, USA, China.
Yeah,
this is a really difficult group.
Another tough group here. We'll see if they get revenge on USA. Obviously, they'll be playing at some point. KSG end up being very aggressive again. Two very different ideas of how to play the Demon in this comp. KSG way more aggressive than Willis is. Sweden more passive, taking it easier for him.
Yeah, and I mean, KSG has been getting punished for it so far. It has been Willis with a patient play, letting Kevster do his thing on the flank that has been working out for Team Sweden so far. And I mean, we got to be careful about Admiral dropping Kevster into the backline here as well.
Looks like he's gonna. Oh dear. Oh, nice shot though from Finn. Okay, forced
Great
the early
shot, actually, yeah.
Right. Oh, the tracers.
Okay.
No Bastion, we're just gonna fling the tracers in. Oh, good. Oh, okay, wait, what? Wait, where did Kyuki go? Okay, well, my Delta's also dead. That is just an unfortunate set of circumstances. All right.
It's one thing dropping the tracer from like above you in a corner, and it's another just flying in with the tracer across the sky.
The tracer gets deleted.
Yeah, not really a big secret at that point.
All right, okay, reset. Go again. Japan taking a little bit of time to set up as KSG's made the swap.
I mean, 50% accounting, and you know, the Honest has 60% of the non-boost, but it's such a slow round.
Yeah, there's been one fight pretty much. All right, Zoro under a lot of pressure. Look at this, Whiteout swooping in. Ask who is the best DPS right now. A lot of players will say Jetpack Cat, is all I'm saying. Their break coming up in 10%.
Can you stall out here, maybe? You lose a member, but you want to stall out this point, build an honor if you can.
Yeah, Willis again, just playing a little bit more passive. Japan really something to prove for the rest of the world, just making sure they can get in there. Good nano boost onto Nico, saves his life even after he got stuck. Wybot does end up going down to a 4v5 on the point. Nano boost, not something you want to trifle with, especially in the hands of Nico. not able to come up with anything though, realistically. Now a nano on Willis. Oh, just the double tap.
That's disgusting.
Oh, that is gross from Willis. Oh, that's the fight over. And that just might be the map as well. 85% for Sweden.
Yeah, they should feel freely that they can push forward now with Kevster, with Sora as well, with the override protocol. Yuki with the touch here could go for something here, a double blink, but it matters little if you could get a couple of picks from Team Sweden here.
Why not hitting our skybox? Oh, but Willis shuts him down again, and he touches. Eventually, Yuki gets there. Pulse Bomb goes out, but Kevster, instant shutdown. And now KSG trying to get there. Unsuccessful in his endeavor as Admiral shuts him out with a jetpack cat. That's Sweden up on the map.
Yeah, Sweden looking like they're in firm control so far. It felt like a little bit of times, like you mentioned, Team Japan, they're trying to go for those plays, but it's quite difficult to play that aggressive when you have someone like Kevster shutting down the Tracer angle as well. Because like realistically, if you're playing like that quick, like KSG is doing, they're going for those dives onto the backline, right? You almost need like a Tracer to play alongside you. But because you're facing Kevster, it takes so long to like be in the great position, force a recall from the enemy Tracer. The setup is just so long for Team Japan. It kind of haunts them that KSG is playing so aggressive at times.
Yeah, really different ideas how they want to run the comps.
Well, also, I think it's a great understanding of Team Sweden. That they're like, if we just play patient, if we don't force an error, we can let Kevster do his thing on the Tracer.
Yeah, because eventually Kevster's going to get a pick, and he
right, because if you go aggressive, if maybe you're thinking like, we're mechanically the better team, we're just going to go aggressive, we're going to force things, like you're actually leaving yourself exposed to the potential of Kevster's recall being forced, and then Team Japan, they get space for free as Team Sweden are forced to withdraw, right? They're playing a little bit more patient here, a little bit more cautiously, and I think that allows Kevster and Sora to kind of like do their thing as the damage duo here, and like not pushing too far.
All right. Bam, where are you going to take us? They ended up banning Kiriko that last map. Cat Bastion probably for Team Sweden wouldn't be something that they're too unfamiliar with, especially in this day and age.
Well, I think, Team Sweden are like a very versatile roster. You think about Willis Hero Pool now being able to play the Demon as well, but can play the Diva at a pretty high level. Hazard, we've seen a lot of in the past, of course, and so I think this is a Team Sweden roster that is very versatile. I mean, you got Kevster on the team as well, really flexible, and so I think it comes down to like, if you're Team Japan here, like, what do you feel comfortable playing? And we've seen a couple of looks from them. They have been playing, more main supporty look with Epic, playing the main support at times. But sometimes it's also been a double flex support look with the players we just saw in the map.
Yeah, with Wydot and Finn. Yeah, I like the double flex. I like double flex in this meta because Jetpack Cat is just kind of absurdly strong still. I think with KSG, more known for Diva, of course. In theory, Demon fits in that kind of hero pool very well. I mean, what do you think about it there? I think with how Willis was playing, I think that's, I wouldn't say it's the correct way of playing, but for at least how Sweden kind of want to operate, not being the proactive team, being more reactive, can be a little bit easier with the Demon. Because at the end of the day, if you're really going for it, like we saw KSG go, like dashing in, and you are just exposing yourself almost, kind of overexposing, almost like a Winston in a way, where like you've used your leap to engage, and then you're overexposing yourself. Your shield, it's only got 650 HP, so it's not like a Ryan shield or anything like that, or even like an Arista deployable or something like a 6 shield. So yeah, Sweden kind of almost reading them in that regard and just punishing KSG.
Yeah, like Demon is a pretty interesting hero because you can absorb this pressure, like we saw Willis play with the shield, and like you're not an easy tank to take down. But you can also engage quite heavily into the backline, get on top of the Diana's, combining with the Tracer. But you also have quite a bit of poke damage as well. Like that gun can't be underestimated, the damage output, and like it's a pretty short cooldown now. Yeah. I mean, you get the major perk going. We saw with the nano boost, like that damage is silly. I think with
how much is?
I think it's 160 damage with the major perk and the nano boost. Yeah, which is
he
just
literally just went
stupid.
boop, boop.
Yeah,
hit the aim trainer and just hit the two little shots.
Yeah.
Ooh, Shambali Monastery.
That is with a headshot. That is, I think.
Yeah. I mean, still,
it's not 160 base damage.
160 base damage. You're just one tapping a Tracer, boom, 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 dead. DPS? What DPS? Don't need it.
Not a Glock anymore. That's something bigger.
This still opens up Finn to play Ana, just saying. Hang on a second. I like the Shambali Monastery pick.
I mean, it's the Varel pick.
Right. I also like it for Sweden in a way if you want to play a little bit more reactive and like slow how they've been playing. I don't mind Shambali Monastery for that. But yeah, it is kind of the Varel special.
It's just immediately the first map I think of when I think about Varel.
Right.
Even dating back to the 2025 World Finals, I feel like this is a map where they kind of like made their stand. Playing Batiste comps back then, but now obviously Jetpack Cat, which is getting banned out here from Sweden. This is fine though if you are Team Japan. Like I mentioned, even before Jetpack Cat was released, Japan and therefore Varel, like they were a really good Shambali Monastery team playing double flex support. And so I don't think they should be too upset even though the Cat got banned.
The Hog?
I mean...
Thoughts on this one?
There are no thoughts.
Okay.
Also deferred the ban. They knew the Jetpack Cat ban was coming out and they're fine with it.
Yeah.
That should tell you
Japan
everything.
banning secondary, to defer in that ban. Okay. Oh, interesting. Okay, we saw this a lot in OWCS from like Space Station, like deferring bans and stuff. I didn't really expect to see that here, I'm gonna be honest.
Well, the thing is like, for so many of these teams, they're thinking 5 maps, right? They're thinking the full series, like what are the best circumstances we can create for ourselves across all 5 maps.
Okay.
And you don't want to live under the fear of the enemy team being able to ban out the Cat at any given time, right? And so this might be a scenario where Japan are thinking, okay, if we can almost like allow them the Jetpack Cat ban early, we don't have to protect ban for the Cat anymore, then the remaining maps in the series. And that allows you to ban tanks, ban damage a bit more freely for the rest of the series while still guaranteeing that the Cat is in play.
Yeah, it's almost like we don't actually mind you banning the Cat because we have a different kind of comp style or comp strat on this map. But we see the Bab again. Wouldn't mind. Hey, I'm just putting this out there. Little Alari action, little Lana action. Team up, maybe a little bit too slow. Hero goes back in the mix as well, of course, without that being banned. All right. See what KSG wants to play too. Always got my eye on KSG. I think with how well he kind of performs on the D.Va, again, I really do think Demon kind of fits into that role. You're not, obviously, there's no real high ground mobility there with the compared to D.Va, but still with how reactive the push-pull, how well you play around it, I think kind of fits with KSG's style a whole lot more.
This is interesting how we've just seen a few teams just like hard commit to the Demon. And some others, like, you know, whether it was Spain or Thailand in the previous series, just like, no, we're not going to play it at all, actually. And then you see these two teams just like, yeah, we're going to pick it on Shambali Monastery, we're going to pick it on Nepal.
Yeah, we're going to pick it on everything. Is he doing that? Skyle's surely doing the, you can just see, you can get a full charge right click. If you really want to min-max damage boost Skyle, hit the right click through the gap. It's not happening.
I mean, that has to be less likely than a Widowmaker drop.
Almost spoke a little bit too soon.
Wait, he's laughing. He's typing.
He's typing for sure. What was that shot?
No.
Yeah. What?
Get out. Timeout.
Bro's typing. Bro be typing. All right, okay, that is going to be the first point being, the first hold, sorry, being cracked open.
Dude, we're all stun-bugged over here.
Yeah, actually.
Come on now.
We'll get a replay. We'll get a replay at some point. Don't worry about it. All right, Will is trying to hold down this angle now. KSG, wondering what just happened to his DPS. Please stay alive. A little bit longer, please. All right, now KSG's a really awkward spot. Trying to use the dash in. A long-range Suzu too to try and get him out of dodge.
It's going to allow Sweden here to round this corner now. And this is going to allow Kevster as well to work the side angles. Willis taking a lot of damage here. So be careful still.
Farming the front line with these take-aim shots. Taking a lot of damage, in fact. They've been very slow on the reapproach here. Team Sweden taking their sweet time.
And Finn is going to be the first one with a Kitsune Arch as well, so you can drop that defensively if need be.
Willis taking a lot of damage. As you can see,
Kevster.
Also an aggressive Kitsune Rush.
Yeah, Willis is really low as well. A little Suzu early on for Finn to keep him alive and push the rest of the team forward. Kevster was waiting for kind of this push in from Willis to try and get a good flank off. That just never happened.
So decisive, and you get a clean wipe from Team Sweden there. But you use that ultimate aggressively now.
They're hunting for Kevster.
Where is bro?
Where is bro?
He is nowhere near.
Yeah.
You can resume looking ahead. But this is now because Skyle has the Kitsune Rush advantage here. Allows Sweden to engage on their own terms in the attack. Knowing that there won't be a response here from Finn this time around. Oh! Early pick up the Wideout as well.
Yeah, really nice wraparound. No speed boost here, of course, for Team Japan. So very hard to get Wideout out of sticky situations. Suzu from Finn keeps him alive, but now very vulnerable. A good connection from Zoro. Should be it here for Sweden. As KSJ gets a demect, it's out, and there you go. All right, pops his head.
But still, that was a fantastic contest from Team Japan. It's like, okay, like that was a clean team fight win from Sweden. You got an early pick, but you stalled the card so well that you guaranteed yourself a proper fight here now with a Sanctuary in hand. Going to be a difficult fight here. Sweden's got double support ultimate.
Yeah, just a rush laid down. Realistically, you're saving this beat for a little bit later. Just try and win this fight. Nico on an off angle now, but does he actually have enough time to get in there? A limit break from KSG is absolutely beautiful, and there's the sound barrier from Admiral, perfectly timed. Kevster straight into it though, jumps into the Sanctuary, hits the spree, but shut down by Finn. KSG with a beautiful limit break. And even with the beat coming out, Johnny, you're still taking amp damage.
Yeah, great limit break, but also fantastic patience from Wideout with the Sanctuary there. Bought themselves a lot of time to get it out at the right time, and Team Sweden that time didn't get value from their double support ultimate combo. And now, 22 seconds remain here. Willie swaps over to the Hazard. Finn's coming up on this Kitsune Rush as well. Japan has all the tools here to go for a first point full hold.
Can Chuki get a good pulse? Finn very close to a rush too. In theory, Japan have all they need to win this fight. 5 seconds to go. Touch is going to be guaranteed here with Kevster on the point already. Nico under a lot of pressure, needs to win this 1v1, at least force Kevster to recall. Finn already in the front line, but Kyle and Kevster get a pick anyway. Finn 30 HP, shut down. I said Japan had what they got to win the fight. But Sweden, they ended up just winning in with no ult. Just a quick, clean, decisive double pick, and that's it.
You almost wonder if the defensive setup was missing there from the Team Japan. They allowed Sweden so much space in that one. When they had the Kitsune Rush in hand, they could have played more aggressive. They could have settled for a decisive push onto 2 or 3 members of Team Sweden, but instead, they let Kevster do his thing, and he punishes Team Japan for it.
All right, now we've still got the ults. Still got pulse. Still got rush. It's given Admiral enough time, though, to build up the sound barrier. My favourite Estonian Swede. 80% now for Admiral. Now Finn's putting himself in a dangerous spot in the front line against Willis. Skyle already down. Bowlers connects with Zoro. Good stuff so far. Still, though, with the amount of time they managed to delay on that first point, they're still in good standing with 1:40 for Sweden's attack.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, based on how the first point was looking, if you're Team Sweden, you'll take anything at this point. It's a solid team fight win for Team Japan. You don't deploy the Kitsune Rush that time around, so it's still a tool you have available for yourself. That is going to be on Sweden here to try and look for entries here. Going to go for a bit of a wraparound. They're coming up on double support ultimate as well.
I really like the wrap, kind of pull KSG's attention and force KSG kind of back into this choke point. Zoro rips the Altus. KSG's health bar just getting melted. Good wall positioning from Willis as well. Ends up putting KSG in a hot spot. Suzu's going to save his life. Limit break ends up coming out. Ends up hitting 2 in the front line, but quickly Admiral responds with a sound barrier. KSG still swinging away. Willis has been the caller here, the target for Team Japan, but they can't bring him down. Wideout dies down with a Sanctuary as well.
That's a massive kill onto the Mizuki by Willis. That was the difference maker for Team Japan and goes down early in that fight. That should have been Team Japan reaping the rewards from their patient play, but instead Sweden shuts them down. Can go for a last touch here. But will it be enough?
He got booped with the wall. Still meant to get on the point in time though. The Sanctuary ends up getting deployed.
Nico with the bolus coming up in just a moment. Zambro gets focused down by QKey. Willis has to go for another touch. But is that actually enough? The change is going to bind him in place, but still gets the kill onto Wydot. Nico now with a good periphery on the fight, can send in some take aim shots, but Skyle from downtown clips him with a kunai. KSG's going to get demegged, no health left. This Team Sweden clutch up yet again. That is point 2 unlocked.
I mean, it was a fantastic disengage from Team Sweden. Admiral goes down, but still, you're able to just disperse and then re-engage on top of Team Japan. But you gotta feel that both the first point and the second point, Japan, they had the ultimates available to them to finish off this attack from Team Sweden. They just couldn't get it done.
Now the tables have kind of turned here on Team Japan. They are without the ultimates now. As Willis is just forcing KSG's position completely against the game plan that we've seen Team Japan kind of employ. How aggressive they want to be with KSG. But all right, Wydot kills Kevster.
Allows Japan to settle into this defense here on the third point. Finn getting closer to this Kitsune Rush as well as I'm still looking for a couple of picks here. You don't want to get poked down too low. You don't want to get caught here by the hazard.
Yeah, they've got to batten down the hatches now, especially with this override protocol from Zoro. Although, realistically, the effectiveness from this range, pretty minimal. Wydot's under a lot of trouble, though. Finn pops the rush. QKey ends up hitting the recall.
What a disengage.
And that will be a disengage from Sweden. Very good at this push and pull. But KSG's still in hot pursuit. Willis deploys the wall to separate the Tracer from the rest of the team. A stick, a bonus, everything thrown at Willis there to bring him to task. 10 seconds to go with a touch required for Sweden.
And this time Skyle drops the Kitsune Rush early.
Soundfire available from April as well. They're going to go in for the touch. Kev's going to get there and hit the recall as well. Now the Sanctuary deployed. It's going to be so tough to win this fight, but the limit break is just so damn good from KSG. A clean cut there onto Zoro in the front line. Just chops him in half. As yes, Willis has got a couple of kills, but hasn't got too much left to fight with. Yeah, look at that. Torn it down at the final moment. Even gets another one on top of it. I mean, Willis is really putting in the work for Team Sweden. Although Japan, they do end up finally getting that payload stopped just before that third point and that final corner.
Yeah, it has to feel good the way that ended still, though. You were able to disengage from Sweden's own Kitsune Rush, hold down the fort onto the payload, but Sweden equally gotta be satisfied with 2 points there, where it felt like Japan could have closed out that first half of the map quite early.
Yeah, that kind of fumble from Japan on that defense when they had 2 ults. You can't be going down when you got the rush and the pulse bomb like that in the neutral. It's just not in the game plan.
And again, like, especially that Sanctuary on the second point.
Yeah,
I'm thinking like Sweden, they're throwing ultimates quite liberally, one after the other. Like they're almost, I don't want to say they waste ultimates, but they're using ultimates aggressively, knowing that it's unlikely they'll get full value. Like they're not going to get a team wipe of one like Kitsune Rush, but they're purchasing space, they're purchasing momentum in some of these fights. And Japan are trading in the ultimate game quite well and are left with that Sanctuary as the final cherry on top, which theoretically should be the one ultimate to kind of certify the team fight win after this ultimate trade back and forth. But because Wydot dies early there, you're just not able to deploy the Sanctuary in a good way for the rest of your team. And Team Sweden, they're going to punish you for that.
Ooh, Nico back on the old faithful. Different move from Kevster on the defense, no Tracer. Shion deployed. A lot of kind of front-to-back damage with Kevster being able to take. Not as aggressive off angles like with the Tracer, like kind of flank mode. But still, anybody that wants to kind of approach the staircase is going to get shut down pretty easily. Or this right-hand side. Smaller staircase, not the left-hand side. Oh, good shot. All right, you can get.
Yeah, Kevster will still be hunting on this Shion, so it comes down to QKey to try to get some values worth on this Tracer.
Oh, they're trying to stagger KSG, I think. Yeah, they managed to get the D-suit. Oh, and they go for the volley block as well. Uh-oh. All right, not the longest stagger of all time, but we'll take it.
That was a kind kill from Willis there.
It was, yeah.
That could have gone on for at least some more seconds.
Yeah, a little longer to build up the ult there, so.
Why don't they? Ooh, yeah.
Wow. All right. I mean, I guess trying to punish Willis in a way, like the amount of spam damage you're going to take from the orbs, or even just trying to do this as well. Goes on the flank instead and trying to hit Avril.
I mean, we'll see though. A bit of a trade is going down. Willis is dropping low here actually, so this might be Team Sweden forced to fall back. But Zoro finds another pick onto Whiteout, and this is what I'm worried about. You can poke on the Wu Yang, but you're going to open yourself up from both Zoro and Kevster. That's a limit break as well.
Limit break on the high ground. Kevster fell. KSG low. Has to back off now as Willis almost putting him in his place. They're going to be able to get topped off though. Finn hiding around the corner. Also very, very risky kind of position there. And even it's on top of the rush. Oh, I don't know about that. D-Mech and Willis should really be the end of it. Surely Zoro doesn't get a kill. No, Nico shuts him down. I don't like that rush usage from Finn.
No, and it felt like Willis was almost dying on the payload anyway.
Yeah.
As you deployed the Kitsune Rush, I feel like Finn's Kitsune Rushes so far this map have been left begging, hoping for a little bit more value. Now Sweden can re-engage with 2 support ultimates of their own. A minute 45 on the timer. If you're Japan, you just get a couple of opportunities here.
You want what Sweden had earlier. You want to win them when they got ults, when we've got none. Scar can just kind of play safe.
Sorry, with another... Okay. Yuki has not had a great time on the Tracer either.
Maybe opt for a switch. Hasn't really got ult, it's got 5%, so you might as well switch at this point. Wide open to get onto Kevs to sure, but Willis is going to be able to round them up like a sheepdog herding, well, sheep. Finn ends up falling too, and they're going to try and stagger KSG again. They're going to stagger KSG again, or at least try to. That's going to get dashed away. Look at this. This should be map, Johnny, or like close to, or at least OT. KSG going to get booped away. Body blocked. Well, maybe too early to call it map. I still got a minute to go. Yeah, all right.
I mean, Sweden's got five ultimates. Yeah. They're not too far away.
Okay.
If you're a betting man, the percentages are
pretty high.
in Sweden's favor, to say the least, looking at this ultimate economy. I mean, what do you got? You can Tidal Blast a Tracer.
No pulse.
Try to get a good stun.
Like guaranteed kill.
Not guaranteed at all. You know, Suzu available for Skyle as well. So this will be a really tough going for Japan. They need a bit of a miracle here. They need someone to make a play for them. Here they go.
Oh, they're going to try. Kyuki's got that Tidal Blast. Skyle, Suzu. Oh, it's just so damn clean. And there's the beat. And here comes the flood of ultimates as well.
Oh, my.
Willis. Limit break. And Team Japan push to their very limit. As Kyuki tries to maybe get back to the point. Finn, though, with a kill onto Kevster. DPS now down, but it's Willis in the front line. He is the big DPS at this point. Scar with a kill onto Finn. Here comes OT. Limit break is a swing and a miss, too.
Japan, they still have a Kitsune Rush here, but it's such an uphill battle. Scar drops his first.
Scar's going to drop his first, yeah, and KSG's just so damn low. Well, here's the high noon. Good luck fighting into this one now. Wide up, peeks his head over the top. The flash is just too good, and Zora's going to end this one. A triple for the Cat. Sweden bringing it home on the second map.
That was a really impressive first point defense there. The amount of picks they found there really stood out to me, that map. I mean, it started with the Zoro Hanzo shot, and I felt like it just kept going for the rest of the map, especially that defense. Kyuki couldn't find anything going really on the Tracer whatsoever against Zoro here, and so this has been a Team Sweden really firing on all cylinders so far.
Yeah, it really feels like it. Oh, let's have a look. Oh, didn't even see him. Hanzo moment.
That is a Hanzo look moment indeed. I think it's a little disappointing from Team Japan, because you feel like they hang about, they got great players, and it's just a few individual mistakes throughout the map that set them back so much. You know, we could have easily seen an opportunity there where, you know, Japan, they full held Sweden on the first point, and then you look and, you know...
if Kevs doesn't get that pick off, and they have those two ults, and they actually connect with them, way different.
Finn with a couple of Kitsune rushes that maybe didn't yield the most value. And so you look at this Team Japan roster, and, you know, you respect some of the players from their achievements on Barrel, but so far the execution just hasn't been here at the Overwatch World Cup.
Yeah, hasn't been it. All right, well, unfortunately, Japan as well, no points on the board either. Didn't end up capping this first one, of course, and no points for that control map. All right, Sweden, match point.
I mean, do you want to look at the bright side of Jetpack Cat being gone?
They can play it again.
Play the cat again.
Yeah.
And you can ban other heroes as well.
Yeah, they're not going to defer.
Right. Right. They got the cat out so they can ban tanks, they can ban damage freely while guaranteeing. I mean, at this point, like, if you want to go to something like where you can play like Cat Bastion, you can protect ban for the Bastion in a case like this, right?
Yeah, you can just ban a Tracer, get Kevs to, like, get him suppressed. Well, okay, well, that's not even like, okay. Like,
Cassidy? I don't know.
Yeah, ban Cassidy. I don't ban, but I don't mind, actually. Yeah, I actually don't mind banning the Tracer, depending on what we go. Unless you go to a map the Tracer's not really good on.
It's like we just don't want to go down to Kev's Tracer. It's like...
Yeah. I mean, look what he did. Opening, what, 30 seconds on the first map? Kevs just gets 4 kills. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah. Sweet. It's one of those games, huh? It's awesome.
Yeah. We'll see, though. I mean, there are a few maps in the pool here where we saw already on Paris, so like a few of these teams, they've been wanting to play the cat on Paris, and gotten some pretty good value out of it.
The cat's so good on this map.
Yeah.
Really, really good. So if White Alt kind of wants to kind of flex into that, it actually would be good for the backline of Team Japan, thinking about it, because you can just have Finn also on the Ana. I think that's maybe where Japan want to put their eggs, like put them all in the support basket, and like, look, we can get White Alt to succeed and help Nico succeed as well. Have Finn on the Ana, and maybe that's our best chance.
Right, like if you wanted to play a backline like that, you now are able to ban the Tracer if you want to, which is going to give some more room for Finn to do work on the Ana. And so, because Japan deferred that ban on Shambhala Monastery, you've now bought yourself maybe a bit of a better opportunity here for the remaining maps. But again, like, it's hard not to say that Shambhala Monastery was a bit of a must-win map for Japan still, though.
It feels like it. Yeah.
You're down 0-2 in a series. Reverse sweeping it's possible, but really difficult here. So they got quite a hole to dig themselves out of.
It's a tough group, man. Oh, and there it is. Called it.
Indeed. People liking this rework.
Yeah. It's way more open, and on the second point, and also on first, just way easier to attack. Just opening up a couple of extra avenues, and also the statue on the point at least providing a little bit of cover. It was needed for the map. The map previously, no one's picking it if it's in the pool. But now, obviously...
I don't know, somehow like, my rank teams still voting Paris.
It's just crazy.
just...
They play Torb or they play like static heroes is what that tells me.
Yeah.
Well, that tells
all right, well now they're justified. Now they can go there if they'd like to. Has to be said here, Joss, let's take a look at the bans. Lucio coming out here from Japan, so okay.
So they want to slow it down. I think it will be the Cat and the Ana for Finn and White Alt.
Yeah, I mean, give Sweden less of an opportunity to play with pace and get on top of that backline. I think it has to be mentioned here that this is a bit of a must-win match in this group for either team. If you are hopeful of advancing to BlizzCon, making top 2 here, the other 2 teams in the group are China and the United States. 2 very strong teams here. And so realistically, I think this is a match between Sweden and Japan just for the opportunity to get yourselves out of the group with an upset against either of those 2 teams. And so Japan here, down 0-2 in this series against Sweden, realistically, I mean, they're fighting for their hopes of advancing through the group stage here.
On a scale of like 1 to or 0 to group of death, like what you rating? What do you think?
I mean, imagine if it was the China A team with Leaf and Shy.
Oh, with Leaf,
and you
Shy,
got United
Gushway,
States, and then you got
yeah.
Kevster playing like this for Team Sweden.
Oh my.
At least now, like honestly, I think China is better than people give them credit for. You know, the fact remains that those players have looked really impressive on an international stage.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Even though they lose out in the first couple of rounds, every major, those 2nd and 3rd seed China teams, I think they're really strong players, and I wouldn't want to sleep on them. I'd argue that they're even like favorites against either of these 2 teams. But still, them, the Leave and Shy and Gushway not being there for Team China, I still think that's something that Team Sweden and Japan here, they're appreciative of, because that makes their opportunities to advance out of the group even better.
Yeah. I mean, it does hurt them big time. See if Varel, or Team Japan, sorry, can come up with something better here. Why don't Finn, like I mentioned, are going to be on the Cat and the Ana. I like this map pick. I like these picks. Willis has had the better of KSG, though, in the duel.
Yeah, we'll have to see about the damage pairs on this one, though. Okay, they're actually just going to throw in Willis this time around. Aggressive kind of push here from Japan. They're going to deploy the turret.
Yeah, he's got a little bit of fuel left, but now has to pop up that shield. Kevster, though, with the Tracer. Wydot's already dead. So now Nico has to fend for himself on the Bastion. And they're just going to retreat underneath the point.
Oh, Kevster is not going to let this go unpunished.
Oh,
Laser
absolutely
focus
not.
on Kuki here.
He's only 82 HP, but going to get healed up. Here comes the flank, the wrap around the enclosure. Finn and Nico, bright purple now as Zoro takes down one. He only just got back. Oh! Kevst. Okay. Yeah, wow. He's showing up at the World Cup. Who's really shocked, to be honest with you?
You just got to play a patient game now. 3 members for Team Japan here. Can bide your time, capturing the point as well.
Willis gets out there as well. I mean, that was the chance, the opportunity for Team Japan. Finn healed up enough though, has actually got a nano boost. That's going to be on to KSG surely. Oh, the stick! Nano on the Bastion, try and keep him alive now. Now to try and make something of this. Willis demeched in the front line. Surely now, Team Japan have legs to stand on, but Kevs it in the back again. A 180 sleep though from Finn, shuts him down, but April dives straight in with a catnap. And that will be, looks like Team Sweden securing this point.
Did Admiral get a 3K on the Cat there?
Just
bragging out. Bragging out on the Cat. He's ours now. Give him the citizenship. Get him on board.
Get him in.
Get him in. Going to be Team Sweden advancing here. Have a nano boost in hand here. Ooh.
Good name.
Looked for an opportunity onto Nico, but Finn fends off. Yeah, attack off well.
Uh-oh. Oh. Sky lifted to safety. Oh, Zoro shuts down Kuki as well, who tried to go in an aggressive follow-up after Nico sent in those missiles.
Guy Noon.
Oh, no, you gotta run! Oh, there's no chance for Wydot. Nico, though, picks him out of the sky, but here comes Avril. A good player advantage now for Team Sweden. As Finn and KSG, they're going to play very safe at this moment in time. We're just going to chase him down. Surely not going to pop the ult here.
KSG is kind of caught in the front line here as well. Split off from the rest of his team. Should be able to get back though.
Oh, nano boost onto, oh, of course it's onto Kevster. He's straight into the back line, he's got the pulse, but oh, the stick's so damn nice. He tried to get lifted up and away, but yeah, Kevster, he's put himself on the board again. Pure spectacle from Team Sweden right now is that the man that was built in a Swedish lab to play Overwatch has decided to lock in for Team Sweden.
You can see Japan still trying to go for plays there. KSG with another limit break, but just throughout this entire series, just hasn't yielded any value whatsoever. Finn, though, still has a nano boost in hand here. You could go for a bit of a play.
Good. They still got time. Nico dodges the sleep. Up on the high ground still. Japan trying to fend off this aggression from Sweden, but the pilot grenade does send a Wydot and Nico kind of reeling. They've not had a lot of time to push the payload though. Team Sweden.
Here they go again.
The nano boost, they're going to swing in it again. But it looks like they managed to get to safety. Oh, wow. What a sleep from Skyo2. Wydot with the catnap. Kuki shuts down Avril with a pulse bomb. Nico still on the high ground and luckily manages to pick up the kill onto Skyo.
Should be Team Japan holding on for the time being with both supports down for Team Sweden. And even though I harp on the lack of value, still gotta give Japan credit the way they're playing. They're always making plays. They're swinging around the corner with the Bastion, trying to be the proactive team in this one. And the last couple of team fights, that's been working their way.
What is this absurdity with the Tracer? If Tracer didn't have enough mobility herself, now we've got the Cat just airlifting them around. I mean, it is just absurd. Well, Kevster getting paid attention now eventually. It is good harassment, yeah. It stops Kevster really just kind of getting into the back line free of charge. Nano boost for Skyo, pulse bomb for Kevster. Even kills Kuki. You mess with the best, you're going to die like the rest, my son. Willis now with the nano boost, going to try and go for the flank on the high ground. Dashes forward, but the fight's already done. Nano not even needed onto Willis. I think Zoro had this one under wraps already.
Oh, and Finn is in real trouble here as well.
He's dead. He's surely dead here. Q's going to come back from the grave. He's getting slipped on the edge of the map. Yuki ends up getting the kill as well. He's not going to be able to chase the cat. Surely Abril dies here. No chance for him to get away. There it is. Okay. Oh, what?
Wait, look away.
Wait a second. Hold on. A little overeager. Maybe the audio, the demons were playing in his head.
Men in Black. Wipe the memories.
The neuralizer, whatever it's called. All good, no problem. 50 seconds to go.
Sky Noon.
Sky Noon for Zorro. Lot of health already taken away from KESG. Here it is, straight over the top. Wide dot, dashing under, but already skull built up. They're trying to tag him down, but they can't quite get to it. KSG dangerously low though, even after that limit break. Shutting down Wide dot as he goes into the catnap on Zorro. It's just such a good, like, almost defensive hold from Team Sweden. They've managed to flip the map on them as Finn's found himself in a rough spot. Team Sweden with 20 seconds to go now as Abril picks up a couple. Willis with the limit break. Not required as Abril, what's that, 3? On the cat?
It's been making some great plays on the cat so far, and Team Sweden going to keep chugging along here on Paraiso, on towards the 3rd point. And it's been a real battle though, even on Chamboli Monastery as well.
Oh yeah.
Fighting tooth and nail, trying to get these checkpoints going, and finding themselves in that opportunity once more here now, Team Sweden. Minute 20 of the timer, like you only got a couple of team fights here to keep making plays, keep advancing this payload.
I'd only give you one, I think. Especially now, I mean, Zora's already down. Kevster does have a pulse bomb, of course. Gets the stick. Quick melee too, that pulse bomb didn't even kill him, it was the melee from Kev. Ends up getting the kill. KSG under a lot of pressure too. Doesn't want to get D-Mex. So actually a nano boost is going to be deployed by Finsky, even trying to keep him alive. But Willis has already managed to find his mark. A good little sleeper instantly woken up as KSG tries to get another kill. He's got one, sure, but a quick D-Suit as Willis also received a nano in that fight.
I think you gotta take that if you're Skyle. I mean, Skyle has been hitting the abilities, the Bio Grenades, the Sleep Dart, trying to get as much value as possible. So you go down to the Demon there, but still have to be pretty happy with that trade. And now we are indoors here. Difficult to get Sky Noon value, but it might still be the play here for Team Sweden.
Yeah, it's still very possible, it feels like. Why not super low? Wow, takes a silver bullet. Good stick. Oh, rolled straight back in to the missile barrage coming in from Nico. I mean, he had to try something. He got stuck. Like
you got Pulsed or the Bastion ult?
You pick. You pick the kill cam. 5 seconds to go now for Team Sweden. They've still got ults in their back pockets to try and use. Japan not too far behind on their own though. KSG is going to have this limit break in a couple of moments as Willis tries to use his. Sky Noon, Kevsis takes down Kuki, and Nico trying to run for his life, but he ends up getting catnapped too, stunned, hit the ground, and straight back to spawn. Team Sweden on their final push. Limit break, ends up hitting 2. Straight through the shield, but KSG ends up getting slept.
You just want to buy time here if you're Japan. You have the better spawn point, and right now doing a great job of just keeping alive for the time being.
Wido has to stay alive here. He's got the catnap online as well. 42 HP, but still kicking. Finn also with the nano. Better spawns, better ultimates, you gotta be said. I mean, KSG can now just swing in the front line. Surely here, it's just gonna be Willis left on an island. No one else can really touch you. Don't want to get in front of KSG right now. That's gonna be the hold. Japan complete round 1. They're only giving Team Sweden 2 points. Very close to the end, very close to the finish. This map will end this in this next round.
And obviously Sweden up 2-0 so far in this series. It feels like they have momentum, but Japan doing a good job of just draining the time bank. With these proactive engagements, making things difficult for Team Sweden, always keeping them on the back foot. And on these payload maps, that's going to give them an opportunity here to at least steal a map back. As you can see, KSG 16-3 there. Good considering how we've seen him struggle pretty much early on in this series.
Leading the server in damage to 9.2k from KSG. Desperate measures. All right, we'll see how Sweden fares on their defense. See if there's any changes in the DPS lineup too. Doesn't look like it. Oh no, a little bit. Okay. Zorro on the Emre.
but it does feel like cheating if you can just kind of grapple Kevster and just place him where you want.
On the defense, it feels like you have more opportunity for that. You know that the attackers are going to push into you, and so you can hover in a space like this, like we're seeing right now, and then just let him go. But at the same time, other things here on the defense that could be quite more difficult. What Japan did on their defense about being proactive, about going for those plays, is really important. Really vital that you have good scouting. You know where the attackers are, so you can time it perfectly.
It's been another big play here, grappling the Demon actually in.
Yeah, Kevster being dragged around here. Maintaining the off angle for the time being. Again, it's about the scouting here. You want to see where Japan are, so you can go for plays, and a good biotic grenade there.
Really
Perfect.
nice. Oh, Nico's getting kind of dislodged here. Yeah, wow. That was Wydot kind of like, obviously, using that grapple to put him in a spot where he can succeed, but he just kept bashing his little head on that giant bit of wall. Kevs has already taken care of Finn, so this is going to be a thwarted attack on the Team Japan side.
Feels like that attack was a little bit forced from Team Japan, perhaps. Especially knowing, because Kevster has the off angle, like they're probably seeing the Bastion coming through somewhat, with give Sweden's backline to tell that there is a Bastion swinging your way quite aggressively. It is really a game of information here for Sweden on the defenses. You want to have these sight angles still. You want to be wary of what Team Japan are planning.
We'll see what KSG can do. They've again kind of gained this space on this high ground. Obviously just trying to force Willies off the position so Nico can go for the swing. Avril, a little bit too slimy there on the cat, ends up kind of escaping Nico's ire. And A2, I mean, Nico's just not finding success here. They forced the position of Team Sweden. They're kind of huddled in this low ground area now as Kevster hunts for Finn. Oh, he's got pulse as well. His pulse, it's just too clean. Too damn clean. Can Kyuki actually repeat the same success here? Kevster's going to be back in the fight in just a moment. The stick's good for one, but can he get more? They've already lost their tank, of course, and yeah, Zoro makes mean work of Kyuki.
I think the limit break from Willis has already done enough there. They forced Japan into that corridor, but when you go down a member like that, you have to go make a play 4 versus 5 situation, and Team Japan unfortunately making life easy for Team Sweden here. I think a bit of a cat duel. Wydot going to be helped out. Minute 30 here, Jaws. Already dwindling this time bank down.
No ticks either. Nano for Scar, they got Catnap. But there's 4 ults on the side of Team Japan. All right, open this one up. Nico. Little Bastion ult. Little nade, here it comes. Zoro instantly Nano tries to get Catnap as well. He's got a mean gun though. Nade to try and chase Wydot away, but he's put in a position, a very awkward at that, as KSG finishes him off. And that is a good insertion of the backline there. KSG managing to split the team and taking down Zoro and Skyle.
Still a couple of members alive here for Sweden. See if they go for a last-ditch effort here. Try to contest. Kevster, recall forced. Here's Willis.
Surely he ends up getting forced out. Yeah, look at that. KSG with really nice positioning. This is going to be Japan taking this point.
So you get that point captured and you get the payload moving for Japan. But still, though, it's going to be quite the challenge to keep the momentum going here on this one. You have the Bastion advantage. Not going to be quite as contested here, considering that Zoro is over onto this Emre. We might be swapping after this override protocol, to be honest. But you can already see what benefit this is already granting Team Japan here, having this Bastion floating around this guy.
All spot for Kyuki, taking the duel versus Kevster. Unfavored though, Admiral right behind him. Here's the pulse for Kevster, and Finn gets catnapped, and a double melee kill for Kevster. Perfectly duoing up there with Admiral. Maybe just Pulse. I mean, Pulse and KSG, probably not the best use of the ult there, but whatever. Trying to get the D-Mech, maybe get a little bit of stagger. He's going to earn another one in a minute anyway, it's all good, not a problem. They've already won the fight. Nico gets sniped out of the skies too. Same with Wydot's so low.
I mean, this is just a work of art. Kevster getting busy here on the Tracer.
Loves that voice line. Yeah, really hard. Still a tough map despite the changes to actually assault on this second point.
Gonna have the Bastion swing around here. Try to create some space for the rest of the team to walk up. Finn has a nano that he wants to deploy, but you're under the pressure from Kevster already.
Yeah, Kevster forced recall. Kuki playing on this high ground. Pulse bomb, swinging a miss, connected to the wall. Leaves a mark, but Zoro focused down by Kuki. Okay, now Kevster.
Poor Finn.
Keb is Finn in the 1v1. He feels like he's in a permanent 1v1 versus Kevster. He hits another shot. Nade hits the ground, forces the recall. 80 HP. Kevster's still in hot pursuit here. He's got a sleeping arm. He isn't going to get him though. Kevster gets the kill again. Oh my word. Team Japan just can't stop this man. They're going to terrorize him in his dreams at this point. I mean, this is just disgusting work from the Tracer God.
Team Japan are doing fantastic. Despite Kevster just constantly being in their backline. Zoro there. Maybe a bit of an individual mistake there, dropping the override protocol, but gets picked early now. Opportunity for Team Japan.
Yeah, Limit Break actually ended up connecting two from Willis, but they're unable to get the kill onto Nico despite the damage amp.
30 seconds here.
He's in a 1v1 again.
Come on.
Someone help the boy Finn.
Please help Finn.
Surely this time around he's going to be able to get him.
Is this
He's already
good for
forced
Japan?
the recall.
Finn is tanking Kevster's time?
He is tanking the damage. He's tanking the time. Maybe this is good. No, it's not.
No, it's not good.
It's not good at all. Finn's dead. Finn's dead to Kevster again. I mean, it's just a permanent 1v1.
10 seconds here. This is the series, Jaws.
They got to get up there. Finn's now going to go to Kiriko, try and teleport back. Someone's going to have to go for the touch. Someone's going to get there. KSG gets pooped away. And that is it. Sweden, a 3-0 versus Japan. Not giving out MVPs, Johnny, but I think Kevs deserve that one. I've got a feeling.
Who is getting player of the match in that one?
Oh my goodness, Kevster. That sign's got it right there. The West best is Kevster. A disgusting performance.
Yeah, that was filth. Pure
He's
filth.
got to apologize. Look, I hope he apologizes to Finn. Just gives him a sorry.
Yeah.
Nothing personnel, kid.
Yeah, Finn knows.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, give him the hug. I'm sorry, buddy. I'm sorry, buddy.
Yeah. Good game, I'm sorry.
Good game.
That's tough. It gets to a point where you're like, sorry, Finn, but we can't just keep wanting to help you out at all times. Like, we gotta eyes forward, you know?
Eyes forward. Sorry, man.
Sorry. It started off like the very first fight on Nepal. It was just like Kevster 4K and you're off to the races.
Yeah, exactly. Playing the same region right now, obviously, as well, so a little bit of rivalry there. I mean, at the end of the day, like, I think Finn, you were right in saying almost kind of tanking the damage, tanking the Kevster, and buying Japan, or hopefully buying them enough time for them to win the frontline duel. It's just, yeah, Team Sweden had that under wraps as well.
Yeah.
A 3-0 to end day one.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's the group of death. Like,
it is, yeah.
Still, like, Team Sweden to get away with a 3-0 now, you know, can like gas themselves up, looking ahead for the remaining 2 matches, you know, playing USA next, I believe. But still, I think Team Japan, like, they got the right things going. They're playing aggressive, they're making plays, and you saw how much time they dwindled off the timer for Team Sweden at times, and so it's, we know they're lacking a couple of members from Barrel, but I still think that it was a good series from Japan, trying to make a stand.
It was a really great series here. Sweden, we talked about Kevster heading into this matchup, and he did not disappoint whatsoever. And it's just crazy to see just how good Kevster is as a player, like his flexibility in the type of DPS that he's able to play. You think back to the fact that he is typically the hit scan player when he is on Virtus.pro, and to be this insane on flex DPS, man, what can he do?
I mean, come on. The guy is like, come on.
I love the point that I just making.
Good.
It's like, yeah, he's got a flex DPS vacation.
Yeah, he's like, I just get to play Tracer all the time. It's like, okay, great. Like, I don't know any other kind of hero, maybe the Genji, that you'd like to play in a tournament like this. The guy was built in a lab to play Overwatch, and yeah, that kind of...
I mean, that was...
It was gross.
Was that the best performance from day one? No bias?
No bias.
No bias. I'm not wearing
jersey.
a Team Sweden jersey, so I think no bias. That was the best performance of day one.
Thank you. Thank you.
I got you, Johnny. I got you, Johnny.
We'll take that. Look, I mean, it just feels like it just takes over the series at some point.
Yeah. I mean, he opened the first map up, killing 4 people, and then going, all right, job's done.
Okay, it definitely set the tone there. I think that it was also difficult for Team Japan to really find their footing in that series as well. But let's take a look at the standings here. It has been a long day for the first day of the group stage here for OWWC in Busan. And overall, I feel like on day 1, we usually have a pretty good idea of how we're expecting these matches to turn out, Johnny.
Yeah, look, there are definitely some favorites in some of these groups. You're looking at Group B, you know, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia off to a hot start there. Great Britain, though, 3-0 themselves against Mexico. You want to get off to a clean start, and I really want to emphasize that. And in a World Cup environment, like I said, less practice time compared to your usual regular teams. And so you want to get off to a hot start. So I'm looking at Spain, you know, really impressed with their performance earlier on here today. And so there are definitely a couple of teams that stand out from today's match, I think.
I want to get your thoughts, Jack, on Group D because we didn't get a chance to see them today. We'll be getting a preview for the first time tomorrow.
Korea, obviously, and Finland. Come on now. Come on. No one's predicting anything different. Yeah, I mean, it really is. I think Denmark are going to be up there too. I know France, and I know Crocs is going to probably pull out something a little crazy.
I'm just excited for Team France's energy when they're out there.
Crocs
That's going to be hype.
As soon as he's winning maps, bro is going to be standing and yelling across the hall for sure. That group's going to be tough too. I think Colombia, there might be a small chance here that they can kind of punch up a little bit, but Denmark are no slouches either. Historically, they've been a very good team too.
Yeah, and France, I mean, they've been making top 4s in Overwatch World Cups, you know, definitely the early years here as well, but it feels like they always have a good team they're bringing to the World Cup here as well, and I probably have them as favorites for second place there in that group.
On top of that, if you have the energy that Crocs is bringing to the table, that can just do so much for a squad to invigorate them. But it has been quite the day, guys, for OWWC. Thank you so much for everyone at home for joining us. There is going to be so much more action tomorrow for day 2, but for now, we're going to say goodnight.